In that world where technology and magic are intertwined, summoner is one of the most mysterious and respected professions. According to legend, a true summoner can summon powerful spirit beasts through special contracts, and can even awaken and evolve spirit beasts to become unrivaled beings. However, when I first came here, the summoner class card I drew did not bring me joy. The teachers and classmates around me advised me to sell it quickly. Becoming a summoner not only requires talent, but also requires a lot of resources and wealth, which is far beyond my ability to afford. Many people told me with a sneer, "You can't even summon a summoned beast, so there is no way you can afford to play it." That's right, my resources are pitifully few. I can't even afford basic runes and items, let alone summoning even a slightly advanced spirit beast. Amidst everyone's ridicule and doubts, I once suspected that perhaps I was really destined to be the weakest summoner. Until that day, my system woke up. Every time I level up, the system will give me a golden legendary entry. At first, these terms were insignificant, but as I gradually mastered their power, the effect far exceeded my imagination. Not only did they greatly enhance the abilities of my summoned beasts, they also granted the spirit beast the power to evolve, fuse, and even awaken. Every time an entry is activated, the strength of my summoned beast will skyrocket, gradually becoming invincible. From that moment on, I was no longer the joke called poor summoner, but used these entries to create the strongest summoned beast step by step and move towards the peak. However, the real challenge is yet to come. With the advent of the Abyss Demon King, the fate of the entire world hangs in the balance. I must continue to become stronger and rely on my summoned beasts to prevent unpredictable disasters. I crushed the summoner profession card in my hand, and blue spiritual power instantly poured into my body. A strange energy flowed through my limbs. The system prompt immediately sounded in my mind. "You have been transferred to a rare profession, summoner. You are currently at level 1, and you can draw a golden entry." There was silence, and then the whole audience burst into laughter and discussion. Is he crazy? Summoners are recognized as a profession that consumes gold. 8 million. Just throw it away like that? A poor man turning into a summoner is simply a fantasy. I looked at these doubts and ridicules coldly, but my heart was calm. Instead, I felt an indescribable pleasure. A sentence I remembered rang in my ears. "Others laugh at me for being too crazy. I laugh at others for not seeing through it." How could these people understand my determination? Just then, the elegant teacher Lu Boyan, dressed in a blue shirt, walked in from the door with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He was my father's old comrade in arms and a mentor who treated me like his own son. 8 million. Are you really not tempted at all? He sighed. I smiled and replied, "Teacher, this is all because of your good teaching." "Don't give me that." He frowned and glared at me. "Who told you to choose a summoner?" Lu Boyan sat down slowly, took out a skill book with a blue glow, and pushed it in front of me with a complicated expression. He said, "Use it. You have to walk your own path in the future." I was stunned. The skill book in front of me was not simple. A blue rare level summoning skill book, summoning iron-eating beast. A warm feeling surged in my heart. Lu Boyan was not rich, but he had obviously put a lot of effort into it to come up with something like this to help me. I half-jokingly said, "Teacher, how about I marry into your family and become your daughter's son-in-law?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Boyan's eyes widened and he kicked him. "How dare you set your sights on my daughter? I'll lend you the skill book. If you can't pass the college entrance examination, get out of here and join the demon suppression army." Seeing that he was about to get serious, I immediately ran away, laughing in my heart, and before leaving, I didn't forget to shout, "I want to be the strongest summoner man." After leaving, he took out the skill book given by Lu Boyan and was secretly excited. System prompts skill book. Summoning iron-eating beast. Quality, blue rare. Effect, power type summoned beast iron-eating beast can be summoned after contract. If the summoned beast dies, it cannot be summoned again within 1 day. In order to get a suitable summoned beast, I originally planned to use all my savings to buy a green skill book. Unexpectedly, even when I was not optimistic about my performance, the teacher still gave me the greatest support. I took a deep breath and walked towards the novice copy, imprinting the contents of the skill book in my mind. Learn! I chose to replace the slime summoned beast initially given by the system with the iron-eating beast. A blue light flashed, and I felt the summoning space tremble slightly. A fat black and white iron-eating beast appeared in my summoning space and connected with my soul. The system displays Iron Beast quality, rare, level, 1. Same as summoner level. Attributes. Strength 10, Constitution 8, Agility 6, Spirit 6, Talent. Iron Beast Bloodline Rare. Skills. Bite, Ordinary. Bear Roar Excellent. The attributes of rare summon beasts are just equivalent to those of ordinary warrior professions. Having a rare summon beast means that the difficulty of the novice copy will be relatively easier, but I know that a truly powerful summoner relies on constantly improving the quality and type of summon beasts. Being a poor summoner is certainly difficult, but I, Yi Zhe, am determined to succeed on this path. I held my breath and concentrated. The last step, extracting the golden entry. I closed my eyes, and with a thought, light flowed around me, and golden entries surged from all around. When the light froze, a line of text appeared in front of me. You have won the golden legendary entry, Tai Chi Grandmaster. Tai Chi Grandmaster. Tai Chi Kung Fu has reached the pinnacle and is good at using softness to overcome hardness, and is good at both offense and defense. Tai Chi Grandmaster. These 4 words stirred a wave in my heart. Because of the existence of professionals, there is no development of national martial arts in this world. But I know how profound the true essence of Tai Chi is, and I actually got the bonus of Tai Chi Grandmaster. I couldn't help but look at the cute little iron-eating beast in the summoned beast space and smiled. Panda practicing Tai Chi? Interesting. With a thought, I gave this legendary entry to the iron-eating beast. Instantly, a dazzling light flashed, and system messages popped up one after another. The Tai Chi Grandmaster entry was successfully assigned. Summoned Beast. Iron Eater. Blue Rare. Evolved Kung Fu Panda. Orange Epic. It actually evolved successfully. With just one entry, a rare summoned beast suddenly became epic, and an epic 1-star. It was simply amazing. I couldn't help but feel my heart beating faster. How powerful would it be if more advanced summoned beasts could be given legendary attributes in the future? I looked at the iron-eating beast in the summoned beast space again, and saw that it was wearing a loose Tai Chi Taoist robe, and its temperament was elegant yet naive. Maybe it's the cuteness on its face that makes people feel at ease, but I feel that it has a kind of deep and powerful power. System prompt. Kung Fu Panda quality. Epic level. 1 attributes. Strength 28, Constitution 25, Agility 28, Spirit 23 talents. Bloodline of Iron-Eating Beast rare. Tai Chi Inner Strength Legend skills. Tai Chi Boxing 24 styles, Legend. 4 twos to move a great amount, Legend. The attributes of Epic Summon Beasts are doubled, with all legendary skills and talents. Tai Chi Grandmaster is indeed worthy of this power. Before I could even marvel, the system prompt sounded again. The summoned beast you contracted has been greatly improved and will feed back some of its attributes to you. Your attribute improvement. Strength, Constitution, Agility, Spirit. I clenched my fists and clearly felt the strength in my body. This was the feedback effect brought by the improvement of the summoned beast quality. Repaying the favor rarely happens in reality. Generally speaking, it is more cost-effective to directly exchange for high-quality summoned beasts. But today, I experienced an incredible growth. Full of confidence, I walked towards the entrance of the Secret Realm copy. The entrance to the Novice Dungeon was bustling with people. Students were forming teams and calling for help. As soon as I appeared, everyone turned their attention to me. "He is the poor summoner Yi Zhe," someone exclaimed. "How dare he come to play the dungeon? Is he going to rely on that slime?" Everyone moved away from me. Obviously, no one wanted to team up with this summoner without money. I felt more at ease. The crowd that had just gathered at the entrance made it difficult for me to move, but now they made way for me. I chuckled and walked straight to the entrance of the dungeon. What a weird guy. He comes here alone to open a dungeon? Everyone whispered, and a sarcastic voice rang out among the crowd. "Summoner is not for people like you. Don't embarrass yourself." Following the sound, they saw Zhao Xian, wearing luxurious equipment, standing not far away, accompanied by the Zhao Guild's female secretary. The crowd around them immediately exclaimed in amazement. Zhao Xian from the key class, the proud son of summoners. Zhao Xian had a smug smile on his face. Looking at me, he sneered. "Yi Zhe, call out your slime and let everyone open their eyes." I sneered, looking at him calmly. The son of the president of the Zhao Guild, who relied on his family's financial resources to successfully change his job to become a summoner and summoned a giant wolf with purple light. "This is an outstanding summoned beast, the Wind Chaser Wolf," the students watching exclaimed. Zhao Xian was very proud, looking at me and waiting for my reaction. This guy used to lag behind me in liberal arts, but now he has financial support, So, he finally wants to turn things around? I smiled, put my hands in my pockets, and said calmly, since you were so confident, why don't we make a bet? Bet? Zhao Xian sneered as if he had heard a joke. The female secretary next to him leaned in and whispered, Mr. Zhao, I heard that Yi Zhe's teacher Lu Boyan just bought him a rare summoning skill book. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian sneered even more disdainfully. You dare to bet with me on just a rare summoning skill? I responded calmly. If you don't dare to gamble, don't talk nonsense. Zhao Xian was so excited that his eyes turned fierce, with an undisguised anger on his face. How could I, Zhao Xian, not dare? I'm just afraid that you can't come up with anything to bet. At this moment, the discussions around the entrance of the dungeon gradually subsided, and many students turned their eyes to us. It is rare in the academy for students from ordinary classes and key classes to gamble in public, especially after changing their jobs. I pulled out the card without hesitation, knowing the balance clearly in my mind. $1,824,750. My bet. Seeing the card I took out, everyone was surprised and whispered, he actually dares to gamble? How can a student in an ordinary class have so much money? Zhao Xian frowned slightly, a little surprised. He didn't expect that I could really come up with more than 1 million, which made him speechless for a moment. However, Zhao Xian soon sneered, took out his card, and said with disdain, There's at least 2 million in this card. Looking at me, he revealed a hint of contempt in his eyes. Tell me, how do you bet? I smiled and replied, simple, a novice copy. Let's see who can clear the hell level faster. Zhao Xian snorted coldly. Huh, you want me to go to the normal difficulty dungeon like you? I won't waste this opportunity. I choose the hell level. As soon as he finished speaking, the students around him exclaimed, Hell level? This is the most difficult of all levels, and no one dares to try it easily. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on us, and I took over the conversation without hesitation. Then let's go solo to the hell level and see who can last longer. Zhao Xian was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, I understand. Do you think that if we both fail, it won't count as winning or losing? Without waiting for my response, he immediately ordered the female secretary to find a notary robot. This is a special product of the college that can provide notarization for students' gambling agreements. Zhao Xian said confidently. In that case, let the robot notarize it. Whoever can last longer in the hell copy will be the winner. There was a hint of crazy pride on his face, and he was eager to make the bet immediately. The penguin-like notary robot rolled and made a mechanical sound. The bet is concluded. Both parties will play the dungeon in hell difficulty alone. The winner will be the one who persists longer. The winner will get all the bets. After hearing the bet, the students who were watching the scene began to whisper, Yi Zhe might really be finished. Zhao Xian is fully equipped and has the Wind Chaser Wolf to protect him. He is sure to win this bet. I didn't care, but was secretly excited. 2 million. Since my parents died when I was 7 years old, I have worked hard to make money. This 1.8 million savings is hard-earned. And now, this bet gives me a chance to double my money. I walked straight to the entrance of the hell level dungeon. The blood-red entrance to the other dimensional space exuded a fascinating aura, and the students around me instinctively stepped back a few steps. System prompting. You have selected a hell level copy, which is extremely difficult. Are you sure you want to enter? Please consider carefully. I didn't hesitate. Sure. When I stepped into the dungeon entrance decisively, many students couldn't help but admire. Yi Zhe is really brave enough to come in. If it were me, I would have hesitated a long time ago. Hearing these words, Zhao Xian's face stiffened slightly, and he cursed in his heart. Isn't it normal to be mentally prepared? But he didn't want to be outdone by me. So he gritted his teeth and stepped into the hell copy. The students watching were very excited. The bet between the ordinary class and the key class, with a stake of nearly 4 million, was a rare bet in the history of the War College. The notary robot once again sounded a cold reminder. The bet takes effect, and the time for the hell dungeon officially begins. System prompt. You have entered the hell level copy, Warcraft Mountain. Looking around, the desolate valley mouth is surrounded by gloomy black mountains. The cold wind is biting, and there is no life at all. Warcraft Mountain Range. I murmured in a low voice, thinking of the content mentioned in the history textbook of the first year of high school. This mountain range was originally an ecological treasure land inhabited by countless wild animals. But due to the erosion of the abyss evil spirits, it was almost reduced to ruins until the military spent a huge amount of money and manpower to purify it. The hell difficulty copy is a holographic reproduction of the scene back then. With a thought, I summoned Kung Fu Panda. A Tai Chi formation suddenly unfolded on the ground, and then a 2-meter-tall panda, wearing a wide Taoist robe, appeared in front of me, posing the Tai Chi opening posture of white crane spreads wings. Okay, Panda, now I know you know Kung Fu. I couldn't help but laugh and took it towards the depths of the mountains. The panda's average attribute is over 25 points, and its strength is almost twice that of an ordinary warrior. Coupled with legendary skills, this sense of security is self-evident. The only problem is that there is no equipment at all. Even the basic equipment is too expensive for the summoner, so it is better to just farm it in the dungeon. As soon as we stepped into the path at the entrance of the valley, the surrounding rocks suddenly cracked, and 4 black shadows quickly broke out of the rocks and rushed straight towards us. The dark gray beasts were covered with thick rock carapaces, like 4 huge rocks rolling in. System display. Stone armor beast type. Common level Warcraft skills. Stone armor, charge. The Hell class is indeed worthy of its reputation, I whispered. Despite their huge size, these level 3 stone armored beasts can flexibly climb the steep mountain walls. If their impact was borne head-on by a fully armored shield guard, he would at least be seriously injured. I stood still and raised my head towards the panda. Kill. The panda stood steadily in front of me, his hands making a set of smooth, starting postures, his aura emanating invisibly and enveloping us. The system displays Tai Chi boxing 24th form, grasping the bird's tail, blocking state, defusing frontal attacks, leveraging the force to counterattack. The panda's gestures were gentle and seemingly weak, but it easily guided the stone armor beast's charge and turned the impact force into nothingness. Then it turned around and used the force to counterattack. With a loud bang, the 2 stone armor beasts were directly embedded in the mountain wall. Their flesh and blood were blurred, and they were killed instantly. System prompts: kill the common monster. Stone armor beast, gain experience. I was delighted because the speed at which my experience points increased far exceeded my expectations. At this time, the panda turned around again and walked towards the remaining 2 stone armor beasts and easily defeated them with a move of Lon K Wei. System prompts: kill the stone armor beast. Current level 1, 36 out of 100. The 4 stone armor beasts were enough to make it difficult for a novice team to move forward, but the panda dealt with them in a lightning-fast manner. I also got unexpected loot. After the monsters in the dungeon were energized by the crystals, they would leave behind the expected drops when they died. This time, I dropped 4 crystals, a skill book, and a piece of equipment. System prompts: Rockfall, normal earth-related skill book, available for mage class. Giant rock armor. Normal increases health and physical defense, requires level 1. It seems that the Hell difficulty dungeon does increase the drop rate. I casually equipped the giant rock armor. Although it's slightly reduced agility, a little more protection is never a bad thing. As I continued to move towards the foot of the mountain with the panda, I paid close attention to the movements around me. The intelligence of the monsters was also greatly improved in the Hell difficulty. They seemed to feel threatened and chose to hide. Thinking of the cases in history textbooks where people were attacked by monsters because of their leniency, I shouted, "Search the mountain!" The panda acted upon hearing the order, scanning the foot of the mountain vigilantly, vowing to not let any monster go. Outside the dungeon entrance, the students were eagerly waiting, and the discussion continued. I think Yizhe will come out soon? He couldn't even hold out against the first wave of monsters. Zhao Xian can at least hold out for a few more rounds. After all, he is fully equipped. When 30 minutes had passed since the bed, the entrance flashed with light, and a weak figure lay on the ground, and everyone rushed forward. The classmates asked, "Who came out? Is it Yizhe? It's amazing that he can hold on for 30 minutes. What the hell? It's Mr. Zhao." Zhao Xian lay there weakly, but he felt somewhat proud. He felt that he had persisted in the Hell dungeon for 30 minutes, which was considered to be a credit to the Zhao family. But thinking back to the battle just now, his Windchaser Wolf had been seriously injured in the first wave of attacks by stone armor beasts. After that, he had no choice but to flee everywhere and ultimately couldn't hold on. Humph, although it's embarrassing, as long as I went to bed, it's fine. He enjoyed the envious eyes of the people around him, with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes, but ignored the nervous expression of the female secretary. Zhao Xian asked suddenly, "When was Yizhe teleported out?" The secretary pursed her lips slightly and whispered, "Yizhe hasn't come out yet." "What?" Zhao Xian's eyes widened instantly, staring at the dungeon entrance in disbelief, and he completely lost his composure. "Yizhe hasn't come out yet? What's going on? Why hasn't he come out yet?" Zhao Xian's brain crashed instantly. He only managed to hold out for 30 minutes with his superior summoned beast, but Yi Zhe was still inside. The discussions among the students around them were getting louder and louder. Oh my god, Zhao Xian actually came out first? Doesn't that mean he lost? Yi Zhe won again. It seems that the key class can't do anything to him. Could he be hiding? Maybe he will come out soon. Although the facts were right in front of them, no one dared to talk too much about Zhao Xian, who was in the key class. Zhao Xian's face turned pale. Not only did he lose to Yi Zhe again, he also lost a full 2 million. This was his budget for 3 dungeons today. Now he even lost 1 free chance. He stared at the entrance of the dungeon with gnashing teeth, feeling unwilling. Damn it. How can he hold on until now? What are those monsters doing? Why don't they chase him? At the same time, inside the dungeon, the panda and I were still carpet cleaning the valley floor, leaving no corner untouched. I'm afraid no one would have thought that a hell-level dungeon could be fought this way. My backpack gradually became full, with 9 crystals, 2 skill books, a giant axe, and 81 experience points. I can kill a few more monsters and reach level 2, then I can head to the mountainside area without worry. After all, it's a hell-level dungeon, so it always pays to be cautious. At this time, 3 gray hyena-type monsters finally appeared in sight, lying in ambush quietly. I couldn't help but sneer. It was obvious that they were planning to launch a surprise attack together with stronger monsters when I entered the mountainside. Unfortunately, I had already seen through them. Before they could launch an attack, the panda had already gracefully met the attack, one move after another, clearing the field in an instant. System prompts: kill the gray mane and gain experience. Level raised to level 2. I breathed a sigh of relief and added all the free attribute points gained from the upgrade to Spirit, which is crucial for a summoner. Then, unable to contain my excitement, I immediately activated the opportunity to draw the golden entry. Familiar waterfalls of golden light surrounded me, and this time I reached out and grabbed one of them. System prompts: you have drawn a golden legendary entry. You get what you eat. You get what you eat. You can digest any item, and each time you eat an item, you get a corresponding attribute bonus. Growth type entry. I was overjoyed. The advantage of growth type entry is that the benefits accumulated in the early stage are constantly increasing, and the potential for burst in battle is huge. I gave the entry to the panda without hesitation. To test the effect, I took out a crystal from my backpack and handed it to the panda. Try to see if you can eat this. The panda took the crystal, crushed it, and swallowed it. System prompts: what you eat replenishes what you gain. Eat crystals to gain Spirit, maximum mana. My eyes lit up, my mind opened up instantly, and I handed the axe to it. Try this. The panda immediately swallowed the iron part of the axe in one gulp. System prompts: what you eat is what you gain. Eat the giant axe and gain strength. After confirming that the skill book was also food, I handed the skill book directly to the panda, and then I heard a prompt. System prompts: what you eat replenishes what you want. Eat the skill book full strength attack. Get strength. What you eat replenishes what you want. Eat the skill book rockfall. Get earth element control. I was amazed. I didn't expect that it could also increase the control of elements, which is the natural enemy of magic professions. If I could add more elemental attributes to the panda, it would become a nightmare for mages. Thinking about getting more skill books when I get out, Panda and I continued on our way toward the mountainside. The terrain on the mountainside is narrow and steep. Although the density of monsters is low, they are all ferocious. After taking a few steps, a sharp cry was heard in the sky, and a falcon surrounded by silver-blue lightning swooped down. System prompts: Thunder Falcon type, elite level Warcraft skills, Thunder Wings, Lightning Shock Claw Attack. Seeing this flying monster, I secretly sighed at how difficult it was to deal with. This kind of monster is a nightmare for the ground-based pioneering team, and what's worse is that this falcon's combat power is twice that of ordinary monsters. The panda couldn't help scratching his head and looking at me. I can't hit it. I waved at it. Don't worry, let's lure it down. So I found an angle, lay flat on the ground, and raised the international standard provocative gesture to the Thunder Falcon. As expected, the falcon was furious and immediately swooped down, turning into a bolt of lightning and heading straight for my face. I smiled leisurely and said, "Panda, if this guy rushes down, don't embarrass me." As soon as he finished speaking, the panda easily performed Tai Chi's cloud hands, and a burst of invisible energy surrounded the Thunder Falcon, causing its movements to slow down instantly. While it was slowing down, the panda slapped its tiny bird head with a steady palm. "Pa!" System prompts: Kill the elite monster Thunder Falcon and gain experience. Level 2, 23. I sat up with satisfaction and watched as the body of Thunder Falcon turned into a skill book. The system displayed, Lightning Shock, excellent lightning skill book available for assassin classes. Excitedly, I handed the skill book to the panda and watched it expertly roll up the pages and swallow it in one gulp. System prompts, what you eat is what you gain. Eat Lightning Shock to gain agility, lightning element control. Sure enough, the higher the quality of the food, the more obvious the attribute increase. At this rate, the panda's attribute improvement may even exceed that of a legendary summoned beast. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I have no comparable opponent because in this continent, no summoner has ever owned a legendary quality summoned beast before level 10, and there are very few epic ones. After all, summoning high-quality summoned beasts is very demanding. In addition to funds, it also requires extremely high mental strength from me. I opened the panel and looked at the panda's current attributes. Kung Fu Panda quality. Epic level, 2 attributes. Strength 41, Constitution 35, Agility 41, Spirit 34. Every time a panda is upgraded, it gains 10 points of 4-dimensional attributes. With the continuous bonus of what you eat is what you gain, its attributes have reached 3 times that of a warrior of the same level. It is ridiculously strong. As expected of an epic summoned beast, with the leap in attributes, its combat power has also soared. A thought came to my mind. If I could summon a legendary beast in the upcoming college entrance examination, how wonderful would the expressions of the other candidates be? A professional's college entrance examination almost determines his future development. Those who rank high can even get support for university career expenses, and the top 50 special prize winners enjoy confidentiality level benefits. This is one of the reasons why I work so hard to kill monsters and strive to upgrade. As I continued to move forward with the panda, I secretly calculated how much experience I still needed. Just as I took a few steps, several fierce black shadows rushed over from the side. The high-level monsters in the mountainside area are indeed different. Not only are they more powerful in combat, but they also have a stronger sense of territory. I looked closely and saw 6 or 7 dark-backed wolves, all with green eyes, staring at me and the panda. System display. Ghostback Wolf, type, Elite Warcraft skills, Bloodthirsty Bite, Wolf Howl, Tough Fur. I realized that these phantom wolves were all level 5 in strength. If we didn't win quickly, it might attract more wolves. After I gave the order, the panda took action immediately. He used a move of Tai Chi Cloud Hands to slow down the wolves, and then swung, double peaks piercing the ears. The strong energy shattered the air, and the wolves in front were hit one after another. Half of them fell to the ground directly, and the rest were stunned. The panda seized the opportunity and punched the wolves one by one, clearing out the wolves in a few seconds. The system prompts, kill the phantom wolf and gain experience. The experience points brought by the wolf pack instantly increased the experience bar by a lot, and the spoils were also rich. 5 crystals, 2 pieces of equipment, and a skill book. I put on the ghost wolf leather boots that increase agility and fed the other archer weapon directly to the panda. The system prompts, what you eat is what you get. Eat the wolf tenenbaum, gain agility, strength, critical hit rate. However, the skill book I got this time surprised me even more. It turned out to be an excellent summoner skill. System prompt, summoning the ghost-tailed squirrel, excellent agile contracted beast, summoner class, can learn. This agile squirrel can serve as the team's assassin, complementing the panda's warrior type, greatly enriching the tactical options. After the contract was completed, a figure appeared in the summoned beast space. With a ray of light, a little squirrel appeared on my shoulder, small and agile, with alertness and sensitivity in its eyes. System panel shows ghost squirrel quality, green excellent level, 2 attributes, strength 9, constitution 8, agility 11, spirit 7, talents, reserve energy, excellent, keen perception, excellent, skills, camouflage, excellent. After discovering the skill, acute perception, I was even more surprised. It can detect distant and hidden enemies, greatly improving safety. With the panda and the squirrel, I continued to move towards the mountainside, striving to reach one more level within an hour. Outside the dungeon's secret realm, the students watching in the classroom could no longer wait. It's been an hour. Why hasn't Yi come out yet? High-level dungeons are not something that ordinary people can avoid. Isn't Zhao Xian an example? The speaker couldn't help but glance at Zhao Xian, only to see that his face was gloomy but a little confused. Zhao Xian knew that the monsters in the dungeon would actively search for prey, and even if they were hiding, they couldn't last that long. How did I hold on? Someone nearby made a bold guess. Could it be that the copy has malfunctioned and I am stuck inside and can't get out? No way. The copy was designed by the city lord himself. How could there be a malfunction? Having said that, the discussion gradually became more frequent. Hearing this guess, Zhao Xin's eyes lit up, and he shouted with a little ecstasy, "Yes, there must be a malfunction in the copy. Otherwise, how could Yize last so long in the hell level? I haven't lost yet." The female secretary saw that Zhao Xin's expression had eased a little, and she quickly agreed. The students who were watching looked at each other, not knowing the truth. Time continued to pass, and after another hour, I still hadn't come out. Now everyone was completely panicked. The female secretary said quickly, "There must be something wrong with the copy. Otherwise, who can hold on? Hurry up and find the city lord or the dean." In Linyuan City, the city lord's mansion. "What?" City Lord Wan Faping looked up suddenly. "The novice copy of the War Academy is broken? Are you kidding? That's the copy I designed myself." Wan Faping's brown curly hair was slightly disheveled, and the scar on his face made his expression even more stern. He continued in a daze. "That copy used top-level abyssal props, which contain the power of laws. Do you think it's some old-fashioned TV that can be fixed by just knocking it when it breaks down?" "Lord City Lord," the female secretary added with a complicated expression, "I heard that he is a summoner from the ordinary class, who just changed his job, has no equipment, and at most has a rare summoned beast. He entered the Hell difficulty dungeon alone. It has been more than 2 hours and he still hasn't come out." Hiss! Wan Faping fell into deep thought. This situation was indeed somewhat unexpected. The assistant asked cautiously, "Could it be that he is hiding his strength?" Wan Faping grinned and shook his head. "If it were the second generation in the key class, I might consider this possibility, but the ordinary class, what strength can they hide?" He continued, "When I designed the Hell difficulty instance, I wanted to make those rich kids in the key classes suffer a little, so that they would know that there is always someone better than you, and they wouldn't become too proud and conceited." The assistant suddenly realized. "So, it is impossible for anyone to clear the Hell difficulty dungeon?" "Of course." Wan Faping stood up, straightened his sleeves, and casually ordered, "Prepare the repair tools and materials in the warehouse. I will go and take a look myself." His eyes were deep and his tone was firm, as if he didn't believe that there was really a summoner who could last more than 2 hours. Inside the dungeon, I had no idea what was happening outside and was still busy killing monsters and collecting loot. With the squirrel's reconnaissance, the monster sneak attacks could no longer have any effect on me. The squirrel sometimes lured the enemy, sometimes investigated, and the panda easily finished off the enemy without using any skills, just one palm to kill one. System prompts: kill the Thunder Falcon and gain experience. Kill the Phantom Wolf and gain experience. Kill the Stone Armor Beast King and gain experience. Under this crushing force, the high-level monsters in the mountainside area were almost wiped out, and my experience bar also rose rapidly. My spoils of war were endless, and most of them became the panda's snacks, and I got a 7 or 8 point attribute increase. "Shoo Shoo, what new discoveries have you made?" I smiled at the little squirrel that ran back. The squirrel proudly raised its tail, holding the newly exploded dagger in one paw and a small blue flower in the other. I looked down and saw. System prompts: Windbell flower, green quality herb, stores a small amount of wind elemental power, can be used to make medicine. Wow, I didn't expect the squirrel to have such a talent that it even ate herbs. Not bad, not bad. I patted its head with satisfaction and handed the wind chime flower to the panda. Since it can eat equipment and skill books, it should be able to eat herbs too, right? The wind bellflower was too small, and the panda swallowed it without any effort. The system prompts: what you eat is what you gain. Eat wind bellflower. Gain speed, wind element control. It seems it can eat anything. I have to prepare more herbs for the panda in the future. Before I could recover from the surprise of this new discovery, the panda had already rushed forward mercilessly and confronted a lone phantomback wolf. Probably because this guy overslept when the wolves were charging. The panda slapped the wolf, and it fell to the ground instantly. The system prompts: kill the wolf and gain experience. Ding! Your level has been raised to Level 3. Talent. You have gained 1 chance to draw unlimited gold items. I was so excited. I could finally draw a word again. The golden sea of words appeared before my eyes again, shining brightly. I remembered that I could actively reach out and draw last time, so this time I simply stretched out both hands to try to see if I could get 2. But in the end, only 1 entry box remained in my hand. System prompts: you have drawn the golden legendary entry, Shadow Master. Shadow Master. Control the shadow, transform into the shadow, assassin in the shadow. Combat entry. I couldn't help but be ecstatic. This entry's power seemed to be on par with that of Tai Chi Grandmaster. After a little thought, I decided to give Shadow Master to the squirrel. After all, it is more suitable for the assassin's positioning. System prompts. The entry Shadow Master was given successfully. Summoned Beast, Ghost Squirrel Green Excellent. Evolved into Shadow Squirrel, Orange Epic. Another epic summon. Although different from the panda, the squirrel jumped 2 levels from fine to epic, which is enough to show the strength of the Shadow Master. The squirrel's fur changed from its original gray-brown to a deep black, gleaming with a dim light. The system panel shows Shadow Squirrel Quality, Orange Epic, Level 3, Attributes. Strength 43, Constitution 38, Agility 49, Spirit 40. Talents. Enhanced Perception Rare. Shadow Escape, Legendary. Skills. Shadow Clone Legendary. Fixation Epic. Shadow Strike Epic. Looking at these attributes, I couldn't help but get excited. Especially the Shadow Clone skill, which has great potential. Shadow Clone. Consume 20 mana points, summon a Shadow Clone with 80% of the original body's attributes, lasting 4 hours, no cooldown. With 40 points of spirit in the squirrel, its mana is 800 points. In theory, it can summon 40 Shadow Clones at the same time. It is simply a terrifying legion. And as the squirrel grows, this skill has infinite potential. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Your summoned beast has gained huge growth and will feed back some attributes. Your attribute improvement. Strength, physique, agility, spirit. The unexpected attribute feedback appeared again, and I couldn't help but feel secretly happy. As a summoner, he possesses a physique that is almost as good as a warrior. This is unbelievable among professionals of the same level. I have 2 epic summoned beasts in my hands. No one would believe me if I told others about my combat power. Full of confidence, I took the panda and the squirrel straight to the final area of the Hell Dungeon, the valley. There is no sense of quiet in the valley, but only cracked red rocks, charred marks, and scattered bones. Looking around, I couldn't help but think. It's exactly the same as the illustrations in the history book. So, the final opponent could be... Before he finished his words, a deafening roar shook the surroundings, and a monstrous demonic energy slowly rose from the bottom of the valley. A huge red monster walked out of the darkness, with demonic flames everywhere and a deadly pressure emanating from its body. I couldn't help but gasp. Beast King Red Demon Lion type, final boss of the Demon Mountain Range, quality, rare 5-star, level 10, attributes, strength 145, constitution 140, agility 105, spirit 68, skills, demon flame breath, crushing impact, scorching claw attack, Lion King bloodline. This guy's attributes are really too amazing. The hell difficulty is indeed well-deserved. Even 4 level 9 fully equipped professionals may not be able to withstand its attack. At this moment, I finally understood the designer's good intentions. He never intended for people to pass this level of difficulty. Oomph! A stream of hot air blew out of the red demon lion's nose, and it glanced at me with contempt in its eyes. For a game of hell difficulty, it is not uncommon to have challengers, but it is rare to see someone like me come to challenge it alone. But in just a few seconds, I had figured out a plan of action. It's a little tricky, but worth a try. I gave the squirrel an order. Shadow clones, summon 20 of them, and charge at them with all your strength. The shadow squirrel received the order and used his skills without saying a word. In an instant, 20 shadow clones appeared on the battlefield. I shouted at the panda and the squirrel. You two, don't move. Wait for it to take the bait. Sure enough, when the red demon lion saw a group of shadow clones rushing towards it, it snorted coldly and directly spewed out a ball of blazing demonic flames, instantly engulfing all the clones. The shadow clone was burned, and the battlefield was a sea of fire, but I smiled to myself. It's done. The seemingly absurd act of committing suicide was actually my little strategy of cheating skills. The red demon lion's demonic flame breath was the only group skill, and it had a cooling time. Without this range attack, it would not be able to deal with our joint attack easily. Panda, Squirrel, go! At the command, Squirrel took the lead in activating the Shadow Escape skill and sneaked into the shadow of the red demon lion. The panda took steady steps, approaching the red lion step by step. The red lion made no effort to hide its contempt. You are brave to take the initiative to attack. Seeing the panda approaching, it growled and suddenly raised its claws to chop at the panda. I held my breath and waited. Sure enough, The panda took the attack steadily, overcoming the hardness with softness and turning the red demon lion's enormous power into nothingness. System prompts: a little effort can bring about a lot. Use the least amount of force to dissolve and counterattack a powerful attack. When facing an attack that is no more than 10 times your own strength, you can counterattack the enemy's attack and 200% of your own attack. The panda took advantage of the situation to counterattack and hit the red lion's head with a heavy punch. With a pop sound, the bone cracked and the red lion bled profusely, with stars in its eyes. It was severely injured by its own power. I raised my mouth slightly and laughed in my heart. This is a numerical monster? I just use its own power to fight back against it. Roar! The red demon lion fell to the ground, seriously injured and extremely angry, as if he had never been so embarrassed. However, when it was about to fight back out of anger, it found that its body could not move. It is Shadow Squirrel's fixed shadow skill, controlling the enemy's shadow to restrict the enemy's actions. Under normal circumstances, this skill would be completely ineffective against a powerful enemy like the red demon lion, but now it has been severely injured and no longer has the power to resist. Damn you! The red demon lion growled angrily, struggling with its limbs powerless until the squirrel took out a shadow blade and stabbed it fiercely into its eyes. The panda and the squirrel took turns to finish off the red lion, and after a few minutes, the life force of the red lion finally dissipated. System prompts: kill the boss red demon lion and gain experience. Congratulations on becoming the first professional to clear the Hell level dungeon and ranking first on the Chinese Hell level clearance list. Congratulations on your first clearance of the Monster Mountain and gaining the Hell level first clearance reward, experience. Exclusive first clearance treasure chest. System prompts: the dungeon has ended. The loot has been automatically picked up. Ding! Your level has been raised to level 4. Talent. You have obtained an unlimited gold item, draw opportunity. As the system prompt sounded, I couldn't help but clench my fists, and my heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. At the same time, students had gathered outside the copy, and even the vice president of the War College came to the scene in person. Zhao Xian was in a very good mood at the moment, with an uncontrollable smile on his face, and the whispers around him made him even more proud. Some students said, "The copy is broken? Will Yize be repeatedly baptized if he is still inside? It's a pity that his 1.8 million is all gone." The vice president also shook his head helplessly. "Yize, you still think you are the best in your grade. You really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. How dare you gamble with the key class?" At this moment, the huge blue screen above the dungeon entrance suddenly flickered, and all the list information disappeared instantly, replaced by a dazzling line of announcement text. Congratulations to Yize from Linyuan City War Academy in East China for clearing the Hell difficulty novice dungeon Monster Mountain for the first time, and winning the first place in the National Hell level dungeon first clearance list. The scene was completely silent, as if time had stopped at this moment. Everyone was stunned, with disbelief written all over their faces. How is this possible? Zhao Xian's eyes widened as big as copper bells. The vice president was also stunned, and his glasses almost slipped off. For a moment, everyone in the audience was in unprecedented shock and confusion. The students said, "Is he crazy? He is a poor student, but he cleared the Hell difficulty alone. How did he do it? It took even longer than the disaster difficulty." Many people even doubted their own eyes. This was simply beyond everyone's imagination. The smile on Zhao Xian's face completely froze, and his eyes were full of fear. The female secretary next to him was even more embarrassed. Thinking of how she had called Yize stupid this morning, she felt cold sweats running down her face. Just as she was trembling with fear and taking out her communicator to contact the president of the Zhao Clan Guild, she received instructions from the president instead. "Are you in the academy? There is a rookie in the academy who is the best in the country in the Hell level dungeon. Hurry up and find a way to build a relationship with him and make friends with him as soon as possible." The secretary's face turned pale, and her hands shook so much that she almost dropped the communicator. She simply couldn't think of how to explain her behavior that morning. In the other side of the City Lord's mansion, City Lord Wan Feipeng was preparing the materials for repairing the replica. Suddenly, his assistant came running over and shouted with excitement that could not be concealed. "Lord City Lord, there is no need to go. There is no problem with the replica." "What do you mean?" Wan Feipeng frowned, feeling unhappy. The assistant explained excitedly that students successfully cleared the level, the Hell level novice dungeon, Now the national notice has been issued. Juan Faping was stunned for a moment, and his brain crashed for a moment. The sixth-rank Hunter King, who was known for his tenacity, whispered in disbelief. What? The Hell-level dungeon was cleared. Yes, the clearance record has appeared, and Yi Zhe has become the #1 in the country. After hearing this, Juan Faping grabbed the assistant's collar with his muscular arms and said with undisguised excitement, What are you still standing there for? Let's go. I have to go meet this student in person. He threw down the materials and rushed out of the city lord's mansion without saying a word. The assistant didn't even have time to remind him that he was running in the wrong direction. Inside the dungeon, I was still immersed in the system prompts one after another. There is no doubt that the first-time rewards for this hell difficulty level are extremely generous. I counted the red demon lion spoils and happily put them all into my backpack. I got 3 items in total, 26 crystals with a market value of about 260,000, and 2 level 4 rare equipment, which are almost the same as excellent equipment. System prompts red demon knife rare. Damage multiplier 140, increases strength and agility. Equipment level 4, special effect. Ignore 30% of the enemy's defense when attacking. Red spirit wristband rare. Damage multiplier 125, increases strength, physique, and agility. Equipment level 4, special effect. When attacking or releasing skills, the speed of attack is plus 40%. These 2 pieces of equipment are very valuable, no less than million-level equipment. Ordinary rare equipment is already out of stock on the market, and those with excellent properties are even rarer. Without hesitation, I gave the red demon sword to the shadow squirrel and the red spirit wristband to the panda. This is one of the advantages of a summoner. Summoned beasts can wear equipment just like professionals. Although it costs a lot, each piece of equipment can greatly increase the strength of the summoned beast. Then, I couldn't wait to cast my eyes towards the exclusive treasure chest for first clearance of the dungeon, hell level, in my backpack. I couldn't help but secretly look forward to it, as this treasure chest has a chance to reveal profession-exclusive equipment. As the red light flashed, the treasure chest slowly opened. I couldn't wait to open the system to check the contents. The system displays, you have opened the first copy of the exclusive gift package. Congratulations on obtaining 100 crystal stones. Congratulations on obtaining accessory, Hell Rookie Badge. Congratulations on obtaining exclusive equipment, Spiritual Contract Ring. 100 crystals. This is a huge sum of money. I was delighted. I didn't expect that the first pass reward this time would be so generous. Then, I picked up the first accessory. Hell Rookie Badge attributes, Strength +5, Agility +5, Constitution +5, Spirit +5, Description. A badge that symbolizes courage and will, engraved with your outstanding performance in the Hell difficulty dungeon. You don't need to wear it to get attribute bonuses. It's actually the badge mentioned in the textbook. This type of commemorative badge is extremely rare and is usually only obtained under extreme conditions. The military values it even more. The badge directly increased 4 attributes. It was truly a treasure. I put it in my backpack and turned to the most important item. The system displays Spirit Contract Ring, exclusive for summoners. Quality, excellent. Attributes, Agility +10, Spirit +20, Mana +50, Special Effect. When the summoned beast is around, the movement speed is +100%. The system shows that it also comes with a skill, Spiritual Contract. It can copy a temporary skill from the contracted summoned beast and use it. The effect lasts until the next skill is cast and disappears. 100 mana consumption, 1 hour cooldown. It's actually a skill copy. This effect is tailor-made for me. Summoners usually rely on summoned beasts to fight, but copying the special effects of skills allows me to personally experience the power of those top skills, especially Shadow Escape or Shadow Clone. Their functionality far exceeds that of ordinary skills. Moreover, this ring is part of a set. If you can find another matching piece of equipment, you can trigger additional powerful bonuses. I quickly put on the Spiritual Contract Ring and instantly felt my mental power increase, directly breaking through to 88 points, almost twice that of a mage of the same level. I immediately chose to copy the Shadow Squirrel's Shadow Escape skill in case of emergency. Spiritual Contract. You have copied Shadow Squirrel's innate skill Shadow Escape. Feeling the Shadow Escape skill surging in my body, I had an urge to transform into a shadow, but I held back. Next, I checked the experience points I gained from this instance. Level 4, 805. The 500 experience points from defeating the Red Demon Lion, plus the 1,000 points from the first pass reward, have allowed me to leap to level 4, and I'm about to upgrade again. And this means I have another chance to draw the golden entry. The golden light curtain flowed, and the entries flickered. This time I didn't reach out to grab it, but waited patiently. Soon, a word box slowly floated in front of me. You have drawn the golden legendary word. Sniffing treasures. Sniffing treasures. Able to accurately sense the breath of treasures. Identify the value and location of treasures. Can sense treasure? This time I drew a treasure hunt entry. This was a pleasant surprise for me. Just as I was excitedly pondering its purpose, I suddenly realized something. Countdown to automatic closure of the copy. 5 minutes and 14 seconds. Oops. There is not much time left in the dungeon. There may be many rare medicinal herbs and treasures here. I didn't spend too much time searching because I didn't have the treasure hunting skills, but now I can't let them go. So I immediately gave the sniffing treasure to the squirrel. Its keen sense of smell and agile movements are undoubtedly the most suitable for this task. System prompts. The treasure sniffing entry has been assigned successfully. Summon beast, shadow squirrel, orange epic. Evolves into shadow treasure, sniffing rat, orange epic. The squirrel's appearance has not changed much, but its nose appears to be more sensitive. As soon as it evolved, it couldn't wait to get close to me and started to sniff me. Okay, stop smelling me and go find those ownerless treasures, I urged with a smile. The squirrel immediately changed its target, twitched its nose quickly a few times, locked onto a certain direction, and then scurried out with a whoosh. I reminded him, use shadow clones. Time is short, bring back as much as possible. The squirrel quickly created 4 shadow clones and searched in 4 different directions. Sure enough, the effect of using shadow clone to hunt for treasure was immediate. I stared at the countdown, praying in my heart that I would get something. Time passed by minute. About 2 minutes later, the squirrel came back and brought back a red spiritual fruit. The fact that the squirrel itself brought it back personally shows that it is definitely not an ordinary thing. I excitedly checked the properties. Magic flame fruit. Rare blue, a spiritual fruit that grows in a magical environment. It contains a large amount of fire elements and can be used for medicine, blasting, etc. A rare spiritual fruit. This is an extremely rare treasure. Thinking of the fire element energy, I decided to feed it directly to the panda. System prompts. What you eat is what you gain. Eat the magic flame fruit to gain strength +8, fire element control +5. The panda bit off the spiritual fruit, chewed it, and even spit out a puff of black smoke. With the improvement of level 4 attributes, its strength has approached 83 points, which is terrifyingly strong. As the remaining time in the copy was running out, the squirrel's 3 shadow clones returned one after another, bringing back the 3 wind chime flowers that they had found before. Apparently, the squirrel smelled that they were of great value, so it simply threw the flowers directly into the panda's mouth. 3 wind chime flowers provide a total of 27 points of speed and 18 points of wind element control. This made me notice a pattern. The bonus of the same item seems to decrease as the quantity increases. It seems that the idea of using 100 weapons to stack attributes needs to be changed. I couldn't help but feel disappointed. As the countdown ended, I put the summoned beast into the summoning space and prepared for teleportation. The 2 million in this bet should be secure. I rejoiced secretly in my heart, but I didn't expect that as soon as I stepped out of the entrance of the copy, I was greeted by flashlights and cameras. Click, click. Cameras and flashlights were pointed at me densely. Then I realized something. I saw the fiery gazes of my classmates around me, and reporters from major media outlets in Linyuan City gathered here. I was shocked and said, "Holy crap, I was just playing a dungeon. How did it become a press conference?" Chapter 12. Special Recruitment at Tactical University. Make a fortune. Ever since the news came out that Yi Zhe had completed the Hell Difficulty Dungeon for the first time, the ones who reacted the fastest were these reporters. Most of them come from local newspapers such as Yuanqing Daily and Professional News. In an environment like Blue Star where we are surrounded by external enemies and have a strong sense of crisis, the birth of a genius like this is what journalists love to report the most. Congratulations, Mr. Yi Zhe. Can you tell me how you felt after completing Hell Difficulty for the first time? You were a regular class, but you changed your job to a summoner. Did you find a new way to play the job? I heard that you challenged the Hell Difficulty because of a bet. More than 10 reporters, with an even greater number of photographers, almost surrounded Yi Zhe. This was the first time he felt. It turns out that being famous is such a scary thing. But none of the students watching thought so. Outside the reporters, students from key classes and ordinary classes had more or less envy in their eyes. What a great opportunity to become famous. These journalists receive military subsidies and are under military management. No matter how rich their family is, it is difficult for any journalist to conduct special interviews. And now, more than a dozen media outlets are interviewing one person at the same time. Even if you don't get ideal results in the college entrance examination in the future, you can still become an internet celebrity with this fame. At least I won't have to worry about my life anymore. Before Yi Zhe could speak, a young man in formal attire suddenly came hurriedly. Seeing the uniform on him, everyone was surprised. Someone from East China Tactical University? Which university is this? Why have I never heard of it? A university that specializes in training talents in tactics and command. Only high-end professional teams will have students majoring in tactics. Fuck, then he should come. While everyone was talking, the young man in formal attire walked up to Yi Zhe. He smiled and said, "Student Yi Zhe, I'm the admissions teacher of East China Tactical University." "Excuse me, have you ever taught yourself any tactics?" There is only one tactical university in East China, but admissions teachers are spread across various cities in order to discover talents as soon as possible. From his perspective, a student from an ordinary class could pass the hell difficulty dungeon for the first time. What else could be the reason? It must be a tactic. Our tactical team defeated the strong with the weak. Isn't that normal? The admissions teacher thought so. In fact, there was indeed such a tactical genius. Someone once caused a Warcraft riot and infighting in a nightmare dungeon. But after easily passing the level, he was specially recruited by the tactical university. But Yi Zhe's face was full of question marks. Tactics? He did know about tactics, conducting multifaceted combat analysis and tactical construction for battlefields, professionals and enemies, etc., which played a huge role in high-end battlefields. But he recalled the contents of the copy. He rushes around recklessly and kills anyone he sees. I wonder if these actions of his can be considered tactics? So he shook his head and said, "No, I haven't learned any tactics." Unexpectedly, after hearing this, the admissions teacher was not disappointed, but looked very happy. What a genius! Even though they had never learned any tactics, they could still operate subconsciously and defeat the strong with the weak to pass the hell dungeon. If this isn't tactical genius, what is? If he receives more systematic tactical guidance, China will have one more tactical master in the future. His face lit up and he said happily, "Great, great, great. Classmate Yi Zhe. As long as you take an exam with me, I can recruit you into East China Tactical University, and we will give you a subsidy for outstanding freshmen." Upon hearing this, all the students exploded instantly. Special admission? There are also subsidies for outstanding students. Last year, there were less than 3 people in the entire Linyuan city who could receive such treatment. Oh my god, this is so cool. What East China Tactical University? This is a special recruitment? It must be a fake university. There are only 5 universities in the country that specialize in tactics, and East China Tactics ranks second. Do you think this is a fake university? If you can use tactics to clear the hell dungeon, you can also be specially recruited. If I can be specially recruited, my dad will at least invite everyone in the city to a graduation banquet, and all the wildcats in the city will have to have a separate table. If the first copy can still be accepted by the students, then being specially recruited by the tactical university is really a bit hard to accept. Especially Zhao Xian in the crowd. His eyes were scary with jealousy. But facing the invitation from the top tactical university that made everyone jealous, Yi Zhe shook his head. "I'm sorry, but I don't have any intention of majoring in tactics." With Yi Zhe's experience in his previous life, although he has the ability to become a tactician, he wants to enjoy fighting more. Besides, how can you level up and draw entries without fighting? Hearing this, everyone around couldn't help but feel mixed emotions. However, what was more shocking was, Yi Zhe was a ruthless person who could refuse this. The admissions teacher began to think, how could such a tactical genius be so depressed? However, he did not give up, because he knew that Yi Zhe was from an ordinary class and was also a summoner. How can this combination pass the college entrance examination? Only when he fails the college entrance examination may we have the opportunity to formally recruit him. The admissions teacher nodded and said, "Okay, here's my business card. Feel free to contact me if you change your mind." After he finished speaking, he prepared to go back and contact the school leaders. We have to recruit people quickly after the college entrance examination and can't be fooled by other tactical universities. At this time, the vice president of the college, Zhou Wei, became anxious. If Yi Zhe is specially recruited, that is the result of the academy's efforts. How can he refuse? Zhou Wei immediately stood up and said righteously in front of the reporters, "Ahem, Yi Zhe, Considering your profession and abilities, perhaps Tactical University is more suitable for you. He put on an earnest look to teach. But Yizhe glanced at him and ignored him. Who are you? He had no good impression of the vice president at all. In terms of personal level, career planning for students, etc., the ability is almost zero. The only way he has gotten to this point is by stealing the limelight, taking credit for things he has done, and mindlessly favoring the key classes. It's very similar to some workplace cancers in the previous life. Seeing Yizhe showing no respect in front of the reporters, the vice president's face froze, but he still forced a smile and said, "Ahem, I'm Vice President Zhou Wei." "Oh." Yizhe seemed to suddenly realize and said, "Then I'm the first to clear the Hell Dungeon and set a record for the Academy. The vice president should give me a reward, right?" Hearing this, Zhou Wei seemed to be choked. There was no rule that rewards would be given out for recording in the novice copy, and he had been planning to muddle through. But with reporters present and everyone watching, he could only change his words. "Certainly, that's good." Yizhe was quite satisfied with the answer, but he was not going to waste time here and just slipped away. However, a notary robot shaped like a penguin stopped him. A bet settlement screen popped up and announced, "The bet is over. Zhao Xian, copy time, 29 minutes and 36 seconds. Result, failure. Yizhe, dungeon time, 2 hours and 13 minutes. Result, cleared. Result of the bet, Yizhe wins. You get the other party's bet, a silver savings card worth 2.37 million. Yizhe took the card and was overjoyed. 10,000. When Zhao Xian placed the bet, he only said that there was at least 2 million in the card. Unexpectedly, there was an extra 370,000. It turns out that rich people don't treat money as money. I wonder if he will take the extra ones back. Of course, Zhao Xian would be too embarrassed to show up again. Sure enough, after hearing the notary robot prove the bet, like sharks smelling blood, the reporters began to frantically search for Zhao Xian in the crowd. Zhao Xian? Where is the young master of the Zhao clan guild? This is the first time that the key class has lost a bet against the ordinary class in history. What do you think, Mr. Zhao Xian? Where do you think you lost? At this time, how could Zhao Xian have the face to answer reporters' questions? With this group of reporters around, no matter what you say, you will lose face. He was originally preparing to say a few harsh words, but he left without looking back, and the female secretary of the Zhao family also left with him. After the female secretary received instructions from President Zhao, she has already made up her mind to win Yizhe back, no matter what, even if it means kneeling down to lick him. But now, with reporters present, she couldn't use all her skills and could only leave in a hurry. Yizhe took the opportunity to disappear into the crowd. Go straight to Lu Boyan's office. In addition to announcing the good news, I am also preparing for the next step before the college entrance examination. Chapter 13 Teacher, I really want to make progress. Yizhe came to another old teaching building. In the remote office of his class teacher, Lu Boyan, there was a sign that read Deep Earth Biology Investigation Department. Responsibilities are self-explanatory. It is an in-depth investigation of all the evil creatures in the abyss, including their habits, skills, abilities, etc. Yizhe pushed open the door and saw Lu Boyan still reading the report. Seeing Yizhe coming in, he couldn't help but teasing. You finished the novice dungeon? So quickly? Did you fail to clear it? Hearing this, Yizhe couldn't help but feel helpless. After retiring from the army, this teacher spent most of his time handling investigations for the military and rarely cared about other matters in the academy. It is precisely because of this that I have always been just a class teacher and have not been able to move up further. Yizhe said, Teacher, there is a student in the academy who has just passed the hell difficulty level for the first time. Does our college still have such talents? Lu Boyan immediately put down the work at hand and became interested. It's not that easy to clear the hell difficulty. Not only does it require strength, but also tactical thinking and the ability to respond on the spot. As he was speaking, he noticed Yizhe's strange expression, as if he was trying to hold back his laughter. Could it be that, you know this person? You know him too. Yizhe couldn't help but say. He is a student who is both good in character and learning, handsome, suave, capable, intelligent, brave, talented, and outstanding. He is a dragon among men. Lu Boyan. He stared at Yizhe blankly and didn't react for several seconds. Then, a completely unbelievable guess came into his mind. He knows Yizhe too well. It is impossible for this student of his to praise anyone other than himself like this. But he couldn't believe it. Wait a minute, I don't seem to know this kind of student. Oh, teacher, it really is me. Yizhe didn't keep the secret. Check your phone. All the major media outlets should have reported it. Upon hearing this, Lu Boyan immediately opened his mobile phone and saw Yizhe appearing in major media. Some reports even mentioned the name of Mentor Lu Boyan. How did you do that? After confirming the facts, Lu Boyan's eyes were filled with some shock, sigh, and relief, but more of it was happiness for Yizhe. Yizhe was about to say something when Lu Boyan raised his hand to interrupt him. You may have had some kind of adventure that allowed you to clear the hell difficulty level, which must be worth a lot of money. Don't tell me. Don't tell anyone either. Yizhe smiled indifferently, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. I understand, teacher. Lu Boyan heaved a long sigh of relief, but his heart was still reeling from the news that Yizhe had just received. But Yizhe's next words directly raised his blood pressure. Oh, by the way, teacher, I want to go to the polluted land outside the city and serve as a temporary scout for the Demon Suppression Army. Please give me a note. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Boyan immediately cursed. Are you crazy? Do you want to die? Outside Linyuan City, the polluted land is more accurately called the border of the abyss. That's not a copy. It is the abyss plane, which is a zone created by the continuous pollution of the blue planet's land by demonic energy. There are no copy monsters. You have to face those terrifying and unknown real evil demons. If you are not careful, someone may die. But the reason why Yizhe wanted to go was very simple. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Killing an abyss demon will give you 3 to 10 times more experience than killing a dungeon monster. Moreover, the polluted land is under the jurisdiction of the military. If the scout mission is completed excellently, there will be rewards from the demon-suppressing army. In addition, the treasures in the polluted land are far more than those in the copy. After all, the treasures in the dungeon are generated by the energy of the crystals, but the polluted land is different. Now, he has the treasure-sniffing ability of a squirrel. According to the regulations, all treasures obtained by scouts during the process of land reclamation can belong to them. It's exciting just thinking about it, compared to other students who had to save up crystals and wait for the dungeon to start. He prefers this kind of excitement where benefits and risks coexist. But Lu Boyan decisively refused. Impossible. Don't even think about it. Scouts are the vanguard scouts of the army, and they have to face the real evil. Even if most of the evil demons in the polluted land are the lowest level, you can't deal with them at level 2 or 3. Teacher, I'm at level 4 and will be level 5 soon. Yizhe retorted. So much experience in the Hell Dungeon. Lu Boyan looked at Yizhe in surprise, but immediately changed his words. Level 4 or 5 is not enough. Scouts must be at least level 10. Teacher knows you are anxious to upgrade, but don't be in a hurry. Lu Boyan said earnestly. I will give you crystals, and you can go to the novice dungeon twice more. The day after tomorrow, the country will sponsor another free opportunity to enter the super large replica. Then everyone in the entire grade will go together, and they will have a lot of experience. In this way, before the college entrance examination, I can almost reach the standard of level 10, first transformation. Yizhe sighed. He didn't want to accept any more financial support from his teacher. I don't want to barely reach level 10 before the college entrance examination. You know, the top 50 professionals in the last college entrance examination were at least level 12 or above. I can only advise again. Teacher, think about it. When there were no novice copies, how did the professionals level up? After these words were spoken, Lu Boyan fell silent. The novice copy was successfully built by several high-level professionals using materials seized from the abyss a few years after the start of the national job transfer. Before that, Lu Boyan seemed to be in memory. Yes, at that time, there were no copies. Level 1 professionals must go to polluted areas and fight to the death. There is no other way. If we don't fight hard, we won't be able to upgrade. Without equipment, we won't be able to stop the evil demons from attacking our country. Because of this, China traded the survival rate of its professionals, which was less than 5% at the time, for today's safe defense lines, dungeons, and other buildings. The level of safety is the best in the world. I see what you mean. Lu Boyan sighed. If it worked then, why not now? Seeing that the teacher showed signs of relenting, Yizhe said again. Teacher, you have to understand me on this matter. I'm not rich enough to open dungeons over and over again. If I want to get good grades in the college entrance examination, I have to come up with some unexpected tricks. Lu Boyan looked up at him as if he had a toothache, but still shook his head. To register as a scout, you must be at least level 10. I know, teacher, but you are the director of the Abyssal Biology Investigation Department. Yizhe immediately said. As long as you approve me as an investigation specialist, I can directly join the scout team. Lu Boyan was immediately shocked. How come you even know this? Teacher, I really want to improve. After Yi Zhe finished speaking, Lu Boyan fell into a long silence again. 10 minutes later, Yi Zhe got the identity certificate of investigation commissioner. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, go to the south gate of Linyuan City. That's where the temporary scout team is gathering. Remember, it's the south of the city, not the north. Lu Boyan instructed. Got it, teacher. Yi Zhe left happily. I'll bring you a gift when I come back. Just don't mention that I'm your student when you cause trouble. Yi Zhe hummed a little tune. As long as he can successfully enter the polluted land and kill monsters, his experience points will soar. Enhance your competitiveness in the college entrance examination. By then, maybe I can use treasure sniffing to bring back some rare treasures. Suddenly, the little tune came to an abrupt end. In front of Yi Zhe, a man with brown hair, a scar on his face, and slightly messy clothes appeared. The Lord of Linyuan City, Wan Feiping. Of course Yi Zhe recognized it and guessed it completely. He made Linyuan City famous, so Wan Feiping, as the city lord, would definitely come. But how did he? Why are you here so late? Chapter 14, you will look very handsome in it. Good boy. I finally found it. Wan Feiping gave a self-righteous smile. But combined with his messy clothes, which seemed like he had just killed a monster, he looked more like a bandit. Don't be afraid. I'm a city lord, not a bad guy. These two identities don't seem to conflict. Yi Zhe thought about it silently in his heart, but didn't say it out loud. Although this is China's top 6th level professional, but with his gangster-like temperament, there is always a sense of unreliability about him. Wan Feiping came up and put his arm around Yi Zhe's shoulders like a mountain king. Good boy. You can pass the hell level I designed. You must be quite capable. And it also made Linyuan City famous. Elbow. I'll give you a reward. Pick any item from the Linyuan City treasury. Yi Zhe originally had a friendly fake smile on his face. But after hearing the words treasury and reward, his eyes suddenly lit up. Choose one? Seriously? Once I, Wan Feiping, have spoken, no one can stop me. Walk, please. Linyuan City Treasury, also known as the City Lord's Treasury. It contains the greatest wealth of the entire city, including countless props, equipment, and rare treasures, and only the City Lord has the right to open it. Yi Zhe thought he would get a reward, but he didn't expect that the City Lord would be so generous. He let him pick whatever he wanted in the treasury. Yi Zhe, our Linyuan City hasn't produced any talented people for a long time. Wan Feiping brought Yi Zhe to the City Lord's mansion and said indignantly, especially in the past 2 years. I've been laughed at by Wei Go and Wu Go the whole time. Damn it, people say that Linyuan City has no talented people because I, the City Lord, am vulgar. That's not wrong. Yi Zhe teased silently in his heart again, and at the same time couldn't help but guess. Wei Dog, Wu Dog. If you remember correctly, this should be the general manager of the East China region, Wu Ming, and the general manager of the Central China region, Wei Zheng. In this world, due to the crisis of Abyss invasion, China has divided the region into 5 major regions: East China, South China, West China, North China, and Central China. Linyuan City is just a small city in the East China region. As the mayor of the city, how dare you scold the general managers of 2 regions like that? As expected, if you have the power, you can do whatever you want. Yi Zhe was thinking. Wan Feiping hugged him again in a gangster-like manner and turned on the camera function of his mobile phone. Come, let's take a photo together, so I can piss them off. The corner of Yi Zhe's mouth twitched, but he still made a scissors hand gesture. Wan Feiping grinned happily. With a click, the picture froze. Wan Feiping began to edit the message angrily and prepared to send it. Yi Zhe asked tentatively, City Lord, then my reward. Yes. Wan Feiping casually threw over a gold card and said, this is the key to the treasure house. Just ask our assistant Xiao Chen to take you there. Damn it. The key to the City Lord's treasury was given to you so casually? Yi Zhe held the gold card, but he was not stupid enough to have any greed. For a 6th-rank hunter, it would only take 1 second to kill himself. Then, following the City Lord's assistant, Yi Zhe opened the door to Linyuan City's treasure house. The treasure house is hundreds of square meters, and it contains all kinds of equipment and props, almost all of which are rare or above. Various treasures emit brilliant light of different colors. For a moment, Yi Zhe was overwhelmed. The City Lord's assistant stayed outside and reminded, Student Yi Zhe, you can choose anyone. Yi Zhe responded and then called out Shadow Squirrel. Go ahead, Squirrel. We just picked the most expensive one. I'm afraid even the city lord Wan Faping couldn't guess that Yizhe's summoned beast has the ability to smell the value of items. Since there are too many items, and it's not easy to choose, just take the expensive ones. When squirrels appear, it is like fish returning to the sea and birds returning to the forest. The various treasures made the treasure-sniffing mouse particularly intoxicated. But in the end, the squirrel chose a target. This is... Yizhe looked at the box that the squirrel pointed to. Inside was a dark crystal with purple patterns. From the abyss, some kind of crystal that has not yet been analyzed. Its function is unknown. Although the data panel is an extraordinary product in the era of universal job transfer, it cannot see through everything. For example, in the abyss, there are a large number of unknown existences. This is also the significance of Liu Boyan's investigation department. What's the most valuable thing? Yizhe didn't have any doubts, but he definitely couldn't use this kind of thing and couldn't sell it. Forget it. Let's find another one. A church sculpture from a destroyed world in the abyss. Its purpose is unknown. Void meteorite. It comes from the void outside the plane. Its function is unknown, and non-void creatures cannot touch it. How did you get these things? Yizhe looked helpless. Perhaps because Linyuan City is close to the abyss, the things in the treasury are all strange. The most valuable ones here are either of unknown use or cannot be used by humans. Fuck. Yizhe put down another crystal. But suddenly, around the corner, he saw a cloaked equipment that exuded a familiar aura. The cloak had a dark luster, and in the center of the back, there was a delicate silver contract pattern embroidered on it. Spiritual contract cloak, exclusive for summoners. Quality, excellent. Attributes, agility, spirit. Special effect. When the summoned beast is near you, the attack speed increases. Additional skill, spirit shield. Generates a permanent passive shield that automatically recovers 1 hour after being broken. Shield value, summoner spirit, and all summoned beasts physique. Spiritual contract set 1. Another piece of the spiritual contract set. It belongs to the same set as the spiritual contract ring that he got from his first treasure chest. Moreover, it is a summoner exclusive set. The value of the exclusive set is unique in the world. Once it appears, it will never be swiped out by others. Originally, Yizhe didn't have much expectation of completing the set. After all, the probability was too small. Unexpectedly, I found it in the city lord's treasury. That's right, bro. It's you. Yizhe no longer considered this opportunity. If he missed it, he might miss it next time. Yizhe took off the cloak and put it on. Ding! You have activated the spiritual contract set. Spiritual contract set. To your summoned beast's attack damage coefficient increases to 150. The damage coefficient increased by 1/3. At this moment, Yizhe's determination to choose the Lingqi cloak became even stronger. In addition, the equipment also comes with a permanent shield. After wearing the equipment, Yizhe's spiritual attribute is 108, plus the panda's physique of 67, the squirrel's physique of 48. Multiplied by 1,000, the shield value is as high as 2,230. Perhaps if we change the summoner, the strength will not be so high. But Yizhe's attributes are ridiculously high, and his summoned beasts are all epic level, with exceptionally high physical attributes, which is why he has the current shield value. Yizhe was very satisfied and left the treasure house. After going out, I saw that the city lord Wan Faping looked happy, as if Yizhe's appearance allowed him to show off in front of other people. Seeing Yizhe coming out, he couldn't help but praise. You chose this cloak? Good. It is indeed the most suitable one for you. Yizhe was surprised. You know, I have a spiritual contract suit? I didn't expect that one of the spiritual contract sets that was just opened from the first treasure chest would be known to others. Could it be that this piece of equipment was specially left for him by Wan Faping? Suit? What suit? Wan Faping's face was full of confusion. Corrected. I mean, if you put on this black cloak, it'll be cool. Yizhe. Chapter 15 Zhao Xian. How dare he leave the city? Although Wan Faping seems unreliable, it is still very pleasant to give him the reward. After receiving the reward, Yizhe could leave directly without any unnecessary chores. It was already 7:30 in the evening. Yizhe was alone at home, buying food with the trading house. Pandas eat bamboo, squirrels eat pine cones. We will be heading to the polluted land outside the city tomorrow morning, so we need to stock up on some food. Although summoned beasts can absorb energy in the summoning space, they still like to eat something on a daily basis. Just like in the novels about cultivating immortals, even if people have already gone on a fast, they will still want to try a few bites of delicious food when they see it. Suddenly, a text message popped up. Your savings card is transferred to 1. The source of transfer, War College Outstanding Student Reward. Current balance, 5. It's the college reward promised by the vice president. Another 1 million has arrived. But this made Yizhe feel a little stingy. Perhaps it was because I had just received an excellent piece of equipment from the city lord. Forget it, it's free money anyway. Afterwards, he spent 60,000 yuan to buy a lot of bamboo and pine cones. When I was planning to buy some equipment to feed the panda, I found out, oh, a rare piece of equipment costs at least 700,000 or 800,000. Why don't you go and rob? I originally thought that with a huge sum of more than 5 million yuan, I was already quite wealthy. Unexpectedly, he is still a poor guy. After hesitating for a long time, he still spent the money and bought 5 rare weapons. After all, he must be adequately prepared for tomorrow's polluted land, otherwise his life will be in danger. Carrie was left with just over $1 million cold dollars. But as long as your strength increases, you will earn back the lost money sooner or later. Not long after, a stalker knocked on his door and handed him a package. Your trading house order is being delivered. Thanks. In order to improve the panda's efficiency in killing monsters, he bought weapons. An ordinary person probably wouldn't be able to carry this weight. Open your mouth, Yizhe stuffed 5 weapons into the panda's mouth. I have to say, although it hurts to spend money, the improvement in attributes is particularly gratifying. What you eat is what you gain. Eat the giant hammer and gain strength. Eat the wind sword and gain strength agility. Eat warrior's dual blades. The attributes of Kung Fu Panda, which is only level 4, are already extremely scary. Kung Fu Panda attributes: Strength 103, Constitution 67, Agility 82, Spirit 54. The attributes are even higher than those of a level 10 fully equipped warrior. Now, we will be more confident in the task of reclaiming the polluted land tomorrow. Yizhe went to bed with satisfaction and went to sleep. At the same time, the Zhao Guild, the president of the Zhao Clan Guild, Zhao Tian, has already scolded his son Zhao Xian and his female secretary Qin Xian. The first hell-level talent in the country was offended by these two in turn. How could he win them over? But at this moment, Zhao Xian's originally gloomy face gradually became more confident. Dad, don't be angry. Yizhe is actually nothing to worry about. He is a poor summoner. The more beasts he summons, the less he can afford to support them. His future achievements will only get smaller and smaller. Even if he is clearing a dungeon for the first time, I can make him work for me. Oh, there was less anger in President Zhao Tian's eyes, and he motioned for him to continue. Zhao Xian, it's a hell difficulty dungeon. The ticket requires crystal stones worth 3 million. If Yizhe wants to level up, he can only enter the dungeon. But he has no money, and I could buy him a dungeon ticket. If he doesn't take me with him, there's no chance for him to level up. As Zhao Xian spoke, his smile became more and more rampant. In this way, he can only be a laborer to help me pass the level, while I can enjoy the experience of hell difficulty and level up quickly. Zhao Xian didn't say the rest, but Zhao Tian understood. After reaching a higher level, Yizhe, who has no money or power, will lack equipment, skills, and summon beasts. How could he be Zhao Xian's opponent in the future? After the college entrance examination and reaching the first level of professional skills, the gap between him and me will be like heaven and earth. Good. Zhao Tian's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he was very appreciative. As expected of my son, Zhao Tian, you have some ideas? You should go to the dungeon entrance early tomorrow and find a way to get Yizhe to team up with you. Zhao Xian looked proud. Don't worry, Dad. Yizhe has no choice at all. Zhao Tian reminded. By the way, I heard that the city lord has high hopes for him. Before he is surpassed by you, you must do a good job on the surface. Clear. Early the next morning, Zhao Xian was at the entrance to the novice copy, but couldn't find Yizhe. Then, I waited for 5 or 6 hours. His originally confident smile turned ferocious again. Damn it, where's Yizhe? Until a student from the regular class said that he seemed to have seen Yizhe leaving the city. Only then did Zhao Xian realize that Yizhe had no intention of leveling up in the dungeon. He had already made plans to leave the city. It's ridiculous that Zhao Xian himself still wanted to use the copy ticket to ask Yizhe to be his substitute trainer. Not only did it fail, but I also lost 5 or 6 hours of leveling time. Zhao Xian suddenly roared. Damn it, how dare he leave the city? Shit. Yizhe was completely unaware of Zhao Xian's clownish behavior. He was wearing a spiritual cloak, and came to the south gate of Linyuan City alone. The majestic city walls separate the prosperity inside the city from the dangers outside. The southern part of Linyuan City is theoretically the human living area closest to the abyss. Here, weapon shops, blacksmith shops, pharmacies, etc. are neatly distributed on both sides of the street. Yizhe went into the pharmacy and bought several bottles of blood medicine and antidote potion. Once you leave the city, there will be no safe dungeon areas. Instead, it is a polluted land filled with infinite unknowns and terrifying evil spirits. He walked to the city gate, but was immediately stopped by 4 demon-suppressing army guards. High school students are not allowed to leave town alone. You can go find your parents, or your teacher can come and take you. Fortunately, Yizhe was well prepared and took out the identity certificate approved by the teacher. Abyss Investigation Department, Special Investigation Specialist, Yizhe. On a mission, the expressions of the 4 guards suddenly became solemn. He saluted Yizhe solemnly. "Learn. Hope you return safely." 2 guards greeted him, and the remaining 2 guards opened the south gate of the city for him. Yizhe let out a light breath and stepped out of the gate of Linyuan City, rushing to the agreed location of the scout camp. Chapter 16, Entering the Contaminated Land. Experience increases by -5 levels. Outside Linyuan City is like another world. The endless wilderness was accompanied by a faint mist in the distance, and even the air seemed a little oppressive. Yizhe passed through an unknown ruin and walked away from the gate of Linyuan City. 10 minutes later, he arrived at a hidden camp. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary military training ground, but after walking through a patch of sand and reaching the depths, one could see a majestic sign. Demon Suppressing Army, a special army established by China to fight against the abyss. The scout camp that Yizhe was about to go to was one of them. The polluted area was not far from the military camp and was firmly blocked by the Demon Suppressing Army's camp. "Stop!" 2 Demon Suppressing Army guards stopped Yizhe and asked him to show his identification. It was the same as at the city gate, but the identity confirmation process of the Demon Suppression Army was much more detailed. First iris recognition, then voice recognition. Finally, capability testing is required. Yizhe, Summoner. Level 4? High school student? Special Investigations Specialist? After seeing Yizhe's ID, the 2 guards looked at each other. With every sentence he said, there was more disbelief in his tone. "Show us your professional skills." Yizhe nodded and summoned the squirrel out. After seeing that the summoner's skills were correct, the 2 guards completed the verification and guided Yizhe into the Demon Suppression Army scout camp. Then, the 2 of them couldn't help but sigh. "You dare to enter the polluted land at level 4. Are all young people today so brave?" Enter the scout camp. Yizhe saw dozens of young people in different clothes and occupations gathered here. "It seems that they're all the same as me. I'm here to participate in a temporary scouting mission." In recent years, polluted areas have appeared more and more rapidly. When the Demon Suppression Army is short of manpower, it will recruit temporary scouts from all professionals in society. The temporary scouts will conduct land reclamation and investigation on polluted areas according to the arrangements of the Demon Suppression Army. The coexistence of unknowns and opportunities has attracted many people to participate. Yizhe looked around. Half of them are freshmen from various universities, and the other half are members of private guilds. There is only one high school student, and that is Yizhe. As soon as this daring level 4 professional came in, he became the focus of everyone's attention. "Everyone listen to me." Suddenly, an old soldier in the uniform of the Demon Suppression Army came over. "I'm the commander of the 1st Scout Battalion, Su Feng. First of all, welcome everyone to the opening of the Contaminated Land number 19. Hearing this, everyone who was originally in different postures stood up. It's time to get down to business. Afterwards, everyone received a package, and Yizhe opened it and took a look. A distress talisman, a description of the contaminated area number 19, and a temporary identity badge. Battalion Commander Su Feng explained. After entering the contaminated land, if you find a high-level evil demon, use the SOS talisman immediately. I or other 3rd and 4th level members will deal with the high-level demons. And your mission is to clear out all the low-level demon soldiers. You can take all the spoils and spoils for yourself, or exchange them for military merit points. Hearing this, many people's expressions began to become heated. Yizhe quickly read the description of contaminated area number 19. The evil aura of the abyss will pollute the land of Blue Star and turn it into a polluted place. The polluted areas in various places will be named and divided into zones with numbers from 1 onwards according to the order and severity of the pollution. Number 1 is the latest and weakest one to appear in this polluted land. Very suitable for leveling. Yi Zhe thought silently. Battalion Commander Su Feng spoke briefly and finally announced, "Everyone can set off. You can go in a team or alone. You can also accept bounty missions before going. They will count as military merits." As soon as the words fell, the crowd began to contact the team. Most people are in their early level 10s, so teaming up to open up new areas is the best and safer option. But Yi Zhe was all alone here, and no one was willing to team up with him. A level 4 professional is the weakest here. Someone whispered, "Is this guy seriously ill? Level for coming to a contaminated area. I'm afraid it's some ignorant second generation who wants to rebel. Level 4. Could this be a backdoor entry? Have you ever seen anyone who took the back door to come to the polluted land to die?" Forehead. While everyone was talking, Yi Zhe arrived at the bounty mission point. Team up? He hadn't thought about it, let alone needed to. Instead, he was very interested in the bounty mission of the scout camp. Scout camp bounty list. Collect the corpses of Faceless Demon and Blood Demon. 20 military merit tools, unlimited. Search for lost supplies in contaminated land number 19. 500 military merits acceptable. Draw the map of contaminated land number 19. 300 military merits. The more complete the map, the higher the military merit. There were dozens of bounty missions, and Yi Zhe read almost all of them. Whether it can be completed or not is another matter, but it always helps to leave an impression first. I just don't know how to exchange this military merit for rewards. Yi Zhe searched for a long time, but couldn't find the use of military merit. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze blew past behind me. A girl in black came over. She was tall and well-proportioned, walked with light and steady steps, and looked full of energy. But once she opened her mouth, she was a complete queen. "Little brother, you don't even know how to use your military merits, and yet you dare to come here?" Yi Zhe turned his head and saw a pretty and delicate little face with a playful smile. "He looks to be only 1 or 2 years older than me, probably a student at a university." Yi Zhe raised his eyebrows and asked, "Why do you call me little brother?" "You're not very big," the black-clothed girl continued. "With 1,000 military merits, you can go to the first floor treasure house of the Demon Suppression Army and pick a treasure. 2,000 troops will function on the 2nd level, 4,000 on the 3rd level, and so on. Of course, if you want to exchange your military merits for money, that's fine too." Yi Zhe's eyes lit up. "Go and choose the treasure yourself? The treasures of the Demon Suppressing Army are much richer than those of the Lord of Linyuan City. This reward is pretty good." After the black-dressed girl finished speaking, she smiled with her eyes bent. "Do you understand? Little brother, brother." Afterwards, she didn't give Yi Zhe any chance to refute. After accepting the bounty mission of searching for lost supplies, he turned and left. Yi Zhe was completely confused. This girl just left after teasing him. He had no idea of her true feelings at all. Moreover, he couldn't see the opponent's level at all using the reconnaissance panel. She could be detected within a 20-level gap. Could she be wearing a shielding item? Yi Zhe murmured and decided not to think about it anymore. "I just thought of her as a female college student who passed by and made a joke about me." Then, he entered the contaminated area number 19 alone, although this is the place with the lowest pollution level. But at this moment, it was also a desolate and gloomy scene. The sky seemed to be covered by gray clouds, with only a few slivers of light shining through. It is said that this place was originally a scenic spot. Yi Zhe sighed. Now he was completely contaminated by the breath of the abyss. As soon as he stepped into the contaminated land, he summoned Shadow Squirrel. "Go ahead and explore the way." After Yi Zhe gave the order, the squirrel created 2 shadow clones and began a carpet search ahead. If he wanted to be a scout, with Shadow Squirrel's ability, at the very least he could get a formal scout position. The skills are so suitable. In addition, there is no light in the polluted area, only shadows, so the shadow squirrels thrive like fish in water. Not long after he left, the squirrel quickly brought news. Is there an evil demon in front of the left?" Yi Zhe stared at the target location and found a decayed, gray-green body with a distorted and hideous face. Corpse demon. Type: ordinary magic soldier. Attributes: Strength 50, Constitution 45, Agility 47, Spirit 1. Features: lifeless body. Even if any part of the body is left, it still has the ability to move and will attack the enemy. Skills: Corruption, Embrace of the Dead. much stronger than the Warcraft in the dungeon. Not only are they higher levels and attributes, but they also have strange characteristics that are exclusive to evil spirits. Demonic traits, similar to human talents, are powerful and have a variety of uses. The characteristics of some demons are completely unknown. It will only appear on the data panel when it is killed by professionals, and this feature is recorded. This is one of the reasons why the Abyss and the demons are difficult to deal with. There are too many unknown evil spirits. But at the moment, this corpse demon is still easy for Yi Zhe to deal with. Some of the pandas use Tai Chi's internal energy, and it would be best if you could smash him to pieces with one palm. I won't believe it will not die unless there is not a single part of its body left. The panda is agile and strikes out quickly. With the bonus of Yi Zhe's 2 spiritual equipment, the summoned beast's movement speed increased by 100, and its attack speed increased by 50. A palm is swift as the wind. With a pa sound, the Tai Chi internal energy attached to this palm smashed the corpse demon into pieces. This was comparable to a level 10 warrior corpse demon, who was killed instantly. Oh no, still half a hand short. The corpse demon's entire body was smashed to pieces, but because of the way it raised its hand, half of its hand survived. The half hand twisted wildly on the ground, trying desperately to grab Panda and Yi Zhe. It's because his attributes are not high enough. He didn't even die from this palm strike. Yi Zhe felt a little regretful. But in the distance, an 11th level archer glanced over and rubbed his eyes in fear. Oh my god! Am I seeing things? The summoned beast of the level 4 professional is killing the level 10 corpse demon in seconds. The people in his team did not have the archer's super long-range vision, so they did not see it but did not believe it at all. Killing a level 10 corpse demon in an instant? You must be dreaming. Who doesn't know how difficult it is to kill a corpse demon? We are just level 10 professionals. If that person can kill the zombies in 1 second, then he can kill us in 1 second too. Are you kidding me? Dude, a level 4 can defeat a level 10 in 1 second. That's a bit exaggerated. The archer scratched his head. I gradually began to doubt my own eyesight. On the other side, the squirrel saw that there was still half a hand left on the ground, so he decisively finished off the opponent. 2 strikes from the red demon's sword chopped the severed hand into pieces. The experience is finally gained. Kill the corpse demon, gain experience. 90 experience points. It really was worth the trip. The experience here is several times higher than that in the dungeon. You can imagine the upgrade speed. Yi Zhe looked at the experience bar. Level 4, 895. Only 5 more corpses left to level up. Yi Zhe suddenly had an efficient idea. Squirrel, go get the shadow clones to lure the monsters together. Lure the 5 together first. Panda, wait for the corpse demons to gather, and then use your Twin Peaks piercing ears to kill them instantly. Although one punch may not be enough to kill the zombies, a single area damage shot can definitely kill many of them. Shadow Squirrel nodded obediently. Attracting monsters was no problem for him. I'm just worried that there aren't enough monsters around. Half a minute later, the 5 corpse demons that were lured from 5 directions collided with each other due to the lure of the shadow clone. The panda rubs its hands together, and the wind from its hands whizzes past. Tai Chi Twin Peaks penetrating the ears. The Tai Chi internal energy, which brought about large-scale damage, directly crushed the 5 corpse demons into pieces, turning them into powder on the ground. Kill the corpse demon and gain experience. Ding! Your level has been upgraded to level 5. Talent. You get 1 chance to draw unlimited gold terms. Chapter 17, 5th entry. Battlefield Legend. Demonic Elite. In less than 10 minutes after entering the polluted land, I gained hundreds of experience points. Upgrade to level 5. If other students preparing for the college entrance examination knew about this upgrading speed, they would probably be envious to death. Yi Zhe clicked on the free attribute points and added mental strength as usual. Then, start a new entry extraction. In a flash, the sea of golden entries surrounded Yi Zhe again. I hope there will be a combat entry. After all, the biggest feature of the polluted land where he is now is danger and unknown. No one knows what crisis or adventure may occur in the next moment. The stronger the fighting power, the more confident we are in facing changes. Yi Zhe thought so and reached out to draw from the sea of entries. You have won the golden legendary entry, Battlefield Legend. Battlefield Legend, a legendary figure with outstanding achievements in the battlefield, unparalleled combat experience, and ultimate combat skills. Yi Zhe was a little excited. Oh my god, this is so cool. The battlefield legend in front of you is undoubtedly a top combat entry. Battlefield combat experience is often the most difficult to gain. Why are the demon-suppressing army generally stronger than professionals in society? One of the reasons is that they have experienced the baptism of the Abyss battlefield countless times. Just like the scout battalion commander Su Feng, he is obviously a veteran of many battles. Compared with these newcomers, he can easily suppress them even if they are at the same level. This is the result of his leading experience and skills. The battlefield legend is obviously more powerful than the veteran soldier who has fought hundreds of battles. Yizhe thought about it and decided to give it to the panda. Pandas that fight head-on need more combat experience and skills. The battlefield legend entry was assigned successfully. Summon Beast. Kung Fu Panda upgraded from Orange Epic to Orange Epic. Epic 6 stars. For rare and excellent qualities, 5 stars is the highest level. And for epic quality, the highest is 6 stars. Just one step away from the golden legend. If other summoners knew about this level up speed, they would probably go crazy. At the same time, the attribute improvement brought is even greater. Strength, 113. Constitution 77. Agility, 92. Spirit, 64. Obtained talent skills. Battle-hardened, legendary reputation. Although it has not evolved, it has gained 2 more talents. Yizhe looked at them one by one with great interest. Battle-tested, legend. Reduces skill cooldown, skill consumption, and physical strength consumption by 50, and reduces the impact of negative effects by 80. Legendary fame, legend. Including yourself, the attack of surrounding teammates increases by 25, the attack speed increases by 40, and the morale is greatly improved. The cost of all attacks is reduced by 50. It almost doubled the panda's endurance and combat effectiveness. The original Tai Chi skill had a 1-minute cooldown period after use, but now it only takes 30 seconds. In addition, there is an additional Halo skill effect. Yizhe looked at his and the squirrel's status bar, and sure enough, there was an extra one. Legendary fame, Halo. Aura effect that lasts for all targets within a certain range. Yizhe suddenly had an idea. Maybe I can use the spiritual contract ring to copy the panda's aura skills. Let the 2 halos overlap each other. If possible, double the legendary aura, double the crispness. He raised his hand and used the spiritual contract ring to copy the legendary reputation of the panda's innate skill. Spiritual contract. You have copied Kung Fu Panda's innate skill legendary fame. The copied skill, Shadow Escape, has been replaced by legendary fame. The copy was successful. Yizhe looked at the status bar again. Legendary fame, Halo, from Kung Fu Panda. Legendary reputation, Halo, from Summoner Yizhe. Attack bonus, an 80 attack speed bonus. It really works. Double the bonus. Yizhe showed joy on his face. In this way, with the double bonus of attack power and attack speed, the monster killing speed instantly becomes much faster. Keep leveling up. Strive to upgrade 2 more levels today. The temporary scouts pioneering missions are not always available and will only last for 2 or 3 days at most. Yizhe needs to hurry up and kill monsters to level up. However, with the experience from the previous wave, Yizhe's monster-killing efficiency was much faster this time. The squirrel's shadow clone attracts monsters, and then the panda's ranged damage kills them instantly. Perhaps because of the corpse demon's 1-point mental attribute and its unclear mind, it was able to successfully attract the monster. The panda's attributes have greatly increased, and it can kill a group of them with 1 palm. Yizhe's experience keeps soaring. The only problem is that the number of corpse demons is becoming gradually scarce. At the same time, the scout camp set up camp. Battalion Commander Su Feng was stationed in the scout camp and had assigned several clerks to monitor any anomalies in the contaminated area. In front of them are vital signs monitors. Although the instrument cannot detect the fluctuations of the evil spirits, it can check the situation of the scouts and record the progress and problems of the land reclamation in the first place. On the virtually constructed sand table model, dozens of light spots representing scouts continued to move forward. The pace of advancement varies. Su Feng pondered to himself. Is the difficulty of the number 19 polluted lands so great? This is only the first wave of evil demons, and their advancement speed is twice as slow as that of number 18. He looked at the light spots of the crowd. Some were blocked, causing slow progress, while some were even chased by evil spirits and were forced to retreat step by step. Su Feng shook his head and looked away. The next second, he was stunned An indescribable astonishment appeared in his eyes. I saw the light spot representing Yizhe, leaving the crowd far behind. Most of the other scouts only advanced a few hundred meters. And in just 1 hour, Yizhe had already reached a depth of 4 or 5,000 meters in the polluted area. This advancement speed is 7 or 8 times faster than other teams. And, looking at that point of light, I was alone. This means that his solo speed is actually faster than that of others working in a team. Su Feng rubbed his eyes and looked again. You read that right. The progress of clearing land on that light spot is still going on. This speed is even faster than that of the most professional scouts of the demon-suppressing army. Su Feng widened his eyes and pointed at the light spot. Who is this person? Check this person's nameplate for me. Who is he? The light spots are records of vital signs. And after being fed back to the military camp through nameplates, the corresponding targets can be retrieved. A clerk from the scout camp checked and reported. It's Yizhe, the senior student from the War Academy. Hearing this result, Su Feng was confused because he remembered this name. Is it the lowest level for Summoner? Yes, level 4, Summoner class. I'm already level 5 now. The clerk took a look at the information fed back on the nameplate and confirmed it. Su Feng hissed and took a breath of cold air. Summoner, isn't that a late-stage profession? Level 5, is it that powerful? Whose general is this? Could it be that he is a rich second generation whose family provides him with an excellent summoned beast? That doesn't have that kind of strength. Su Feng was completely confused. Damn, when I first saw this level for Summoner, I thought he was someone who got in through the back door to gild his resume. Participating in the reclamation of contaminated land will be a plus point in various universities. Before this, many disciples from wealthy families came to the scout camp specifically to gain experience. But those people only had equipment and skills. Their combat level and psychological quality were extremely poor. It is simply impossible to have this kind of solo ability. Su Feng thought to himself, this is a good candidate. He then instructed the clerk, pay special attention to him. He is only dealing with ordinary demon soldiers now, but he is of low level and has little battlefield experience. If he encounters an elite, he might suffer a great loss. Please inform me in time when the time comes. Monitoring clerk, understood. The experience has reached over 80% so quickly. In the dungeon, after an hour of full-scale monster killing, Yizhe was in a good mood as he looked at the skyrocketing experience bar. Beside him, the panda clapped its hands, and with its current attributes, it easily smashed the last corpse demon around it into pieces. Kill the corpse demon and gain 90 experience. Level 5, 1755. There aren't enough monsters in the polluted land. Yizhe couldn't help but let out an inhuman sigh. But for him, if there were more monsters, he might be able to upgrade directly now. After all, for a battle-hardened panda, physical exertion is kept to a minimum, as if it never gets tired. Yizhe didn't even need to move his hands, and even felt a little sleepy. At this time, a squirrel shadow clone sent back information, which made Yizhe much more energetic. An elite demon appeared at 8 o'clock. In order to effectively detect the location of the monsters, Yizhe sent out 12 squirrel shadow clones in 12 time directions to search in all directions. Once there is any movement around, you will know it immediately. He set out decisively, following the guidance of the shadow clone, and quietly approached. Sure enough, it was a small one, a skeleton monster that is more than 2 meters tall, its body made up of countless blood-red bones, cold blue fire coming out of the eye sockets of its skull, and sharp bone spurs on its fingertips. Blood Demon. Type: Demonic Elite. Chapter 18. You can kill an elite monster in seconds? Is this a high school student? Sure enough, it is much stronger than ordinary magic soldiers. Seeing the attributes of his opponent, Yizhe couldn't help but sigh. The level classification of Warcraft is the same as that of summoned beasts. The level classification of demons is completely different from the previous two, but is quite similar to the names used by ancient humans. Divided into Ordinary, Elite, General, Commander, King, Emperor, also called Demon Soldier, Demon Lieutenant, Demon General, Demon Commander, Demon King, Demon Emperor. No one knows the origins of these evil levels. All we know is that they strictly represent strength and status. Just like the Blood Corpse Demon in front of Yizhe, it is not comparable to ordinary corpse demons. Blood Demon. Type: Elite Demon Lieutenant. Attributes: Strength 116, Constitution 99, Agility 108, Spirit 30. Features: Blood Demon Fury. When the enemy is injured, the blood demon goes completely crazy, and its attack and attack speed increase by 2 times. Skills: blood poison thorns, bone spikes, bone shield. Just a level 15 elite. His combat power is no weaker than that of a warrior of the same level. Yizhe immediately understood. No wonder since the advent of the Abyss, countries around the world, including China, have been losing ground, and their living environment has been continuously compressed. These are just the evil elite. There are also stronger demon generals, demon kings, demon lords, and even demon emperors. How terrifying must their strength be? But fortunately, for the moment, Yizhe's confidence remains undiminished. If it is an epic 2-star panda, it may take some effort to face the blood demon. But the panda is now epic 6 stars. 2 slaps at most, no more. But when Yizhe approached quietly, he found that someone else had got there first. Wrong. It would be more accurate to say that the blood demon found its prey rather than saying that someone got there first. In the rubble below, the blood demon and 3 corpse demons were hunting a scout team. The team consists of 4 people, all of whom are professionals at level 11 or 12. But when facing the blood demon, he was completely unable to resist. The blood demon can release a bone shield, and can also pull out bones from its body to release bone spurs. It has both offensive and defensive capabilities and is very tricky to deal with. What's more, there are hard-to-kill corpse demons beside us. Don't worry about the corpse demon for now. Focus all your fire on the blood skeleton demon. We can't hold on any longer. The captain who spoke in the team was a first-level greatsword fighter. But apart from him and an assassin, the remaining 2 are ranged. An archer and a priest, both girls, faced with disgusting evil demons like corpse demons. They felt physically and mentally uncomfortable. The archer girl said, "We can't just ignore it. They're almost getting close to us." She was talking about the pastor in the back row. The weak priest, who already had low agility, was constantly approached from the side by the corpse demons. Especially after the corpse demon was injured, its remaining arms wriggling on the ground were particularly creepy. "I'll deal with the corpse demon first." As the archer girl was speaking, she fired 3 arrows in succession, alleviating the priest girl's crisis. But suddenly I heard the captain's urgent cry, "Lin Fei, hide quickly." The blood demon pulled out a rib from his body and turned it into a bone spear. With a whoosh, it flew toward the back row. Fortunately, the archer girl named Lin Fei was agile and avoided the vital points. But the bone spur rubbed the jeans on his leg. Tear! Lin Fei's long, straight, and well-proportioned legs revealed a small patch of fair skin from her ripped jeans. But there was a layer of blood on the skin. She was injured by a bone spur. It's over. Several people in the team turned pale. In the eye sockets of the blood demon's skull, the cold blue fire turned into a terrifying blood red. Ah! After a roar, Blood Devil's Fury was activated. Once someone is injured, the blood demon's attack and attack speed will instantly double. It was already difficult to fight before, and now it's even more difficult. But the captain of the greatsword fighter class didn't say much and desperately blocked the evil demon, shouting, "Use the SOS talisman. The distress talisman will send a signal to the military camp after use, and the masters of the scout camp will arrive as soon as possible." But this is only in theory. The scout camp is already short of manpower. Who knows if there are any vacancies for experts now? What's more, with the blood demon's current combat strength, whether it can hold out until support arrives is another matter. This is the danger of scouting missions. Who could have imagined that in a split second, the situation could become fatal? Although Yizhe didn't know these people, he was not going to stand idly by. Anyway, he must get the experience of this evil elite. The squirrels control the blood demons, and the pandas take care of them one by one. Yizhe gave an order. The blood demon, who was originally preparing to kill crazily, was suddenly grabbed by the neck and could not move. In front of it, the captain of the fighter team, who was in a defensive posture, had a brain freeze after noticing this scene. What happens? In the back row, when 3 corpse demons were about to deal with the 2 girls, the panda swung out with 2 palms in the air. The Tai Chi internal energy, like flowing water, exploded within the range of the corpse demon. Bang! Kill the corpse demon and gain experience 270. Kill 3 zombies in 1 strike. What a powerful force. The eyes of the 2 girls with long-range professions widened. They were originally prepared to fight the corpse demon to the death, but suddenly they had hope. We have expert support. It is not difficult to defeat the corpse demon, but you can imagine the strength required to smash it into pieces with 1 blow. But the panda in front of him did it easily. Summoner. Is there a summoner class among the scouts this time? Lin Feifei, who was about to call for help, let go of the distress symbol in her hand and couldn't help but recall. But she thought about it for a long time and still couldn't come up with an idea. In fact, she still had some impression of Yi Zhe, but she didn't think of this powerful panda-summoned beast as Yi Zhe, who was a level 4 summoner at the time. But the next moment, Yi Zhe walked out from the shadows. The 4 people in the team before him looked as if their eyes were about to pop out of their heads. It's him. I remember him, the level 4 high school student. He seemed to be a summoner. Are all high school students nowadays so powerful? The reason why everyone remembers it so clearly is that there are not many level 4 people who come to the contaminated land. People like Yi Zhe who come alone are even rarer. But Yi Zhe didn't care about these people. His eyes were always on the blood demon. Get started. After killing this blood demon, Yi Zhe's experience is just enough to level up. Moreover, it seems that the corpse of the blood demon can be exchanged for some military merit points. Hearing that Yi Zhe was going to deal with the blood demon, the 4 members of the team gave urgent reminders. Be careful. The blood demon is in a violent state. Before he could finish his words, everyone's expressions seemed to be completely stunned. The panda flew quickly to the blood demon. At this time, it has double legendary reputation, 50 attack bonus and 80 attack speed bonus. The panda swung out with a palm, which seemed to leave an afterimage, carrying with it the powerful internal energy of Tai Chi. Bang! The blood demon's head shattered into pieces of broken bones, and the blood-red flames in its eye sockets were extinguished instantly. For a moment, Lin Feifei and others' eyelids twitched wildly. The elite evil demon that almost put them in fatal danger was killed by a summoned beast of a level 5 summoner? It would be fine if you could kill an ordinary level 10 corpse demon instantly. Can you kill the evil elite who has entered a violent state in seconds? Several people yelled madly in their hearts. Is this a high school student? Chapter 19, Entry 6. Do you want to join your sister? Kill the evil demon elite. Blood demon. Gain experience. Ding! Your level has been increased to level 6. Talent. You get 1 chance to draw unlimited gold terms. Although Lin Feifei and others looked shocked, Yi Zhe was not surprised at all. With the panda's current strength and attack power bonus, if it faces a controlled blood skeleton demon and still can't kill it instantly, that would be surprising. After the blood demon fell, for crystals and a piece of blue equipment exploded next to its corpse. Yi Zhe put everything into his backpack, including the blood demon's corpse. At least I can get 20 military merits in the scout camp. I can't waste it. The 4 members of the team next to them, although they also participated in the battle, had no intention of dividing the spoils. Although the battle between the 4 of them seemed fierce, they only reduced the blood demon's health bar by 10 at most. If it weren't for Yi Zhe, it's not certain whether they could survive. The captain of the giant sword fighters in the team took the initiative to clasp his fists towards Yi Zhe and said, "Young man, I know this master. Thank you for saving my life." Even though Yi Zhe is younger than them, lower level than them, but based on the fighting power he showed just now, no one dared to underestimate the young man in front of them anymore. He has such combat power at just level 6. How terrifying it would be if he were the same level as them. So now, a group of level 10 first-order professionals called a level 6 expert, and no one thought there was anything wrong with it. Are you from the East China Hunter Guild? Yi Zhe saw the badge on the captain's clothes and couldn't help asking. The Hunters Guild is one of the top 10 folk guilds in the East China region, and is almost the same as the Zhao family. Business operations include undertaking commissions, hunting, and strategizing outdoor dungeons, etc. Yi Zhe originally thought that if he failed to get into university, it would be a good idea to join a private guild. But now, there is no need to think about this. The captain said, "Yes, I am a formal member of the East China Hunter Guild, Hushan. There are 3 more teammates, all in the Hunter Guild. If you need help, you can call us anytime." As expected, these 4 people are from the same organization and have cooperated with each other before, otherwise they would not have been able to get here so quickly. It's a pity that it's still difficult to deal with the blood demon. Thinking of the high experience points of the blood devil, Yi Zhe couldn't help but ask again, "Have you seen any other evil elites?" Killing an elite gives you 375 experience points. It is several times stronger than the corpse demon, and not much different from the final one in the hell copy. If I can swipe a few more, the next upgrade won't be far away. But Hushan on the opposite side immediately smiled bitterly. If we had encountered the elite evil demon before, we probably wouldn't have made it here. The evil elites are extremely dangerous to most temporary scout teams. After all, most of the temporary scouts are in their early 10s, and facing level 15 evil elites, there is a risk of the whole team being wiped out if they are not careful. What Hushan found hard to accept was, this level 6 high school student in front of him was actually planning to specifically kill the evil elites. The gap between people is really big. Seeing Yizhe nodded, he stopped talking. Hushan was tactful enough to stop disturbing them and prepared to take his team back to continue killing the corpse demon. Before leaving, the archer girl, whose leg was bandaged, waved her hand and said, "Master, my name is Lin Feifei. If you need help, you can call me." Of course, Yizhe was obviously playing solo. Lin Feifei didn't got it. It didn't matter if she couldn't form a team. The main thing is to leave an impression in front of the masters. Yizhe declined. After a few people left, he took out bamboo and pine cones again to feed the summoned beast and took a rest for a while. The squirrel shadow clone continued to explore the surroundings. He then looked at the equipment that had exploded. Blood skeleton armor, rare assassin equipment, fixed defense, strength, and physique. 20% of the damage caused will be transformed into a shield. Level 10. Assassin's armor also comes with a rare attribute of fixed defense. The equipment special effects are also quite attractive. You can see the equipment level at the back. Level 10. Yizhe was helpless. This was not a dungeon, and the only equipment that could drop from a level 15 elite demon was level 10 or 15. Between being eaten by pandas and left for squirrels, Yizhe chose the latter. We still have to upgrade quickly. Otherwise, the equipment that explodes here will be unwearable. There's nothing he can do about it. The monsters he killed were too high level. Afterwards, Yizhe put away his equipment and started extracting entries obtained at level 6. I wonder what it will be this time. The golden sea of entries that only Yizhe could see appeared again, swirling and flowing around him. After a moment, a golden eye-shaped pattern stopped in front of him. You have won the golden legendary entry, Eye of Insight. Eye of Insight can see through all target information, analyze all surrounding situations, and see through the enemy's hiding or disguise. It seems to be more suitable for me. For a professional, this ability is absolutely perfect. It is difficult to detect other information between professionals except their occupation and level. If you use the Eye of Insight to learn about your opponent's talents, skills, etc. before the battle, you will undoubtedly have the upper hand. And the effects of the Eye of Insight go beyond that. Yizhe tried it and assigned the entry to himself. The Eye of Insight entry was given successfully. It can be given to myself, but it's a pity that it doesn't increase other attributes. Yizhe looked at his talent column and found that there was indeed an Eye of Insight. In his mind, it seemed as if he had a greater understanding of the Eye of Insight. So this is the effect that the entry was given. Let me try first. My ability to analyze the surroundings. Yizhe is still very much looking forward to this effect. His eyes were fixed on the ground, in a small pit created by the panda's Tai Chi internal energy. Eye of Insight. In an instant, his pupils turned golden. A torrent of data flows in the field of vision, like golden threads spreading from the depths of the pupils. The next moment, a message box appeared next to the small pit in his sight. A small hole left by the aftermath of the internal energy. Analyze all the situations around you. So that's how it is. The reconnaissance skills of ordinary professionals can only be used against professionals and monsters. And his Eyes of Insight make every blade of grass and every tree the target of his analysis. With this ability, nothing that happens around him can escape his eyes. He turned his head and looked at the ground around him. Traces of battle. The blood skeleton demon fought with a human professional, and the blood skeleton demon died. Yes, looked excited. He is now the best detective. If I could go to the city lord's treasury again now, I should be able to easily identify those unknown items. This effect made Yizhe very satisfied with this entry. His intuition told him that this ability would be of great use in the future. Whether it is a battlefield or a polluted area, mastering intelligence is equivalent to mastering the lifeline of the opponent. Yizhe's eyes moved again. However, the information in front of him made him stunned. Scout Spirit, a scout skill released by the professional Dark Spirit Assassin, appeared half a minute ago. Dark Spirit Assassin? Someone else is coming. Yizhe closed his Eyes of Insight and suddenly heard a bell-like laughter from behind. Little brother, you are so powerful that you can even kill the evil elite. Do you want to join your sister? Chapter 20. What bad intentions could a rich woman have? Hearing this familiar laughter, Yizhe subconsciously looked back. It was a girl in black that I met before. She was alone, wrapped in a black dress. Her figure was exquisite and curvy, with alluring curves. Her face was beautiful and delicate, full of vitality, showing the breath of youth, and her lively peach blossom eyes looked at Yi Zhe with a smile. Would you like to consider teaming up with your sister? She's not that old, but she calls me sister all the time. Yi Zhe didn't say anything, but realized a problem. He clearly sent the squirrel shadow clone out to investigate, but he found no trace of the girl at all. The opponent avoided the detection of all shadow clones. It's not easy. Moreover, when he used the reconnaissance panel before, he couldn't even see the opponent's level and occupation. Seeing that Yi Zhe didn't say anything, the girl in black smiled again. You are here to upgrade in preparation for the college entrance examination, right? I discovered a demon stronghold with at least 10 demon elites. 10 evil elites. If he kills them all, not only will it be enough for him to level up again, but he will also gain nearly 1,000 more experience points. Yi Zhe seemed to have seen the scene of the experience bar skyrocketing. Almost blurted out, "Where?" The girl in black was stunned for a moment, then said with a look of laughter, "I am a beauty after all, but you just ignore me. Why are you so excited when you hear news about the elite evil demons?" She sighed helplessly. "Alas, how are you going to find a girlfriend in the future if you're like this?" The black-clothed girl's words were a bit modest. Not only was she a beauty, she was also at least ranked in the top 2 among the girls Yi Zhe had ever met. But Yi Zhe is in a polluted area, and the other party's strength is mysterious, so he must remain vigilant. But now, with the Eye of Insight, Yi Zhe can find out her background. In an instant, the Eye of Insight was activated, locked onto the girl in black in front of him. A super detailed personal panel appeared in his vision. Ruan Xiaoyou. Occupational information. Rare class, Dark Spirit Assassin. Level, 19, Level 1. Attributes, Strength 186, Constitution 152, Agility 206, Spirit 174. The brackets are equipment attribute bonuses. Skills, Dark Spirit Assault, excellent. Phantom Step, excellent. Equipment, Shadow Dagger, epic. Shielding Ring, excellent. Potential assessment, excellent. Personal data. Age, 19. Affiliation, Freshman, Department of Assassin, East China University of Technology. Father, Ruan Pingxiu. Mother, Lu Mei. Instuko, Wen Pingtu. Awards 1. 79th in the National College Entrance Examination, 10th in the East China Talent Training Camp, and Kindergarten Skipping Rope Champion. Life skills, making bombs, making traps, egg fried rice. Favorite colors, black, gray, white. Measurements, 86, 69, 90. When seeing the measurements, Yi Zhe's mouth twitched and he turned off the Eye of Insight. He never expected that the information could be so detailed. The only thing missing was him telling me the color of his underwear. This Eye of Insight simply beats all the reconnaissance skills Yi Zhe has ever seen. I couldn't see her information before, and it turned out that she was wearing a shielding ring to prevent detection. But in the Eyes of Insight, nothing can escape detection. But Yi Zhe was a little confused. Ruan Xiaoyou, Level 19 Dark Spirit Assassin, with extremely high attributes. And the only thing left to reach the second level of the profession is to complete the job transfer task. With such a high level and being a top student at East China University of Technology, why would you come to a polluted place? East China University of Technology is the top university in East China. There are various types of leveling, resources, trial copies, and subsidies for higher education institutions given by the state. With these conditions, where else can you level up? What's wrong with you? Seeing that Yi Zhe's expression was a little unnatural, Ruan Xiaoyou's beautiful eyes flashed with an interrogative look. Why are you staring at my sister? Do you want to know what my sister does for a living? Because he was too focused on the information from the Eye of Insight, Yi Zhe decisively changed the subject. Ahem, it's all right, let's talk about the demon's stronghold. The black-clad girl Ruan Xiaoyou asked curiously. You agree to form a team so quickly? Yi Zhe's reason is very simple. The top 100 people in the National College Entrance Examination last year are most likely not antisocial and dangerous people. Moreover, looking at her excellent equipment and skills, she is obviously a wealthy woman. What bad intentions could a rich woman have? What's more, even with Ruan Xiaoyou's ability of level 19, he still needs to find someone to form a team. That evil stronghold must be no simple one. Then let me introduce myself. My name is Ruan Xiaoyou. You can call me sister. The girl in black had curved eyebrows and naturally revealed a bright smile. Yi Zhe ignored the second half of her sentence and said, My name is Yi Zhe, and I'm a summoner. Not being able to hear Yi Zhe calling her sister made Ruan Xiaoyu pout. Well, you can kill the evil elite alone, right? Yi Zhe thought about it, and it seemed that Ruan Xiaoyu's reconnaissance spirit had probably seen him collecting the corpse of the blood demon. That's right, he admitted. Ruan Xiaoyu smiled with satisfaction. That's good. Then we just need to find someone who can kill the elite alone. Looking for another one? She is a level 19 professional with all excellent equipment and skills. Even after finding a helper like me, she still finds it difficult to beat her? Furthermore, it is clear that you must be able to kill at least one demon elite. Is this evil stronghold so difficult to defeat? Yi Zhe couldn't help but ask. The demon stronghold is the content of the textbook Demon Suppression and Resistance, Polluted Land. Most of the time, it is because some kind of energy body has appeared in the polluted land, causing the evil spirits to instinctively move towards the energy body. Finally, as more and more evil spirits gathered together, it evolved into an evil stronghold. There are many kinds of energy bodies, such as high-quality crystals, high-quality props, etc. But the contaminated land number 19 has just appeared, so theoretically it shouldn't gather too many powerful demon strongholds. Ruan Xiaoyu held his hands in front of his chest and explained. That place is a large temple, which has been occupied by evil spirits. There are 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. I'm an assassin, not good at fighting one against many. Even if I deal with the strongest ones, there are more than 6 evil elites left. When she mentioned 6, she emphasized the number. In her judgment, a person who can kill a demon elite alone is probably strong enough to hold back 3 elites of the same level. If Yi Zhe were left alone to face 6 evil demons, it would be extremely dangerous. That's why she needs to find another teammate to help Yi Zhe share the pressure. After saying that, she looked at Yi Zhe teasingly. Do you want to fight 6 people by yourself? To deal with 6 evil elites at the same time. Not to mention that Yi Zhe is only level 6. Even a level 16 professional would be at risk of failure. Yi Zhe was silent for a moment, and suddenly remembered a famous saying from a master in his previous life, and said, No, I want 10. I heard this very arrogant statement. Ruan Xiaoyu didn't mock him. His peach blossom eyes were full of smiles. You are quite brave to say that, little brother. But when she saw Yi Zhe's expression, her little face was full of surprise. You are not serious, are you? It is much more difficult to deal with multiple evil spirits at the same time than to deal with them one by one. Not to mention how difficult it is to deal with 6 elite demons at the same time, especially for a level 6 professional. Ruan Xiaoyu couldn't help but recall that when she was level 6, she was still leveling up slowly in the novice dungeon of the high school. Not to mention challenging 6 evil elites at the same time. Even a one-on-one fight would be extremely difficult. Hearing Ruan Xiaoyu's question, Yi Zhe couldn't help but think about it seriously. After reaching level 6, the panda's strength increases to 163. If fighting against an evil elite one-on-one, one palm strike would not be a problem. If using Lan Ke Wei, killing 2 with one palm strike would not be a difficult task. But if we deal with 6 at the same time, our chances of winning will indeed be lower. He replied, About 99% sure. Hearing this, Ruan Xiaoyu stretched out her fair little hand and placed it on Yi Zhe's forehead. A level 6 professional has to deal with 6 level 15 evil elites. What Yi Zhe said was not even you can try, but 99% sure? Since he didn't say he was 100% sure, should I still praise him for being humble? Ruan Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly became suspicious. Not to mention that she didn't believe it. Even her second uncle's 6-year-old niece couldn't believe it. She snorted, Little brother, don't force it if you can't. Yi Zhe smiled and said, Can I do it? You can try it yourself. Ruan Xiaoyu held her hands in front of her chest, staring with her peach blossom eyes, and suddenly became interested. Just give it a try. However, the words were not finished. Suddenly, a cry for help broke out in the distance. Help! Help me! The 2 of them immediately looked in the direction of the sound. I saw 2 weak girls in tattered clothes, with extremely pale faces, and their legs seemed to be weak as they ran away. The blood stained the torn clothes, and the 2 girls pleaded weakly. Please help me. There are demon lieutenants behind us. Lots of them. Demon elites? Many of them? Could it be that the evil demons in the stronghold have come out to kill us? Ruan Xiaoyu looked at the 2 girls with expressions of pity and immediately prepared to step forward. I'll go save them. If you want to prove your strength, you can practice on the pursuers first. Just finish speaking. She found Yi Zhe's hand on her shoulder, stopping her forcefully. Wan Xiaoyu looked back in confusion. Yi Zhe's expression was unusually calm, and there seemed to be a golden light flashing in his pupils. The target has been discovered. Identity: Lu Qing, temporary scout of the human demon-suppressing army. True identity: evil elite, skinning demon. Chapter 21, Skinning Demon. Heading to the demon stronghold. After Yi Zhe noticed something unusual, he immediately opened his eye of insight. Sure enough, I found the problem. The two girls in front of him, without exception, had already been killed. Now standing before them were two demons in disguise. Level 1 Evil Demon Elite, the Skinning Demon. Just from the name, you can tell how strange and unpredictable its abilities are. Skinning Demon. Type: Elite Demon Lieutenant. Attributes: Strength 100, Constitution 70, Agility 70, Spirit 140. Features: Skinning. Peel off the skin of a corpse and merge yourself into the skin, perfectly replacing the target's appearance. Skills: Shell breaking, skin repair, imitation. Although compared to other evil demons, the combat effectiveness of the flayed demon is average. But according to the data released by the military, the number of casualties caused by the flayed demons is the highest among all the evil elites. The ability to replace one's appearance is too deceptive. Moreover, the flayer is the most intelligent among the evil elite and is good at imitating humans. If it were any other newcomer, it would be easy for them to be tricked into the flaying demon side and be hit hard with full force when they were completely unprepared, causing them to either die or be seriously injured. At this time, the two skinning demons were still performing. Playing the role of a seriously injured woman, she was weak and helpless. "Help, please! Save me!" Wan Xiaoyu's reaction was not slow either. But as a freshman, she didn't have much experience in entering contaminated areas. The moment she was stopped by Yi Zhe, she realized the problem. How could these two girls, both of whom were so seriously injured, escape from the hands of several evil elites? She turned her head and looked at Yi Zhe, but he found that the latter had actually walked past without any precautions. "Hey, you stopped me, but you went over there by yourself? At least put on armor," Wan Xiaoyu yelled in his heart. Then she grabbed a dark blue dagger in her backhand and prepared for battle. No matter what happens, she can provide support as quickly as possible. Yi Zhe walked to a distance from the two girls and said calmly, "Don't worry, I'll help you. Can you let me see where you are injured?" Seeing someone coming over, the two girls breathed a sigh of relief as if they were saved. When they heard Yi Zhe's request to check their wounds, they thought he wanted to treat them and were not surprised at all. One of them turned sideways and lifted up her clothes, revealing her waist. "The wound here hurts? Come and see." It eagerly invited Yi Zhe to come closer. However, Yi Zhe shook his head and retorted, No, the wound is not there." The two flayers were stunned for a moment, as if trying to understand this sentence. Yi Zhe pointed at its neck. "Your wound is here." Just as he finished speaking, a shadow squirrel emerged from the shadow of the skinning demon. "Launch, Shadow Strike." The red magic knife in the squirrel's hand flashed red, and a line of blood passed through Yi Zhe's finger. The next second, the skinning demon's head flew up. Kill the demon elite. Skinning demon. Gain experience. Level 6, 710. The whole process was very quick. Yi Zhe was ordering food like a dish. Just as he finished ordering the other person's neck, the next second the other person's head and body were separated. Wan Xiaoyu, who witnessed the scene with his own eyes, was stunned. Kill so decisively? Isn't he afraid that he might make a mistake in judgment and kill the wrong person? Moreover, judging from her appearance, she really is a living person, and a delicate girl at that. Yi Zhe started killing without any hesitation. She has seen many people who are capable of killing skinning demons. But this was the first time she had seen someone as decisive as Yi Zhe, except for the veteran of the demon-suppressing army with more than 10 years of experience. Moreover, the strength displayed by Yi Zhe's summoned beast also made her unbelievable. Sneaking into the shadows to attack is simply an assassin's magic skill. The skill quality is at least at the epic level. Being an assassin herself, she naturally understood the value of assassin skills, which made her a little envious for a moment. A summoned beast with epic skills or above. Is this Yi Zhe's trump card? The strength is quite strong. And the other side, after killing one flayer, the other one hadn't even reacted yet. It's so sudden. You started attacking me just after I said a few words. Are you the evil demon, or am I the evil demon? However, it didn't have the chance to do it again. After the squirrel made its move, two shadow clones emerge from the shadow of another skinning demon. Squirrel Shadow Clone just can't use the Shadow Clone skill, but other skills like Shadow Attack can be used. The Shadow Clone has only 80 attack power of the original body. To be on the safe side, Yizhe secretly ordered Squirrel to hide two Shadow Clones here. However, this worry is somewhat unnecessary. After all, there are two legendary fame auras, and the Shadow Clone can also benefit from the attack bonus of the aura. Coupled with the unsuspecting skinning demon, the 70 points of physical strength are like dead pine and rotten wood, which can be cut in half with one cut. Kill the skinning demon and gain experience. As expected of a level 20 demon elite, two of them give 1,000 experience points. The experience bar skyrocketed by nearly one half. This is the upgrade speed he really wants when he comes to the polluted land. The headless bodies of the two flayed demons fell down, and their real bodies, like Rubberman bodies, appeared. Ruan Xiaoyu walked over and was still a little surprised even though she had guessed the result. Both of them are flayers. But how did you figure that out? Then, her peach blossom eyes stared at Yizhe with interest. Like a little black cat eyeing its prey, it is sharp and curious. It's normal to be questioned like this. Yizhe saw through the situation so quickly that he seemed like a 10-year veteran of the demon suppression army. The real means, the eye of insight, must not be told. He is not yet familiar with Ruan Xiaoyu to the point where he knows her inside out. However, after using the eye of insight, he did discover some anomalies. Because the evil spirits will not run away. So when they play the role of escaped humans, there will be a big flaw. The leg movements when running away, the emotions of calling for help, etc. are all significantly different from those of humans. These were all taught by Liu Boyan. Of course, it can only be used as a basis for judging 50. But after being confirmed by the Eye of Insight, it instantly reached 100. It is equivalent to knowing the answer first, and then answering the question, which will make you more confident. Who wouldn't copy the answers? However, just the anomalies that Yizhe mentioned made Ruan Xiaoyu extremely interested. Yizhe stood up and asked, "Is there a fire?" He looked at the two deflated human skins on the ground. Ruan Xiaoyu understood what he meant, took out a fire stone from his backpack, and threw it on top. The flames ignited instantly and cremated the two skins. Yizhe waved his hand and said, "Let's go, let's try our hand." "No need for that. I have already seen the power of your summoned beast. It would be unfair to you to compete with it again." Ruan Xiaoyu smiled faintly and said, "Sister, I don't bully people. Your summoned beast ability is okay, but its attributes are a bit lacking. You still need to work harder, little brother Yizhe." She patted Yizhe's shoulder as if to comfort him. The latter's face was full of black lines. A girl who is 1 year older than her husband can be very devastating. However, if you think you only have one summoned beast, you are totally wrong. At this time, Ruan Xiaoyu pointed forward. "Let's go, the two of us will go and try the evil demon stronghold. It's hard to find a teammate who can kill the evil elite alone." She had already seen the squirrel's clone skills and had more confidence in Yizhe. He secretly judged in his heart. If he had the skill of clone, Yizhe could hold back the other 6 evil demon elites. There is hope for conquering the stronghold. Yizhe was also looking forward to that evil stronghold. Following Ruan Xiaoyu, the two of them left this place, one in front and one behind. Going deeper into the contaminated land number 19, Chapter 22, Call Me Sister? I'll take care of the students. The deeper we went, the thicker the light gray mist in the air became. The ground was lifeless, a scene of corrupt wasteland. Passing through a dark forest, Yizhe followed Ruan Xiaoyu and came to a temple filled with demonic energy. The polluted land was originally a scenic spot, and the temple in this scenic spot has now become a stronghold of evil spirits. The temple is not small in size, and there are a few lowest-level corpse demons wandering around the gate. Ruan Xiaoyu whispered, "Remember the bounty mission for searching for lost supplies?" It was the one she accepted at the bounty mission point. Yizhe had a good memory and nodded. Ruan Xiaoyu talked about the main purpose of this trip. The lost supplies were originally special items destined for Tobu City. During the transportation process, the contaminated land happened to spread, and the transporters were attacked by evil spirits, causing the items to be lost here. Hearing this, Yizhe was suddenly shocked. Special items being shipped to Tobu City? Dongwu City is the largest, most resource-rich, and most powerful central city in East China. It can be completely described as vast land and abundant resources, dozens of times stronger than Linyuan City. Even the best university in East China, Wuhan University, is located in Dongwu City. So, are there any special items worth transporting from other places to Dongwu City? Moreover, the military offered a reward of 500 military merit points for this mission. Yi Zhe's curiosity was immediately aroused, and he asked, "The law supplies are in this temple?" Ruan Xiaoyu nodded. What's in the supplies? Yi Zhe was sure she must know. The bounty mission only mentioned law supplies, but she knew exactly where the supplies came from. In addition, she was a student of East China University of Technology and originally from Dongwu City. Yi Zhe suspected that she came here for this very reason. Ruan Xiaoyu's delicate and charming face suddenly showed a sly smile. "Call me sister, and I'll tell you. Yi Zhe, a real man is born between heaven and earth. How can I sell out my dignity just for this? At least add a little more. Just the contents of that batch of supplies. I will know once I go in and use my eyes of insight." Yi Zhe said righteously. "No way. Really not curious?" Ruan Xiaoyu wanted to persuade him again, but Yi Zhe remained unshakable, so she was not disappointed. Then he turned and pointed to the temple. "Look, after entering the temple gate, there are 2 courtyards, east and west. Each of them has more than 6 evil demon elites and some ordinary evil demons." Yi Zhe looked in the direction where her finger pointed, and indeed, the demonic energy in the 2 courtyards was stronger than outside. It was obvious that he and Ruan Xiaoyu had to deal with one side each. Ruan Xiaoyu advised earnestly, "If you feel you can't hold on, I'll come to support you. Leave now, we still have a chance to find another teammate." Judging from the strength of the shadow squirrels that Ruan Xiaoyu had seen, it would still be difficult for Yi Zhe to hold back a group of evil demons by himself. But when he heard about that group of evil demons, Yi Zhe became particularly excited. These are all walking experience packs. If there really are so many evil elites, then there will be hope for his source of experience for the next level. Yi Zhe couldn't wait to say, "If you leave now, I will have to sit up and slap myself in the middle of the night." Ruan Xiaoyu covered her mouth and chuckled. Okay. Then give it a try." Once she decided to take action, she immediately became serious. He immediately produced a dark gray energy ball in his hand and threw it straight towards the temple gate. "I'll be on your left and you on your right." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure disappeared instantly and appeared directly at the entrance of the temple, where the energy ball was. It's a teleporting spirit. Yi Zhe had seen the skills of the dark spirit assassin, so he naturally knew what that energy ball was. As long as the teleporting spirit does not dissipate, the dark spirit assassin can consume mana and teleport multiple times within the range. As it is also a rare profession, it still has some professional strength. Ruan Xiaoyu's dagger appeared in his hand. A faint light flashed, and the corpses at the door were chopped into countless thin slices. Then, she gave Yi Zhe a come-on look and rushed to the courtyard on the left. Of the 2 courtyards on the left and right, the evil aura on the left is stronger. She took the initiative to pick a strong one. Yi Zhe didn't hesitate. He stood up and walked over. Panda. A magic circle with a Tai Chi pattern lit up, and a black and white Kung Fu panda wearing a thin Taoist robe appeared. This is Yi Zhe's true fighting power. More than a dozen evil demons in the courtyard on the right were now rushing towards the left, trying to surround Ruan Xiaoyu, who had entered first. The panda stopped in front of them and showed the starting gesture of a white crane spreading its wings. Among the more than 10 evil demons, 6 are elite evil demons. What made Yi Zhe feel more relieved was that these 6 were all blood demons. As long as the blood demon doesn't hurt him, he won't be a threat. Yi Zhe ordered, "Squirrel, don't do it. Send your clone to search for treasures around." The squirrel raised his paws in joy and cheered. For some reason, ever since acquiring the sniff treasure entry, the squirrel has become noticeably more interested in harvesting treasure. It feels like fighting is just work, treasure hunting is life. Afterwards, the squirrel created 4 shadow clones, which flew towards the temple. In the courtyard, the battle was about to break out. The 6 blood demons and 8 corpse demons suddenly slowed down when they were about to surround the panda. Although Kung Fu Panda has a chubby body, its moves are very flexible. The left and right bear paws swung like flowing clouds in water, first launching the cloud hands, and the slow-moving energy surrounded all the blood corpse demons. Then, he clapped his 2 palms together, his peaks pierced his ears, and a powerful Tai Chi internal force blasted out. Pa! The 4 corpse demons that were the first to be hit had their bodies shattered into pieces, turning into a pile of meat paste. Kill the corpse demon and gain experience. Level 6, 1570. Easy instant kill. Among the evil demon elites, only 3 were in good condition, and the other 3 were affected by the double peaks piercing their ears and were seriously injured. Unfortunately, injuries to their own kind cannot trigger their berserk characteristics. The panda fought 1 against 6 and even had the upper hand. Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. The blood demon even started a sneak attack, pulling out his ribs and condensing a bone spur to fly towards the panda. But the panda is a battlefield legend with unparalleled battlefield experience. What is most lacking on the battlefield is sneak attacks. This is just child's play. The panda dodged and grabbed the bone spur, using the force to throw it at another injured blood demon. The speed was so fast that the latter had no time to react. Sure. The blood demon's skills were used to kill its own kind. Kill the blood demon and gain experience. A blood demon that cannot trigger rage is like a tiger without teeth. The panda's black and white body flashed, and it took the initiative to attack the group of evil demons. With a slap, a seriously injured blood demon was killed on the spot along with a bone shield. The other evil demons fought back in anger. The panda welcomes everyone who comes and handles everything with ease. With the exclusive spiritual contract suit, the attack damage coefficient is increased to 150, plus the double legendary aura, 50 attack bonus, 80 attack speed bonus. Even if a level 6 player fights a level 15 player, it is as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. In less than 2 minutes, the 6 evil elites and 8 corpse demons were all turned into a pile of minced meat. Ding! You have been upgraded to level 7. Talent. You get 1 chance to draw unlimited gold terms. Meanwhile, the scout battalion monitored the department. More than a dozen military clerks were constantly checking the data from the monitors and recording the progress of the reclamation of contaminated land number 19. Next to the sand table model, Su Feng in the tent had a worried look on his face. What is the situation of this contaminated area number 19? The progress of land reclamation is twice as slow as on the 18th. Dozens of scouts have been working for almost a day, but the progress of clearing the wasteland is less than 30. The only person who made him feel relieved was Yize. Compared to the others, he was far ahead and had already reached the depths of the polluted area. At this time, the clerk who was in charge of Yize exclaimed, "Captain, come and see." Su Feng's face tensed. Something happened? Did Yize encounter an evil elite? Give me his location. I'll rush over now. The clerk shook his head, but his face showed shock, as if the matter was even more bizarre than encountering an evil elite. Su Feng immediately walked over quickly. The clerk swallowed his saliva and said, "Look, the nameplate shows. Yize is level 7. Su Feng was somewhat speechless and lectured unhappily. "Don't be so surprised. I thought it was something else. What happened to level 7? Level 7. As he was speaking, he suddenly remembered something, and his expression changed drastically. Level 7. Wasn't he only level 5 when he said that last time? Su Feng pointed at the clerk and even wanted to ask him if he had reported something wrong. It's only been more than 2 hours, and you've been promoted twice? When he was leveling up for the college entrance exam, it was considered very efficient if he could level up 2 times a day. The clerk immediately repeated it aggrievedly. That's right. Yize was at level 4 when he came to the scout camp. After the first hour of development, he reached level 5. Now more than 2 hours have passed, and he has leveled up twice. He is already level 7. Su Feng took a deep breath and said, "My dear mother, if this instrument had never made any mistakes before, he would even suspect that there was something wrong with the data. In more than 3 hours, we were promoted to 3 levels. This upgrade efficiency..." Wait, Su Feng was suddenly startled again. Didn't he encounter the evil elite? The clerk smiled bitterly. According to this upgrade efficiency, he not only encountered it, but probably killed more than one. Battalion Commander Su Feng's face froze. The clerk explained the reason. If he doesn't kill the evil demon elite, he will need to kill 58 ordinary evil demons in a row to level up 2 times. But with the summoned beast stamina, it can't kill monsters at such a high intensity. Plus, judging by the density of demons, I guess he has killed more than 7 demon elites. Upon hearing such explosive news, the clerk working nearby couldn't help but glance sideways. Su Feng didn't know what to say anymore, and he sighed. What level is he at? He has this much fighting power. Where on earth did the gods come from? Thinking of this, Su Feng immediately contacted the person in charge of temporary scout identity registration. Quick, find out where he came from. Registrar of the scout camp. Yize? Yes. Find out what his identity is and who approved him to come in. Clear. Su Feng is now very suspicious, which Big Boss secretly trained this talented disciple. At this moment, the door of the house was pushed open. An officer in his 50s walked in, with a strong aura and a sense of authority. Su Feng was shocked. "Captain, why are you here?" The person coming before him was the commander of the East China Army's North Chasing Regiment, Chang Jinping. Although he does not belong to the same system as his scout battalion, he is also one of the top decision-makers in the East China Army. Su Feng immediately saluted. Chang Jinping waved his hands repeatedly. "Private matter, private matter." The two found a quiet place to sit down, and Chang Jinping continued. "An old comrade of mine who retired due to an injury and never asked me for help suddenly asked me to help look after his students today. No, I came right over." After saying this, Su Feng of course understood. In the scout camp? Chang Jinping nodded. "It is common to help take care of younger generations in the military. It's not a violation of discipline, but within the prescribed limits, it can't help much. At most, it can save the person from death." Chang Jinping also meant this. In the team that is reclaiming the polluted land today. "My old comrade said that his student is only at level 4 now. He is young and arrogant. If he takes an unconventional approach, something bad might happen. Please ask me to ensure his safe return." Hearing this level, Su Feng's originally calm expression suddenly became excited. "Level? Can it be such a coincidence?" He cautiously asked. "Excuse me, what is the name of this student?" "My name is Yi Zhe, and I'm a senior student in the regular class of the War College." After Chang Jinping finished speaking, he asked worriedly, "Is he okay?" Su Feng's eyes suddenly widened into as round as copper bells. "It's really him." Chapter 23, At least he is a rookie king. The 7th entry. Seeing Su Feng's unusual expression, Chang Jinping's expression changed drastically. Is there really something wrong? He rushed over as soon as he received the message from Lu Boyan. Is he still too late? Su Feng didn't know where to start for a moment. I could only say, "Come and take a look first." Having said that, he took Chang Jinping back to the monitoring department. When passing by the identity registration personnel, Su Feng said, "There's no need to investigate Yi Zhe's origins. I found it." Hearing this, Chang Jinping frowned. Investigation origin? Isn't that the procedure that is followed when the family of a soldier dies in battle and needs to be contacted? Is it true? Chang Jinping, who originally had a strong aura, suddenly sighed in self-blame. Just as he was thinking about it, Su Feng brought him to the monitoring ceremony and asked the clerk to retrieve Yi Zhe's information. Yi Zhe, Summoner, Level 7. Chang Jinping was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand at Su Feng and said, "That's not it. The one I'm looking for is Level 4. Su Feng could understand his reaction very well. "In less than half a day, I was promoted to Level 3. No one would believe it." He confirmed seriously. "Captain, it's him. 3 hours ago. He was a Level 4, War College, senior student." Chang Jinping was silent and looked at him in silence for a long time. "Polluted land, solo, Level 3 in 3 hours? Is it my turn to take care of such a genius? That's not right. He's only Level 4. How can he defeat the evil demons in the polluted land? Should we form a team?" The clerk reported truthfully. He played alone most of the time, and only just now did he team up with another person. Su Feng became excited. "Really, Captain? He is simply a genius among geniuses. Please tell me who your comrade in arms is. Who could have taught such a genius?" Chang Jinping was a little confused. His former comrade in arms, Lu Boyan, taught in high school after retiring from the army due to injury, but his position was never promoted. How could such a god be cultivated without any warning? Old Lu! Su Feng remembered something and showed him the map, sand table. "Captain, look, Yi Zhe is clearing the land alone, and his speed far exceeds everyone else's. They have advanced deep into contaminated land number 19. They are top-notch vanguard scouts." As the commander of the East China Army, Chang Jinping naturally knew how terrifying the speed of land reclamation was. In the army, it's easy to be a rookie king. Chang Jinping's eyes suddenly lit up, and he clapped his hands excitedly. "I understand. How can this be Lao Lu asking me to look after the students? This is old Lu sending talents to my East China Army. Oh my!" Chang Jinping paced back and forth excitedly. "How did Lao Lu know that our group is short of talent? It has to be old Lu. He really is thinking about me." Seeing that something was not right, Su Feng whispered, "Captain, this is a talent discovered by our scout battalion." Chang Jinping suddenly became serious. "What are you talking about?" Let's not talk about which battalion or regiment. The most important thing is, we, the East China Army, must not let this boy go. Yes, Su Feng was very supportive. But in his heart, Chang Jinping said to himself, fortunately, I came today. Otherwise, where can we get this talent? I owe Lao Lu a favor. At the same time, Yi Zhe, who had just leveled up, looked at his experience bar with joy. Level 7, 1080. That batch of evil demons was not only enough for him to level up, but he even gave him a quarter more experience. Meanwhile, the squirrel picked up the things that had exploded. There's actually a rare skill book. Steel Bones, Warrior Skill Book, available at level 15. A significant increase in defense. Theoretically, it can be learned after the panda reaches level 15. But the level gap is still far. If he really reaches level 15, Yi Zhe is confident that he will not lack rare skills. So still feed the skill book to the panda. Although the skill book is available at level 15, it can be eaten even if it is below level 15. The panda opened its mouth wide and chewed and swallowed it in one gulp. What you eat is what you gain. Eat steel bones to gain constitution and reduce the damage taken from weapons by 15. Finding that the panda's food seemed a bit tasteless, Yi Zhe took a few more bamboos and gave them to him. Afterwards, Yi Zhe began to draw level 7 entries. After 2 or 3 breaths, a golden entry box appeared in front of him. This time, the entry actually made Yi Zhe a little worried. You have won the golden legendary entry, Void Creature. Void creatures live in the endless void, possess adaptability and uniqueness that surpass all things, and can travel through the void. Note, void creatures are uncertain, and the differences created by assigning them to different targets are huge. Void. Even in the most detailed textbooks, the description of the void is only a few sentences. The most mentioned ones are, the endless void, originating from outside the world, is as mysterious and powerful as the eternal abyss. But humans have never seen true void life. This made Yi Zhe hesitate for a moment, not knowing to whom to give the entry. Coupled with that comment, there might be uncertain results, which made Yi Zhe a little hesitant. Panda, his positioning is very clear, warrior, main force in melee combat. Squirrel can develop into an assassin, or focus on assistance, reconnaissance, treasure hunting, etc. These two summoned beasts are already very good, and there seems to be no need to gamble on uncertainty. So finally, Yi Zhe looked at the only thing he had left, the summoning beast space 2. I can also contract another summoned beast. Where to sign a contract? Yi Zhe thought for a long time and finally locked on. The demon-suppressing army's treasure house. For every 1,000 additional military merit points, you can go to the higher-level treasury of the demon-suppressing army to select items. Since it is the military's treasury, there must be a lot of good summoned beasts. If you accumulate enough military merits, you may be able to directly choose a suitable third summoned beast. With this thought in mind, Yi Zhe temporarily put the entry Void Creatures on hold. Start thinking about ways to earn military merits. But the most urgent task is to clear this evil stronghold first. After thinking about it, Yi Zhe decided to go to the courtyard on the left first to help Ruan Xiaoyu get rid of the evil spirit there. I can gain some more experience. In another courtyard, Ruan Xiaoyu had killed half of the evil demons. This speed is already very fast, but she wants to go faster. I don't know what's going on with Yi Zhe. It's better to go faster to prevent him from running out of time and causing problems. The biggest disadvantage of the assassin is that he has few group attack skills. Faced with the encirclement of corpse demons and the attacks of evil demon elites, she could only kill them one by one as much as possible. At this moment, her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a squirrel. The shadow squirrel was twitching its nose quickly next to it, as if it was sniffing something. One say, isn't that Yi Zhe's summoned beast? If you're not focusing on killing monsters right now, what are you doing here? Wait, Ruan Xiaoyu frowned. Could it be that Yi Zhe couldn't hold on any longer and sent the squirrel for help? She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. But unexpectedly again, the squirrel ignored her and ran straight into the depths of the temple. Once, she never imagined that this shadow squirrel, who she thought was Yi Zhe's strongest summoned beast, I was just sent out by Yi Zhe to look for treasure. Chapter 24. You found the weakness after just one look? At this moment, there was a noise outside the gate of the east courtyard. Ruan Xiaoyu fought off the evil demon in front of him and vigilantly watched the movements outside. Are other evil demons about to surround us? But the next moment, the figure coming in from the gate made her exclaim in surprise. Yize? How did you get here? It's only been more than 2 minutes. Why did Yize come here instead of dealing with the evil demon on the right? Could it be that Yize didn't go to defend on the right side at all? That's impossible. She clearly heard the sound of fighting on the right. Could it be that an incredibly bold guess appeared in Ruan Xiaoyo's mind? She leaped into the air, her figure as light as a feather, and landed next to Yize in 2 or 3 steps. Faced with the question, Yize smiled and said, "I'll come over after I finish killing them." Hearing that her bold guess was confirmed, Ruan Xiaoyo's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. All killed? How is that possible? In the next moment, she saw the Kung Fu Panda beside Yize. Judging from the aura of power alone, it is no less than epic level. In addition to that epic squirrel, he actually has another epic summon beast. Less than level 10, but with 2 epic summon beasts? Even with Ruan Xiaoyo's knowledge, this configuration is one of the best among summoners. Is this a student from the regular class at the War College? Ruan Xiaoyu stared at Yize closely, like a little black cat that had discovered its prey. But there were still more than 10 evil demons on the opposite side, and Ruan Xiaoyu finally gave up the idea of further research, and Yize couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After Yize joined, the two quickly cleared out the evil spirits in the courtyard. Ruan Xiaoyo's figure was as swift as a swallow, and his moves were swift and fierce. The panda's fists are fierce, and it specifically targets high-level evil elites. Originally, Ruan Xiaoyu alone was enough to kill all these evil demons. It was just a matter of time. Now that Yize has arrived, the evil demons are even more difficult to resist. In less than a minute, all the demons in the field were killed. Relying on its great strength, the panda was the first to kill 3 level 15 blood demons. Some experience? Yize's level 7 experience bar was almost halfway reached. The two then cleaned up the battlefield. Ruan Xiaoyu didn't take any of the spoils, including 2 level 15 equipment, a skill book, and some materials. Yize was not polite either. It was normal for a rich lady with all the best equipment to look down on these things. He put them all in his backpack. But at the same time, they discovered that the lost supplies were not in the 2 courtyards. Ruan Xiaoyu looked into the depths of the temple and said, "Go on." Yize was about to respond, but something unexpected happened. 2 squirrel shadow clones were killed. Although it is just a shadow clone of the squirrel, its attributes are probably over 80, plus the ability to shadow escape. The one who can kill the shadow clone is at least not an ordinary evil elite. Seeing this, Ruan Xiaoyu reminded, even the evil elites are only guarding the courtyard outside. The enemies inside should not be underestimated. Let me investigate the situation inside first. Yize nodded in agreement. There are too many unknowns in the polluted land, so it doesn't hurt to conduct some reconnaissance in advance. Ruan Xiaoyu took out a detection spirit and threw it deep into the temple. This is also an exclusive skill of the Dark Spirit Assassin. Similar to a drone, it can display real-time reconnaissance images on the personal panel. The scout spirit flew in from the courtyard, walked up a long staircase, and arrived at the center of a temple. At first glance, the two saw the lost supplies. The container that originally stored the supplies had been shattered, and countless materials and props had piled up into a small hill. In the next moment, a huge black cavalry figure came into view. Yize frowned. Special elite. In the picture, a tall and burly black cavalryman is wearing tattered and decayed armor, holding a spear, and his helmet covers his face, leaving only his scarlet eyes. Especially the giant beasts ridden by the cavalry were very strange, looking like salamanders and emitting gray demonic aura. It looks like this is the base. Yize immediately started investigating. Cursed Knight. Type: Special Elite. Attributes: Strength 280, Constitution 260, Agility 180, Spirit 80. Features: Cursed Soul. After hitting the enemy, a random curse that cannot be dispelled will be generated on the enemy. Skills: Dart Charge, Sweep Away, Spear Pierce. Level 30 Special Elite. Special Elites are half a level stronger than Evil Elites. They are all Blue Star professionals who were contaminated by the Abyss and died in the polluted land. This kind of deep pollution is like an acute disease. The transmission routes include biological parasitism, toxic corrosion, accidentally opening some treasures contaminated with demonic power, etc. If not handled in time, death is inevitable. If one dies after being polluted, he or she will turn into a special evil demon, forever losing the memory of life, wandering in the polluted land. It seems that he was also a professional knight in the East China region before his death. Ruan Xiaoyu guessed. Maybe he is the escort of this batch of supplies. He escorted the supplies for the East China region while he was alive, and even after he lost his mind after his death, he was still guarding the supplies. If he hadn't been contaminated by the abyss, he might have become a high-level knight. It's a pity that he has turned into a demon. Yi Zhe pointed at his mount again. That is also a level 25 evil demon elite. Corrupted behemoth. Type, demon elite. Attributes, strength 180, constitution 150, agility 200, spirit 50. Skills, tail flick, smashing swipe, full charge. Even the mount is a level 25 demon elite. The knight's mount, its comprehensive strength is definitely greater than the sum of its parts. As the two were watching, the cursed knight suddenly discovered the detective spirit and stabbed it with a spear. The reconnaissance footage was cut off. Ruan Xiaoyu frowned slightly and looked at Yi Zhe and said, "This level 30 special elite can theoretically already use the distress symbol to call for support. The special elite of the first level, taking into account the doubling of the mount's attributes, would mean that most scouts would be killed instantly." Even Ruan Xiaoyu felt that his chances of winning were slim. The level gap is too great. What's more, both the knight and the mount are comparable, and with the characteristics of the cursed knight, you will lose half your life if you are hit. But if we use the SOS talisman, we will definitely not get any rewards or military merits. Yi Zhe's fighting spirit remained unabated, with golden light flashing in his pupils. "Yes, I have found his weakness." Hearing this, Ruan Xiaoyu couldn't help but said in surprise, "You just glanced at him. Have you found the weakness?" Chapter 25. Kill the corrupted beast instantly. The ferocious beast hiding in the dark. It can find weaknesses at a glance, just like a human scanner. I'm afraid that even the most professional scouts from ancient times to the present do not have this ability. Yi Zhe coughed twice and said calmly, "I'm a specialist in the investigation department. I just have more experience." Although he was a little confused, Ruan Xiaoyu still accepted it after hearing about the investigation department. Then, she asked curiously, "What is the weakness of the cursed knight?" Just at that moment, Yi Zhe had used the Eye of Insight to understand the detailed information and analyze the weaknesses. Yi Zhe briefly summarized. The weakness lies in his mount. The corrupted beast is the original mount of the cursed knight, but after it became a demon beast, its memories of life will also disappear. That is to say, the cooperation between the mount and the rider is not as tacit as it was in life. Oh! Ruan Xiaoyu opened her rosy little mouth, looking cute as if she was listening to the teacher attentively. Yi Zhe put the squirrel on the panda's head to use it as a cursed knight and a corrupted beast for demonstration. After entering the battle, you and I will attack the knight and the mount on the left and right respectively. The knight will take revenge on you after being attacked by you. After being attacked by me, the corrupted beast will attack me first. This is the instinctive reaction of the evil spirit after losing its mind. As Yi Zhe spoke, the squirrel and panda that served as teaching aids separated and stood out separately, one on the left and one on the right. Ruan Xiaoyu understood his thoughts. Her beautiful eyes lit up. Just like this, once the knight and the mount are separated, their combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Yi Zhe nodded. "Then you deal with the knights, and I will deal with the beasts. We will defeat them one by one." "No problem," Ruan Xiaoyu responded happily, and at the same time looked at Yi Zhe suspiciously. "Wait, can you handle a level 25 demon elite by yourself?" Yi Zhe smiled and said, "Don't worry." He had already seen that the corrupted beasts all had pure power-based melee skills. All power-based melee combat is nothing to be afraid of in front of the panda. After confirming the tactics, Yi Zhe and Ruan Xiaoyu both walked up the stairs and came to the center of the temple. In the vicinity of the entire temple, there was only the cursed knight and his mount. Even the demons did not dare to approach. After just one encounter, the two were locked into the cursed knight's gaze. Anyone who dares to come closer will be killed. The cursed knight's voice was low, but revealed his firm will, and he pointed the broken spear in his hand at them. Yi Zhe sighed and said quickly, "I'll be on the left, and you on the right." Ruan Xiaoyu nodded, and the two of them split into the left and right sides, confronting the cursed knight, and everything was carried out according to tactics. "Anyone who comes near will die." The cursed knight roared and charged towards the strongest Ruan Xiaoyu. The corrupted beast charged forward quickly, causing the ground around the temple to tremble and tiles to break and fly out continuously. Yi Zhe hurriedly said, "Go." Narrow the attack range. Only hit the mount, don't hit the cursed knight. The panda received the order and launched a double-peak piercing ear attack. The key point of this tactic is that you cannot attack the mount and the knight at the same time. Otherwise, you will definitely absorb the hatred of both. At that time, even if teammates take action again, they will not be able to pull back the hatred. With a loud boom, the double-peaked piercing ear narrowed its range and accurately hit the tail of the corrupted monster. As expected, the corrupted beast roared and tried to turn around. At this time, Wan Xiaoyu fired 3 flying knives in a row, but only hit the cursed knight and failed to attract the hatred of the corrupted beast. The cursed knight wants to hunt down Wan Xiaoyu. The knights and the beasts were originally demons that were resurrected from the dead. They had long lost their sanity and only acted on instinct. This disagreement immediately caused the two to become conflicted. The cursed knight jumped off his mount in anger and chased Wan Xiaoyu alone. The corrupted beast successfully turned around and launched a fierce charge towards Yi Zhe. It worked! Wan Xiaoyu showed joy, proving that Yi Zhe's strategy was really effective. Without a mount, the cursed knight is just a gunfighter. Now that the opponent is moving slowly, she can easily pull him back or even kill him alone with the high agility of the dark spirit assassin. As long as nothing unexpected happens to Yi Zhe, that's fine. After all, Yi Zhe had to face a level 25 evil demon elite, but he was only level 7. Given the power and size of the corrupted beast, if it were hit, it would likely cause serious injuries. But the next moment, as Wan Xiaoyu was pulling with a fluttering figure, she subconsciously glanced towards Yi Zhe, and her pupils dilated instantly. The corrupted beast roared and rushed towards the panda, and its huge body shook the earth. The claws swung with almost maximum force, delivering a crushing swing. But the panda does not hide or avoid. He drew a circle with his hands, holding up the invisible Tai Chi internal energy, making the corrupted beast's claw seem to hit the air and instantly lose its center of gravity. Tai Chi uses just a little force to achieve a great result. Borrowing the enemy's strength to double your counterattack is the nightmare of all melee enemies. The panda quickly turned its body and used the force to counterattack. With lightning speed, his left palm struck the corrupted beast's chest. The fierce force combined with the opponent's crushing blow power. It actually knocked the corrupted beast directly to the ground, and it stopped moving. Seconds? At this moment, Wan Xiaoyu really felt that he had underestimated Yi Zhe. She originally thought that Yi Zhe was strong enough to kill a level 15 evil demon elite in seconds. When facing a level 25 corrupted behemoth, you must at least slowly drag it down and engage in a tug-of-war. I didn't expect that he could kill people instantly even at level 25, but Wan Xiaoyu was one of the top 100 candidates in the country last year, and he was also a student at East China Wuhan University, so he had extraordinary knowledge. Soon realized Yi Zhe's methods. That's not his power, it's a special skill. This kind of skill is often impossible to release continuously and can only be used as a last resort. But being able to kill instantly across so many levels, this skill's quality. Is it an epic or a legend? How can Yi Zhe, a level 7 summoner, have so many super high-quality skills? Wan Xiaoyu's family is very well off, and as the only daughter in the family, she is not short of money. But she only has one skill above epic level. But looking at Yi Zhe, she has seen at least 3 of them. Is this really a high school student from an ordinary class? At this moment, Wan Xiaoyu really wanted to peel off his outer coat and check his true strength. But the cursed knight was still alive, so she had no choice but to continue dealing with this special elite. On the other side, Yi Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. Kill the evil elite. Corrupted behemoth, gain experience. 625. He had already anticipated this scene when he saw that the corrupted beast's attack was pure power. What was a bit surprising was that the attack bonus was too high, and it actually killed the corrupted beast instantly. On the ground, a level 25 giant axe and a level 25 armor exploded, both of which were rare. Too high level, can't wear, but it's edible. If you are below level 25, the attributes of the equipment cannot be brought into play, but if you eat it, the attributes will still be increased. Yi Zhe handed it to the panda, and the latter began to behave like an iron-eating beast, chewing the iron block like a snack, which was crunchy. What you eat is what you replenish. 2 pieces of equipment add 8 points of strength, 8 points of physique, and 15 points of defense. It is equivalent to increasing the attributes of a rare level equipment. Not a loss. Now that the knight's mount has been taken care of, the threat is no longer significant. In the distance, Ruan Xiaoyu's figure was as swift as a swallow and as agile as the wind. She was able to handle the attacks of the cursed knight with ease, and her figure was floating like a dance. But on the cursed knight, there were more and more signs of attacks. The battle is picturesque. Yizhe couldn't help but sigh. Watching beautiful women fighting monsters is such a pleasure. A knight without a mount naturally could not pose any threat to Ruan Xiaoyu. About 5 minutes later, Ruan Xiaoyu had secretly placed 10 black energy balls. She flashed and moved much further away, then snapped her fingers. Boom! The exploding flames like a column of magma shot up into the sky, enveloping and burning the cursed knight, killing him completely. Rest in peace. The supplies you escorted will return to East China. Seeing this, Yizhe murmured in a low voice. Ruan Xiaoyu waved at him. Come quickly. Take this body back. Yizhe stepped forward and used one grid of space in his backpack to put the body of the cursed knight into it. Ruan Xiaoyu reminded. The corpse of a special elite is worth at least 300 military merits. So much. Yizhe was shocked. But soon he realized, we were all once East China warriors. Even if we die, we must return to our roots. Ruan Xiaoyu began to check the lost supplies and said to Yizhe, 300 military merits for corpses, 500 military merits for searching for supplies. I'll give them all to you. Yizhe was shocked. Ah, why? Without your tactics, I would have to use the SOS talisman. Ruan Xiaoyu didn't wait for him to say anything and continued, besides, I don't lack the rewards from the Demon Suppression Army. I'm here to complete the Academy's mission and get these supplies back to Dongwu City. Complete the mission, and the Academy's reward will be much better than the Demon Suppression Army. After hearing this, Yizhe understood a lot more. No wonder she came to the polluted place with such high attributes. It turns out that the main purpose was this batch of supplies. That's not surprising. It just allowed him to gain a few hundred more military merits for nothing. After all, without Ruan Xiaoyu, he would never be able to defeat the cursed knight. Ruan Xiaoyu seemed to know what he was thinking and said with a smile, if you feel bad, just call me sister. The corner of Yizhe's mouth twitched. How can my dignity be sold out for just a few hundred military merits? Forget it, I'll compensate her later. He decisively changed the subject. Well, these materials are mostly used for copy research and development. Ruan Xiaoyu was surprised and asked, you know all this? Superconducting crystal, illusion magic core, star sand? Of course Yizhe didn't know them. These were all reflected by the eye of insight. These are almost useless in the hands of individuals, but in the hands of the big guys in the research institute, they are very effective. No wonder even East China University of Technology has to issue a task to retrieve it. After looking around, Yizhe's attention stayed on a piece of debris. Fragments of the culture chamber. The culture chamber container used to hold a certain ferocious beast has now been shattered. Could it be that this batch of supplies includes more than just research and development materials? Seeing the fragments of the culture chamber in Yizhe's hand, Ruan Xiaoyu frowned and looked solemn. It actually escaped. Yizhe asked curiously, what was originally contained in it? Ruan Xiaoyu, it is a ferocious beast. It can also be contracted as a summoned beast. There are 2 ways to contract a summoned beast. 1. Use skill books. 2. Sign contracts with wild animals based on your own abilities. There may not be many wild beasts that can be summoned beasts. Yizhe didn't expect to encounter one today. Ruan Xiaoyu then attacked. But because it is so ferocious, no summoner in the entire East China region can contract it. So we captured it in Qingfeng City and wanted to send it to East China University of Martial Arts, hoping to reduce its ferocity. I didn't expect to end up here and have it escape. In the entire East China region, no one can sign a contract? Yizhe was a little surprised. He had never heard of a summoned beast that was so difficult to contract. Then, correspondingly, the ferocious beast that Qingfeng City tried so hard to contract must be very powerful. Unfortunately, he has already escaped. Yizhe was thinking when he suddenly felt something. His face was startled, and he looked in a certain direction. Wait, it doesn't seem to have run away yet. Just now, a prompt popped up in front of Yizhe. The squirrel shadow clone you sent has been killed. The last 2 squirrel shadow clones were killed again. That ferocious beast is near them. Chapter 26. The Extreme Blade Mantis. The fierce beast that no one has successfully contracted. Seeing this prompt, Yizhe instantly realized. The 2 squirrel clones before were probably not killed by the Cursed Knight. Now that I think about it, I do have some doubts. The Cursed Knight has a slow attack speed and is good at charging. How can he have time to kill the squirrel clone that can shadow escape? And now, the last two clones were killed instantly again, which undoubtedly explained the problem. Hunting nearby is a ferocious beast with extremely high lethality and extremely fast attack speed. Yize and Ruan Xiaoyu suddenly look somewhere. A figure about as tall as a person appeared at the main entrance of the temple. His head is triangular, with two huge compound eyes glowing bloodshot. His carapace has a dark luster, and the two pairs of wings on his back are as thin as cicada wings. The two forelimbs are particularly eye-catching, huge and sharp like sickles, flashing with cold light. The breath is violent and dangerous. Obviously his level is not high, but the oppressive feeling seems to be stronger than that of the Cursed Knight. Yize asked, "Is this the beast that was transported to Dongwu City?" An excellent summoned beast potential can be judged just by its aura. The one in front of you is a natural hunting, high-potential summoned beast. Yes, it's him, the extreme blade mantis. Ruan Xiaoyu nodded in confirmation, but when he saw the other person's eyes, he couldn't help but sigh. What a pity! He was contaminated by the abyss's aura and is doomed to die. Contaminated by the breath of the abyss? The cause of death of the Cursed Knight was contamination by the breath of the abyss. There has been no successful case of rescue in the entire Blue Planet. Yize immediately opened his eye of insight and checked the other party's information. Extreme Blade Mantis. Quality, excellent. Level, 12. Attributes, Strength 150, Constitution 140, Agility 178, Spirit 130. Features, Hunting. After killing the enemy, absorb its nutrients to permanently improve the attributes, wisdom, and damage coefficient of the extreme blade mantis. Talents, Compound Eyes, excellent. Stealth Assault, rare. Skills, Wind Slash, excellent. High-speed movement, rare. Potential assessment, unique. Status, polluted by the abyss. It has indeed been contaminated by the abyss, and it has even developed some special properties. Killing enemies permanently increases attributes. This kind of characteristic is also top-notch among the demons, at least at the general or even king level. And now, it is actually controlled by a ferocious beast. No wonder I was able to get a unique potential assessment. It's a pity that after being contaminated by the abyss, I can only live for another week at most. Yize couldn't help but sigh, while Ruan Xiaoyu held a sharp blade, ready to kill the mantis directly. My mission, besides retrieving supplies, is to bring back this mantis. But he has been contaminated. We can only kill him on the spot, and then take the body out of the contaminated area. Yize understood what she meant. If the corpse is left in a polluted area, it will become an insane demon like the Cursed Knight. With this evil trait, he may become a new demon general. The threat must naturally be resolved as soon as possible. Ruan Xiaoyu shook his head helplessly. Poor thing, it was contaminated by the power of the abyss before it was even delivered to Dongwu City. It was just a casual remark. Unexpectedly, the polluted extreme blade mantis actually asked back. Pitiful. The mantis's voice was as hoarse as the friction of metal, which was chilling. You are wrong. In this world, being weak is the real pity. As soon as the words fell, a black shadow flashed by like lightning. Extreme Blade Mantis and Ruan Xiaoyu started a battle between hunter and assassin. You can still speak? Yize realized later. It is the hunting characteristics that have improved the wisdom of the mantis. As long as you kill enemies, you can grow infinitely. Your potential is truly terrifying. However, at this time, on the battlefield, Yize originally thought that with Ruan Xiaoyu's attributes and combat power, he could easily defeat the extreme blade mantis. But I didn't expect that the two would tie again and again. On the one hand, Ruan Xiaoyu had just killed the Cursed Knight, and most of his physical strength had been lost, and a lot of his skills had also been used up. On the other hand, the way Mantis fights is completely reckless. The offensive was extremely fierce, and every blow was made with all one's strength. The battle became more and more violent and ferocious. The fighting talent is so strong. Even Ruan Xiaoyu, who is considered a genius in East China, couldn't help but agree. No wonder Qingfeng City spent so much effort to find a way to sign a contract. She tried to save the situation. Extreme Blade Mantis, why don't you come back to Dongwu City with me? I can find someone to help you suppress the polluted aura on your body. The Extreme Blade Mantis asked back, Suppress? Why do you want to suppress? Or you'll die. Although it cannot be eradicated for the time being, suppressing the polluted aura can allow you to live longer. Perhaps there will be a chance to eradicate it in the future. Ruan Xiaoyu stopped on his own initiative. It was a pity to kill a summoned beast of this level like this. Upon hearing this, the extreme blade mantis let out a hoarse laugh. Ha 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 ha! Laughed for a while. Perhaps because he knew he was going to die soon, he actually began to talk as if he was telling a story. Blood-colored plains, hundreds of thousands of creatures. The mantis is the weakest and lowest being in the food chain. What the hell? He also knows about the food chain? Although the occasion was somewhat serious, Yizhe couldn't help but complain. How many enemies had he hunted to gain this much wisdom? The voice of the extreme blade mantis came again. Because they are weak, the mantis tribe has no food and no nutrients. When the female mantis is breeding, it needs to eat the male mantis to supplement nutrition and ensure the health of the offspring. He talks about his race almost from the perspective of a bystander. So, I've understood since I was born that being weak is the original sin. Now that I have the breath of the abyss, I can feel the freedom. I can feel the power. Even if I die tomorrow, I will be willing. As the last sentence came out, Mantis suddenly became murderous again. This time, the one who came forward was not Ruan Xiaoyu, but Kung Fu Panda. Yizhe stopped her and explained, "You should recover your strength first. His fighting style is reckless. Even if you win, you might get hurt." Hearing this, Ruan Xiaoyu looked at Yizhe strangely and finally nodded, said and began to recover his strength. As for the panda, with the blessing of battlefield legend, its physical strength has remained above 70% until this moment. The ferocious mantis is perfectly countered by the soft hard panda. However, Yizhe gave instructions in advance. Hold back and don't kill. No summoner would want to miss out on such a summoned beast with incredible potential. Just talking about combat talent and potential, the extreme blade mantis is definitely one of the best in East China. This can be seen from the fact that almost all summoners in East China have tried to make a contract. So Yizhe, you should give it a try too, he said to Ruan Xiaoyu. Don't kill him yet. Give me a chance. Let me try to contract him. Contract? Are you crazy? Ruan Xiaoyu frowned. He has been contaminated by the abyss. He will definitely die. What's more, no summoner has been able to successfully make a contract with him since he was captured. Whether strong, weak, or extremely wealthy, all have failed. Yizhe smiled nonchalantly. Since so many people have tried it, it doesn't matter if I try it again. Ruan Xiaoyu stared at Yizhe, her beautiful eyes full of worry. You. But when she saw Yizhe's handsome face and his bright eyes full of confidence, she swallowed the rest of her words. Forget it. At worst, I can just wait until Yizhe's contract fails and then kill him. She looked at the battlefield. The panda and the mantis were still fighting, but the latter was gradually losing the upper hand. Ruan Xiaoyu took out a dagger and was going to take action immediately after the contract failed. Yizhe's confidence is not without source. From what Blade Mantis revealed, we can clearly know what he needs. Power. The most common requirement, and also the most difficult to meet. It all depends on how great the summoned beast's desire for power is, and there is no need to say much about the persistence of the extreme Blade Mantis. But Yizhe has already thought of a way to break through. Chapter 27 Contract, the Third Summoned Beast. Evolution? At this moment on the battlefield, the pair of compound eyes of the extreme Blade Mantis, which were contaminated by the abyss, became increasingly scarlet as its fighting spirit increased. The breath of the abyss is constantly eroding its vitality. Abyss pollution is mostly caused by the forced corrosion of the abyss breath, which slowly corrodes vitality and sanity until complete death. But the Blade Mantis had no fear of death at all and just danced wildly. The only regret is that this power does not last long. At this moment, a voice came into the battlefield. Do you want to have this power forever? Extreme Blade Mantis suddenly looked up and found Yizhe looking at him calmly. I can give you a chance. Mantis snorted disdainfully. Humph! How dare a mere human speak so arrogantly? I will never surrender to you weak human summoners. Yizhe was not surprised to see such a violent reaction. He asked back, but don't forget, you can't even beat my level 7 summoned beast. Where do you get the confidence to say I'm weak? Upon hearing this, the extreme Blade Mantis became furious. But the reality is that with his current strength, he is no match for the epic 6-star panda. What's more, the panda's Tai Chi Kung Fu, which uses softness to overcome hardness, completely restrained his offensive. The extreme Blade Mantis fell into silence. Yizhe's next words instantly shocked him, and even Ruan Xiaoyu. I'll give you a chance. Sign a contract with me. If you are not satisfied with your strength in the future, the contract can be terminated at any time. The pair of compound eyes of the extreme blade mantis flashed red. Although it was silent, there were waves in its heart. Ruan Xiaoyou's expression suddenly changed, and she suddenly stopped Yi. Are you crazy? Under these conditions, he may betray you at any time. How can there be such a contract to summon a beast? Can he play summoner? The reason why Yi dared to say this, because he was confident that the bonus brought by the golden entry was definitely more addictive than the power of the abyss. On the other hand, as long as the contract is successful and the terms are added, his loyalty will increase, making him have no second thoughts. For Yi, the difficulty still lies in tempting Mantis to sign a contract, and how to solve the abyss pollution. However, after Ruan Xiaoyu suggested that the aura of the abyss can be suppressed, he had a new idea. Since it can be suppressed, can it also be possible to adapt? If we let the blade mantis adapt to the pollution of the abyss, wouldn't it be able to maintain the characteristics of the abyss forever? He looked at the only entry he had left. Void creatures live in the endless void, possess adaptability and uniqueness that surpass all things, and can travel through the void. He decided to take a gamble. If it fails, there is nothing that can be done, because it means that this summoned beast does not belong to him. By then, you can accumulate military merits and exchange them for other summoned beast skill books in time. With this thought in mind, he first comforted Ruan Xiaoyu. I know you're in a hurry, but wait. Then, he launched a fierce attack on the extreme blade mantis. Contract with me, and the strength I bring to you will not be weaker than the power of the abyss. Look, Kung Fu Panda at level 7 is an example. He pointed at the panda, a level 7 panda, and the strength it displayed was very convincing. Extreme Blade Mantis had experienced it personally and couldn't help but believe Yi words. He was somewhat moved. Yi continued, if you are strong enough, I will make you the strongest hunter. The Extreme Blade Mantis growled, of course I have the ability. Good. Yi and Extreme Blade Mantis looked at each other, and the latter said hoarsely, but you must at least solve the pollution in the abyss. I can try, but the success rate is not high. Yi told the truth. This made Jiren Mantis believe it more. If Yi said that he could clear it 100%, he would have doubted it. After all, this is the pollution of the eternal abyss. Who could be 100% confident? Ruan Xiaoyu was suspicious. The abyss aura that the whole world can only suppress temporarily. He actually said there is a chance to solve it? It's a lie, right? But she didn't say it, in case Yi was really lying. At the same time, Yi used his mental power to activate the summoned beast space and concluded a contract. Everything that Yi had just said was written on it, witnessed by the extraordinary power of Blue Star. 2 parchment scrolls glowing white were separated and fell in front of Yi and Jiren Mantis. Yi quickly pressed his handprint. After hesitating for more than 10 seconds, the Extreme Blade Mantis touched it with its sickle-like right limb. Ding! You have successfully contracted the excellent summoned beast, Extreme Blade Mantis. The moment the contract came into effect, the Extreme Blade Mantis was put into Yi's summoned beast space. At the same time, because the quality of the contracted Extreme Blade Mantis was very high, most of his mental power was consumed in an instant. If my mental strength wasn't 128 points, I really wouldn't be able to make the contract. The higher the quality of the summoned beast, the more conditions required for the contract. Even if you use skill books, high-level summoning skill books, you still need mental strength. Seeing that the contract was successful, Ruan Xiaoyu almost held his breath. Really, it worked? A summoned beast that almost all summoners in East China could not contract was actually successfully contracted by Yi. But think about it carefully. Which summoner would dare to set the condition of the contract can be terminated at any time if the summoner's strength is not satisfied? How many summoners are capable of convincing the Extreme Blade Mantis? But when she thought about this, she realized that the problem had just begun. What are you going to do next? Let's not talk about improving our strength first. How are you going to solve the pollution in the abyss? Yi smiled and comforted her. Don't worry, I will take him out of the polluted area. By then, even if he dies, he won't die in a polluted area, and we can complete the mission without losing any blood. Ruan Xiaoyu chuckled. You are quite sinister. In this case, the worst result is to successfully capture the Extreme Blade Mantis. He was still unharmed, preventing the opponent from fighting back desperately before his death. In this case, the mission is all completed, and I should go back to Dongwu City. It was getting late, so she didn't plan to stay any longer. On the other hand, she always had a hunch in her heart. Maybe Yi really had another trump card. Is it really possible to solve the abyss pollution? Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. If she witnessed this ability with her own eyes, should she report it to the research institute or not? It's better not to know and just assume that the blade mantis is dead. With this thought in mind, she simply left. Before leaving, he pinched Yi Zhe's face and said, "If you apply to East China University of Technology in the future, remember to come to Dongwu City to find your sister." Yi Zhe's face was full of black lines. He only said silently while being needed, "I'll think about it." Ruan Xiaoyu raised the corners of her mouth, blinked gently, then turned into a beautiful black shadow and floated away. But Yi Zhe didn't have time to lament about this. At this moment, the extreme blade mantis in the summoning beast space has begun to become restless. Because Yi Zhe is only level 7 as a summoner. His level 14 also shrank to level 7, and his attributes were reduced to an average of less than 100 points. The contract had just been signed, and the strength of the extreme blade mantis had been reduced by half, so it was naturally extremely agitated. "Well, don't worry, let's try it now. If you succeed, your future prospects will be better than what you can achieve with a mere level 7. Yi Zhe said, and added the term void creature to mantis. Is the adaptability of void creatures useful against the pollution of the eternal abyss? Yi Zhe couldn't say for sure. But if I don't try this time, I'm afraid I'll never have such a good opportunity in the future. In the summoned beast space, a purple light suddenly burst out, wrapping up the extreme blade mantis. It was like a giant purple egg. The void creature entry was assigned successfully. Ding! Due to the special nature of this goal, this evolution will last for a certain period of time. Chapter 28 Void Hunter. It actually takes time to evolve entries. In the past, they would evolve immediately. But from this we can also see that the reaction this entry produces with a mantis is definitely not ordinary. Perhaps it is digesting the power of the abyss. With this thought in mind, Yi Zhe simply waited here. If something strange happens after he returns and the evolution is completed, he really doesn't know how to explain it. After all, this is no ordinary power. Endless void, eternal abyss. These are all planes that are currently incomprehensible to humans and are extremely powerful and terrifying. Once discovered, Yi Zhe actually tried to use the former to merge with the latter. I believe that there will definitely be a big shock in the Chinese academic community. Countless troubles are inevitable. Yi Zhe leaned against the door of the temple and looked into the summoned beast space through his mental power. The stronger the mental power, the larger the space area, and the stronger the auxiliary effect. Currently, Yi Zhe's summoned beast space is only comparable to a small camping site of more than 100 square meters. The dark purple giant egg wrapped around the extreme blade mantis kept rising and falling, as if it was breathing. 2 or 3 hours passed. Under Yi Zhe's expectant eyes, the giant egg cracked. Did it work? Can we adapt to the pollution of the abyss? If that doesn't work, it means that this blade mantis will definitely die and there is no cure. The crack in the dark purple giant egg grew bigger and bigger, and a figure walked out of it. The mantis's originally green-gray body turned into a deep dark purple and black color. Its wings seemed to be made of black hole energy, with purple energy fluctuations flowing around the edges. The compound eyes are red like shooting stars. The arm blades are like dark crystals reflected by nebulae, symbolizing destruction and devastation. The mantis's aura was no longer ferocious and manic, but instead restrained in its murderous intent, with an indescribable mystery and terror in its calmness. At the same time, 2 prompts popped up. Evolution completed. This is the first time that humans have seen and subdued void creatures. You have been awarded a special title, First Seer of the Void. Summoned Beast. Extreme Blade Mantis, excellent. Evolved Void Hunter, Golden Legend. Yi Zhe couldn't help but show his joy. Evolution is successful, and it is the Golden Legend. He quickly checked the mantis's attribute panel to confirm whether the abyss's characteristics were still there. Void Hunter Red-Eyed Mantis. Quality, Golden Legend. Level, 7. Attributes, Strength 165, Constitution 155, Agility 173, Spirit 145. Features, Hunter. After killing a strong enemy, you can evolve any part of the Void Mantis body and gain corresponding additional attribute improvements. Talents, Void Creature, Legend. Void Travel, Legend. Compound Eye, excellent. Skills, Void Slash, Legendary. Void Stab, Legendary. Status, excited. The pollution of the abyss atmosphere has actually been adapted to. Moreover, The original characteristics have been enhanced? And if the panda hadn't added a lot of attributes by eating what you need, the attributes of the mantis's evolution this time would almost surpass the panda. I didn't expect that I would get my first golden legend just like this. Looking across the whole of China, there are no more than 10 people who own the golden legendary summoned beast. The few who remain are also veteran high-level summoners with many years of experience. In theory, the abilities and growth values of a golden legendary quality summoned beast roughly correspond to those of a rank 5 professional. In other words, it is more reasonable for a level 50 summoner to contract a legendary summoned beast. But who would have thought that Yi Zhe had just reached level 7? The summoned beasts he possesses are 2 epic and 1 legendary. No one would dare to believe it if I told them. Moreover, Mantis's ability is much stronger than the legendary level that Yi Zhe saw in the picture book. The talent and ability are simply unstoppable. Among them, the Void Shuttle is the most powerful displacement attack and defense virtualization skill he has ever seen. Void Shuttle, freely shuttle between the void and the current plane, and can quickly change locations. Can leave a projection on the current plane and shuttle to the void to realize the body's nothingness. No cooldown. It only consumes a little mental energy. If Yi Zhe was not a void creature, and it were easy to die if he traveled into the void, he would have wanted to copy this skill. Too much. Except for Void Shuttle, the rest of the skills are pure high burst damage. The only non-legendary skill, Compound Eyes, also has an irreplaceable role. Compound Eyes, composed of thousands of small eyes with a 360-degree field of view, not affected by dark environments, and can accurately capture high-speed moving or hidden targets. Mantis's skill set can be called a killing machine. It is even a being that can continue to evolve. From its hunter panel, there are 4 parts that can evolve: arm blade, shell, compound eyes, and wings. I just don't know what the effect will be after evolution. Seeing that the Void Mantis was constantly feeling the new power, Yi Zhe couldn't help but teasing. How is it? Are you satisfied with your own strength? Void Mantis looked extremely excited. I love this power so much. Master, the attributes of level 7 at this time are even higher than the previous level 14. This is the advantage of high-quality summoned beasts. Yi Zhe's mouth corners raised, another gold metal fighter. At the same time, a force was fed back into Yi Zhe's body. Ding! The summoned beast you contracted has been greatly improved and will feed back some of its attributes to you. Your attributes are improved: strength, physique, agility, spirit. Because Mantis was upgraded to Golden Legend, the attribute feedback this time was much greater. After his attributes skyrocketed, Yi Zhe couldn't help but start thinking. Originally, his college entrance examination goal was set at the top 50. This is actually an exaggerated goal because the higher the ranking, the more you will have to compete with key classes and rich second-generation professionals. These people not only have excellent talents and high levels, but also have no shortage of equipment and skills. Even matters such as equipment and skill matching, career advancement, etc. are planned by dedicated people, and the competitive pressure is extremely high. But now, he suddenly felt, with the level of my summoned beast, it shouldn't be too much to get the top score in the college entrance examination, right? But before the college entrance examination in 8 days, still need to upgrade. At the very least, you have to reach level 12 or above to be more confident. There are also rumors that because the threat from the abyss is becoming more serious, this year's professional college entrance examination will undergo a major reform. Not sure how it will change? It was getting late, so Yi Zhe decided to complete the military mission first and leave the polluted area. There will be another opportunity for a super large group copy tomorrow, with the whole grade together, sponsored by the state, and free entry. Another great opportunity to upgrade. Returning from the polluted land, Yi Zhe was just about to enter the scout camp bounty point to deliver the mission. However, they saw the commander of the scout battalion and an officer of a higher rank looking out at the entrance of the polluted area. When they found Yi Zhe, they looked excited. It seems that he has been waiting for Yi Zhe here for a long time. Chapter 29, Military Merit Calculation. Awarding of Honors. Are you here to see me? Looking at the expressions of the 2 people in front of him, Yi Zhe suddenly felt like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. But this is the demon-suppressing army camp after all, so there shouldn't be any danger. When Yi Zhe walked over, he saw the scout battalion commander Su Feng and another officer coming over with smiles on their faces. Hello, classmate Yi Zhe. I am the battalion commander Su Feng. The commander of the scout battalion came out and shook hands with Yi Zhe. This is the commander of the East China Army's Zhubei Regiment, Chang Jingping, Commander Chang. Team leader? Yize was a little confused for a moment. The regiment commander is already a heavyweight leader in a military region. Why is he coming to me? Chang Jinping showed a kind smile. My dear nephew Yize, don't worry. Your teacher Liu Boyan and I are old comrades. He asked me to look after you. Chang Jinping's original plan was not to mention this matter to Yize if he didn't need to help. But now, there is a talent that can be recruited. If you can get close to someone and establish a good relationship with them, you must say it. Su Feng beside him was filled with grief. He only hated himself for not knowing Yize's teacher. That's right. Thank you, Captain Chang. Hearing this, Yize immediately understood the reason and thought that the teacher was still worried. Unexpectedly, the head of the group, Chang Jinping, said with praise in his eyes, heroes emerge from youth. We should thank you. Thank me? Battalion Commander Su Feng took the opportunity to say, you alone have increased the speed of clearing the contaminated land number 19 several times. Yize didn't know yet that every time he killed an evil demon elite, the threat faced by other scout teams would be reduced a lot. This greatly increases the speed of land reclamation. Just like the team of Hushan and Lin Feifei who were rescued by him. If they did not encounter elites, their clearing speed would not be slow, but once they encountered elites, they would probably be seriously injured or even wiped out. Therefore, the military's land reclamation mission can be completed smoothly. What made Su Feng and Chang Jinping even more excited was, Yize is only level 7, but his combat power is so exaggerated. When he becomes a high-level player, what will happen to him? No one wants to let go of such a genius. Su Feng took Yize back to the camp first. Come on, classmate Yize. I will first settle the military merit for your reclamation of the polluted land. Yize nodded. Although he currently does not need to accumulate military merits to exchange for summoned beasts, who would complain about having too much military merits. After reaching level 10, there will be one or more summoned beast spaces, and you may be able to exchange them again then. Yize was taken back to the scout camp. A battalion commander and a regiment commander, one on the left and one on the right, surrounded Yize with smiles on their faces. The noodles are fully packed. A temporary scout nearby couldn't help but angrily said, damn, who is this guy? Why can he settle his military merits without waiting in line and let the battalion commander go in person to receive it? The person who was speaking was standing in 2 long queues. After a day of pioneering missions, all temporary scouts calculate their military merits at the 2 settlement points set up in front of the military camp. Naturally, they need to queue up when there are many people. Unless you are like Ruan Xiaoyu, who doesn't want military merits at all and just leaves after completing the land reclamation. That's fine too. But 1 military merit can be exchanged for at least 5,000 yuan, and no one is willing to give it up. A temporary scout with the archer profession nearby said in a sour tone. Who knows? Maybe he's the illegitimate son of some big shot, or a second-generation rich man. A disdainful voice came, Tisk, I'm afraid he has killed more evil demon elites than you have killed ordinary evil demons. The one who spoke was Lin Feifei, the long-legged beauty from the Hunter Guild, who stood up for Yize. She had seen Yize's strength and was not surprised at all by Yize's special treatment. If you can kill the evil elite in seconds, you don't have to wait in line here. The 2 people who were being scolded did not believe it at all. Instantly kill the evil elite? He is just a level 7 summoner? He is dreaming. At this time, Lin Feifei's captain Hushan said, it's true. The blood demon that was killed in an instant was right in front of me. He was killed by a single punch from his summoned beast. This scene really left a deep impression on Hushan. Hushan's words shocked everyone around him and started talking about it. Because Hushan from the Hunter Guild has a good reputation in the circle of civilian professionals. He is an upright person and his words are trustworthy. Plus Yize's extremely special treatment. For a time, the news that a ruthless person had appeared in the contaminated area number 19 spread like wildfire. The 2 people who were unhappy with Yize at the beginning suddenly fell silent. Since he is a big guy who can blow up the evil elite with 1 punch, it probably won't take much effort to blow their heads off. Inside the scout camp, Yize was brought by Su Feng and Chang Jinping to a huge light curtain console and placed his nameplate on it. A unique route map was constructed, which was so far ahead that it seemed to penetrate the contaminated area number 19. It seems to be highlighting Yize's historical achievements. A clerk nearby calculated as he watched. Your progress alone accounts for about 30% of the number 19 polluted land, and your military merit is 900 points. Su Feng added to Yize, do you have any objection? Yize shook his head. This result was similar to what he had judged. 900 military merit points were quite generous. Chang Jinping on the left looked more and more impressed. Huh, if old Lu knew your results, he would probably be scared to death. After that, he said with a smile on his face, "My dear nephew Yize, are you interested in the Zhubei group?" "Hey, Captain, the military merit calculation is not over yet." Su Feng quickly interrupted Chang Jinping. "Meanwhile, my brain is racing. How can one snatch a genius for his scout battalion from a regiment commander? The scout battalion is quite special in the demon-suppressing army. It is an independent organization, enjoys regimental-level welfare benefits, and is not under the jurisdiction of any regimental commander. But after all, it is still at the battalion level, and it lacks the confidence to snatch people from the regiment commander." The clerk next to him said cautiously, "Student Yize, have you ever killed an evil elite? Evidence of killing evil elites will also be counted as part of the calculation of military merits." Yize nodded and took out the 9 blood demon corpses left in the storage space. Although it was expected, the number still surprised everyone. A level 7 player can kill 9 evil elites in a row. What combat power! Brother Yize, are you interested in the scout camp? After being shocked by Yize's fighting power again, Su Feng finally couldn't help but speak. "Well, military merit settlement," Chang Jinping immediately reminded. Su Feng waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, let the clerks handle these." But before he finished speaking, Yize spoke again. "I have more powerful elite corpses, but I can't seem to put them here." Hearing this, Su Feng and Chang Jinping's faces froze for a moment. Anything else? After a while, they came to a wide area outside the camp. Even though Su Feng had rich experience in land reclamation, he couldn't help but feel that things were beyond his expectations. Yize completely emptied the storage space. The corpse of the cursed knight, the corpse of the 7-meter-tall corrupted beast, and the batch of lost supplies. For a moment, the surroundings seemed to be silent for a moment. Yize added, "I didn't kill the level 30 cursed knight. I only killed this corrupted beast." When they heard that the level 30 cursed knight was not killed by Yize, the two felt relieved. Su Feng even yelled in his heart, "If a level 30 special elite is killed by a level 7 like you, you will be the battalion commander." But even the killing of the corrupted behemoth made the two officers look at each other in bewilderment. After a series of verifications, Su Feng left silently, seemingly to ask for instructions. A group of clerks worked together to record everything, and finally converted it into Yize's military merit point. This is the result of taking into account bounty missions and special elite corpses, which is extremely generous. If converted into money, it would be tens of millions. Yize felt particularly happy as he watched the clerk enter his military achievements into his file. If you don't want to exchange your military merits for money, you can exchange them for items in the second-level treasury of the demon-suppressing army. He had inquired about it, and found that the quality of the items on the second floor of the treasury ranged from rare 5 stars to excellent 5 stars. But Yize chose not to exchange it first, and kept it at the first level to choose the 4th summoned beast later. At the same time, Su Feng came back, accompanied by 2 deputy battalion commanders, one of whom was holding a red square box in his hand. Su Feng said in a serious tone, "Yize, on behalf of the Demon Suppression Army Scout Battalion, I award you the Bronze Medal of Merit for your contribution in fighting against the Abyss and evil demons." Yize really didn't expect that he would be awarded a medal. The Medal of Merit is a special medal awarded by the military to those who have made outstanding contributions in the fight against the Abyss and demons. The degree of honor and influence is extremely great, comparable to the third-class merit in the previous life. Chang Jinping patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't be surprised. Your contribution to the land reclamation this time is indeed outstanding enough. This corrupted beast is the mount of a level 30 special elite. If you don't kill it, I'm afraid we won't be able to take down the cursed knight." This statement proved that they had also investigated Wan Xiaoyo's strength and background. At the same time, we have a better understanding of how to kill special elites. The deputy battalion commander next to Su Feng opened the red square box, revealing a bronze medal. "Bronze medal battlefield pioneer," Su Feng said with a smile. "Take it. You deserve it. Once the level 30 special elite dies, many fewer people will die in the reclamation of the number 19 polluted land." Originally, Yize's record in pioneering battles was already good enough. Coupled with this time's killing of the corrupted behemoth and the achievement of assisting in killing special elites. And, with a level of only 7 and the status of a high school student, Let Su Feng apply for the bronze medal for him directly. Don't despise the simplicity of awarding medals. This is the front line of the battlefield, so keep it simple. Su Feng took out another piece of paper and said, "Of course, if you want to hear the commendation speech, I can read another 800 words." Stop reading. Yi Zhe hurriedly tried to stop him. In his previous life, what annoyed him most was the leader's long and meaningless speeches. He took the medal without hesitation. The medal was very beautiful, with a brass luster and a circle of patterns around it, and Yi Zhe's name and the date of awarding the medal engraved in small letters. This is not just a commemorative function. There are actual privileges in many places and even military subsidies and discounts when buying things. Yi Zhe had seen it in textbooks. There are 6 types of medals of merit. Bronze, silver, gold, meteorite, lunar eclipse, and solar are made of 6 special materials. Moreover, it also has certain anti-detection and anti-peeping effects. Unexpectedly, the things that were once in the textbooks were actually in his hands. When Su Feng saw Yi Zhe getting the medal, he suddenly sighed. He felt that his scout camp could no longer keep Yi Zhe. Chang Jinping glanced at the time and said, "My dear nephew, you're going to participate in the super large group mission in Qingfeng City tomorrow, right? I'm on my way. I'll take you back." Su Feng gave him a disdainful look, too lazy to expose him. "Your Zhubei regiment is in the south, and the War Academy is in the north. Which road are you following?" It was indeed getting dark. It took a lot of time to wait for the mantis to evolve and to settle military merits. Even though Yi Zhe was a little tired, it was a good opportunity for him to take a ride. Linyuan City, War College Investigation Department. "Teacher Liu, I order you to call Yi Zhe back immediately, no matter what method you use. Students who are about to take the college entrance examination should stay in school." Who gave him the courage to leave the city? Vice President Zhou Wei, sitting opposite Liu Boyan, said bluntly. Liu Boyan frowned but still responded, "I've already found someone to look after him, and he'll be back soon." Vice President Zhou Wei snorted coldly. He originally planned to contact Yi Zhe today and wanted him to mention him more in front of the media, but who would have thought that Yi Zhe would ignore him? This makes him, the vice president, lose all face. He then warned Liu Boyan, "With the college entrance examination approaching, leaving the city without my order is a violation of discipline. If he doesn't come back before 12 o'clock today, I will consider canceling his opportunity to participate in the team dungeon." Liu Boyan was originally silent, but when he heard about the cancellation of the dungeon opportunity, he immediately flew into a rage. "Vice President Zhou, are you crazy? A genius student who was the first in East China to clear hell difficulty. You dare to cancel his chance to play in a group? I need to correct you, Mr. Liu." Vice Dean Zhou Wei sneered. "He is a genius student in the ordinary class." He emphasized the 3 words ordinary class, and the meaning was self-evident. Were there fewer geniuses in ordinary classes in the past? But talent or luck will run out sooner or later. As the professionals' levels rise, they will become more and more exhausted and powerless, and eventually become like everyone else, including Yi Zhe. He emphasized the word Yi Zhe and was obviously very unhappy with it. Liu Boyan stood up and glared. The retired veteran's aura made the vice president take 2 steps back. "According to what you said, the ordinary class won't find a way out on their own. But will they wait for you to arrange it? Even if I don't have the money to enter the dungeon in the academy, I'm going to be trapped here?" Listening to Liu Boyan's questioning, Vice Dean Zhou Wei said calmly, "I am the head teacher of the key class. I have no control over the ordinary classes. But leaving the city is against school rules. You decide for yourself." After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave without caring about Liu Boyan's expression. However, at this moment, a teacher ran in hurriedly from outside the door. "Teacher Liu, Teacher Liu. The Vice Dean is here too. Captain Chang of the East China Demon Suppression Army is here." He said, "Teacher Liu, your student was awarded a medal." Chapter 30. The Social Animal of the Investigation Department. Heading to Qingfeng City. Upon hearing these words, both Liu Boyan and Zhou Wei were stunned for a moment. Students awarded medals? The 2 words are so easy to understand separately, but why are they so hard to believe when put together? Zhou Wei hurriedly asked, "Can you say it again?" The teacher who delivered the message said weakly, "Captain Chang said that Teacher Liu's student was awarded the bronze medal. They also asked us to make it to the campus headlines." "Who is that student?" Zhou Wei asked urgently. He had a vague answer in his mind, but he didn't want to admit it. The teacher said, "It's Yi Zhe." As if with a loud bang, Vice President Zhou Wei's brain seemed to have crashed. At this time, The burly Chang Jinping rushed in, looking radiant, and said, "Old Lu, you introduced me to a talented person." Behind Chang Jinping, Yi Zhe was yawning. Lu Boyan looked at his old comrade, Chang Jinping, with an exaggerated expression. "What happened? What honor? I just asked you to take care of Yi Zhe, who asked you to give him the honor? Could it be more outrageous?" Chang Jinping looked at Lu Boyan's expression and laughed, as if he had been expecting his shocked expression. He waved at Yi Zhe and said, "Ha, come here, show it to your teacher." Yi Zhe took out the bronze medal from his pocket and placed it in front of Lu Boyan. Seeing this, Vice President Zhou Wei came over suddenly and also stared at the medal. Bronze medal, awarded by the Scouting Battalion. Reward Yi Zhe for his outstanding contribution to the reclamation of the number 19 polluted land. Lu Boyan held the medal and read the instructions on it, and his confusion turned into uncontrollable excitement. It really is the bronze medal awarded by the demon-suppressing army. In the entire Linyuan city, with a population of hundreds of thousands, there are no more than 20 people who possess bronze medals. Moreover, most of them are veterans of the demon suppression army. Now a high school student was awarded a bronze medal? Chang Jinping patted Lu Boyan on the shoulder and said, "Old Lu, don't get too excited. Don't you have one too?" Lu Boyan calmed down and shook his head slightly. He was awarded the bronze medal just as he was about to retire from the army. The meaning of this bronze medal is completely different from that of Yi Zhe, who was awarded it when he was only in his third year of high school. Even if Yi Zhe's college entrance examination results were average, just relying on this medal would allow him to be ranked in the top 100 in the college entrance examination. At least there is a guarantee. Lu Boyan let out a long sigh and prepared to say something, but he found that Yi Zhe was drowsy sitting on the stool and didn't pay any attention to the medal. Disbrat. On the other hand, Vice President Zhou Wei was so frightened that his face turned pale. He was just about to cancel Yi Zhe's chance to enter the team dungeon, cancel the benefits that a student who has made contributions to the fight against the abyss and holds a bronze medal should have received. What is the difference between this and the forced demolition of military compounds? But Zhou Wei only took a moment to smile and praised. "I know that students who can break through the difficulty of hell will definitely have an extraordinary future. You know, I'm the one who supports students going to polluted areas for actual combat the most." Lu Boyan snorted coldly. Chang Jinping frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Zhou Wei's smile froze instantly. Lu Boyan said bluntly, "Vice President Zhou, you should hurry up and take care of your key class." Seeing that no one paid attention to him, Zhou Wei's face became extremely embarrassed, and he had to walk away dejectedly. Then, Lu Boyan put the bronze medal back into Yi Zhe's pocket and called him immediately. "Wake up first, and then go back to sleep on the high-speed train." Yi Zhe was not asleep. He was just resting with his eyes closed. Hearing this, he looked puzzled. "High-speed rail? I don't need to take the high-speed rail to go home, right?" Lu Boyan looked helpless. "Let's go to Qingfeng City. You won't forget the super large group dungeon, right? Isn't that tomorrow? Surprised. It's almost dawn now, and we're in Linyuan City. It'll take 5 hours by high-speed rail." Oh shit! Since he had never been to other cities, Yi Zhe almost forgot about it. Linyuan City is the most remote city in East China. As a result, most students from Linyuan City have to take the bus to other cities in the early morning when they go for assessments or to enter the university. Chang Jinping said indifferently, "It's okay, if you want to sleep, let nephew Yi Zhe sleep a little longer, and I will personally send him over when the time comes." "Nephew?" Lu Boyan gave him a suspicious look. But he agreed, "That's fine." Yi Zhe immediately waved his hand. "No, I'd better go together." Just now, on the way that Captain Chang sent him here, he mentioned the good things about the East China Army and the Zhubei Regiment almost every 3 sentences. I can almost hear the immunity. I can't even imagine being escorted all the way by Captain Chang again. Yi Zhe casually asked again, "Teacher, aren't you going to Qingfeng City?" Lu Boyan sighed deeply and pointed at the documents on his desk. "Strange phenomena have occurred in the contaminated area number 17. The section chief has taken people to conduct an on-site survey. Now I have to do their work. He's just a social animal in the investigation department." Yi Zhe complained, then quickly slipped away and headed for Linyuan City High-Speed Railway Station. Yi Zhe's body turned into a dark shadow at this moment, shuttling back and forth in Linyuan City. In order to hurry on his way, he directly copied the squirrel's shadow escape skill. The feeling of shadow escape is somewhat similar to swimming, and it's like floating in the air, but no one will notice. I didn't expect that we would be heading to the hometown of Mantis. However, his memories of this hometown should not be very good. Qingfeng City is the city where the extreme blade mantis was captured. It is also the location of the only level 10 super large team dungeon in East China. The bloody plain where the extreme blade mantis was born is also more than 100 miles outside Qingfeng City. However, given Mantis's current state of escaping into the void, it is obvious that it has no feelings for this hometown. We've arrived at the high-speed rail station. In fact, in this world, there are technological professions such as mechanics, and transportation is very advanced. However, more advanced means of transportation require more energy and incur higher expenses. High-speed rail is economical and affordable, and the college will charter 2 trains for the students, so they don't have to spend their own money. When you get on the high-speed rail platform, you can see that all the students are from the regular senior class of the War College. As for the key classes, they naturally have their own unique way of traveling, and even their group fights are not with the ordinary classes. As soon as I entered the carriage, someone exclaimed, "Fuck, Yesha. It's really him. I haven't seen him all day. I thought something happened to him. I thought Zhao Xian lost money and was looking for someone to take revenge on him." Yi Zhe, who has the record of being the first to clear the Hell difficulty dungeon, is still very legendary in the eyes of all the students. However, with today's cooling off period, everyone has obviously become much more rational. If it had been yesterday, there would probably have been quite a few people rushing up to ask for autographs. Yi Zhe took a look around and found that most of the students were around level 3, and level 4 was already the best in an ordinary class. His eyes finally stopped on a girl from grade 24. Xia Qing, 22 years old, is an intern teacher in class 3 and one of the team leaders this time. Compared to the other high school girls in the car, she had grown up to have an exceptionally slim figure, a gentle face, and was wearing a light green dress. Yi Zhe walked over, and Xia Qing also saw him and waved hello. "Teacher Xia, where should I sit? It's best to sit somewhere where I can rest quietly." As he spoke, Yi Zhe showed a harmless smile. Xia Qing was stunned. After looking around for a moment, she glanced at Yi Zhe's handsome face and couldn't help but say, "Then sit here with me." This high-speed train is divided into multiple compartments, which can accommodate 4 to 6 people, and users can sit in groups by themselves. Yi Zhe didn't have any close friends to form a group with, so he just wanted to rest along the way. So the place that is least likely to be disturbed is definitely where the teacher is. Yi Zhe was satisfied. "Thank you, Teacher Xia." Seeing Yi Zhe enter Xia Qing's cubicle, many male students began to envy and jealous. Xia Qing is a college student who is about to graduate. She is a beautiful girl with a gentle voice and pretty face. She was once extremely popular among young male students who were just beginning to fall in love. Seeing that the place that was out of reach for everyone was entered by Yi Zhe first, he couldn't help but feel heartbroken. In a cubicle not far away, 2 men and 2 women were discussing, and the topic was still Yi Zhe. Just think about it. How powerful Yi Zhe must be now, since he was able to clear the Hell difficulty dungeon alone yesterday. Come on, he hasn't even entered the dungeon today. Maybe he has already given up. The person who spoke was a thin boy wearing assassin soft armor, level 4. He had obviously spent the whole day in the dungeon and was quite confident. Sitting opposite him, a female pastor disagreed. Yi Zhe is the first to clear the Hell difficulty level. I don't think anyone in the entire Huadong High School is stronger than him. Who said that? There are people who are much better than him. The skinny boy from level 4 immediately retorted upon hearing this. I heard from my uncle that a man appeared in the scout camp today, and he is really strong. In the contaminated area number 19, even the level 15 evil elite can be easily killed in seconds. Chapter 31, Comparing Me to Myself? Don't spy on void creatures. Instantly kill a level 15 evil demon elite. Hearing this, the other 3 people in the compartment were shocked, because in the eyes of several people, evil demons are very far away from them, and the evil demon elites are even more of a terrifying legend. But inside the compartment, the pre-professional girl named Lin Ke said unhappily, "Lu Qi, I'm talking about high school students. How can a high school student be able to kill a level 15 demon elite in seconds? He must be an elite demon-suppressing army." Hearing this, the level 4 assassin boy named Lu Qi said confidently, "I'm talking about high school students. My uncle participated in the reclamation of the polluted land today. He said that the big guy is only level 7 and is about the same age as us. But his summoned beast can kill a blood demon with 1 punch. My uncle and his friends all call him the rookie king of the scout camp." Lu Yang kept talking, his tone becoming more and more excited. A plump girl sitting next to Lin couldn't help but ask, Which one is stronger, the blood demon or the hell demon? Needless to say, without waiting for others to speak, Lu Qi immediately said, "The evil demon is much more powerful than the monster beast." The female Pastor Lin pursed her lips, but did not refute it. This was indeed a recognized fact. What do you think? I told you before, this newcomer king is much stronger than Yi Zhe. While speaking, Lu Qi unconsciously revealed a hint of pride, as if that big boss was himself. After seeing Yi Zhe enter Xia Qing's compartment, he became more and more eager to surpass Yi Zhe. From now on, I will follow the big boss as my direction. Lin Ke hit back without any hesitation. Just you? TSK. Besides, Yi Zhe was able to clear the hell dungeon yesterday, so it's hard to say how much stronger he will become today. Maybe Yi Zhe can kill the blood skeleton demon now, and he's not much worse than that rookie king. Lu Qi waved his hands. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hearing the argument, several students from the nearby cubicles also leaned over. They all talked about their own first-hand intelligence. Yisha, he is far inferior to the rookie king of the scout camp. I heard that the rookie king has been awarded a medal. He was awarded a medal in his 3rd year of high school. A boy wearing glasses sitting next to me lowered his voice mysteriously when he said the last sentence. But the shock it caused was even greater. In the 2 compartments, some uninformed students exclaimed, "Being awarded a medal? Is this true? My sister is a clerk in the scout camp. She saw it with her own eyes." The bespectacled man who had just spoken affirmed, "I received the bronze medal in my senior year of high school. It was awarded to me personally by the commander of the scout battalion. It is said that the newcomer king can already kill level 25 evil demon elites. If it weren't for him, many more people would have died in the reclamation of contaminated land number 19. After hearing the detailed explanation, the students couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, and a few girls even showed admiration on their faces. Even Lin Ke felt at this moment that Yi Zhe's brilliance was overshadowed a lot. Lu Qi was immediately satisfied. See, Yi Zhe is far inferior to the real boss. The rookie king is the idol that I, Lu Qi, am looking for. The noise from the 2 compartments grew louder and louder. It even reached Xia Qing's compartment. She sat up helplessly and closed the doors and windows of her compartment. The frosted glass screen made the sound insulation much better. Xia Qing thought about trying to prevent Yi Zhe from being affected by other people's words. There were only her and Yi Zhe in her compartment. But as soon as Yi Zhe came in, he leaned back in his seat, covered his face with his baseball cap, and was extremely quiet. Xia Qing's bright almond eyes couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Yi Zhe's emotions are so stable. You're not angry at all when your classmates compare you to others? This alone made him much calmer than many students she had seen. In this environment, Yi Zhe had no habit of deep sleep, so he naturally heard the noise outside. But for a moment, my mood was a little complicated. Compare yourself to yourself? He didn't know what to say. It seems like he is putting himself down, but it also seems like he is praising himself. I simply continued to close my eyes and rest, recovering my physical and mental strength. I had been in the polluted area for the entire day, and the consumption was quite large. At this moment, the door of the compartment was suddenly knocked open. Knock, knock! Xia Qing stood up. Outside the door were a man and a woman in guard uniforms, 2 third-level professionals. "Hello, Teacher Xia Qing. I am Qin Sheng, the captain of the Qingfeng City Guard. My name is Zhou Huahua. I guess I'm the deputy captain." Xia Qing was quite surprised by the professions and levels of the 2 people in front of him. A level 30 gunfighter and a level 30 spiritual master. Every year during the group mission, Qingfeng City would send people to escort the students. But it has never happened before, like this year, that even level 30 professionals were sent here. Perhaps seeing Xia Qing's surprise, Captain Qin Sheng explained, "The beasts in the Bloody Plains have become a little restless this year, and often attack humans or urban facilities. But don't worry, we in Qingfeng City have already sent people to clean up. We will escort you today and ensure that no accidents occur." After hearing the explanation, Xia Qing felt much more relieved. She was not originally a person who was good at fighting, but now with 2 third-level professionals, her pressure along the way was much less. "Thank you both for your hard work," Xia Qing said happily. Seeing that there were still 2 seats in the compartment, Qin Sheng simply took Zhou Huahua and prepared to sit down. After seeing Yi Zhe sitting and resting, he asked curiously, "Who is this?" But he hadn't finished talking yet. Zhou Huahua, who was originally lively and smart, suddenly trembled all over, looked extremely bad, and held Qin Sheng tightly. Her profession is a telepath, and she can perceive others on a spiritual level. But just now, when she subconsciously sensed Yizhe, it was as if she was pulled into an endless void. Darkness, desolation, and fear enveloped her, like a small boat that had mistakenly entered the vast, deep ocean, until a pair of scarlet compound eyes appeared in the void and stared at her. In just a moment, her spirit collapsed. Don't... Qin Sheng frowned, but didn't notice anything unusual. What? Zhou Huahua looked at the peaceful surroundings, then glanced at Yizhe, who seemed to be unconscious, harmless. She couldn't help but fall into doubt. A few years later, when Zhou Huahua recalled this memory, he found, in the entire human history, apart from Yizhe, she is the first human being to sense the existence of void creatures. And I also discovered a valuable experience. Don't spy on void creatures easily. It will be of epic-making significance in the future. Unfortunately, she currently knows nothing about this. Chapter 32, If you don't let me go out, someone will die outside. Seeing that Qin Sheng even took out a spear, Xia Qinghua was horrified and quickly explained. This is Yizhe, a student from our academy. He's not a bad person. Qin Sheng was also somewhat helpless. He put away his weapon and looked at Zhou Huahua and said, they are just high school students. How dangerous can they be? Zhou Huahua seriously suspected that there was something wrong with his spiritual thoughts, because that feeling only appeared for a moment. She simply stopped hesitating and sat down with Qin Sheng. At this time, the high-speed train was already heading towards Qingfeng City. For most students, this was their first time leaving Linyuan City, and they were very excited. Some gathered together to play games, while others lay by the window to enjoy the scenery. As the team leader, Xia Qing looked at the area outside and couldn't help but feel a little worried. We are almost at the wilderness. Will we encounter any wild animals? As a non-combat profession, Xia Qing did not have much experience going out of the city, so naturally he was worried. The captain of the escort team, Qin Sheng, laughed and said, don't worry. After all, we are riding a high-speed train. Most wild animals are very afraid of this kind of transportation and will not come near us at all. Our escort team is just taking precautions. Normally, nothing will go wrong. Before he could finish his words, several people fell forward in an instant, and the sound of collision and the sharp sound of emergency brakes were intertwined. Sizzle. Fortunately, the speed of the train is not as fast as in the previous life. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. What happened? Countless students struggled to sit up. Some were even slightly injured, and chaotic noise continued. Yizhe's rare rest was interrupted, and golden arcs of light jumped from his pupils. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the front. Holy crap! Wow, what a big bull! Ironclad rhinoceros. Wind wolf, giant python. Is this a copy? Several students looked at the scene outside the venue, their voices and legs trembling at the same time. Upon hearing this, Qin Sheng and Zhou Huahua immediately looked outside. Their faces changed drastically. Dozens of beasts, of various types. There were also several magical beasts mixed in, some of which were even level 30. Yes, most wild animals are afraid of high-speed trains. But it's definitely not easy to be not afraid of the beast of high-speed rail. What's going on? Why would beasts of so many species attack at the same time? The wild beasts of the wasteland will rarely obey orders from other races. Not to mention the joint battle between wild beasts and demon beasts. A situation like today's could just be described on a separate page in the textbook. Qin Sheng suddenly thought of something and shouted, "Why did the train stop? Keep going." At this moment, a red alarm flashed on the ceiling of the train. We encountered a stone armor beast ahead and cannot continue driving. Encountering a stone-armored beast ahead. Zhou Huahua frowned, realizing the seriousness of the problem. They will even block our way. Once the high-speed train collides with the stone beast, although the stone beast will die, the entire train will be directly overturned. Qin Sheng made a prompt decision. All the guards, follow me out of the car. All students, please don't move. Contact the nearby city defense or demon-suppressing army quickly. The last sentence was directed at Xia Qing. Immediately, Qin Sheng, Zhou Huahua, and a dozen second-level guards got out of the car. Xia Qing, who encountered a small beast tide during her first internship, looked a little flustered and quickly picked up her phone. Yizhe opened his eyes of insight and looked out the window. In the dim night, an army that seemed to be made up of wild beasts came rushing towards us. Flame monitors, armored rhinos, wind wolves, earth-shattering pig kings, magic pythons. Most of them are beasts above level 15. These days, even wild animals are restless. Yi Zhe complained, and saw that the guards of Qingfeng City had already started fighting with the beasts. The guard is an independent armed force in each city and is quite powerful. Under the leadership of two third-level captains, the first wave of the beast tide has been blocked. Yi Zhe, just stay here and don't move. I'll go and calm the other students down. Xia Qing's voice came to Yi Zhe's ears. Although Xia Qing is not a combat professional and does not have much battlefield experience, she is a teacher, although she is still in internship. In this situation, we must stand up and calm down those students who are panicking and want to do stupid things. In fact, there was a group of hot-blooded male students who wanted to form a team to fight the beast, including Lu Qi. But after seeing the armored rhinoceros that was like a tank, his face turned pale and he didn't dare to walk out of the car. The gap is too big. This is not a copy. If you get touched outside, you will be dead. After hearing Xia Qing's words, Yi Zhe shook his head. Xia Qing suddenly became anxious, her eyebrows furrowed. Yi Zhe, it's already this time. Please don't be willful. Her tone became a little harder, trying to intimidate Yi Zhe with her teacher's authority. It's a pity that she is the kind of quiet and gentle beauty. Even if her gentle voice is a little tough, it has no deterrent effect. Teacher Xia, listen to me first. Yi Zhe smiled sincerely and pointed outside the window. If you don't let me out, someone will die outside. Several students continued to look outside the field, their faces pale. The second wave of beasts included 6 level 25 elite beasts and 2 magical beasts of the same level. Qin Cheng was seen firing a gun, his blood boiling, fighting 1 against 4, but the other beasts still broke through the back row. Yi Zhe followed Xia Qing and came to the corridor of the carriage. Xia Qing didn't know why he believed Yi Zhe. Perhaps he was a little scared as well. Moved by his calmness and confidence, he wanted to pull him along to give him courage. After seeing the teacher, the students in the carriage calmed down a little. But the beast outside the car was not at peace. A shattering sound was heard outside, and the beast broke through the defense line set up by the spiritual master. In the summoned beast space, the red-eyed mantis had already been restless. But Yi Zhe didn't dare to let the mantis out alone. He was a little scared. He was afraid that after Mantis got out, he would kill the guards as well. Given Mantis' current murderous nature, this would be a natural thing to do if no one restrained it. Yi Zhe was about to walk out of the car when he discovered that the person guarding outside the door was the spiritual master Zhou Huahua. Go back quickly, Zhou Huahua shouted anxiously. Yi Zhe discovered that there were 2 level 25 elite stone armor beasts rushing towards him. With Zhou Huahua's level, it would be no problem for her to dodge the attack, but behind her was a train car full of high school students. Now there is also Yi Zhe. Yi Zhe, Xia Qing exclaimed, and a hint of arcane light flashed in his eyes. A dark blue arcane shield was cast over Yi Zhe. This is her profession, a scholar. She has only 2 combat skills and her only defensive skill. This is all she can do. In the next moment, a black and white figure appeared. A breeze like energy floated by and rushed straight towards the 2 charging stone-armored beasts. Tai Chi Lan Gui Wei. Boom! The 2 stone-armored beasts were embedded into the ground with 1 strike and were killed instantly. Kill the stone armor beast and gain experience. Kill the stone armor beast and gain experience. Level 7, 3280. Chapter 33. As you know, Yi Zhe has always been my idol. Yi Zhe couldn't help but sigh. What a familiar scene. When he was at level 1, it was the panda using the sparrow tail to deal with the stone armor beast. When he was level 7, he was still a panda using the sparrow tail to fight against the stone armor beast. When can we give the panda more skills? Yi Zhe complained. However, he didn't realize that everyone inside and outside the car was looking at him as if he were a monster. The students of the War College were stunned and couldn't help but mutter. Whose summoned beast is this awesome iron-eating beast? Let me guess. No need to guess. Among all of us here, Yi Zhe is the only summoner. Xia Qing's beautiful eyes began to tremble, and she looked at Yi Zhe as if he was a god. Yi Zhe, you? Is this the senior student from the class next to hers? Are you kidding? Even many of the college graduates she had met did not have the strength to kill 2 level 25 elite stone armor beasts in seconds. How could such a person sleep so quietly next to her just now? The pastor girl Lin Ku on the other side suddenly had bright eyes with a hint of admiration. He boasted to Lu Qi and others beside him. Look, I said Yi Zhe must be more powerful. Zhou Huahua was at a loss. You, Yize asked seriously, can I join the battlefield now? Although the beasts and monsters here do not have as much experience as the evil demons. But it was enough for him to upgrade. Who can refuse to level up one more level before a super large group dungeon? But unexpectedly, Zhou Huahua directly refused. No, you are only in your third year of high school. It is not your turn to fight on the battlefield. Besides, you are very strong now, and you will definitely be stronger in the future. You should live. There is no need to take risks here. Although Zhou Huahua and others are only a guard team, their mission is to protect the students. Yize sighed helplessly. He really wanted to complain. There's really no need to work so hard at this level. But Zhou Huahua said, since you are quite powerful, then try to protect yourself. During the conversation, although Zhou Huahua acknowledged Yize's strength, he still felt that he was not strong enough to turn the tide of the battle. There is no point in talking more. Yize had already realized it. He looked through his backpack and found only an ID from the investigation department. Oh, in your pocket. He called Zhou Huahua and showed a bronze medal in his hand. At this moment, Zhou Huahua's expression was shocked beyond words. The same goes for other students in the carriage, including Xiaqing, Lin Ku, etc. The ones with the most exaggerated expressions are Lu Qi and others. Yize pinned the medal to his chest and said, I don't need to say more, right? Where's the most privileged place to get a bronze medal awarded by the military? Of course, it's the army and the battlefield. This represents the military's recognition of his ability and strength. On the battlefield, it can replace rank and even have temporary command of certain troops. Of course, the authority of bronze is not too great. But for the people in the escort team, it is enough. Zhou Huahua was shocked and immediately gave a standard military salute. Understood. This bronze medal proves that Yize is a combat-capable warrior of the same level as the demon-suppressing army on the battlefield. In terms of title alone, he is even half a level higher than the guards. Yize smiled and said in return, you stay here first, I'll go deal with the beast tide. Having said that, he left the carriage and joined the battlefield. At this moment, the entire carriage was silent. Dozens of students looked at each other, most of them with dazed expressions. Xiaqing, Lin Ku, and especially Lu Qi and others looked dazed and extremely exaggerated. Bronze medal. That high school student who was rumored to be awarded a medal by the military. The rookie king of the scout camp with an incredible record was actually Yize. Xiaqing was completely stunned and didn't know how to describe it. He passed the hell difficulty for the first time on the first day of his job change and was awarded a medal by the military on the second day. Is this really the result of an ordinary student? Lin Ku, Lu Qi, and others felt their scalps tingling. They were just comparing Yize with himself? Is this something a human can do? After a moment of silence, Lu Qi suddenly burst into an excited voice. That's fucking awesome. As you know, Yize has always been my idol. After entering the battlefield, four elite monsters suddenly rushed over to Yize. It seemed as if it was specifically targeting him, but there was no need to hesitate. Yize sent out the panda and killed it quickly. Tai Chi Cloud Hands Punch. With its attack power that exceeded its quality, the four elite monsters around it were smashed to pieces in an instant. We have to help Qin Sheng out of this siege first. When Yize thought of this, he sent out the Shadow Squirrel to cooperate and rescue the trapped gunfighter Qin Sheng. Is it you? Qin Sheng recognized Yize by his cloak. He was the student who had just been in the cubicle. But when he saw the bronze medal on his body, he suddenly didn't recognize the person in front of him. Are you really a high school student? Before Yize could reply, two huge and powerful auras rushed into the battlefield. They were two level 30 elite beast kings. Compared with the previous ones, the sense of oppression is much stronger. Qin Sheng frowned. Damn, why is it never ending? Even though he was the captain of the guard team in Qingfeng City, he couldn't help but feel a little tricky at the moment. If this continues, it will undoubtedly turn into a large-scale beast tide. But Yize's eyes sparkled, and what he said made Qin Sheng very excited. Don't worry, I found the problem. Through the eye of insight, one can see in detail that every beast and demon beast that comes to kill has a special state. Driven, a means of forcibly controlling wild beasts. The mastermind behind the scenes, using this ability, hid in the dark and captured all of them. Qin Sheng couldn't wait to ask, what should I do? What he trusted was not Yize, the high school student, but the bronze medal. Yize didn't hesitate and immediately made arrangements. You go back to defend the Beast King, I can handle it myself. Qin Sheng was stunned and then said awkwardly, I can't defend against two Beast Kings alone. He can deal with two Beast Kings, but he also has to protect the train, which makes it more difficult. Yi Zhe naturally understood. I'll let the panda go with you. What about you? Qin Sheng didn't understand. What will you do without your summoned beast? In his opinion, the panda wearing a white Taoist robe is definitely the strongest summoned beast. To deal with the source of the beast tide, you don't even bring the strongest summoned beast? Yi Zhe smiled calmly. Don't worry. As of now, the strongest one has not had a chance to appear. After hearing this, Qin Sheng stopped talking and immediately went back to defend the level 30 Beast King. And Yi Zhe finally summoned the third summoned beast, the Void Hunter. Mantis, find the leader of the surrounding beast tide. After saying that, the figure of the red-eyed mantis suddenly appeared from the air beside Yi Zhe, as if it appeared out of thin air. Those scarlet compound eyes, as if they had been holding their breath for a long time, quickly observed the entire battlefield. As today's top hunter, the mantis's unique compound eyes allow it to make extremely accurate judgments about its prey. After a moment, those bloodthirsty eyes locked onto a figure in the dark forest in the distance. Night Jackal. Type. Rare monster. I found you. Chapter 34 Kill, the Beast Tide Leader. Level 8. Train Carriage. Before the two level 30 Beast Kings broke through the defense line, Qin Sheng and the panda each took one and successfully blocked them. Zhou Huahua was not happy to see this, but was surprised. Captain Qin, why did you come back by yourself? Qin Sheng felt helpless. As the captain, he couldn't even get the slightest concern from his teammates. However, he knew what Zhou Huahua meant and told her about Yi Zhe's arrangement. Unexpectedly, Xia Qin, who was always gentle, became anxious. Captain Qin, Yi Zhe is just a student after all. How can we let him fight against the leader of the beast tide alone? Yes, Captain Qin. Zhou Huahua's face was solemn. Especially, Yi Zhe also left the summoned beast behind to defend. If a summoner doesn't have teammates around him, he will definitely suffer. Qin Sheng defeated the level 30 Beast King in front of him and suddenly felt speechless. He actually thought so just now. So before he returned to defense, he decisively turned around to assist Yi Zhe, thinking that at least the two of them could still take care of each other. But when he turned his head, next to Yi Zhe, he felt a terrifying aura, fierce, unruly, and violent. It's like a ferocious beast that has been dormant for a long time, searching for prey. At that moment, he could feel Yi Zhe's trump card is much more terrifying than anything they have ever seen. He wanted to tell Zhou Huahua, your spiritual thoughts are quite accurate. The danger I felt before was probably not an illusion. Besides, it is not known whether Yi Zhe will suffer a loss, but the leader of the beast tide will probably suffer a great loss. Jackal, a rare intelligent beast. After discovering the figure in the distance, Yi Zhe instantly remembered the corresponding information. Jackals are similar to wolves, but their other attributes are mediocre, except for their high intelligence and spirit, and their numbers are also rare. The rare night jackal is one of the top 5 species in terms of rarity in the wastelands near East China. Yi Zhe subconsciously opened his eyes of insight. Night jackal. Type. Rare monster. Attributes. Strength 140, Constitution 140, Agility 160, Spirit 270. Skills. Shadow Strike, Night Hide, Poison Claws, Mind Attack. I have only seen half of the information fed back by the Eye of Insight. But in the field of vision, the dark-furred night jackal turned around and prepared to run away. Want to run? What a sharp spiritual perception. Yi Zhe was not panicked at all, and even exclaimed in praise. The stronger the mental power, the stronger the perception and warning of danger. Obviously, this night jackal had vaguely sensed the danger coming and attempted to abandon the herd and escape directly. But the prey targeted by the Void Hunter can't escape. Stop him. At Yi Zhe's command, the figure of the red-eyed mantis disappeared from the spot in an instant. In the woods nearly 1,000 meters away, the slender night jackal with black and purple fur was desperately trying to escape. But the next moment it quickly braked. In front of me, there appeared a mantis that looked like a monster, as if it had walked out of a crack in space. An invisible sense of oppression enveloped Yi Yukai. Its two eyes, which were like deep purple balls of light, suddenly shrank, and its protruding claws and jaws took a warning posture. This looks a bit like a blue poison beast. Yi Zhe rushed over at the same time, with the squirrel lying on his shoulder, ready to attack. Surrounded from both sides, Yeo Chai let out a strange cry. A moment later, two night wolves came from both sides. Night wolf. Type. Elite beast. This Yeo Chai actually knew to arrange a few bodyguards for himself. Yi Zhe was surprised, but also had a hint of doubt in his heart. How could a night jackal, with its mental strength, control so many level 30 beasts? Even if the quality of the night jackal is slightly higher, it still doesn't make sense. At this moment, Yi Chai actually spoke. Human, if you leave now, we can live in peace. Its sound is obscure and low. It seemed that after having two helpers with a 3-to-2 ratio, he thought he had a slight advantage and even spoke with confidence. Yi Zhe smiled. He was also worried that his opponent was too weak and he would not be able to detect the true strength of the Void Hunter. He looked at Yi Chai and said jokingly, "Come on, let me see what other surprises you can give me." Anger flashed in Yeo Chai's eyes. As an intelligent creature, he took the initiative to seek peace, but was treated with such contempt and provocation. Then you die. The night wolf will become extra powerful with the blessing of the night, and its speed and lethality will increase exponentially. If two level 30 night wolves were to encircle and attack an ordinary third-order professional in the dark, they would at least be seriously injured. But at this moment, the two wolves chose the mantis as their target. At the moment when the two night wolves swung their claws and were about to pounce, the mantis's body instantly became illusory. It feels like being in another space, with only a projection left here. Traveling through the void. When the attack was about to arrive, Mantis shuttled its body to the void plane and avoided the opponent's attack. What a perverted skill. Even Yi Zhe couldn't help but complain. It's a pity that humans may not be able to survive in the void. Otherwise, I would have wanted to try to copy them. The two night wolves' sharp claws grabbed nothing, and their bodies moved forward by inertia before they could react. The mantis's body reappeared in the same place. Sizzle. The two sickle-like arm blades on the left and right drew a blood-red line in the air. Two night wolves, one on the left and one on the right, were cut in half in an instant. The night wolf is not an earthworm. After being cut in half, its body, which was divided into two parts, quickly lost its vitality. Kill night wolf. Experience. Kill night wolf. Experience. Yi Yotsai's confidence disappeared in an instant, and he turned into a look of fear. Because in its view, the Void Mantis killed two level 30 night wolves in just a breath of time without any harm. The strangeness of their methods was something it had never expected. Even it has no knowledge of void creatures. We have to think of a way. With a turn of his eyes, Yi Yukai was ready to kill Yi Zhe almost instantly. Unable to run, unable to fight. It seems that the only way to survive is to capture the summoner. But Yi Zhe was not panicked at all. In front of him, there is the spiritual shield of the spiritual contract cloak that exists permanently. Shield value, summoner spirit, and all summoned beasts physique. Currently, after having 3 summoned beasts, the shield value is as high as 5,320 points. If you stand there and let the Night Jackal hit you, it will take a long time. But unfortunately, Night Jackal didn't even have the chance to trigger the shield. The moment it pounced towards Yi Zhe, Mantis swung the blade of its right arm and launched the Void Slash. At that moment, the space seemed to be torn apart. A purple void crack appeared in the air. Wherever the crack passed, the space was distorted and emitted a low humming sound. If we talk about the panda who practices Tai Chi, it is invincible in close combat. The mantis that possesses the power of the void is the strongest assassin and hunter. With a click sound, the body of the night jackal, which was cut into 2 pieces, fell to the ground. Kill the rare monster. Night Jackal. Gain experience. Ding! Your level has been increased to level 8. Talent. You get 1 chance to draw unlimited gold terms. Hunter. Red-eyed mantis kills a powerful enemy once and can evolve a body part once. Chapter 35. The Mark of the Demon General. Mantis arm blade evolves. A series of prompts sounded, but Yi Zhe didn't look at it for the time being, and instead stared intently at a certain part of Yi Yotsai's body. Found an unexpected problem. Soul Control Mark, from the evil demon general, the soul-sucking demon, used to remotely control the target's actions. A soul-controlling mark from an evil demon is hidden under the fur on the neck of the night jackal and is completely invisible to the naked eye. It turns out that it was the evil spirit that was causing trouble. Yi Zhe was amazed and told Mantis, "Check if there are any enemies around." The mantis' compound eyes flashed red, and it said with certainty, "No more, master." After saying that, he stood beside Yi obediently, waiting for his own evolution. Yi nodded. No wonder a night jackal can control so many level 30 beasts. It turns out there is someone else controlling it. Even Yu Kai was under control. It was used as a smoke bomb by this demon general level existence. Recalling what the captain of the guard, Qin Sheng, had said before, the recent unrest in the wasteland of Qingfeng City might have something to do with the evil demons. If someone else came, he would probably think Yu Chai was the murderer behind the scenes. But I didn't expect that there was another murderer after the murderer. Even the evil spirits are playing tricks on you? All the evil demons have been kept as strictly guarded in the abyss by the demon-suppressing army as possible. I'm afraid they're trying to break through human defenses through some conspiracy or means. However, thinking about these things now is not very useful. Improving your strength is the most important thing. Otherwise, it will be too late to realize the threat when you really face a demon general. Yi first collected the 2 pieces of equipment dropped by Night Jackal, Night Dagger, and Night Soft Armor. They are all rare 4-star, level 30 equipment. I can't use them, so I'll give them to the pandas. Then I looked at the evolution panel of the mantis. Hunter. The following body parts can be evolved. Arm blade shell, compound eye, wings. According to the talent introduction, each time a part evolves, the corresponding ability will be improved. However, at present, no specific improvement effects can be seen. You could just pick one at random. Yi considered Mantis's opinion and asked, "Where do you want to evolve first?" Upon hearing this, Mantis excitedly raised his 2 arm blades high. The meaning was self-evident. As hunters, they are most concerned about the parts of the body that represent aggressiveness. Yi nodded. "Okay, then evolve the arm blade." As the thought moved, a flash of purple light appeared. The arm blades of the red-eyed mantis were wrapped up, and in an instant, the arm blades glowed with an even more bizarre light again. From the appearance, the blade has become longer, and the dark, crystal-like energy fluctuations on the surface are stronger. Ding! Evolution successful. Current level, arm blade. Arm blade. Strength, damage coefficient, critical hit rate, ignore defense, skill, void/level. Yi was greatly surprised. The improvement is so huge. The improvement brought by one evolution is actually greater than that of a rare weapon of the same level. After evolving the arm blade, Mantis's strength reached 195 points, surpassing the panda by 4 points. In addition, the level of the legendary skill Void Slash was increased from level 6 to level 7. The skill damage has changed from the original strength to 1400. The overall improvement is quite significant. This is only the first level of evolution. If you reach a super large group copy, there will definitely be a lot of strong enemies in it. How cool it will be when we evolve. Yi has more expectations for the Qingfeng City raid. On the side, Mantis looked at his newly evolved arm blade with great satisfaction. But then, he suddenly sensed something and his figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Yi was about to draw an entry when he heard someone approaching from behind and saying, "Are all the Beast Tide leaders dead?" The voice was somewhat rough and familiar. Yi looked back and saw a sturdy man about 1.9 meters tall, with a sturdy build, dark brown curly hair, and casually wearing a short-sleeved shirt. He was immediately shocked. "Lord Wan? Hey, Yi boy." The person who came was Linyuan City, Lord Wan Faping, a 6th-level hunter. With his strength, dealing with this level of beast attack is like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. "I was just bored, so I came here to take a look after seeing the news of the attack," Wan Faping said casually and walked to Yi. Yi believed this, because the main reason Wan Faping could become the city lord was because of his strong ability, and daily affairs were done by his assistants. Yi told him about the situation of the Beast Tide leader. Wan Faping glanced at Yi Yotsai's body casually and snorted nonchalantly. "I thought it was something else. Just an intelligent monster. How dare you attack a train?" Attacks by intelligent monsters happened frequently in the wilderness, but Wan Faping didn't take them seriously at all. "No, City Lord." Seeing this, Yi pointed directly to the hidden soul-controlling mark and said, "It's the evil demon that's controlling it. Although I don't know what conspiracy the evil general, the soul-sucking demon, has. But don't worry about it. Just report it. Instead of keeping the secret to yourself, why not reveal it directly to the big guys who have the ability to solve it, and let them have the headache? Fighting against evil spirits? Yi is too lazy to waste time. Just spend all your time upgrading and becoming stronger. And when you are strong enough, just push forward. Who cares what conspiracy you have? When Wan Feiping saw the problem pointed out by Yi Zhe, he suddenly became serious. A mark of a demon general? Can't these damn demons just stay in the abyss? Upon discovering that it was a method of the evil general level, even Wan Feiping couldn't help but take it seriously. If not handled properly, a demon general could even destroy a small or medium-sized human city, etc. While Wan Feiping was thinking, he suddenly realized something and looked at Yi Zhe fiercely. Did you kill these level 30 night jackals and night wolves by yourself? You also discovered this mark? Yi Zhe nodded and admitted that he definitely couldn't hide his strength. As for the problem of discovering the mark, he pushed it to his mentor Lu Boyan from the investigation department without blushing. Well, it makes sense. Unexpectedly, Wan Feiping's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had seen some treasure. Damn it, my Linyuan city finally has a true genius. He once again used his familiar gangster style and put his arm around Yi Zhe's shoulders. At this moment, it seemed that even the matter of the evil general was not important. He killed 3 level 30 monsters without even reaching the first level. They were all elite level or above. Isn't this better than the geniuses in the wealthy areas of central China? Brother, you must promise me one thing. Wan Feiping was overjoyed but hesitated and said, no, it's still a little off. He looked at the corpse on the ground, grinned, and revealed an unruly smile. Brother Yi Zhe, I will award you military merit for your contribution today. If you could be even stronger after the raid, I'll take you to a nice place then. Yi Zhe. Chapter 36, Entry 8. Return of Ancestral Bloodline. Good place? Looking at Wan Feiping's gangster looked like a mountain king. If he ignored the other party's strength and identity, Yi Zhe would definitely think that Wan Feiping wanted to take him to the foot massage parlor. However, Wan Feiping didn't say much. After saying that, he carried Yi Yotsai's body and left. The speed of a 6th level hunter is several times faster than that of a high-speed train. Obviously, the appearance of the general level demon forced him to take it seriously. Yi Zhe was helpless. Do you want me to be stronger? But the strength he showed here was not even half of his full combat power. Even Wan Feiping had never thought of such a horrible possibility. A summoner of level 10 can fight a level 30 rare monster with less than half of his combat power. Who can believe this? Yi Zhe shook his head and returned to the train. The supporting city defense forces have also arrived, and the beast tide is completely over. There were piles of dead animals lying next to the high-speed trains. The scene was in a mess, and even the air was filled with the smell of blood. Qin Cheng and Zhou Huahua, who were waiting outside the train, were shocked when they saw Yi Zihu. Yi Zhe, the leader of the beast tide, was killed by you? Yi Zhe nodded calmly. The body has been taken away by City Lord Wan Feiping. There is no problem. He took off the bronze medal, put the panda he had left behind into the summoned beast space, and returned to the carriage. Qin Cheng and Zhou Huahua were left looking at each other, speechless for a moment. Killing the leader of the beast tide single-handedly. Are today's high school students so terrifying? This time when they returned to the carriage, all the students on the train immediately focused their attention on Yi Zhe. The whole audience was silent. It was as if Yi Zhe was no longer their classmate, but some kind of divine figure. After watching Yi Zhe walk back to the cubicle, a group of students suddenly burst into exclamations. Single-handedly kill the leader of the beast tide. Damn, this is a monster. Should I ask for an autograph in advance? I don't think I'll necessarily get one later. Listening to the discussion behind him, Yi Zhe returned to the cubicle. Xia Qing, wearing a light green dress, was reporting the attack to the academy. When she saw Yi Zhe coming back, she was actually a little nervous. I don't know how to treat Yi Zhe. At least for now, it is difficult for her to regard Yi Zhe as an ordinary student. But Yi Zhe just smiled calmly and said, Teacher Xia, I'm going to rest first. Call me if you need anything. After saying that, he actually sat back in the chair like before, closed his eyes and rested, as if nothing had happened. Xia Qing leaned in closer and looked at Yi Zhe with a complicated expression. The first time she led a team during her internship, they were attacked by a tide of beasts. Thinking back on the previous scene, she still feels scared. How could Yi Zhe still sleep so calmly? However, this was misunderstood. Yi Zhe was concentrating his energy to draw entries. After reaching level 8, there is still one entry left to draw. Fortunately, other people cannot see the process of drawing entries at all, so they can just draw directly in the cubicle. You have drawn the golden legendary entry. Return of Ancestral Bloodline. Blood Return. Stimulate blood power and return to the glory and heritage of ancient times. Note: must be used on subjects with bloodline. Seeing this entry, Yizai's inner vision almost couldn't hold back. Inspire the blood power of ancient times. He immediately thought of the legend on Earth. Qi Yu and his mount, the iron-eating beast. Being able to be used as a mount by Qi Yu. That is the peak strength of the iron-eating beast. What's more, among his summoned beasts, only the iron beast is bloodline, so it goes without saying who it should be given to. Yizai looked at the summoned beast space of the iron-eating beast. This is a natural landscape of its own, with a panda chewing on a piece of bamboo. The entry is given to the panda. The bloodline return entry was assigned successfully. Summoned beast. Kung Fu Panda, epic. Upgraded to Jilly War Beast, golden legend. There was a flash of golden light, and the panda's body became much taller. The black and white fur seemed as hard as armor, and the claws were sharper, but other than that there were no major changes. The second golden legendary summoned beast, and it has one more star than Mantis. Yizai looks at the attributes with anticipation. Kung Fu Panda. Quality, golden legend. Level, 8. Attributes, strength 251, constitution 206, agility 225, spirit 189. Talents, Julie bloodline legend, Tai Chi inner strength legend, battle-hardened legend, legendary fame legend. Skills, Julie edge legend, ancient shadow legend, Tai Chi legend, 4 twos to move a great amount legend. Equipment, red spirit wrist guard rare. Except for strength, other attributes increased by 45 points, and strength increased by 60 points. Looking at this attribute panel, I just feel a little scary. In addition, there are 2 new combat skills. Julie Edge. The Julie Beast's attacks inflict additional golden sharp damage, ignore defense, and are unstoppable. Ancient Phantom. Concentrate your spirit and inner strength, and materialize into the phantom of an ancient ancestor, combining offense and defense, greatly increasing damage and defense. Pure damage skill. If we say that pandas in the past used softness to overcome hardness, so now, it is a combination of hardness and softness. Especially the Ancient Phantom, which has all-round defense, its attack range will also become larger, and its combat effectiveness will be greatly enhanced. Previously, when facing a beast tide of dozens of wild beasts and 2 level 30 beast kings, the panda would seem a little powerless. But now, open the Ancient Shadow. With a beast tide of that magnitude, just now, one panda is enough to fight alone. With this level of improvement, Yizai has gained a lot more confidence whether facing the hidden demon general or the super large group. When the entry was drawn, the high-speed train had already continued running. No matter what, the large-scale group dungeon cannot be delayed. Yizai opened his eyes and found that Qin Sheng and Zhou Huahua opposite him were gone, and only he and Xia Qing were left in the compartment. The latter was typing on the keyboard, writing something with a troubled look on his face. Yizai took a glance and saw the title was Application for Internship to Regularization, Xia Qing, which was revised for the 4th time. Xia Qing bit her lower lip and wrote, I was attacked while leading the team outside and maintained order among the students, in the personal achievements column. He added several dozen more words. A familiar feeling came to mind. Yizai felt the same way and said, I do the same when I'm writing an essay to make up the word count. A word was spoken out of the blue. Xia Qing's fair face instantly turned red, and she covered the laptop screen with her hands in embarrassment, saying angrily, why are you peeking? How can it be called stealing between students and teachers? Yizai showed a harmless smile. I want to learn from you. You don't need. Xia Qing sighed and said helplessly, what teaching achievements can I, a college student who is still an intern, have? Of course, the more you can write, the better. Otherwise, you won't be able to get a full-time job for 2 or 3 years. There is another point that Xia Qing didn't say, but Yizai could understand. If you want to achieve good teaching results, the achievements of students account for a large proportion. Otherwise, the vice dean would not be so eager to be Yizai's nominal mentor. As for the ordinary Class 3, where Xia Qing was interning, the chances of achieving results were extremely slim unless their ancestors' graves were filled with smoke. There wasn't much she could do on her own. At this point, she couldn't help but think. If she had a student who was half as capable as Yizai, she wouldn't have to worry so much about becoming a regular employee. Not long after, the high-speed train slowly slowed down. A voice broadcast without much emotion sounded. Qingfeng City, we have arrived. Chapter 37. You can do it? Enter the team dungeon. Is this Qingfeng City? It feels similar to Linyuan City. Yizai just got off the train and felt good. The 2 cities do have one thing in common. They are both battle-scarred. Linyuan City is close to the border of the abyss, and Qingfeng City is close to the Bloody Plains, neither of which is safe. The students of the War College got off the train and boarded a special bus, which took them to the super-large team dungeon. At this time, a floating car nearby caused everyone to exclaim. The hovercraft had a silver streamlined shape and a high-tech feel, and was the creation of a high-level mechanic. What kind of car is that? It's so cool. The car assigned to Dongwu City's #1 high school. 8 of the top 10 students in the last East China College entrance examination graduated from this school. I heard that they are fully armed this time and want to break the group record. Yizhe also knew something about it. This type of hovercraft consumes 80 to 120 crystals per 100 kilometers. Toys for the rich. As everyone exclaimed, the floating car, symbolizing Tobu #1 high school, took off at a flying speed and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. An hour later, a huge square came into view, with a black carved stone gate more than 10 meters high standing there, which was the entrance to the team dungeon. This is a level 10 super large team dungeon. It is said that it was made based on fragments of a world shattered by the abyss, but no one knows the specific details. At the entrance of the square, an audit point is registering everyone. Not far away, Yizhe saw the key class. It seemed that they had arrived early and had already finished the group game. Vice Dean Zhou Wei was actually scolding several students, and a girl from a key class was even scolded to tears. It's rare. Zhou Wei dares to criticize people in the key class. Yizhe rubbed his chin, looking like he was watching the fun, and Xia Qing did the same. It seems that the group's results are not ideal. She lowered her voice so low that only Yizhe could hear it. They were just 2 spectators. Sure enough, no one doesn't like to watch the fun. After a short while, a level 4 assassin boy, Lu Qi, suddenly came over with an expression that wanted to take credit. Brother Zhe, I found out. Ever since learning that Yi Zhe was the newcomer king, Lu Qi's expression changed instantly, and he did not hide his admiration for him at all. Zhao Xian learned 3 outstanding summoning skills, and his confidence soared. He decided to challenge the difficult group dungeon on his own accord. The result was the annihilation of the entire team. But the vice president didn't dare to scold Zhao Xian. He scolded others for not stopping him. Hearing this, Yizhe didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xia Qing on the side couldn't help but whispered, "The failure of the group will seriously affect the job assessment of the vice president. No wonder he is so angry." Yizhe was surprised and asked, "Is there such good news?" Job assessment is one of the job evaluation criteria for all colleges. If the assessment results are poor, the vice president can be replaced. At this time, the students in the key class were preparing to leave with gloomy faces, especially Zhao Xian and Zhou Wei, one with a black face and the other with a red face. It was simply too funny. When passing by Yizhe, Zhao Xian glared at him coldly, but with his coal black face, Yizhe couldn't help himself. "Puff, what are you laughing at?" Zhao Xian asked with a dark face. Yizhe, "No, I've received professional training, and I usually don't laugh." As if sensing the ridicule in Yizhe's tone, Zhao Xian snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Laugh. When you find out that your teammates are all a bunch of losers, I wonder how you can still laugh." After this was said, none of the other students in the key class dared to refute it. They had always been the focus of training at the War Academy, but after the difficult group mission, they became the useless people that Zhao Xian said were dragging their feet. This shows how difficult the group version is. Afterwards, even the students in the regular classes who were watching the fun couldn't laugh anymore, because what Zhao Xian said was actually a scolding to them. In the group version, even the people in the key class have become drags, so what about the ordinary class? But Yizhe didn't care at all, and even joked, "Why do you blame others for your own failure? You chose a high difficulty level, but you don't have the ability to lead your teammates to victory. Now you blame your teammates." Hearing this, many students in the key classes were so excited that they almost applauded Yizhe. They originally only wanted to play at a high level of difficulty, but Zhao Xian was the only one who was confident that he could challenge the difficulty, and when he failed, he even scolded others. If their strength and background were not inferior to Zhao Xian's, they would have sprayed back long ago. Zhao Xian immediately flew into a rage. Do you know what a team dungeon is? No matter how strong a person is, it's useless. That's a copy designed for a team of 100 people. Seeing Yizhe just smiling and not saying anything, Zhao Xian became even angrier. "Okay, come on if you can. I'm not leaving today. I'm waiting to see how you get wiped out. Don't choose normal difficulty if you have the ability." The difficulty of the group copy is the same as that of the novice copy, divided into normal, advanced, hard, nightmare, disaster, hell. Even with all the members of the key class headed by Zhao Xian, they can only play the advanced group version at best. According to Xia Qing's plan, the only chance for their ordinary class to pass the level is the normal difficulty. Therefore, she couldn't help but pull Yi Zhe's sleeve, signaling him not to be impulsive. At this moment, registration was completed. It was the turn of the ordinary class of the War Academy to enter the team dungeon. Arriving in front of the black carved stone gate in the center of the square, Xia Qing carefully explained all the strategies and precautions. But Yi Zhe already knew all this. At the same time, he curiously opened his eye of insight towards the dungeon entrance. Dungeon entrance, Fallen Dragon Valley. Background. Under the conquest of the Abyss, even the storm dragons who retreated to the canyon could not escape death. Difficulty and clearance method. Additional rewards. Refresh the clearance record for difficulty above normal. Rewards based on personal performance. After clearing the dungeon, you will get the group treasure chest as a reward. There are actually 2 extra chances to get rewards. Yi Zhe was quite tempted. Afterwards, Xia Qing finished her instructions and came to Yi Zhe and said alone, "Yi Zhe, please be steady." Yi Zhe said happily, "Don't worry, Teacher Xia, I'm very steady." Xia Qing nodded with satisfaction, and then watched everyone enter the group entrance. Yi Zhe naturally became the captain. Please select the difficulty your team wants to challenge. Yi Zhe, Hell. Chapter 38. Fallen Dragon Valley. Eat the group experience alone. Outside the dungeon, the moment the Hell difficulty was selected, the entrance to the dungeon suddenly turned blood red. Xia Qing's eyes almost went dark. The blood-red dungeon entrance. He chose the Hell difficulty. Did Yi Zhe make the wrong choice? With 4 years of college life under her belt, Xia Qing naturally knew that the difficulty of a group copy was dozens of times higher than that of a novice copy, especially the Hell difficulty. No team has yet cleared it. Moreover, the team that Yi Zhe joined was not a top team, but just an ordinary class in high school. Next to them, 2 other teachers from the War Academy were also startled, especially the head teacher of Class 1, an old man with gray hair and dense wrinkles. Tremblingly took off his reading glasses and said in disbelief, "How could such a thing happen to me when I am about to retire? Everyone's joys and sorrows are different." Zhao Xian was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. "Ha! I think we can already contact the car back to the academy, Teacher Xia. It's incredible that they can hold out for 10 minutes. At this time, a man with the title of team administrator came over. Who opened the Hell level? Tobu City's #1 high school. Didn't they reserve the disaster difficulty? There was a monitoring room next to the group copy. The administrator went in to confirm, and the result he got left him speechless. Linyuan City War College? Ordinary class. Tobu #1 high school doesn't even dare to open the Hell difficulty level. They want to choose. An unknown team chose the Hell difficulty, and the difference was unbelievable. Moreover, opening the Hell difficulty raid consumes a huge amount of crystals. Since the free times were sponsored by the military, the cost would naturally be borne by the military. A waste of crystals. In the copy, with a flash of white light before my eyes, the scene changed instantly. In the ears of Yi Zhe and others, an introduction sounded. In this world, humans and storm dragons live in peace. But later, when the Abyss arrived, the human race fought desperately, but was defeated by the evil demons. When their lives were at stake, they hoped to join forces with the storm dragons to fight. However, the storm dragon clan does not want to go against the evil demons. They believe that as long as they give in a little, they will naturally be able to gain peace within the clan. For 2 years, the human race had no help and was destroyed by the evil demons. The human race is dead. Can the storm dragon survive for long? The iron hoof of the Abyss will not let go of a single inch of land in the heavens and myriad worlds. Ding! You have entered the Hell difficulty team dungeon. Fallen Dragon Valley. Hell difficulty clearance conditions. Defeat the evil army. Note: all storm dragons live in Dragon Valley and can be used as helpers if successfully persuaded. Countdown for the demon to arrive at Dragon Valley. 9 hours and 59 minutes. This is probably the background of the group version. As for where the story originally took place, it is currently unknown. While Yi Zhe was thinking, the other students suddenly exploded. There were 3 ordinary classes with nearly 100 students. They were not in the mood to listen to the story and were more or less devastated. "No, buddy, did you choose Hell difficulty?" You didn't make the wrong choice, did you, Brother Yi? With this level of difficulty, I'll probably die in 2 seconds. Goodbye, Mom. I'm going to give it to you for free tonight. The dark blood-red sky of hell alone seemed to be enough to suffocate everyone. While everyone was discussing, the assassin boy Lu Qi stood up and said angrily, "What are you arguing about? Brother Zay must have his reasons for doing this." Next to her, the pastor girl Lin Ku, who was on the train before, also spoke up. "Have you forgotten that Yi Zay first cleared the hell dungeon? What's wrong with clearing the team dungeon again now?" After the beast-tide attack, many classmates had a strong sense of trust in Yi Zay. For a while, there were many people who spoke up for Yi Zay and maintained order. Lu Qi came over at this time and asked tentatively, "Brother Zay, do you have a plan?" Everyone's eyes couldn't help but gather around. Yi Zay thought about it and nodded. Yes. Lu Qi's expression suddenly became excited. As expected of Brother Zay, he even has plans for the hell difficulty. At this time, even if Yi Zay asked him to die, he would not frown. The pastor girl Lin Ko also came over quietly and said excitedly, Brother Yi, what should we do first? The demons will arrive in more than 9 hours. We should first think about how to convince the storm dragons, right? I've read the strategy guide. The storm dragon clan has 3 branches. It's said that the leader is easier to talk to. Yi Zay shook his head and stopped her from talking. He said calmly, "My plan is not that complicated. Kill all storm dragons within 9 hours. Then kill all the evil demons, and it will be over." Lin Ku, Lu Qi, all students. You call this a plan? Lin Ku suppressed the complicated emotions in his heart and stepped forward to persuade him. Brother Yi, even if we want to deal with the evil demons, there is no need to deal with the Storm Dragon clan. When the world's survival is at stake, why keep a race that is unwilling to fight and stand together with the human race? Yi Zay said without thinking. If you don't kill them, you may have to worry about being backstabbed by these stupid dragons. Although this answer made the students excited, the facts were before them. Lu Qi had to hesitate and said, Brother Zay, we can't reduce the blood of the storm dragon even if we die 100 times. In hell difficulty, it would be strange if they could knock down all my blood. Yi Zay said calmly, I chose the difficulty. You don't need to do anything. Of course, you won't get any experience if you don't fight. If this is the case, it means that the entire group experience is taken by Yi Zay alone. This is also the reason why Yi Zay took the initiative to contract the monster hunting. But everyone was still very excited. Because if they can really get the experience of completing the hell difficulty, it will be much higher than if they try their best to complete the normal difficulty. So, Brother Zay, what should we do? Yes, Brother Zay, this is a group copy after all. Let us make some contribution. Listening to Lu Qi and others excitedly asking for orders, Yi Zay was silent for a moment. A group dungeon requires at least 80 people, and this is already their contribution. He thought to himself, and without saying anything more, he led his men out. Follow me. Upon hearing this, everyone lined up in several rows, tacitly and orderly, and followed not far away. Yi Zay arrived at the frontier of Dragon Valley. Dragon Valley is more like the home of the Storm Dragon clan. Similar to humans, even the entrance to the valley is guarded by guards. Seeing Yi Zay and the others, 2 dragon men, over 2 meters tall, stretched out their hands to stop them, and said in a cold tone, Stay away, humans. We storm dragons can't possibly help you. At the same time, the Dragon Man's attribute panel is visible to everyone. Storm Dragon Guard. Type: Excellent Elite Monster. Attributes: Strength 130, Constitution 130, Agility 100, Spirit 80. Skills: Lightning Breath, Thunderstrike. The first one to appear is an elite monster of the excellent level. Lu Qi, Lin Ku, and the others turn pale. Is this the strength of the hell difficulty raid? Lu Qi, the highest level among them, has attributes less than a quarter of the other parties. If they were hit by one skill, I'm afraid a lot of people would be killed or injured. Yi Zay suddenly felt a little emotional. It's been a long time since I encountered an opponent of such a low level. He said this loudly, and the Storm Dragon Guard on the opposite side heard it and became furious. What do you mean? Before he finished speaking, a dark purple void slash instantly tore the necks of the 2 dragon men. 2 dragon heads fell to the ground with a plop. Seeing this scene, the pupils of all the students trembled with shock. Looking at the 2 small increments in the experience bar, Yi Zay continued to move forward without stopping. Longu, since you don't dare to face the evil spirit, then I will help you never see the evil spirit again. Chapter 39. The Ancient Shadow shows its power. Ninth entry Reaper. Fuck. Lu Chi and Lin Ke looked at each other and saw the extreme shock in each other's eyes. Yi Zhe, are you really from the same high school as us? They didn't even see how Yi Zhe's summoned beast made its move. At this time, Yi Zhe occupied the entrance of Longgu Valley. He said to everyone, who has the skills or items to lure all the surrounding storm dragons here? His tactics are simple and retro. Gather monsters and kill them. The terrain of Dragon Valley is complex, with many mountain passages, and it would be too troublesome to search for them one by one. After hearing this, the 90 or so students behind him hesitated for just a moment and then took action immediately. Now that you have seen Yi Zhe's strength, why are you still hesitating? The hunter's falcon, the archer's roving arrows, the mage's elemental spirits, etc., a variety of skills began to attract monsters. With more people, efficiency naturally increases. In just a moment, roars of enemy attacks were heard in Dragon Valley. More than 20 storm dragons are coming aggressively. This is the main defense force at the front line of Dragon Valley, and it alone is enough to stump 99% of the pioneering teams. Human, how dare you kill the people of the Storm Dragon clan? So much nonsense. Hearing the other parties roar, Yi Zhe curled his lips. Pandas, kill them all, leaving no one alive. Although to ordinary high school students, the combat power of these dragon guards is extremely terrifying. But to the current Julie War beasts, these storm dragons are the younger brothers. Kung Fu Panda roared and crashed into the group of dragons like a meteorite, unstoppable. In his fists and palms, with the sharp edge of Julie's sharpness, he charged out swiftly. Kill the Storm Dragon Guard experience. Obtain materials Storm Dragon Bone. Equip Dragon Scale armor. Although the two level 10 Dragon Guards only gave 580 experience points. But fortunately, there are enough monsters here, allowing Yi Zhe to level up smoothly. However, the Dragon Guards are not vegetarians either. Seeing the panda coming towards them, more than 20 Dragon Guards surrounded the panda tightly. This caused Lu Chi to grin. Fuck, two fists can't beat four hands. The same goes for the rest of the students. Most of the raid strategies they had seen involved slowly pulling them off one by one. Yi Zhe's style of play is simply outrageous. But the next moment, they witnessed another scene that shocked their worldview. Yi Zhe first said calmly, use the ancient shadow, the sooner the better. Afterwards, the spirit and internal strength gathered on the surface of the panda's body. When the surrounding dragon guards were about to attack, the shadow of a giant iron-eating beast wearing bronze armor and nearly 10 meters in length seemed to materialize and cover the panda, with a ferocious and terrifying aura. In the mere moment of materialization, the aftermath of its might knocked away countless surrounding storm dragon guards. You can vaguely feel the tremendous power from the phantom. This is a real weapon of war. Yi Zhe couldn't help but complain. If Chi rode this back then, I would understand. The panda, which had entered the ancient shadow form, looked at those 2-meter-tall dragon guards as if they were looking at little chicks. The panda, with the power of an ancient shadow, swung its claws heavily, splashing gravel on the ground 6 or 7 meters ahead. With one claw, the 4 storm dragon guards who had no time to escape were killed instantly. Kill the storm dragon guard. Experience. Level 8, 2,400. The experience bar has almost reached half. And this is just the beginning. The panda with ancient shadow activated looks like a god of war. At this moment, the storm dragon, which was originally besieging the panda, felt its scalp tingling. How to fight this? The panda swept in the center, and the mantis killed with a single shot on the outside. Several storm dragons that tried to escape from the battlefield and wait for the panda's shadow time to pass were killed by the mantis with a sudden knife. The entire front of Dragon Valley is like a slaughterhouse. In this comparison, it turns out that mantis, as an assassin, is slower in killing enemies. Because the cooldown of Void Slash is not fast, Void Shuttle also requires a small amount of mental power, so you have to use it sparingly for the next battle. As for the panda, a random palm strike is equivalent to a ranged skill, which is extremely terrifying. The ancient shadow lasts for about 5 minutes. The battle lasted less than 2 minutes, and under the almost devastating attack, more than 20 storm dragon guards were completely wiped out. After only entering the dungeon for more than 10 minutes, Yi Zhe gained more than 5,000 experience points. At the same time, the light of upgrade appeared on his body. Ding! Your level has been increased to level 9. Talent. You get one chance to draw unlimited gold terms. Almost level 10. Level 1 will be eligible for promotion to the first level, with more summoned beast spaces and even summoner-exclusive skills. At the same time, the growth attributes of the summoner and summoned beast will also be improved. In this raid, Yize was confident that reaching level 10 would not be a problem. Lu Qi continued to lead people to lure out the monsters. Hearing Yize's order, Lu Qi responded excitedly. Okay. After seeing Yize's strength, the other students' confidence and admiration for him doubled. And Yize immediately began to draw entries. Around where no one could see, a sea of golden entries was spinning. You have won the golden legendary entry, Harvester, Reaper. When you kill an enemy with one strike, all skill cooldowns and mental energy consumption will be refunded. The moment he saw this skill, Yize gave it to Mantis without hesitation. Perfect fit. Void Slash. Instant, extremely high damage, hard to defend against. The only drawback is the cooling time. Now, with the Reaper entry, you are simply invincible. Void Shuttle. Void Slash. Void Shuttle. Void Slash. The combo combination is comparable to a perpetual motion machine. No need to worry about depleting mental energy anymore. As long as the damage of the Mantis is high enough, everything will be fine. The Harvester entry was assigned successfully. Summon Beast. Void Hunter, Golden Legend. Upgrade, Golden Legend. When it reaches legendary quality, the difficulty of star upgrading is twice as high as that of epic quality. But the effect is particularly significant. At the next level, Mantis' strength increased to 225 points. It is equivalent to a level 25 combat professional. The only regret is that I haven't encountered a strong enemy yet to evolve the Mantis body. At the same time, Yize sorted out the equipment that had just dropped. 2 pieces of excellent and 4 pieces of rare. Feed the 3 and used mage equipment to the panda. What you eat is what you gain. Use the storm robe to gain spirit and control the element of lightning. What you eat is what you replenish. The Storm Dragon clan is a thunder-attributed dragon clan, and most of the equipment dropped by them are for controlling thunder elements. After the panda ate it all, his control over the lightning element skyrocketed to 51. It is equivalent to being immune to half of the lightning element damage. If I keep eating, I'm curious whether the last Storm Dragon can defeat the panda. Yize was quite looking forward to this effect. At this moment, Lu Qi suddenly shouted, "Brother Zay, he seems to be smaller." Chapter 40, Who is the Boss? Here comes another one. Small. There are 3 branches in Storm Dragon Valley. Theoretically, there are 2 small ones and 1 final one. But they usually stay behind, and it is rare for them to come and kill directly like this. I'm afraid it's because Yize killed too many people. At the entrance of the valley, the widest road leads directly to the Thunder Forest. From a distance, it looks like a mountain gorge covered with thunderclouds. However, at this moment, a dragon's roar sounded. 12 dragon-shaped figures flew out. Leading the group was a gigantic monster that was over 10 meters tall. The scales on his body are as silvery white as lightning. His wings are covered with lightning patterns, and his eyes are dark blue. Yize opened his eyes of insight. Storm Dragon Commander. Thunder Wings. Level 20. Type: Elite Commander. Attributes: Strength 200, Constitution 200, Agility 180, Spirit 220. Skills: Thunder Dragon Breath, Sky Punishment Lightning, Lightning Wing Flash. Elite Commander, a monster level that can only be found in high difficulty group dungeons. If placed in other difficulty levels, it can even be the final existence. All 3 skills deal large-scale damage, which is a disaster for ordinary pioneering teams. You guys step back. Yize said the latter sentence to the other students, who were also very sensible and, led by Lu Qi, slipped out 100 meters away. Everyone understands that even the aftermath of a skill can be fatal. A general high-difficulty group dungeon exploration team must consist of at least 80 level 7 or 8 professionals with excellent equipment and skills. They must also be divided into professional groups and commanded in an orderly manner, otherwise it will be impossible to achieve high difficulty levels. Yize and the panda took a few steps back. Give this one directly to Mantis for a one-on-one fight. Seeing Yize retreat, the commander of Thunder Wing thought he was afraid and immediately became very aggressive. Despicable human, you've killed so many of my Storm Dragon clan members, and now you want to run away? But just as he finished his words, a space fluctuation occurred, and the red-eyed Mantis appeared in front of him out of thin air. Exclamation point. Thunder Wing was startled. as he had never seen such an elusive ability. But the next moment, the shock on his face was replaced by pain. The red-eyed mantis, exuding a bloodthirsty aura, suddenly raised its arm blade, and a dark purple crack in the void appeared like a space cut. The void slashed and cut off one of the wings of Thunderwing with one strike. It was too fast. Even with his high mental perception and agility, he couldn't react to the attack. Accompanied by a scream, Thunderwings was unable to maintain its balance and fell miserably from the sky. Students like Lu Chi, who were standing 100 meters away, felt their scalps go numb when they saw the damage caused by this attack. Xiao, who could at least cause serious damage to other pioneering teams, was seriously injured by just one blow. However, this attack actually meant more than that. If you hit the head directly, it won't kill the person, but the damage will be greater. But the mantis deliberately cut its wings in order to kill the dragon guard behind him. Reaper trigger. Void slash refresh. Thunderwing is the leader of the storm dragons, and naturally there are other dragons from the Thunder Branch under his command. As a dozen little guards beside him, it will add a lot of pressure when fighting against other pioneering teams. Facing the Void Mantis, these dragon guards seem to have become the death warrant for Thunderwings. At this time, 5 dragon guards blocked the Mantis, and the remaining 5 went to protect Thunderwings. The Void Mantis let out a cruel low laugh that sounded like the friction of metal. Facing the charge of 5 dragon guards, the Mantis swung its arm blade and slashed at the Void. 5 dragon guards were cut in half on the spot. Kill the Storm Dragon Guard experience. Level 9 3700. What's even more terrifying is Void slash refresh. Another dark purple void crack appeared on the right side of the Thunderwings that fell to the ground. While the right half of his body was severely injured by the blow, the 2 dragon guards who went to protect him were also chopped to death. Kill the Storm Dragon Guard experience. Void slash refresh. If Thunderwing knew this ability, he would never have guards with him in his next life. If it weren't for the guards, he might have been able to fight the Mantis for a few moves. But at this moment, he was severely wounded and fell to the ground miserably, roaring. How come such a high damage skill can be used all the time? The damage of Thunderwing's 3 skills is not that high, but the cooling time is much longer. See this scene. Many students can't help but ask questions from the bottom of their hearts. Who is it? As one of the 3 great men in Storm Dragon Valley, Thunderwing was almost beaten to the point where he couldn't fight back at all. What's even more terrifying is that Yi Zhe's summoned beast didn't seem to have to put in any effort at all. As everyone was shocked, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my God, here comes another one." In the valley, a short and strong figure attacked the Mantis from behind, causing the ground to tremble. It was an earth dragon, its khaki skin surrounded by electric light like thunder armor, and although it was small in stature, it was incredibly fast. However, the Mantis's compound eyes have a 360-degree view. Even though the earth dragon attacked from behind, it missed the target the moment it approached, traveling through the void. And Yi Zhe also saw the message from the visitor. Storm Dragon Commander, Thunder Dragon. Level 20. Type, Elite Commander. Attributes, Strength 220, Constitution 200, Agility 240, Spirit 130. Skills, Thunderstorm Armor, Lightning Assault, Shockwave. Another Elite Commander. The difference is that Thunderwings is a flying dragon, while this Thunder Dragon is a ground dragon, and its skills are all strength-related. It is very rare that 2 little ones actually join forces to fight. In a group instance, a small enemy of this strength would be fought against by dozens of professionals working together. And now, the 2 of them have joined forces just to fight against one person. In other words, it is a summoned beast. For a moment, the students 100 meters away felt that their worldview had been infinitely refreshed. But Yi Zhe was not surprised, because the scream from Thunderwing earlier contained a message of help. This is also what Yi Zhe saw. Ancient Phantom, the cooldown just ended. With the 50 cooldown reduction effect of Battlefield Legend, the Panda's skills recover quickly. The Thunder Dragon let out a violent roar, launched his second attack. Compared to the Storm Dragon, the Thunder Dragon is only 3 or 4 meters tall, which is considered short. But for the Panda, the momentum brought by the size of the Thunder Dragon is much stronger. But this advantage lasted only less than a second. The Ancient Phantom, a huge ancient iron-eating beast nearly 10 meters tall, appeared again. Facing the Thunder Dragon's charge, the Panda slapped out with one palm. Like the sky sweeping down, the terrifying air waves rushed in all directions. With a palm that carried enormous force, the Thunder Dragon was smashed directly into the ground. See this scene. The one with the most complicated emotions is not anyone else, but Thunderwings. The glimmer of hope that had just emerged was extinguished by the panda's palm. At this moment, he felt the Void Mantis's gaze moving towards him again. The Thunderwings dragon pupils narrowed. Finished. Chapter 41. Double Kill Boss. Level 10. Career Advancement Mission. The moment he was targeted by the mantis, he was already on the verge of death and had no way of resisting. Immediately, Thunderwings used up all his remaining strength. Dark blue electric light flashed all around him, and countless powerful thunder forces bombarded the surroundings indiscriminately. Heavenly Punishment Lightning Strike. This is his strongest attack skill, completely covering the mantis. However, the mantis didn't move at all, just looked at him and let out a creepy low laugh. The destructive force of thunder passed through the mantis's body without causing any damage. In the forbidden area of heavenly punishment covered by rumbling thunder, the mantis stood quietly here. At this moment, Thunderwings completely collapsed. Not even the evil demon could make him feel such a terrifying sense of oppression. With this thought in mind, Thunderwings immediately pleaded towards Yizhe. Human, don't kill me. I am willing to help you fight against the evil. The students like Lin Ke who had read the strategy guide were the most surprised to hear this. Persuading the storm dragons to fight against the evil demons is almost impossible. This can be seen from the fact that no persuasion was successful when the original human race in this world was completely destroyed. And now, it can be seen that strength is the best diplomatic means. If Yizhe nodded, they would at least have one more elite commander-level combat force. But Yizhe tooted twice and shook his head. If you die sooner, it will be the greatest help to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Mantis raised his arm blade. The dark purple crack in the void cut the dragon in half from head to tail, making it deader than dead. Kill the elite commander. Thunderwings experience. Level 95860. Hunter. Red-eyed mantis kills a powerful enemy once and can evolve a body part once. Some experience points. Worthy of being a member of the Hell Raid. Yizhe is not far from his first career advancement. I still need 1440 experience points. If I kill one more. Yizhe looked towards the panda. But at this moment, there was a bang sound and a dragon surrounded by lightning broke out of the ground. But the thunder dragon did not choose to fight, but ran away without looking back. Are you kidding? Storm dragons never play against the wind. I thought he and Thunderwing were just bullies, but who knew that the two monsters that came were more terrifying than the last? What the hell is this? The thunder dragon uses the skill Lightning Stab to leave here as quickly as possible. But Yizhe didn't care at all. He knew the map. Storm Dragon Valley was divided into 4 locations from near to far. Dragon Valley Frontier, Thunder Forest, Storm Canyon, Storm Peak. Finally, at the top of the storm. However, the Thunder Dragon has rushed from the Storm Canyon to the front of the Dragon Valley, and it is not so easy for it to go back for help. This road is enough for Mantis to kill him 10 times. Kill him, and I should be able to evolve twice in a row. At Yizhe's command, the Mantis suddenly disappeared from its original place. As an elite commander, Thunderwing can provide evolution times after being killed, so the same should be true for Thunder Dragon. At this time, the Thunder Dragon desperately fled back into the canyon, not daring to stop at all. After being slapped by the panda, he was already seriously injured and was no match for the panda in a one-on-one fight, not to mention that his teammate was dead. If we escape back to the Dragon King, there is still hope of turning the tables. This was his last thought. The space above the Thunder Dragon suddenly twisted, and cracks in the void appeared from top to bottom, tearing the earth apart. It also tore apart the Thunder Dragon's head and body. He was seriously injured and could not withstand a single blow from the void. Kill the elite commander. Thunder Dragon experience. Hunter. Red-eyed mantis has killed powerful enemies continuously and has accumulated 2 evolution times. Ding! Your level has been increased to level 10. Talent. You get 1 chance to draw unlimited gold terms. Several prompts popped up in front of Yizhe in succession. But what Yizhe cares more about is career advancement. There is still a big gap between level 1 and level 2 professionals. At this point, you can see that there is an additional advance button in the career column of the personal panel. You have reached level 10 and can choose the difficulty of the first level professional task. 1. Normal advancement, reward, 4-dimensional attribute growth. 2. Advanced level, rewards, summoning beast space, 4-dimensional attribute growth. 3. Perfect advancement, rewards, summoning beast space, exclusive skill treasure chest, excellent quality, 4-dimensional attribute growth. 4. Supreme advancement, rewards, summoning beast space, exclusive skill treasure chest, excellent quality or above, 4-dimensional attribute growth. Note, once you select a task difficulty, you cannot change it. Seeing the rewards for career advancement, Yizhe couldn't help but be extremely surprised. Summoning beast space, an exclusive skill treasure chest. There is no need to say much about the summoned beast space. It represents the number of summoned beasts that the summoner can contract, directly increasing the summoner's upper limit. Furthermore, only career advancement and extremely rare items can increase the amount of space available for summoned beasts. An item that can increase the space of summoned beasts can be sold for at least 20 million. More expensive than the summoner class card. The exclusive skill treasure chest can randomly reveal a summoner's exclusive skill book. They are also extremely precious and can greatly enhance the overall strength of the summoner, and they come in various types. For example, telepathy, gigantism, fusion, etc. For top summoners, it can play a huge role in combat. Although these rewards are tempting, Yizhe fell into deep thought when he saw the task interface. Because the advanced quest types of the summoner profession are all the content taught in the key classes. After selecting the difficulty, the tasks are random, and he really can't imagine what kind of task he will encounter. However, considering his strength, there is nothing to think about. The difficulty is maxed out. If he can't pass it with his current strength, how outrageous would this supreme advancement be? Moreover, even if you fail to complete the task, you can continue to upgrade, but it will always remain at level 0. With this thought in mind, Yizhe directly chose Supreme Advanced Difficulty. Ding! You have selected the first level Professional Advancement Difficulty, highest. Successfully randomized to the highest advanced mission, Attack of the Summoner. Seeing this name, Yizhe's face was full of question marks. But I still carefully clicked on the task description. Attack of the Summoner. Mission content. Defeat 5 types of rare professions, including warrior, assassin, mage, archer, and swordsman, above level 1. Head on within any one day. Who said summoners are afraid? I will take the initiative, defeating 5 rare professionals above level 1 in a row in one day. This mission is indeed of the highest difficulty. Not only must you defeat 5 first-order enemies with 0 order, we also have to deal with rare professions. People in rare professions generally have good family backgrounds, and their professional abilities are not weak either. For example, Ruan Xiao's Dark Spirit Assassin is a rare assassin-type profession. You have to fight 5 of these rare professions in one day. More importantly, where can I find 5 rare professions? Yizhe was at a loss. Fortunately, advanced tasks do not need to be completed immediately and can be completed on any day. Yizhe was silent for a moment and decided to think of a solution after the group was released. For now, let's quickly finish the group copy. Yizhe didn't waste any more time and drew the entry first. Chapter 42, 10th entry, 100% control of the thunder element. You have won the golden legendary entry. Good luck. Lucky stars. Double the luck of teammates around you. Increase the chance of obtaining high-quality items when treasure hunting, and get 2 rewards when opening treasure chests. Seeing the last half line of words, Yizhe instantly became excited. Open the treasure chest and get 2 rewards? It's equivalent to opening a treasure chest twice. This is a bit against the will of heaven. You know, some treasure chests can only be obtained a few times in a lifetime. For example, the treasure chest of this group and the exclusive skill treasure chest. At the same level, others can only have 1 exclusive skill, but he can have 2. Thinking of this, Yizhe couldn't help but hold his breath. It was finally decided to give the entry to the squirrel, because this is a passive aura effect. The squirrel always stays by your side, which can increase your luck and bring double the effect of unpacking boxes. On the other hand, when the squirrel sent Shadow Clone to hunt for treasure, it also has the amplification effect of treasure hunting. The entry for Lucky Star has been assigned successfully. Summon Beast. Shadow Treasure Sniffing Rat, Orange Epic. Upgrade, Orange Epic. Squirrels are gentle and prefer treasure hunting, so they simply turn positioning into an auxiliary. If this momentum continues, who knows, in the future, the squirrel may become a boy who brings money or the god of wealth. Yizhe thought inexplicably. The squirrel sitting on his shoulder shook its tail, and a hint of gold appeared faintly in the lines of its fur. That's great. Send your shadow clone to plunder all the treasures nearby. At Yi Zei's command, the squirrel happily released dozens of shadow clones, which rushed out in a large number. The purpose of searching for treasures is, of course, to feed the pandas. Storm Dragon Valley happens to be rich in lightning attribute items. If we follow the principle of what you eat replenishes what you gain, directly replenish 100 Thunder Element Control. It will be so cool to deal with it finally when the time comes. Just as he was thinking about it, Lucci cautiously brought someone over to test. Brother Zay, shall we continue to use our skills to lure monsters? After seeing Yi Zei's strength, they felt more and more that their greatest role seemed to be just to open dungeons. But the more this happens, the more people want to do something. Yi Zei nodded and said, "Okay, go ahead." After that, he opened the Manus Hunter panel and began to evolve. Arm blade, compound eyes, shell wings. Only the arm blade has evolved once. Should we try the evolution effects of the other three, or continue evolving the arm blade? Yi Zei began to think. The arm blade has an additional level of Void Slash, which is undoubtedly the strongest output skill. The effects of the evolution of other parts are still unknown. At this moment, the Void Mantis took the initiative to flash over, raised its claws, and frantically hinted. Yi Zei couldn't help but smile and said, "Don't worry. Even if you don't tell me, I will also evolve the arm blade." The additional attributes of the arm blade are more inclined towards burst. Also, you need to at least upgrade Void Slash to the maximum level first. 2 evolution opportunities. Use them together. Ding! Evolution successful. Current level. Arm blade. Arm blade. Strength, damage coefficient, critical hit rate. Ignore defense, skill, Void Slash level. Mantis's strength skyrocketed to 275. The skill level of Void Slash has been increased from level 7 to level 9. The skill damage coefficient changed from 1400 to 1800. Now, even if Thunder Wing is resurrected with full health, Mantis can be easily killed with one skill. Now, the Elite Commander probably can't be considered a strong enemy. Only the final one can be called that. Finally, the Storm Dragon King. Ever since I experienced the Red Devil Lion in the Novice Hell dungeon, Yi Zei couldn't underestimate any of them at all. It's possible that it is in a completely different realm from the monster in front. Now that he was not far from clearing the dungeon, Yi Zei had to make complete preparations. Panda eat. Yi Zei sorted out his backpack as there were quite a few pieces of equipment that had just exploded. 3 are outstanding, 10 are rare. Another benefit of bringing a slacker into a group, besides the experience gained, is that Yi Zei gets all the equipment. So, just feed it all to the pandas. Panda. Looking at the 13 pieces of equipment, Yi Zei murmured, "Actually, you can just take a bite of each." Once a piece of equipment is eaten by a panda, it will be completely scrapped, and the attributes can also be restored to yourself. But the panda didn't. It seemed that after the iron-eating beast bloodline was advanced to the Jilly bloodline, the teeth seemed to improve as well. An excellent grade Thunder Battle armor was swallowed in 2 bites, just like chewing candy beans. What you eat replenishes what you gain. Eat the Thunder armor and gain physical fitness, lightning element control. What you eat is what you gain. Eat the Hurricane crossbow to gain agility, lightning element control. What you eat is what you replenish. The only problem is that the equipment is a bit insufficient. For items of the same type, the more you eat, the less the attribute gain will be. After greatly improving a wave of attributes, the control of Thunder Element reached 84. This means that the damage of Lightning Element is reduced by 84. But this is not the end yet. After waiting for a while, the Squirrel Shadow clone finally came back. Perhaps it was the good luck that helped me find the rare and excellent spiritual herbs in the Thunder Forest. Thunder Grass. This is a ball of grass, with lightning flashing around it, and anyone who touches it will be hurt. In order to bring it back, the squirrel poked the red magic knife into the grass ball like stringing candied haws together to avoid being electrocuted. Well done! Yi Zei pinched the squirrel's tail. The panda simply grabbed the rolling thunder grass with its bare hands, and the surging lightning hit the panda, but it was like a massage, without any pain. Eat 3 balls of thunder grass in a row. The panda's body was suddenly filled with purple light. Control of Thunder Element 106. Over 100 Lightning Element controls. If the panda is a lightning mage, the damage will definitely be terrifying. Now, even if lightning damage hits your body, you won't lose any blood at all. Yi Zei couldn't help but smile. He suddenly looked forward to the mood of the Storm Dragon King. Chapter 43, The Collapse of the Storm Dragon King. Yi Zei traveled through the Thunder Forest and Storm Canyon. Following the canyon to the top, there were dark clouds covering the area, and lightning kept falling from the sky. A giant dragon, tens of meters long, stood on the top of the Storm Dragon Valley, like a moving mountain. The human race? Oh, they haven't perished yet. A deep and powerful voice sounded, like the roar of thunder. Hearing the tone of the Storm Dragon King, Yi Zhe frowned, as if the other party was deliberately not helping the human race to deal with the evil demons. But then he laughed again. It's uncertain whether the human race will perish, but you will definitely not survive today. Because at this time, he had seen the other party's message through the eye of insight. Storm Dragon King. Level 30. Type: Epic Storm Dragon. Attributes: Strength 300, Constitution 300, Agility 300, Spirit 400. Skills: Thunder from Heaven, Storm Field, Wrath of Thunder, Thunderstorm Dragon Breath. Epic level. Looking at all the opponents Yi Zhe has faced, he can definitely be ranked as the strongest one. With this level, attributes, and skills, if it were any other pioneering team, no matter how many came, they would all be dead. There must be a reason why no one has been able to complete this copy. But, just as Yi Zhe guessed, this Storm Dragon King has all lightning attribute attack skills. However, at this time, the Storm Dragon King had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter. His body of dozens of meters long flew above the dragon's nest, with a wingspan of nearly 100 meters, and he let out a deafening roar. I see. Have you forgotten how the human race asked me to join forces? Yi Zhe had no idea where this copy world originally came from. Yi Zhe had no idea what the human race in this world was like. But just by looking at the Storm Dragon King's arrogant tone, one can tell that he is almost accustomed to being arrogant towards the human race. Yi Zhe said indifferently, I just hope you won't beg me later. The Storm Dragon King was furious, and with a roar, lightning surged. The panda also attacked, without dodging or evading, and rushed straight towards the Storm Dragon King like a cannonball. The powerful lightning, accompanied by bursts of thunder, struck the panda. Originally, the attack could at least cause the skin and flesh to be torn apart. Now it's like a layer of maintenance has been done on the panda's fur. Unharmed? Question mark. The Storm Dragon King was a little confused, but he didn't take it seriously. I didn't use my full strength just now. It was just a casual attack, so it's normal that the opponent blocked it with his ability. The Storm Dragon King was full of magical power at this time, and his eyes were like two burning lightning cores, causing thunder to jump infinitely in the air. Small tricks are useless in the face of strength. Thunder from heaven is coming, along with the roar of the Storm Dragon King. Lightning that was 10 times more powerful than before bombarded the panda, like thousands of arrows piercing its heart. However, at this moment, the panda did something out of the ordinary and gave the Dragon King the middle finger. Boom, strepje. After the thousands of lightning strikes, the wind waves stirred up waves of gravel. And after the smoke dissipated, the panda's middle finger is still standing straight up, still unharmed. The Storm Dragon King's pupils suddenly shrank, as if the dragon temple was shattered. Impossible. This move of thunder from heaven would bring disaster to the world. Even if he had to withstand it himself, there was no way he would be unscathed. How could a human-summoned beast have such power? He might never understand. The panda can reach this level mainly because of the other dragons in the Storm Dragon Valley. Without the large amount of thunder attribute equipment they provided, it would be countless times more difficult to reach 100% control over thunder elements. You can also say, the Storm Dragon King was really betrayed by his own Dragon Clan members. At this time, facing the shocked Storm Dragon King, the panda used the Geely Edge to shatter large pieces of dragon scales. The Dragon King's attributes are still very high. Fortunately, Yi Zhe had copied the legendary fame before, and with a bonus of double halos, he had a great advantage in close combat. After seeing that several skills had no damage, the Dragon King immediately changed his strategy. Use the purest power attack instead. But, facing the panda's powerful attack, I can only say that I am not dying fast enough. The Storm Dragon King slapped down with one palm, and unsurprisingly, the panda surged with Tai Chi, internal energy. A little effort can achieve great results. The Storm Dragon King was caught with the Dragon Claw and counterattacked with great force, causing him to scream, and his right arm was directly broken. Although the Dragon King has high attributes, the panda's attack bonus is large enough that the effect of one hit is significant. Adhering to the tradition of killing him while he is ill, Yi Zhe ordered Mantis to use Void Slash to cut off his left arm and half of his wing. At this time, Mantis has a 60% damage bonus, 60% ignores defense, plus critical hits. Although the Void Slash was on cooldown, it resulted in the Dragon King being severely injured and even disabled. Ouch! In almost an instant, both Dragon Claws were broken, the wings were damaged, and the balance of victory tilted instantly. The Storm Dragon King screamed in pain. Why is it like this? At this moment, his confidence in fighting head-on was greatly diminished. But he was still unwilling to give up, and regardless of the attacks from the Panda and the Mantis, he tried desperately to run back or even crawl back into the dragon's nest. You didn't fight back at all and just wanted to go back to the dragon's nest? Yizhe didn't even need to know what was in the dragon's nest. He directly ordered the Panda. Open the ancient shadow and stop him. We can't let him go back. Joke. The fight has reached the point of life and death. No matter what the Storm Dragon King wants to do, Yizhe will never let him succeed. Even if the Storm Dragon King wants to go back to the dragon's nest to use the toilet, he can't do that. Seeing the Panda transform into a giant iron-eating beast 10 meters tall, it blocked his way. The Storm Dragon King roared hoarsely, "No!" Yizhe opened his eyes of insight and looked curiously at what was inside the dragon's nest. However, you won't know until you see it. Once you see it, you will find the biggest secret of the Storm Dragon clan. Blood Pool in the Abyss. Effect: can restore injuries, condense magic blood, and long-term use can gain a small amount of abyss power. Created by the evil general, the Blood Sea Demon. No wonder the Storm Dragon clan refuses to join forces with the human race. Are you surrendering directly? Yizhe couldn't help but sigh. The function of this thing is very simple. Actively pray for the arrival of the power of the abyss. It's like actively seeking the abyss and being a running dog for the other party. Special elites, like the Cursed Knight of the Polluted Land, are passively contaminated by the power of the abyss. This was the first time Yizhe had seen someone surrender voluntarily. Little human, what do you know? Unexpectedly, the Storm Dragon King roared, and then said in an almost terrified voice, "The power of the abyss is invincible. The footsteps of the abyss cannot be stopped." Hearing the somewhat creepy tone at the end, Yizhe didn't care and said calmly, "Whether I can win or not, at least let me try first. As for you, useless dragon, you'd better stop wasting oxygen." As he spoke, the Panda, condensing the ancient phantom, stepped down, directly stepping on the Dragon King to the point of death. Storm Dragon King struggled. "You can't kill me. If you kill me, the Abyss Blood Pool will notice my death. The evil general will immediately send troops to wipe you out. You will definitely die." "Oh? Send troops immediately?" Yizhe became excited. He thought that after clearing the Dragon Valley, he would have to wait for a long time for the evil army, but he didn't expect that he could trigger an early attack. Yizhe nodded and said, "You will die now." The Storm Dragon King was confused. When the Panda heard this, he was about to step on it, but Yizhe stopped him. The Storm Dragon King thought he had a chance of survival. Unexpectedly, Yizhe just replaced Mantis and gave the head to Mantis. The knife flashed, and a whole line of experience points that excited Yizhe was credited. Kill the Storm Dragon King in Storm Dragon Valley. Gain experience, 9,000. Ding! Your level has been increased to level 11. Since you have not completed the advanced task, you cannot obtain additional growth attributes. Hunter. Red-Eyed Mantis kills a powerful enemy once, and can evolve a body part once. Talent. You get one chance to draw unlimited gold terms. Chapter 44. Item Fusion. As soon as it appears, it will be gone in seconds. 9,000 experience points. Yizhe could hardly suppress his joy, and even suspected that he had seen it wrong. But if you think about it carefully, a level 20 outstanding commander has 1,600 experience points. For an epic level, it is not surprising that the experience given is multiplied several times. Moreover, this is considered the final one of the Hell difficulty levels. If it were any other team, it would require at least 80 professionals with excellent equipment and skills and a high level to besiege them, regardless of the cost. The experience gain needs to be divided equally among the entire team. People like Yizhe, who solo cleared the Hell difficulty and gained experience alone, made other students envious. But at this moment, a blood-red panel prompt popped up. You killed the evil demon's internal accomplice, angering the evil demon general, the Blood Sea Demon. He is about to hunt you down. Changed clearance conditions. Survive for 3 hours. The evil general is chasing me? Unlike demon soldiers and demon lieutenants, the strength of demon generals varies greatly. In the words of the textbook, there are also gaps between generals. Although he didn't know the strength of this Blood Sea demon, Yizhe was not going to waste any time and immediately improve his combat power. The demon general is at least not weaker than the Storm Dragon King. Thinking about dealing with it, I'm afraid it will require some luck. Yizhe first used up the Mandas's evolution times, still evolving the arm blade. At this point, you have reached arm blade. The level of Void Slash is increased from level 9 to level 10, and the damage increases to a coefficient of 2000. Then, Yizhe immediately picked up the squirrel in his hands. Take 2 deep breaths of the lucky halo of Lucky Star. The 11th entry, start drawing. If you can draw a powerful combat entry, the battle against the evil general may be smoother. With this thought in mind, Yizhe hugged the squirrel and drew from the sea of entries. You have won the golden legendary entry, Extraordinary Ancient Martial Arts. Extraordinary Ancient Martial Arts. The practice of ancient martial arts that has reached the highest level, a glimpse into the threshold of transcending the mundane world on the road of martial arts. Gu, like Tai Chi Grandmaster, is also a type of martial arts skill, but it is more extensive. Yizhe also often heard the legends of ancient martial arts. It was said that some families still had the tradition of ancient martial arts professionals. Not bad. Although it is somewhat similar to Tai Chi Grandmaster, it is a combat type term after all. As soon as Yizhe finished speaking, another prompt popped up. A synthesizable term has been detected. Entries can actually be synthesized? Yizhe was surprised. He looked at his talent and found that there were actually small words marking that allowed him to combine entries. But since Blue Star has developed to this point, it has never seen anything beyond the legend. So Yizhe didn't take it too seriously at first. Now it seems that above the legend, he will be the first one to come into contact with it. Yizhe looked at the synthesizable target excitedly. Tai Chi Master, Battlefield Legend, Extraordinary Ancient Martial Arts, can be synthesized. Triple. Still 3 combat type entries. Yizhe hesitated for half a second. After synthesis, these 3 terms will disappear. Will the final result be stronger or weaker? But this kind of opportunity, how do you know if you don't try? Decisive synthesis. 3 golden terms intertwined and bloomed on the Panda, eventually bursting out with an exceptionally powerful aura. The golden legendary higher level item has been synthesized. Martial Saint. Martial Saint. The pinnacle of martial arts, with speed and strength reaching the peak, extraordinary combat skills, and the absolute master of the battlefield. Martial Saint. Just by seeing the name of this entry, Yizhe felt that there was a high probability that he would not lose money. At the same time, because all 3 entries were given to the Panda's momentum also soared after the synthesis. Summon Beast. Julie War Beast, Golden Legend, evolves Julie Martial Saint, Golden Legend. After evolving again, the Panda seemed to have become slightly thinner. Muscles, bones, and fur are constantly washed by the inner force of martial arts. Even though it was quite difficult to upgrade the star level after reaching Legend, it was still upgraded to 3 stars this time. The properties have skyrocketed. Strength, 285. Physique, 256. Agility, 260. Spirit, 239. Skills, Julie Sharp Martial Saint Chi, Legendary Upper. Skills, Battle-Hardened Martial Arts Mastery, Legendary. Obtained skills, Martial Saint Domain. A Panda of this level, this attribute, it's so scary to tell others about it. Although Yizhe didn't understand the higher level skills above the legendary ones, he could see that the skill effects have been greatly improved. In particular, the Martial Saint's Chi can be condensed outside the body and can be used for both attack and defense, integrating offense and defense. The ultimate in martial arts, greatly enhancing martial arts damage and ultimate combat power. In addition, the newly added Martial Saint realm is even more terrifying. Martial Saint Domain. After the domain is opened, the Martial Saint will suppress all enemies with his aura, reducing the opponent's 4-dimensional attributes by a value equal to 50 of the Martial Saint's 4-dimensional attributes. How scary is it? The Panda now has 365 strength, which can directly reduce the strength attribute of enemies in the area by 182. The physical fitness is reduced, and the meat tank becomes crispy. Agility, spirit the same. In the battle within the domain, the Martial Saint is the absolute master. Seeing the huge improvement of the Panda, Yizhe couldn't help but feel relieved. Great. By the way, I took a big bite of the squirrel. You are worthy of being blessed. At this moment, only half a minute had passed since the killing order was issued. In the dragon's nest, The deep blood pool was constantly oozing blood from the base, gradually condensing into the shape of an evil demon. Blood Sea Demon. Type: Demon General. Attributes: Strength 430, Constitution 400, Agility 460, Spirit 430. Features: Endless sea of blood. Can freely manipulate blood to perform attack, defense, or enchantment skills. Skill: Yize quickly scanned the information in front of him, and his mind was full of one thing at the moment. Still chasing me? Open the field for me, and kill him instantly. The Blood Sea Demon was still concentrating on his physical state at this moment, with only half of his body visible. Yize couldn't wait at all. A sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the panda arrived in an instant. A pattern like a Tai Chi array lit up under the feet of the panda and the Blood Sea Demon, constantly interweaving and spreading. Martial Saint Realm. In an instant, an invisible internal force gathered like a siege by thousands of troops, swallowing up the opponent like a quagmire. When the domain takes effect, you can see that the Blood Sea Demon's attributes have dropped sharply, and his physique has dropped directly to 242. In just a breath, the panda punched and the mantis swung the sword. Martial Saint Chi. Void Slash. Under the influence of the field and 2 super speed attacks, the Blood Sea Demon was chopped into pieces and flew away in less than half a second. As a terrifying general-level demon, he had just shown up. He was killed instantly. You killed the evil demon general, the Blood Sea Demon, and the clearance mission survived for 3 hours is automatically completed. Congratulations on your first clear of the Hell Difficulty Team Dungeon. You will be ranked first on the Chinese Team Dungeon Clearance list. Congratulations on clearing the Fallen Dragon Valley and receiving the reward, Experience. Congratulations on winning, Most Valuable Member, and receiving the reward, Group Treasure Chest. Your first pass reward is being generated based on your personal performance. Chapter 45. Like a 3-year-old child, fishing for South China Sea tiger sharks. Outside the team copy, Xia Qing was waiting outside alone, her brows furrowed. It's been over an hour. Why hasn't anyone come out yet? In a group copy, if someone dies, they will be teleported out of the copy immediately. No matter which team is pioneering, it is common for people to die in the raid. And now, the ordinary class has been in the Hell difficulty for more than an hour. How is it possible that there are no casualties? Strange. As they were talking, a team of dozens of people walked out from the gate of the dungeon. It finally came out. Xia Qing patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. It doesn't matter if we fail, as long as there is no accident. But she discovered that the equipment of the dozens of people in this team was too sophisticated, and the average level was also very high. No, it's the Tobu No. 1 high school team. Dongwu No. 1 high school is recognized as the strongest high school in East China, and it is here to break the group record. When they saw this team walking out of the copy, more than a dozen teachers and even officials from various departments came forward to congratulate them. It was a huge show. The leading official was a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, a suit and tie, and had the temperament of a gentleman, but a villain. Seeing him, Xia Qing's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "Even Wu Ming, the general manager of East China, is here?" The general manager Wu Ming was seen standing at the front of all officials from various departments. He smiled and applauded at the Tobu First High School team. Yes, your group record this time seems to be able to maintain the first place in East China for a long time. Hearing this, Xia Qing and other onlookers couldn't help but look at the group list. Super Large Team Dungeon Clearance List. 1. Tobu Castle First High School cleared the game on disaster difficulty. Time taken, 2 hours and 7 minutes. By way, damage percentage 24%. 2. Blue Blade City Scarlet Academy cleared the game on disaster difficulty. Time taken, 3 hours and 20 minutes. More than an hour faster than the second place. How can this record be surpassed? I heard that Bai Wei is a rare professional magic warrior. No wonder he only dealt a quarter of the damage. If I were in Tuwa No. 1 high school, how could I not even be able to defeat a difficult raid? The last person to speak was Zhao Xian. After seeing Dongwu No. 1 high school, he became more contemptuous of his key class team. Hearing the praise from Wu Ming, the top leader of East China, Bai Wei, the captain of Dongwu High School, a determined young man wearing a magic and martial arts robe, couldn't help but say seriously, "Thank you for the compliment. Next time, maybe we can try the Hell difficulty." "Not bad, very energetic," Wu Ming said with a smile. "Don't embarrass me, Wu Ming, at the National Special Training Camp the day after tomorrow." The format of the special training camp has been greatly changed, and the rewards are the highest in history. If you can get a ranking, you will benefit greatly. Hearing this, Bai Wei took it seriously and whispered, "Teacher, don't worry. I'm already researching the opponents for the special training camp." Few people know that Bai Wei, the captain of Dongwu No. 1 High School, is a student personally taught by Wu Ming, the top leader of East China. With ability and background, he has a bright future. Good. Wu Ming was quite satisfied with his student's ability and attitude. But at the same time, he suddenly saw that the entrance to the dungeon was still blood red, and asked behind him, "Which other team is challenging a high difficulty raid?" "It's a regular class in the War College, and they chose the hell difficulty." "They must have clicked the wrong one," explained the copy manager. "War College, oh? It's the college where Wan Faping is?" Thinking of Wan Faping, Wu Ming suddenly laughed. "Have all the high school students under our Hunter King's management given up on themselves?" Entering hell difficulty. As he was speaking, he suddenly saw the copy clearance list flash. Immediately afterwards, Tobu First High School, which had just reached the top spot, was instantly replaced. Everyone present almost held their breath. Super large team, dungeon clearance list. 1 War Academy, held difficulty cleared, time, 1 hour and 37 minutes. Yizhe, damage percentage 100%. 2. Tobu Castle First High School, clear the game on disaster difficulty. Let's not talk about the difficulty and speed of clearing the level. The 100% damage percentage alone made almost everyone present wipe their eyes. Rewatched it. Fuck. Damage 100? Isn't this a display error? Where's the dungeon manager? Repair it quickly. The person in charge is still here. Don't you want to do this anymore? I don't know who shouted this, but the administrator of the Qingfeng City group was sweating profusely. Even he himself subconsciously felt that it was a display error. Or something. The top leader of East China was here, and this was a major matter concerning his work, so the administrator immediately went to check it in detail 2 or 3 times. Result. Leader, the copy shows there is nothing abnormal. He almost trembled as he said this. The whole audience fell silent again. The damage percentage of clearing hell difficulty is 100%. Can anyone tell me what this means? A rookie who is less than level 10, soloing a super large raid of hell difficulty. It's like a 3-year-old child fishing for a South China Sea tiger shark with one hand. I don't agree with that. I think it's more reasonable for an elementary school student to throw the giant mammoth over his shoulder. By the way, what is this War College? The people in the ordinary class are so strong. How terrifying must the strength of the key class be? Someone mentioned this, but Zhao Xian, who was originally shocked, suddenly turned red and black in the face. I want to say something, but I don't know what to say. Furious. However, it's not just him. The feelings of countless people are so complicated that they are beyond words, including students and teachers of Tobu High School, especially the captain Bai Wei, who was staring at the name at the top of the clearance list. Yes. Only Wu Ming's eyes flickered behind the gold wire glasses, and he did not seem too surprised. He remembered that one of the few times Wan Faping could show off to him was because of Yizhe. In the distance, Xia Qing was even more stunned. His mouth opened involuntarily, and his face was full of disbelief. The whole person was almost stunned. Originally, when she heard Wu Ming say that his students had given up on themselves, she felt a little uncomfortable. She knew that Yizhe was very strong. If the game was at an advanced or even difficult level, she would definitely trust Yizhe very much. But now the choice is hell. For a moment, she suddenly felt a little amused and helpless. She knew Yizhe was strong and didn't give up on himself. But this was too scary. She never dared to dream that the students she taught could achieve such results. At this time, Wu Ming, who was wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a suit, came over and said with a gentle smile, "You are the teacher leading the War College, right? Can you let me know more about this student, Yizhe?" The top leader of the East China Theater took the initiative to talk in such a gentle manner that people around him couldn't help but envy him. Some people also realized that Wu Ming was preparing to take someone away. Many officials also came over. Xia Qing unexpectedly went from being a lone person to being the center of attention, which made her a little overwhelmed for a moment. Suddenly, a burly and swift figure appeared in front of Wu Ming. "Wu Go, who do you want to know? Do you want me to introduce you to someone?" The Qingfeng city guards were initially nervous, but when they saw the appearance of the newcomer, they immediately returned to their respective posts. "Don't worry about it. You can't worry about it." Wu Ming smiled and said, "Hey, isn't this our Hunter King?" The two of them were confronting each other with sharp momentum. The 6th level Wan Faping versus the 5th level Wu Ming. This shocked countless people around. This was an extremely rare scene. This posture, one of the top 10 king-level 6th-rank professionals in China, and one of the 5 general managers of major regions in the country, actually wants to snatch someone? For a moment, students from Dongwu No. 1 High School, including Bai Wei, couldn't help but envy Yi Zhe. While inside the copy, Yi Zhe had no idea what was happening outside. Although the copy ended, it did not force quit. He is collecting this reward, the treasure chest he had been longing for, and the battle robe dropped by the Storm Dragon King. The only problem is that the Blood Sea Demon was clearly dead, but there was no reward at all. This made Yi Zhe doubt for a moment whether the possibility of the Blood Sea Demon being killed was not taken into account at all in this copy. However, it was not without gain. I saw that the Abyss Blood Pool in the Dragon's Nest turned into a special prop after the death of the Blood Sea Demon. Abyss Strange Object Blood Pool. Effect. It has a slight effect of communicating with the Abyss. Long-term use can pray for the power of the Abyss to descend. This. Yi Zhe had no doubt that it would be absolutely unsafe if this thing was taken out. The fact that the Blood Sea Demon appeared directly from the blood pool was enough to show that there was a big problem. What's more, the power of the Abyss is very strange. Do you want to take it away or not? Chapter 46. Indigestion? Storm Robe. Open the treasure chest. Looking at the deep pool of blood in front of him, Yi Zhe still decided to take it away and thought of a way to maximize the benefits. Eat first, then take. First of all, this thing must not be kept in your hands. After all, since it has the function of communicating with the Abyss may be able to affect this thing in turn. If it gets contaminated by then, it would be more trouble than gain. It would be best to hand it over and exchange it for the props you need. Yi Zhe has already decided on the candidate to submit. It is Wan Feiping, who is strong, brave, and has a tough life. He is absolutely the perfect person to be trusted. Besides, Wan Feiping is not stupid and he will definitely send it directly to the research institute. Maybe there will be a chance to exchange some things in the treasury of Linyuan City. Yi Zhe was still very interested in the several unknown items in the treasure house. But before you turn it in, let the panda have a taste first. With the effect of, you will replenish what you eat, Yi Zhe is looking forward to it. What effect will it have if he eats items with the aura of the Abyss? After the Abyss blood pool turned into a prop, it became like a small pool of water. Yi Zhe called the panda, who took a bite at the edge of the blood pool in the Abyss, making a crack in the edge of the pool. What you eat is what you gain. Consuming Abyss blood pool, not fully digested, gain agility, constitution. Note, the breath of the Abyss cannot be digested for the time being. Can't digest it? Yi Zhe thought for a moment and realized that the power of the Abyss breath was truly special. Even void creatures can only adapt. If they want to fully digest and absorb it, I'm afraid it's not something that can be done with entries of this level. However, even if it is not fully digested, it can still provide 40 attribute points. If we could synthesize what you eat is what you need, maybe in the future I will be able to absorb the power of the Abyss at will. And that will be true invincibility. At this moment, the panda's round face suddenly wrinkled into a ball, and he suddenly covered his stomach, feeling like he had eaten something wrong. He ran to a hidden place and rushed away. The undigested food is excreted by the panda in another form. Yi Zhe's face was full of black lines. Then he took a look at the item Abyss Blood Pool, which was only slightly damaged and could still be exchanged for military merit rewards. After collecting the blood pool, Yi Zhe began to check the current harvest. The first one was a battle robe surrounded by purple light that dropped from the Storm Dragon King. Since the raid level is level 10, all the equipment dropped are also level 10. But seeing this attribute, Yi Zhe's eyes lit up. Storm Tabard. Level 10. Quality, Epic. Attributes, Defense, Constitution, Agility. Special effect. When entering combat, the damage coefficient and movement speed increase by 50. This bonus is affected by the Thunder Element attribute. As expected, the equipment dropped by the Storm Dragon King, its quality and attributes are all top-notch. Just a 50 damage and speed bonus makes it an epic masterpiece that cannot be bought even at tens of millions. And the most important thing is, the bonus is affected by the attributes of the Thunder Element. A panda with extremely high lightning attribute, plus this storm robe. What a concept! The panda's current control over the lightning element is 106. Seeing the panda coming back looking exhausted, Yi Zhe immediately put it on him to try out the effect. The panda's physique increased to 356, and its agility even reached 380. It's already the level of a level 30 professional. The bonus of the Storm Robe has now skyrocketed to 103. This means that as soon as the Panda enters battle, its damage and speed will be doubled immediately. It's so horrible. Then, Yizhe took out the treasure chest and opened it. You have opened the group treasure chest. Congratulations on receiving 1,000 crystals and 1 storm core. Congratulations on obtaining Skill Book, Thunder of Heaven Epic. 1,000 crystals. That's more than 10 million. It was the first time that Yizhe knew that the treasure chest of the Hell difficulty was so generous. 10 times more valuable than the crystals rewarded by the novice copy. The Storm Core is also an epic material that can enchant equipment with thunder attributes and is also very valuable. And the last skill book is the strongest skill of the Storm Dragon King. If I sell it, I can get at least 10 million or I can keep it. It just so happens that Yizhe wants a mage type for his next summoned beast. In general, just one treasure chest is worth 30 million. If he sold it, Yizhe estimated that his wealth would rank first in all of China. But it's not over yet. At this time, another reminder sounded. The Lucky Star entry takes effect, and you will receive a second treasure chest reward. Congratulations on receiving 1,000 crystals and 1 storm core. Congratulations on obtaining Equipment Stormwalker Epic. Good luck. 2 unboxing rewards double the happiness. It's a pity that good fortune is the only halo. Otherwise, if Yizhe copies it again, it will be even more terrifying. This time, in addition to 1,000 crystal storm cores, 2 pieces of equipment and shoes were revealed. Stormwalker. Level 10. Quality Epic. Attributes: Speed, Defense, Agility. Special effect: each time an enemy is killed, the agility and damage coefficient of the player will increase by 5, which lasts for 20 minutes, with no upper limit. Although the attributes are very strong, considering the special effects, it may not be sold at a very high price. After all, to fully unleash the effect of these shoes, you need to get multiple kills in a row within 20 minutes. For ordinary professionals, achieving multiple kills is a very difficult task. However, Yizhe's eyes lit up. This effect is a perfect match for the Mantis. With the cooperation of Void Shuttle, Void Slash, and Reaper, multi-kill and consecutive kills are a piece of cake. If you kill 20 enemies in a short period of time, it is equivalent to doubling your damage and agility. If you kill hundreds or thousands of people, in this case, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is Mantis-exclusive equipment. Decisively give the Stormwalker to Mantis, and the strength of the 2 main battle-summoned beasts will increase dramatically. Looking at the 2,000 crystals in his backpack, Yizhe was in an even better mood. Prepare to sell it directly and exchange it for usable equipment or materials that can be fed to pandas, etc. And at this moment, the personal reward that was being generated, that is, the first pass reward for Hell difficulty, finally popped up. Fallen Dragon Valley Personal Performance. The damage accounted for by the group was 100%, the damage taken accounted for 100%, and the participation rate was 100%. Time to complete the game. 1 hour and 37 minutes. Congratulations. My personal evaluation is: you get exclusive rewards. Space Stone, Summoning Skill Book Epic. Space Stone. Seeing this thing, Yizhe was overjoyed and very excited. As mentioned before, items that can open up additional summoner space are extremely rare and priceless. The Space Stone is a treasure that allows the summoner to have an extra space to summon beasts. This one alone is worth even more than a treasure chest. Yizhe rubbed his hands excitedly. Is my 4th summoned beast coming? Chapter 47, The 4th Summoned Beast. The 3-tailed demonic fox. Space Stone. After using, you will get an extra summoned beast space, only available to summoners. After receiving this reward, Yizhe used it without saying a word. Ding! Successfully used the Space Stone. Your current summoned beast space. 3. Sure enough, there was an extra vacant space for summoned beasts. Then, Yizhe looked at another reward. It is an epic 6-star summoned beast skill book. It is worthy of being a personal exclusive reward for the group version. It is a complete one-stop service, with space and summoned beasts all arranged in place. However, if it weren't for Yizhe's personal evaluation, it would be impossible to get such a high reward. Looking at all the group copies, Yizhe's rewards are definitely at the lowest level. Even after Yizhe saw this skill book, he felt that the value of the reward was still increasing. Summoning Skill Book, 3-tailed demon fox. My spell summoned beast is here. Foxes are already in the upper middle level among mage-type summoned beasts. And this three-tailed demon fox is recorded in biology textbooks. Their innate skills. 3 tails can store 3 skill charges. During combat, the same skill can be used 3 additional times in a row. It is completely a fire suppression position on the battlefield. This one innate skill alone makes the 3-tailed demon fox the top among mage-type summoned beasts. It is said that above the 3-tailed beast there are 6-tailed beasts and 9-tailed beasts, but no one has ever seen them. With this kind of summoned beast, Yize naturally learned it immediately. Ding! You have obtained the summoned beast, 3-tailed demon fox. Current summoned beast space. 4. In the summoned beast space that was just empty, a little white fox with flawless snow-white fur appeared. It is very small, only about 50 centimeters if the tail is not counted, but it has an elegant posture, a pair of fox eyes that are deep and cunning, and an extremely lively beauty. Owner. The little fox's voice is sweet, clear, and ethereal, ringing like a silver bell. Hiss. Yize took a breath of cold air. It seems that we can't blame King Zhou entirely. He must speak up for King Zhou. However, what is comparable to the little fox's beauty is her attributes and skills. 3-tailed demon fox. Quality, epic. Level, 11, same as summoner level. Attributes, strength 80, constitution 120, agility 140, spirit 240. Talents, 3 tails, epic. Fox heart, epic. Skills, foxfire, epic. Shadow step, epic. Mental power specialization, up to 240 points. Most summoned beasts that specialize in a certain attribute are much stronger than all-round summoned beasts, especially the mage class. Yize taught the skill of Heavenly Thunder to the little fox to learn, adding another powerful output skill. At this point, his summoned beast team has taken shape. 1 warrior, 1 assassin, 1 mage, and 1 support. Of course, compared with the top summoners, Yize's team configuration is still far behind. But after all, he has not yet broken through the first level, and the space for summoning beasts is limited. I need to think about the advanced tasks before I go out. Kill 5 first-level rare professions in a row. When you advance to the first level, you will have 2 more summoned beast spaces and a summoner-exclusive skill. Otherwise, the growth attributes of both yourself and your summoned beast will be greatly reduced. Outside the copy, Wan Feiping and Wu Ming were still confronting each other, attracting countless onlookers. Old Wu, how many talented people have come out of Dongwu City? Why do you want to snatch them from me? Wan Feiping snorted coldly, but Wu Ming just smiled in response. Who would complain about having too many talented people? Besides, do you think you can train talents? You can even kill a goldfish. Wan Feiping, you're talking bullshit. At this time, some people around couldn't help but whispered in confusion. Is it necessary for these two to snatch people? Aren't they all from East China? You are superficial. There is really no need to fight for resources in East China or even in the country. But if you look at the competition for Abyss Exploration and World Copies, both of them require strong people. If we don't explore the Abyss and fight for World Copies, where will the resources and materials come from? Without resources, we won't be able to upgrade our careers in the later stages. But then again, this is the first time I've seen City Lord Wan, the Hunter King, snatch someone away. Yeah, that's the first time I see him fancying a new person. Shit, the War College is out. Someone shouted, and everyone looked towards the entrance of the dungeon. I saw a team of several dozen students with average equipment and levels come out, all of them filled with joy. Especially Lu Qi. His experience soared to level 7 after clearing the game, jumping into the upper middle level. If Yize was here, you want to call him father right on the spot. What the hell? With this equipment and this level, can they pass the level? We are only level 6 or 7 after clearing the level. Before clearing the level, the average level of the whole team was only level 3 or 4. Don't forget, these dozens of people didn't do anything at all. There was a super boss who could do it alone. Fuck, it would be great if Yize was from our school. If he could take me to bed, I would introduce my sister to him right away. You think too much. If he can even lead a group, it won't be a problem for him to change his girlfriend every day after entering the academy. The pattern is too small. I'll give you a number. 2 a day. A group of people were talking, and Zhao Xian in the back couldn't help but clench his fists. He stared at the name on the clearance list with red eyes for a long time. How is this possible? Yize is just a poor guy, but he is a rich second-generation summoner with a good family background. How can the gap be so big? There are many people in Tobu No. 1 High School who have the same idea. However, at this moment, when Yizhe came out of the copy, everyone was shocked again. Reporters, guild members, and others who got the news immediately gathered around. Especially Wu Ming and Wan Feiping both walked to the front. On the side, Bai Wei, who was a magic warrior, held a magic sword and stared at Yizhe, who was the focus of everyone's attention, with a fighting spirit on his face. One person, playing hell difficulty alone? Does he really have this kind of strength? Or did he use some unknown tricks? At this moment, Yizhe looked at the people in front of him and felt a huge pressure. I can't hold on any longer. If I can't do it, I'll just use shadow escape to escape. Looking at the hundreds of people surrounding us. If we don't leave now, we'll be stuck here for a whole day. But at this time, Wu Ming came over, took the initiative to extend his hand, and said with a smile, "Hello, classmate Yizhe. I am Wu Ming, the general manager of the East China region. Are you interested in changing colleges? I guarantee that the resources you will gain will be." Before he finished speaking, Wan Feiping suddenly stretched out a huge palm. It covered Wu Ming's face, making his face behind the gold-rimmed glasses look messy. The reporters and cameramen were equally messy, and the latter silently moved their cameras over. Wan Feiping grinned at Yizhe, revealing a flamboyant smile. "Not bad, Yizhe. You have strength. Don't listen to old dog Wu Ming. I'll help you take on a mission. I guarantee you'll like it." Chapter 48. Let me increase the intensity of the national genius? Got me a mission? Yizhe was confused. I wonder what this Linyuan City Lord, a 6th-level strawman, is doing? But at the same time, he also realized that this was the place Wan Feiping had said before that he would take him there when he was strong enough. "You shouldn't cheat me." Yizhe was just thinking about it when he saw Wu Ming. The person in charge, who was blocked by Wan Feiping, took a step forward and came to Yizhe's side. "Don't worry. Follow me into the office first. This is not the place to talk." Hearing this, not only Yizhe, but also Wan Feiping agreed. The truth is, there were too many reporters and onlookers around. These reporters originally received the news and came to interview Tobu No. 1 High School, as it was preparing to break the record. But I didn't expect that there would be an even more powerful master. First pass through hell difficulty. At this time, any journalist cannot miss this kind of news. For a moment, Dongwu No. 1 High School became deserted. Even the few Qingfeng City officials who were there at the beginning squeezed towards Yizhe. Even Xiaqing was squeezed outside the crowd and couldn't even see Yizhe. As soon as the person in charge, Wu Ming, opened his mouth, everyone immediately made way to make way for Yizhe and the two bosses. One is one of China's top 6-rank experts, and the other is one of China's 5 most powerful people. No one would be so desperate as to hinder these two people at this time. Yizhe followed him to a VIP guest house. Normally, it is a place that Qingfeng City uses specifically to receive high-ranking figures and top powerhouses. Wu Ming schemingly walked in first with Yizhe, and when Wan Feiping closed the door, he spoke first. "Student Yizhe, it's time for you to think about your future. I promise that Dongwu City is definitely a choice you will not regret." Wan Feiping angrily said, "What's wrong with Linyuan City? It's close to the abyss. It's much better than those students in your greenhouse." Seeing the two of them confronting each other, Yizhe's face was filled with black lines. But at the same time, he opened his eyes of insight. "I have a preliminary understanding of the reason why the two people are fighting. Wu Ming, head of the East China region, can almost represent the entire East China. And Wan Feiping, in addition to being the lord of Linyuan City, is also the honorary commander of the Demon Suppressing Army, representing the Demon Suppressing Army. No wonder the two of them fought so fiercely. It's the group behind it that's completely different. Just as Wu Ming said, consider your own future. If you join different groups, your future development direction will be completely different." At this time, Wu Ming and Wan Feiping finally got down to business. Wu Ming asked directly, "Yizhe, you should have awakened some kind of talent, right? Talent is not common among professionals, and only very few people can awaken it." But when they saw Yizhe's results, both Wu Ming and Wan Feiping immediately guessed the answer. Hearing this, Yizhe said without hesitation, "Yes, I awakened when I changed my job. There is actually no need to hide this. Although there are few talented people every year, there are still more than 10,000 people. After all, this is China, with such a huge population base. Even if there is only a 1% chance of awakening a talent, it is still a considerable number." Hearing Yizhe's affirmation, Wu Ming nodded, feeling somewhat satisfied and somewhat worried. What satisfied me was that Yizhe did not hide anything. But the worry is that based on decades of professional development experience, the stronger a talent is in the early stages, the weaker it will become in the middle and late stages. The stronger it is in the early stage, the weaker it is in the later stage. The weaker it is in the early stage, the stronger it is in the later stage. This has long become the law of professional talent. For a moment, Wu Ming hesitated in judging Yi Zhe's potential. Of course, Wu Ming could never have imagined there will be such a talent, strong in the early stage, strong in the middle stage, and even stronger in the late stage. It completely goes against the law of professional talent. However, Wan Feiping didn't worry so much. His talent was also strong in the early stage and weak in the later stage, but he was lucky to have an adventure in the abyss and eventually achieve the 6th level. This makes him not take the issue of talent very seriously. Young man Yi Zhe, let's not talk about anything else for now. If you accept this mission from me, I guarantee that the stronger your ability, the greater your rewards will be. Wan Feiping spoke carelessly. Next to him, Wu Ming took a glance, pointed it out, and refuted. You want him to attend the national training camp? That's too hasty. Yi Zhe has no experience fighting against top professionals. It is not a good idea to let him face a group of talents trained by major forces across the country. Besides, the special training camp is conducted in a small team mode, and those talented teams are naturally all top talents. Wu Ming was speaking and didn't notice that Yi Zhe's eyes were shining with gold. The talents that all the major forces are trying their best to cultivate? Of course, there must be some rare professions. His supreme advancement mission, isn't it secured? Yi Zhe asked tentatively. Are there any geniuses above level 1? Wu Ming was stunned for a moment and misunderstood. He felt that Yi Zhe thought he was invincible below level 1 and wanted to try to challenge him. It's not surprising that most geniuses have this idea. But he immediately struck back. Those big forces, especially those in the central China region, are far more powerful than ordinary people in terms of resources and copies. They even support level 9 professionals to help their juniors upgrade. Those who can participate in the special training camp will be at least at level 1. As he spoke, Wu Ming looked at Yi Zhe, thinking that the latter would be shocked or even unbelievable. But at this moment, Yi Zhe's eyes were full of excitement. Advanced mission secured. Originally, he was still worried about where to gather 5 rare first-level professionals. Now, not only do we not have to get together, we even have more than 5. When Wan Feiping saw that Yi Zhe did not back down at all, his eyes became even more admiring. Ignoring the objections of Wu Ming, a mere 5th-level warrior, he dragged him out. Then he set up the soundproofing props and chatted with Yi Zhe alone. Yi Zhe, my mission is not just to participate in the special training camp. Let me tell you something first. This year's special training camp has a mode called a dungeon battle royale. Have you ever played a battle royale? It's similar to online games. As soon as Yi Zhe heard it, he understood. Many games in the past were of this type, such as a certain gunfight chicken game, a certain vibration sword game. In general, killing the last person standing is the essence of battle royale. Seeing Yi Zhe nod, Wan Feiping said happily, I want you to be not a student in the special training camp, but an instructor. To be precise, I want you to make things more difficult for the other geniuses in the special training camp in the battle royale. Yes, look strange. Let me increase the difficulty for national geniuses? Wan Feiping explained in detail. This was originally the mission of the Demon Suppression Army. In the battle royale, there will be about 20 instructors from the Demon Suppression Army, acting as dungeon enemies, to increase the intensity and create challenges for the geniuses across the country. But the problem is that it's hard to find such an instructor. He can't be too weak or a high-level professional. So, I think it would be a good fit. It is difficult for high-level professionals to contain their abilities, as this will affect the dungeon too much, while if they are too weak, they naturally cannot achieve the effect of increasing strength. Yes, I understood. He did not ask why he was not allowed to be a student in the special training camp. Instead, he asked, So, what's the reward? Wan Feiping explained. The trainees in the special training camp are divided into teams of 5. If the team ranks first, each member will get at least 1 epic 6-star item and 1 epic 6-star exclusive equipment. An instructor. For every student you defeat, you will receive 400 military merits. Military merit? Yi Zhe became excited instantly. Although it may not seem like much, if you defeat 20 students, that would be 8,000 military merits. Enough to go to the 3rd level treasury of the Demon Suppression Army to choose an item. The 3rd level of the treasure house has a quality ranging from excellent 5 stars to epic 6 stars. If you kill 40 of them, you will get 16,000 military merits and can go directly to the 4th floor. The quality of the 4th level treasure house is all epic 6 stars or above. If I kill more? Yizhe felt his throat was a little dry, so he asked tentatively, how many students are there in the special training camp? Why are you asking that? Wan Feiping looked at Yizhe suspiciously. Geniuses from the 5 major regions of China, 20 places in each region, a total of 100 people. Even with Wan Feiping's wild imagination, he couldn't guess what Yizhe was thinking at the moment. After all, it is well known how terrifying the geniuses that those major forces have cultivated with all their strength are. Especially those perverts in the central China region. It is no problem for them to defeat instructors of higher levels. What's more, it's a team of 5 geniuses. Then, Wan Feiping finally said, because this is a dungeon, you will get 1,000 experience points for every student you kill. Of course, there are also cases where instructors are killed by trainees. The main reason why I chose you is because you have no experience in team combat, and you might suffer a loss if you fight in a team. Of course, if you want to participate in the special training camp as a student and want to adapt to teamwork, of course you can. I'll ask Wu Ming to help you find a suitable team. How about it? Do you choose the instructor or the student? Chapter 49, I want to see which knife can avoid being worn off. Indeed, Wan Feiping's move did show some consideration for Yizhe. Because in his opinion, although Yizhe had good strength in the early stage, he had no team combat experience after all. A true confrontation with top professionals is much more difficult than facing a dungeon. There used to be many masters of copy strategy. But when facing top professionals, they are often at a disadvantage after just 1 or 2 encounters. The reason, of course, is that the thinking, operations, and tactics of professionals are completely different from those of dungeon monsters. And with Yizhe's summoner level, if he acts alone, his results may be even better than those achieved in a team. After that, Wan Feiping added, if you are killed by the students right after you come up, don't worry, you will still receive a subsidy of 1,000 military merits. But Yizhe hardly listened to this. He said directly, no need to say, I choose the instructor. It was not until this moment that he realized what Wan Feiping meant by the greater your ability, the greater the rewards. Although the reward for first place in the special training camp team is also very good. But if you serve as a dungeon instructor, the upper limit is higher. If he kills 80 members of the special training camp, he can at least get 2 legendary props from the Demon Suppression Army's treasury. This reward, isn't it just to be a whetstone? I want to see which knife can avoid being worn off. It's time to step up the intensity for the national talents. Besides, killing the students would earn 1,000 experience points, and Yizhe could not think of any reason to refuse. What team battles? How can it be more satisfying than for one person to beat all the geniuses? Although Yizhe is not quite clear about the specific strength of the geniuses from those major forces, he is very confident in himself and his summoned beasts. Hearing Yizhe's agreement, Wan Feiping laughed especially wildly. Good. You have courage. When you get to the special training camp, I will personally give you an extra 200 military merits for every person you beat up from Wei Zheng and Wu Ming. Hearing this, Yizhe immediately looked at Wan Feiping suspiciously. He wants me to be the instructor. Could it be that he wants me to beat people up for him? Thinking about Wan Feiping's personality, he suddenly felt that it was very likely. Seeing Yizhe's strange expression, Wan Feiping also said angrily, you don't know how arrogant Wu Go and Wei Go are every year. It makes me angry just looking at them. No need for many, just beat up as many as you can. And let them see that we in Linyuan City also have talented people. By the way, let me vent a little. Wan Feiping glanced at Yizhe and said in a heavier tone, for every Wei Zheng and Wu Ming person I kill, I'll give you 300 extra military merits. Make a deal. Yizhe immediately responded by high-fiving Wan Feiping. Looking at Yizhe's excited expression, Wan Feiping still doesn't know what will happen to this year's special training camp because of him. According to Wan Feiping's personal estimation, even if Yizhe cooperated with other instructors and stole chickens, killing 3 or 4 people would be considered strong enough. 5 at most, no more. At this time, Wu Ming also came in from outside with an unhappy look on his face. So, you still let him go to the special training camp? Which team are you going to join? Do you want me to help you find teammates? Of course, forget about joining by Wei's team. Hearing this, Wan Feiping smiled triumphantly. No need. Ha, Wu Ming said with a fake smile. I hope you won't let your only genius go to waste. You don't have to worry about it. Wan Feiping was about to take Yizhe away. The latter waited for a while and took out the abyss blood pool from his backpack. Now is the perfect time to hand over this dangerous item. I found this in the Hell Raid. He explained the details. An abyss prop will be of great help to China's research on the power of the abyss. Wan Feiping and Wu Ming became serious. But when he heard Yi Zhe describe the origin of the item and talk about the moment he killed the Blood Sea Demon, the two looked at each other. Wan Feiping was shocked and excited, while Wu Ming was extremely regretful. No, Yi Zhe, you killed the general-level evil demon? Why didn't you say so earlier? If Wu Ming had known this earlier, his assessment of Yi Zhe's potential would have been raised to another level. The early talent that can kill the evil general is a bit too strong. He immediately pointed at Wan Feiping and said, "Wait a minute. Yi Zhe still has to come to our Dongwu city. Don't let me affect his development." Wan Feiping seemed to have found a treasure. "Get lost. Hurry up and take the stuff to the research institute." He threw the abyss blood pool to Wu Ming. He happily prepared to take Yi Zhe away. As a genius from Linyuan City, I might be able to bring some surprises to the special training camp. In fact, for an ordinary person, following Wu Ming to Dongwu City is indeed the best choice. After all, he's a person in charge, so his way of cultivating geniuses is naturally much better than Wan Feiping's. But Yi Zhe is different. He doesn't need any training at all. Just upgrade, and you're done. Before leaving, Wan Feiping mentioned the reward to Yi Zhe. "It just so happens that you found the Demon General's mark during the previous Beast Tide, plus the Abyss props this time. That's 2 rewards in total. I'll take you to the treasure house. You can take whatever you want." Chapter 50. The Chief of Investigation Department is missing? Cursed statue. I have to say that although Wan Feiping was a bit reckless, he was still very generous in giving out rewards. He even promised Yi Zhe, if the Linyuan City Treasury doesn't have what he wants, he can take him to the Dongwu City Treasury to choose. After all, the Abyss item was handed over to Wu Ming and would be taken to the Dongwu City Research Institute. So when Wu Ming heard Wan Feiping's promise, he also agreed. But at this time, Yi Zhe still wanted to go to the Linyuan City Treasury first. After all, he was still looking forward to the unknown materials he had seen before. Wan Feiping said, "Then let's go first. I advise you not to go through the main entrance if you don't want to be blocked by reporters." Just as the two were about to leave, Wu Ming motioned for them to look outside the window of the VIP room. It was dark, filled with reporters from all the major media outlets. In just half an hour, the news of the first pass through hell difficulty had spread like wildfire. Yi Zhe's mouth twitched. Then, go through the back door? With his current strength, he doesn't really need this kind of fame. Instead, he feels blocked by reporters. Friends who are often blocked by reporters know that it is quite terrifying. No less than dead rising. As the person in charge of East China, Wu Ming obviously has more experience in dealing with this kind of thing. "I have arranged a special car for you. Your classmates and teachers are also here." Not long after, Wu Ming took Yi Zhe out from another gate, where 4 hovercrafts were waiting. Even Wan Feiping had to admire the professionalism of the arrangements made by the person in charge. Xia Qing and the students of the War Academy had been waiting here for a long time, looking at the hovercraft with curiosity and excitement. It's like a child finding a toy he likes. Even Xia Qing is from an ordinary family, and it was her first time to ride a hovercraft. Seeing Yi Zhe coming over, she looked happy. "Yi Zhe, how are you?" She originally wanted to ask Yi Zhe whether it was difficult to clear hell and whether he was injured, but seeing Yi Zhe's clear and carefree look at the moment, "I always feel like I got through it unscathed." Yi Zhe came closer and said with a smile, "Very good, and I took on a good job. You can get rewards while beating people up, which is really great." Xia Qing was also very happy. He straightened his chest and whispered with an indescribable joy in his tone, "By the way, thanks to you, I got my internship promotion. When you have time, I'll treat you to a meal." As Yi Zhe's team leader, she was formally hired by the Ministry of Education shortly after Yi Zhe led the team through the hell difficulty level, and she didn't even have to submit a formalization report. Just being a team leader is a great honor. But Xia Qing also understood that all this was thanks to Yi Zhe. Although Yi Zhe did not expect that the impact of his clearance would cause the Dalian Ministry of Education to take action, he thought that it might be Wu Ming's instructions. Then he readily agreed, "Okay, but I don't have much time recently." "It's okay. Just wait until you are free." This time, seeing the communication between Yi Zhe and Xia Qing, no male student felt jealous or envious. Even think it's natural. Ahem. Wu Ming on the side reminded silently, "Let's talk about this again when we get back. You'll be able to have more fun talking when you get back." Next to them, for hovercrafts had smooth lines and were silver-white in color. They were extended models, and the places where the tires were originally had become jet turbines, emitting blue flames. Yi Zhe and Xia Qing, who was in mixed emotions, got on the bus, along with Wan Feiping and the students. With a loud bang and a burst of blue fire, the hovercraft whizzed past like a meteor across the sky. Compared with high-speed trains, the speed and stability of floating cars are much greater. Moreover, as an aerial vehicle, it is difficult to be attacked. Moreover, there is a 6th-level Wan Feiping on the vehicle, so the sense of security is extremely high. Before long, the outline of Linyuan City could be seen. Yi Zhe sat on the soft sofa seat of the hovercraft and suddenly looked suspiciously at the gate of Linyuan City. Usually there are only 4 guards at the city gate. Why are there 2 teams of demon-suppressing soldiers stationed there now? There are 2 teams of demon-suppressing troops, totaling 20 people. How come the defense force of Linyuan City suddenly became so strong? Upon hearing this, Wan Feiping was happy to answer. Something went wrong at contaminated area number 17. The head of the investigation department and the team that was sent to escort them are missing. The Demon Suppression Army dispatched a regiment here to strengthen the defense and also for rescue. Missing? Je was surprised. He had heard from Liu Boyan that the chief of the investigation department was a genuine 4th-level professional, not to mention the people who were there to escort them. How could they just disappear? Yi Zhe was not worrying for no reason. Polluted area number 1 is just a dozen kilometers away from polluted area number 19. If something goes wrong, it might affect Linyuan City, but Wan Feiping comforted him cheerfully. Don't worry, the East China Army's Demon Slayer group has already gone there. In addition to the 2 5th-level professionals, the captain and the deputy captain, there are more than a dozen 4th-level professionals. I think we can solve it soon. 2 5th-level, a dozen 4th-level. Yi Zhe felt a little relieved. If this lineup still cannot be resolved, then it will be a real problem. By then, it may not just affect Linyuan City. Arrived at Linyuan City, the hovercraft fell. After saying goodbye to Xia Qing and others, Yi Zhe followed Wan Feiping to the treasury of Linyuan City. In fact, it was only 2 days since the last time I came. Wan Feiping said cheerfully. You have become a frequent visitor to the treasure house. Yi Zhe could not deny it. Now I can finally understand the unknown materials I encountered last time. As soon as he entered the treasury, he saw the void meteorite at first sight. Last time I looked at it, the effect was unknown. This time, Yi Zhe directly opened the eye of insight, and a piece of information appeared in his golden pupils. Void meteorite. An ordinary meteorite from the endless void, with 100 physical resistance and magic resistance, containing unstable space elements, and cannot be touched by non-void creatures. Wardhair? An ordinary meteorite has 100% physical and magical resistance? Is this the material from the endless void? Furthermore, this unstable space element. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Zhe chose to reserve his opinion. With 100% physical resistance, a bite from a panda would probably break 2 of its teeth. Yi Zhe then looked at the next item. It was a statue made of unknown material, but this one made Yi Zhe particularly excited. Cursed stone statue. Inflict a negative state on yourself and gain a permanent class-specific skill, quality random. Professional exclusive skills of random quality. For example, the summoner has many types of exclusive skills with varying strengths. If you are lucky, an exclusive skill can greatly enhance the ability of the summoner or summon beast. The price is a negative state, and it is also a very disgusting one. Through the eye of insight, it is learned that there will be a chance to cancel after using the stone statue. After thinking for a moment, Yi Zhe decisively took it. Chapter 51. Forging Spell Weapons. Exclusive Skill, Transposition. See Yi Zhe taking the cursed stone statue. Wan Feiping didn't say anything, nor did he ask what it was used for. In short, it was Yi Zhe's own choice. He mostly chooses to let his subordinates go. There are not many restrictions and rules. Of course, maybe he himself was too lazy to think about these things. Yi Zhe then looked at other targets. With 2 merits, he could choose 2 items and 1 more. He then looked at an unknown crystal stone with purple lines. Magic stone. Contains extremely strong magical properties and can be used as a forging material for magic weapons of excellence or above. Can forge weapons above excellent. This is a great value. In the exchanges on the market, the highest level of equipment is excellent, and you may not even see 2 pieces above excellent in a year. If it is a magic weapon, it is just right for foxes. Among his summoned beasts, the panda uses fists and does not need weapons. The mantis's arm blades are weapons, and the squirrel has a red magic knife. The only thing the fox lacks is a weapon. He then asked Wan Feiping, City Lord Wan, "Hey, why call him City Lord Wan?" Call him Brother Wan. Wan Feiping said casually, as long as you beat up Wei Zheng and Wu Ming for me in the special training camp, I can call you brother. Yi Zhe's face was full of black lines. Although given Wan Feiping's personality, this might not really be a joke. This also indirectly reflects that this 6th-level expert was previously ridiculed by the two leaders of Central China and East China. Yi Zhe got down to business. Brother Wan, is there a place in Linyuan City where weapons can be forged? I want to forge this stone into a weapon. You chose this as your second reward? Wan Feiping asked curiously. This is actually a forging material? After getting Yi Zhe's affirmation, Wan Feiping said without hesitation, you don't have to look for it. I'll find someone to forge it for you. It seemed that he was helping Yi Zhe vent his anger by going to the special training camp, so he did not hesitate to help. This saved Yi Zhe a lot of effort. But Yi Zhe had no intention of asking Wan Feiping to subsidize himself, so he took out the auxiliary materials and crystals. Brother Wan, with these auxiliary materials, what kind of weapon can be forged? 2 epic storm cores and 1,000 crystals. Wan Feiping couldn't help but be amazed at this generous move. As expected of you, who cleared Hell's Raid for the first time, you really are rich. These materials are definitely worth more than 20 million. This money was enough to buy a mansion, but he used it to buy equipment without hesitation, which made Wan Feiping look at Yi Zhe with higher regard. He put away the materials and promised, if the equipment you make is lower than epic 5-star, I will tear the blacksmith's head off. By the way, since it's a spell weapon, what type do you want to make? Staff, magic book, or? Hearing this, Yi Zhe thought about the weapon that would be suitable for a fox. Well, let's do the magic ball. Okay, the special training camp will start the day after tomorrow. I will find someone to forge it before tomorrow night. It was already late when we came out of the city lord's mansion. Yi Zhe simply went home and tried the effect of the cursed statue. Of course, in this situation, Yi Zhe decisively summoned the squirrel chewing pine cones in the summoned beast space and held it in his hands. Then used the stone statue. The cursed stone statue was only the size of a hand. After being activated, it turned into a forbidden purple light, shining on Yi Zhe. You are affected by the cursed stone statue and gain the negative status of slowness. Cannot be dispelled. Slow. Your agility, movement speed? Fortunately, it was just agility and speed, which was not very serious for him. With his attributes that had been fed back many times, he already had 132 points of agility. So even if it was deducted, it would only be a fraction. Of course, if it were a profession like assassin or swordsman, it would be hard to accept. Then, Yi Zhe looked at the exclusive skills he had obtained. You are affected by the cursed stone statue and gain exclusive skill exchange, epic. Exchange. Exchange the positions of the summoner and the summoned beast at will. Cooldown, 1 minute. Skill consumption, 50 mana points. Ame Bumukao. Exclusive skills of epic quality. Exchanging positions at will is almost equivalent to teleportation. Yeshava shucked. If this skill was in the hands of someone who knew how to use it, it would be more than just epic quality. You know, what summoners fear most is being attacked by surprise. But if the opponent's assassin attacks, the exchange will be instant. The summoner that the assassin was looking for turned out to be a fierce warrior. It's fun to think about. In addition, the cooldown time of skills can be reduced through equipment and other means. If it is reduced to the extreme in the later stage, the upper limit of what can be achieved will be even higher. Thinking of this, Yi Zhe immediately prepared to give it a try. In addition to the relationship between himself and his summoned beast, he planned to try whether the two summoned beasts could be interchanged. He put the squirrel down and summoned the little fox. The little fox's soft, white body was like a big marshmallow. As soon as it came out, it rubbed against Yi Zhe. It is in stark contrast to the squirrel next to it that is concentrating on chewing pine cones. Exchange. As Yi Zhe activated his skills, the two figures changed rapidly. The one in Yi Zhe's arms turned into a little squirrel, and the one next to the pine cone turned into a little fox. Fox, squirrel. Yi Zhe nodded with satisfaction. It turned out that the two summoned beasts could be swapped. This way, the operating space is much larger. Waited for another minute of cooling time, he ordered the squirrel to run the shadow clone out of the room. He wanted to try whether the shadow clone could be exchanged with the summoner's summoned beast. And the result still works. As Yi Zhe activated his skill, he flashed out of the door, and the squirrel shadow clone moved to the bed. This made Yi Zhe very excited. That is to say, from now on, when the squirrel shadow clone is conducting reconnaissance, once the target is found, it can be directly exchanged. There's more room for maneuver. It is worthy of being an exclusive skill. The effect is really good. At this stage, with the exchange of the spirit contract suit shield and the copy skill, Yize's survivability is simply maxed out. Moreover, swapping might even be used as an attack skill. Yize was quite satisfied. As it was getting dark, he simply stopped moving and fell asleep. The fox, who looked like a giant marshmallow, took the opportunity to crawl into Yize's bed. The next day, Yize woke up. I went to the college first and visited teacher Lu. As expected, after the head of the investigation department disappeared, all the work of the investigation department was done by him alone. Lu Boyan has now become a humanoid office machine. Perhaps between the two options of disappearing and working overtime, it is not certain which one is more torturous. Teacher, what do you say about me going to contaminated area number 17? Yize joked. I can also help you find a section chief. Don't go if you don't want to die. Lu Boyan stopped writing, looked up at Yize and said, according to Chang Jinping's people, the level of the demonic riot increased by 500 in just one night. This means that the number and quality of demons are more than 5 times higher than before. So serious? If you want to level up, you should go to number 19. They are short of people there. Hearing Lu Boyan's suggestion, Yize nodded. He was originally planning to choose a destination for today between the 17th and the 19th. At least, I can level up 1 or 2 more levels before the special training camp. Chapter 52. The invitation from the number 1 in South China. Only 1 minute? By the way, even if it is the contaminated area number 19, don't underestimate it. It's completely different now than when you last went there. Lu Boyan reminded that the impact of polluted site number 17 even affected other polluted sites in the surrounding area. Hearing this, Yize smiled and said, it's okay, teacher. My strength is a little different from last time. By the way, you probably don't know about my first raid mission, do you? Before leaving, Yize mentioned something that made Lu Boyan a little confused. First pass? Which difficulty level requires first pass? He originally thought that with Yize's strength, it should be no problem for him to clear the advanced level, and it was reasonable for him to try hard to clear the difficult level. In addition, the investigation department had too much work to do, so they didn't pay much attention to the group's affairs. At this moment, he opened the news page in disbelief, and what immediately caught his eyes was the report of Yize's first pass through the held difficulty level. Lu Boyan's eyes widened. It's held difficulty again. The wilderness outside Linyuan City. A man and a woman, fully equipped with luxurious equipment, were heading to the scout camp. One of the girls, agile in green clothes and a professional archer, asked tentatively, is it really okay for us to sneak out like this? If your father knew. We are here for actual combat. What can he say? Another boy with blue hair and a dignified demeanor said confidently, with our strength, we might even be able to get a medal back from the polluted land. The girl in green was helpless, and then asked, what about our teammates? It's too risky for the 2 of us to go into the contaminated area. I, Fu Wanjun, am the best in South China High School anyway. What are you worried about? The blue-haired boy named Fu Wanjun said this, but his body was very honest. After seeing a young man in a black robe with spiritual patterns, his eyes lit up and he spoke decisively. Hey buddy, you're also going to the contaminated land, right? Do you want to form a team? The girl in green looked at him in surprise and whispered, hey, you can't be so casual when looking for teammates, right? Just pick anyone on the road to form a team? Fu Wanjuan's eyes flickered. I can vaguely sense that his mental strength is very strong, either a top-notch magic profession or a summoner. The girl in green was slightly surprised when she heard this. She knew how powerful Fu Wanjun was in the South China region. It was very rare for someone to be called very strong by Fu Wanjun. The person in front of them was Yize, who was rushing to the contaminated area number 19. Feeling that the 2 men in front of him were quite powerful, Yize observed them calmly. Fu Wanjun, level 13, rare profession Thunderblade. Song Qiao Qiao, level 11, rare profession Windwalker. Moreover, the 2 of them come from very wealthy families. It is probably because their families arrange for professionals to take turns to lead them in clearing the books that they have reached such a high level. Even Zhao Xian, the young master of the Zhao Clan Guild, is nothing compared to these 2. Although these 2 are already the top freshmen in the South China region. But Yize still shook his head. No, I don't want to form a team. Teaming up with them won't be very effective, and your experience will be divided among them. Watching Yize turn around and leave, Fu Wanjun was so angry that lightning flashed on his hair. Damn, could it be that this guy still doesn't like me? It's good enough that I don't look down on him. If this happened in South China, He wouldn't be able to get a number even if he begged me to form a team. Song Xiao Xiao sighed and consoled him. Maybe they don't know you? Fu Wanjun was still unhappy. Wait until tomorrow's special training camp. I will definitely be in the top 3. Then I'll see who in the country doesn't know me. Stop complaining and go. Yes, let's chase him and let him experience a speed that he will never be able to catch up with in his lifetime. Fu Wanjun suddenly felt some evil interest and wanted to regain some face from Yizhe. Song Xiao Xiao looked helpless and had to follow. But the next moment, Fu Wanjun was suddenly stunned. Yizhe's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant, leaving behind a squirrel-like shadow. Then, the shadow squirrel also disappeared. Holy crap, what kind of skill is this? Disappeared? There's no trace of him within a few kilometers. Fu Wanjun became even more angry. This is his displacement skill. Cheating. Yizhe didn't completely ignore them. He simply sent the squirrel to travel ahead of time, and then used skills to exchange positions, saving some travel time. After arriving at the scout camp, he went straight to find the battalion commander Su Feng. The latter was extremely anxious and irritable at the moment. How many more special elites have appeared? How long will it take for the reinforcements to arrive? The monitoring department of the scout battalion, where Su Feng is located, has entered a wartime state. In the monitoring sandbox in front of him, the number of black spots representing high-level demons is increasing. Captain Su. Yesha, why are you here? Seeing Yizhe appear, Su Feng showed joy. Even though he knew that he could not recruit Yizhe, it did not stop him from appreciating him very much. But when he heard that Yizhe wanted to enter the polluted area again, Su Feng sternly refused. Yizhe, you don't know that number 19 is completely different now. There are nearly 10 more level 30 special elites alone. It's too dangerous for you to go over there. So much. Yizhe sighed, but not in panic, but in surprise. After completing the group dungeon, the extra 5,000 experience points he received as a reward pushed his level 11 experience bar forward by nearly half. With so many special elites added to the mix, maybe there's hope of even getting promoted twice today. Su Feng suggested. The contaminated area number 20 is almost formed. If you want to be a scout, you can go there. No, Yizhe said decisively. I'm here to provide support. Leave all the high-level demons to me. Support position? Su Feng was stunned for a moment. You? When Yizhe was working as a scout, the distress talisman he was given was used to call for support from the demon-suppressing army. Simply put, all powerful demons encountered by scouts will be dealt with by the support position. Every support position has to deal with strong enemies, which is very dangerous and tiring, so there is a shortage of people. Su Feng didn't look down on Yizhe. However, each support position must at least have the strength to match that of a third-level professional. Even in the entire contaminated area number 19, there are only 6 or 7 of them. After all, in the polluted land ahead, the demons are stronger and the need for strong people is greater. And what level is Yizhe at? When I left the polluted area the day before yesterday, I was only level 7. How strong can you be now? However, Yizhe just smiled calmly. Anyway, there are so many high-level evil demons now. I will know after I try. After saying this, he didn't wait for Su Feng to refute. He looked at the monitoring screen. Level 30 Special Elite is here. The advantage of having the help of the monitoring department is that you don't have to look for high-level demons yourself, which saves a lot of trouble. Yizhe asked the shadow clone squirrel to move to that location. Before entering the scout camp, he asked the squirrel to spend half of his mana and create 60 shadow clones, which moved around the contaminated land and stood by. In this way, he can switch to the position of a high-level demon at any time and maximize his monster-killing efficiency. Just like that, in an instant, Yizhe disappeared in front of Su Feng. Su Feng asked in confusion. Su Feng looked left and right, and finally lowered his head and saw the shadow of a squirrel on the ground. On the other side, Yizhe has arrived at the location of the Special Elite. One-Eyed Lich. Type: Special Elite. Attributes: Strength 200, Constitution 200, Agility 140, Spirit 280. There won't be so many Special Elites in contaminated land number 19. So, they all came from the nearby contaminated areas 17 and 18? Polluted lands are like basins, and evil spirits are like water. When there is too much water to hold all the water, it will naturally flow to other places. Yizhe made a random guess, and the Martial Saint Panda beside him suddenly threw a punch. This was an ordinary punch, but with the legendary Martial Saint Chi attached to it, it was no longer ordinary. The martial Saint Chi is a layer of powerful internal energy that is passively applied to the attack, and the damage is strength and spirit. Plus the bonuses of legendary reputation, spiritual contract equipment attributes, storm robe, etc. In theory, the current Panda, a sneeze can kill a level 30 special elite. Boom! With one punch, the upper body of the one-eyed lich was smashed into powder. Kill the special elite one-eyed lich and gain experience. 1050. Level 116110. It's over. After 1 minute of position change cooling time. Before Su Feng could figure out the purpose of the squirrel on the ground, Yizhe suddenly appeared in front of him again. Why are you so elusive? Yizhe naturally threw half of the one-eyed lich's body in front of him. Well, now you can prove your strength, right? Seeing the half-body of a real level 30 special elite on the ground, Su Feng was suddenly shocked. You killed a level 30 special elite in just 1 minute? Chapter 53, The Ultimate Martial Arts After Advancement. The 12th entry. Even if you can deal with a special elite of this level, it will take a long battle. Just like Ruan Xiaoyu back then, it would take a long time to deal with the Cursed Knight. Only a top fighter around level 30 can kill it quickly. And Yizhe, a newcomer who was level 7 the day before yesterday, only took 1 minute to kill? Su Feng couldn't believe it. And Yizhe wanted to tell him, 1 minute is the time to wait for the position change to cool down, and it actually only takes 1 punch to kill the enemy. But no matter what, Su Feng was in a good mood after seeing Yizhe become stronger and the scout camp had a new strong ally. That's right. I remember you were able to kill a level 25 demon elite before. Now that I've become stronger again, it's normal. Su Feng patted Yizhe's shoulder cheerfully. Then I won't be polite to you either. Quick, arrange for Brother Yizhe to deal with the high-level evil demons. Su Feng gave instructions to all the clerks in the monitoring department, and this move was exactly what Yizhe wanted. In the wartime monitoring department, all orders are executed extremely quickly after being issued. Not long after, a capable female clerk in her 20s handed over a locator. Hello, this can help you locate the target demon in real time. I need you to clear out 8 special elites in the East 1 division. They are all level 30. Is that okay with you? The female clerk even felt a little embarrassed when she said this. 8 special elites and an extremely difficult task were handed over by her to a young boy. But there was no way. There were too many evil demons. Even locators are distributed to improve the efficiency of supporting the strong ones. Yizhe happily took it and nodded. Let's take these first. The female clerk pursed her lips, her expression strange. Why do I feel like I'm ordering food? Shouldn't this be a serious task of fighting against evil? 8 special elites. She asked this question because she was afraid that Yizhe would find it difficult and tricky. Why did Yizhe's words make her act like a waitress in a restaurant? Serve 8 first, and order more if it's not enough. Of course, she wouldn't show any of this. She must be happy that Yizhe could accept it readily, whether for the sake of the polluted land or for their safety here. After determining the target, Yizhe ordered his shadow clone Squirrel to move. At the same time, he used the spiritual contract ring to copy the Panda's skills. The ultimate in martial arts. It's not that he wants to fight in person, but this skill is advanced from experienced in the battlefield. Battle experienced. Reduce skill cooldown, skill consumption, and physical strength consumption by 50, and reduce negative effects by 80. It has been through many battles and has effects such as reduced skill cooldown. Now after advancing to the ultimate level of martial arts, in addition to the additional martial arts damage enhancement, the original effect has not disappeared, but has been enhanced. Martial Arts Ultimate. Reduce skill cooldown, skill consumption, and physical strength consumption by 80, ignoring negative effects. The cooldown of the exclusive skill exchange has been changed from 1 minute to 12 seconds. An interval that was originally used once can now be used 5 times. The skill consumption has been reduced from 50 mana points to 10 points. At the same time, even the curse delay that made the cursed stone statue undispellable disappeared. After being surprised for a moment, Yizhe realized the problem. Although the curse of the cursed statue is undispellable, ultimate martial arts is a higher level term. Higher priority. The reduced 30 movement speed and 30 agility are back. Why not just keep copying this one entry? It's too powerful. Yizhe sighed. At the same time, the shadow clone Squirrel is in position. Yizhe exchanged positions and started hunting. East of the polluted land, a full-strength temporary scout team of 5 people was chased by a special elite, who is still a lich. Seeing Yizhe approaching, A college boy in his 20s shouted. Is the reinforcement coming? Damn, why is it a child? Don't come over here. Stay away. Although Yi Zhe is a teenager, his strength does not match his age. There was a sound of breaking through the air, and the martial Saint Panda rushed out like a cannonball. Panda charge. The martial saint's aura attached to his body alone is enough to crush the liches and evil demons into pieces. In just over a minute, the panda had used 7 postures to kill the enemy. Kill the special elite evil-handed lich and gain experience. 1050. Ding! Your level has been increased to level 12. Level 12 360. Talent. You get 1 chance to draw unlimited gold terms. Strange, these special elites are actually liches? Yi Zhe murmured, but the 5 people next to him were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their heads as they watched him kill the special elite in seconds. Especially the boy who had called out before. He came over weakly and said, Brother, I spoke a little loudly just now, please don't mind. With this kind of strength, he is definitely not a kid. Now if someone says Yi Zhe has regained his youth, he will believe it. Yi Zhe waved his hand casually, and then moved to the next location. The last special elite is another lich. I simply called out the mantis and gave this one to him to play with. Yi Zhe began to draw the 12th entry. You have won the golden legendary entry, Lord of Elements. Lord of Elements. All elemental skills are automatically maxed out, and elemental skills gain effects. Cooldown, consumption, range, damage, and special elemental effects. God of the Mage. Elemental skills, as the name suggests, fire element, water element, lightning element, etc. are all elemental skills. For example, the Thunderbolt given to the fox is a thunder element skill. For mages, it's perfect. Decisively assign the entry directly to the fox. The Lord of Elements entry was given successfully. Summoned Beast, 3-tailed fox, epic, upgraded to legendary. The 4-dimensional attributes were enhanced by 40 points. In addition, the skill Foxfire was upgraded from 2, and Sky Thunder was upgraded from 2. Combined with the effect of the Lord of Elements, the prototype of a magic turret has been formed. At the same time, the last special elite was finally destroyed by Mantis. Kill the special elite Frost Lich and gain experience. 1050. It took just over 2 minutes to defeat the 8 special demons, plus extract the entries. Yi Zhe was particularly relieved. At this rate, I'm afraid we won't have enough demons to kill. It's time to grab the mission. Switch positions again. Looking at Yi Zhe, who suddenly appeared in the monitoring department again and released 8 special elite corpses. Su Feng just felt a little dazed. Is the world changing so fast? How come Yi Zhe, who was a level 7 temporary scout the day before yesterday, has become like this today? Why do I feel like they are not weaker than me, a 3rd level professional? More than 2 points? 8 special elites? Can you be any more outrageous? When Su Feng said this, he inexplicably had a sense of déjà vu of the waves behind push the waves in front. He himself is the front wave. The female clerk who had just assigned the task was also shocked, and even looked at Yi Zhe with a different look. However, at this moment, the monitoring department flashed a red light. Beep, beep. What's going on? Everyone looked suddenly at the monitoring sand table. All I saw were groups of black dots the size of chess pieces, representing the evil elites. A flashing black, that almost the size of a fist appeared. Su Feng's eyes were as big as copper bells, and his tone was full of disbelief. Why did the evil general appear in the polluted land number 19? Chapter 54. Mantis Wings Evolve. Are you really human? The number 1 polluted land is the latest and weakest polluted land. Can evil generals appear here? Su Feng fell into deep thought. Although Yi Zhe didn't know the reason, his joy remained undiminished. Looking at the black light spot on the monitoring sand table that represents the evil general, it is simply a large experience package. Report the situation first, Yi Zhe. Don't act rashly. Su Feng acted promptly and gave instructions to the clerks. At the same time, he took out his weapons from his backpack, which were 2 long knives. I have to do it myself. Ask the deputy battalion commander to come over and take charge of the monitoring department, and have 2 more level 3s go with me. Even though Su Feng is a 3rd level professional, he doesn't dare to be arrogant. Most of the evil demon generals are above level 35. Even if he is the number 1 in the South China High School, with a rare level 13 profession and all his equipment and skills are at least at the excellent level, his strength is not inferior to that of ordinary people of the same level. Among the 3rd level professionals, perhaps some can fight against the evil general alone, but it may not be him, Su Feng. If the evil general this time has strange abilities, we may have to seek support from our superiors again. At this time, Yi Zhe said with a smile, Captain Su, there's no need to go to such trouble. Just let me go by myself. I have experience. Of course, he would not wait foolishly for Su Feng's consent, and at the same time began to mobilize his shadow clone squirrel to move. Have you seen the evil general? Su Feng was surprised and nodded after thinking for a moment. Okay, I can't estimate your strength. Together, we must ensure that the defense line of contaminated land number 19 is not breached. Good. Yi Zhe was a little surprised that Su Feng agreed so readily. In fact, the demon-suppressing army is by no means pedantic. Even in wartime, as long as they are capable of fighting, they will all be sent to the front, no matter who they are. At this time, the polluted land was filled with lich armies. The leader was a white skeleton more than 8 feet tall, wearing a tattered robe inlaid with cursed runes, holding a bone staff, and ordering the army to advance. Not far away, there was a blue-haired boy and a green-dressed girl. The two of them cleaned up the weak liches while trying their best to escape. I'm really impressed. Why did I run into the evil general when I first arrived in the polluted land? The blue-haired boy Fu Wanjun roared. Even though he was the top student in South China High School, had a rare class at level 13, and was equipped with equipment and skills at the lowest level of excellence, it was impossible to break the evil general's defense. The gap is really too big. I actually feel that the special training camp is easier. At least I won't encounter a monster as terrifying as the demon general. As Fu Wanjun spoke, he used the wind element acceleration of Song Xiaoqiao's wind walker profession to run very fast all the way. The officers of the demon suppression army have arrived. Song Xiaoqiao's expression changed as she saw two figures running towards the evil demon general. However, when they saw the two figures clearly, Fu Wanjun and Song Xiaoqiao looked extremely puzzled and surprised. Why is it him? The person next to the demon suppression army officer was actually Yi Zhe, whom they had just met. But the two of them had clearly seen Yi Zhe's appearance, and he was obviously a high school student of the same age as them. How can a senior high school student participate in the battle against the evil general? You have to know that Fu Wanjun, the best player in South China High School, couldn't break the opponent's defense. Could it be that you are here to provide assistance? It's possible. His mental strength is not bad. Maybe he is a support profession. No wonder they didn't team up with us at the time. It turns out they were cooperating with the demon suppression army. Fu Wanjun guessed and did not forget to make up for himself. Well, if you don't team up with me, it's definitely not because you look down on me. Seeing the arrival of officers from the demon suppression army, the two men became noticeably calmer. But at this moment, the officers of the demon suppression army themselves were not so calm. Summoning Demon General. How unlucky. Su Feng took a deep breath, then curled his lips and cursed. Hearing this, Yi Zhe also opened his eyes of insight and looked at the other party's attributes. Lich Commander. Type: General Level Demon. Attributes: Strength 460, Constitution 460, Agility 400, Spirit 500. Features: Soul Stealing and Distortion. Dead creatures will have their souls stolen by the Lich leader and twisted into Lich soldiers. Skills: Aura of Corruption, Touch of Darkness, Soul Drain. When demons reach the general level, they have a variety of characteristics. The Lich Lord in front of him is similar to the Summoner. Both of them are summoners. But it excels in quantity, while Yi Zhe wins in quality. Although for the current situation, the surging army of Liches is particularly terrifying. Even the third-level Su Feng seemed to lack confidence. We have to hold them back. Between the Lich Lord and the other Liches, which one can you deal with? After witnessing Yi Zhe's ability to quickly kill special elites, Su Feng gained some confidence in him. At least he regarded Yi Zhe as someone with the same combat power as himself. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a question. Yi Zhe said without hesitation, I will deal with the Lich leader first. But before Su Feng could respond, the Lich leader not far away let out a sinister roar. Struggle, human. At the same time, the bone staff was swung out, and an invisible dark force enveloped everything around. Su Feng's face was solemn. It's the corruption aura, which reduces the damage by 30. Corrupted aura? Yi Zhe was puzzled. Then he realized that he had the ultimate martial arts ability and could not feel the negative state at all. The mantis is a creature of the void, with adaptability surpassing all things. It can adapt to the breath of the abyss and can adapt to a mere aura of corruption in just 1 or 2 seconds. Don't worry, I'll try it first. Yi Zhe's mind moved, and the panda and the mantis hidden in the void rushed out. The first move is the most powerful killing move. The Tai Chi halo appears, and the martial saint realm opens. In an instant, the Lich leader was enveloped by the domain, and his attributes were greatly reduced. Strength, physique, agility, spirit. Feeling this dangerous power, flames rose from the Lich leader's skull eye sockets. Guards! At a command, countless Liches tried to use their bodies as shields to protect the Lich leader. But after entering the field, some Liches whose agility is less than 205 will be directly reduced to 0 and cannot move at all. Catch the leader first. The mantis appeared in the void and punched out at the same time with the panda. Feeling this power, the scout battalion commander Su Feng's face was filled with shock beyond words. This was the first time he truly felt Yi Zhe's fighting power. With this burst of damage, if it were him, there would be at least a 90% chance that he would be killed on the spot. The martial saint realm, the martial saint Qi, slashes into the void. It is almost Yi Zhe's strongest burst combo at present. The Lich Lord had no other means of defense and was crippled by a punch, then cut in half by a void crack. Mantis gets the kill. Kill the evil demon general and Lich leader. Gain experience. 8,000. Hunter. Red-eyed mantis kills a powerful enemy once and can evolve a body part once. Once the Lich leader died, the remaining Liches and demons were leaderless. It's much easier to defeat a summoner first. Seeing the experience bar surge by more than half, Yi Zhe said happily. The Lich Lord dropped 2 pieces of equipment, but both were level 40 and could not be worn. This is not as humane as the dungeon. At the same time, Yi Zhe once again chose the evolution of Mantis. Void Slash is already maxed out. Let's try the other ones first. What effects do they have? Shell, compound eyes, wings. Yi Zhe chose wings this time. Ding! Evolution successful. Current level, wings. Wings, agility, attack speed, critical damage, movement speed, skill, void stab level. The only attack skill, void thrust, was upgraded from level 4 to level 5. As a legendary skill, it is equally powerful, but there are not many opponents who require Mantis to use its second attack skill. A purple light flashed, and the dark purple, crystal-like wings on the Mantis's back grew longer. Similar to the improvement of the arm blade, the attributes are also biased towards combat. Yi Zhe guessed the evolutionary effects of the other 2 parts. Beside him, Su Feng had a look as if he had seen a ghost and couldn't help swallowing. In just a few seconds, the evil general was killed. This record would make even 4th-level professionals, let alone 3rd-level professionals, feel ashamed. He could accept Yi Zhe killing 8 special elites in 2 minutes, but he killed the evil general in 1 second, and he was level 40. How could anyone accept this? He looked at Yi Zhe and asked a question from the depths of his soul. Are you really a newcomer who just changed jobs? No. Are you really a human? From the time Yi Zhe came to the scout camp today until now, Su Feng only felt that his worldview had collapsed. Yi Zhe scratched his head and smiled harmlessly. Actually, it's mainly luck. If this evil general was 10 levels higher, I might not be able to kill him in 1 second. Su Feng, what are you talking about? Do you think it's normal for you, a newcomer, to kill a level 40 evil general in seconds? Chapter 55. Thunder clears the field. 13th entry. At this time, in addition to Su Feng, Fu Wanjun and Song Qiaoqiao were also completely stunned. They originally wanted to watch the combat operations of the demon-suppressing army officers. The result, what did I see? The lightning that lingered around Fu Wanjun dissipated instantly. Yi Zhe, who he thought was a supporting role, instantly killed the Lich leader, whose defense he couldn't even break. Could the world get any crazier? We probably didn't offend him before. Song Qiaoqiao shuddered inexplicably. Is he really the same age as us? Is he a high school student? Fu Wanjun beside her was almost invincible in the high schools in the South China region. How come she ran into such a freak as soon as she arrived in East China? The two had guessed that Yi Zhe was a high school student based on his appearance. But now, Fu Wanjun shook his head like a rattle. This level of ability can't be a high school student. I heard that some nature-related skills and equipment can keep one looking young. Who knows? Maybe he has that. Look, next to him is the commander of the Demon Suppression Army. Maybe his rank is even higher. Yes, it's very likely. Fu Wanjun and Song Qiaoqiao couldn't help but speculate. Yi Zhe was inexplicably promoted to a position higher than battalion commander. At this time, the remaining issues of the Lich Lord have not been resolved. After the death of the leader, the countless liches controlled by him fell into a state of complete chaos and began to frantically attack living creatures. The scene is like a zombie siege. Su Feng still did not relax. I will go and notify all the temporary scouts and soldiers. Everyone, enter the contaminated land and try to eliminate the lich within today. No, no, no. Yi Zhe immediately stopped Su Feng. Let them all evacuate the contaminated area. Su Feng, all retreat. Su Feng looked at him in confusion. If he tried to fight this huge group of liches by himself, wouldn't he be exhausted to death? However, a white light flashed in Yi Zhe's hand, and the three-tailed demon fox was summoned out by him. The little white fox with soft and fluffy fur was lifted up by Yi Zhe, who said sternly, "Just me and one fox are enough." Of course, the main reliance still lies on the fox, his magic trump card. Su Feng's mouth twitched inexplicably, but thinking of Yi Zhe's previous fighting ability. Okay, I'll evacuate the people in the contaminated area first. But if you can't, you must tell me in advance. You must not let the lich rush out of the polluted land. Rest assured, the reason why Yi Zhe asked people to evacuate was because he was afraid of accidentally hurting his teammates. After a moment, after receiving Su Feng's confirmation, Yi Zhe ordered the three-tailed fox to use its skills. Thunder from the sky is coming. Epic quality thunder element skill. The full-level thunder has descended, and the range area is a circle with a diameter of 100 meters, with a total coverage of more than 7,800 square meters. After the Elemental Lord's range bonus, it's not that there are 3 more circular ranges. Instead, the diameter has increased 3 times. Now, the diameter of the thunder is 400 meters. The total coverage area is more than 120,000 square meters. Real thunder from the sky. The three-tailed demon fox's eyes glowed purple, and the power of thunder circulated around its body, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction. Boom! The sky was gloomy and covered with dark clouds. The strong force of thunder tore through the clouds, like the wrath of God hammering the earth. The ground exploded, sparks flew, and earth and rocks flew. As an undead lich that was afraid of thunder, it screamed continuously in an instant, and the sound was mixed with the explosion of thunder. Kill the lich soldiers experience. Kill the soul-stealing lich experience. Kill the blood demon experience. In an instant, dozens of kill prompts popped up. It feels like mowing the lawn, although the summoned lich has average strength and little experience. But fortunately, there are enough of them. A bolt of lightning struck the world, and the experience bar, which was nearly half full, was instantly filled up. Ding! Your level has been increased to level 13. Talent. You get 1 chance to draw unlimited gold terms. At the scout camp, Su Feng, Fu Wanjun, Song Xiao, and a group of people looked at the thunder scene in the distance and gasped. The strength of today's high school students is truly terrifying. Battalion Commander Su Feng thought silently. Today's military officers are so powerful. High school students Fu Wanjun and Song Xiao thought to themselves. But that's not all. The thunder from the sky had just ended faintly when the second thunder from the sky came. The little fox raised one of its tails and was using the three-tail skill to charge up. But this time, the experience gain was obviously slower. There aren't even enough liches to kill. Yi Zhe couldn't help but be shocked. If the fox becomes stronger, maybe we can go to the polluted area ahead to level up. This speed of experience gain really made Yi Zhe feel refreshed. Level 13, 12625. This is Yi Zhe's experience bar after the third heavenly thunder struck the world. Only 1/3 left to upgrade again. However, the rest of the liches were defeated and began to flee in all directions when they heard the sound of thunder. Yi Zhe was too lazy to chase after him and simply returned. Captain Su, the lich is basically no longer a threat now. Well done. Su Feng looked at Yi Zhe and inexplicably had the illusion that he was getting old. Rest well, I'll take care of the rest. Yi Zhe nodded and was led to the lounge by a female clerk with an admiring look on her face. The little white fox on his body grabbed Yi Zhe's chest like a baby octopus, muttering, being squeezed dry. Although the 3 times of thunder from heaven consumed a lot of mana, the consumption was reduced by the Lord of Elements, so it was not so outrageous that the mana was completely drained. Yi Zhe didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and at the same time he thought of a question. I wonder what foxes like to eat? Pandas eat bamboo, squirrels eat pine cones, so should we give foxes something to eat as well? As for the mantis, forget it. It only has the need to hunt, and it's good enough that it doesn't eat people on a normal basis. It is called a lounge, but in fact it is a guest house. After all, there's almost no place specifically for rest in the scout camp. Yize leaned back in his chair, a sea of golden entries enveloping him. Start extracting the 13th entry. You have won the golden legendary entry. Treasure hunt. Treasure hunt. There is a chance to seize any treasure, equipment, props, etc. on the target, with a probability of 10 to 100. The weaker the target's resistance, the higher the chance of seizing. Note, there is no cooldown, but the same target can only be used once within 30 minutes. Hiss! Yize's expression suddenly became more vivid. How can this be called a treasure hunt? Isn't this robbery? A professional's equipment, including the contents of his backpack, cannot be taken away by others unless he or she wishes. Even if you kill him, the items in the backpack will disappear immediately. And now, he actually has the magical ability to steal other people's treasures. Furthermore, the weaker the target's resistance, the higher the success rate. In other words, if you can hit the target until it loses its resistance, you will be 100% successful. With this thought in mind, he couldn't help but think about the equipment on himself and his summoned beasts. I have 2 sets of spiritual contract suits in total. The panda has a red spirit wrist guard and a storm robe. A mantis has a shoe. A squirrel has a knife. There are too few usable and useful equipment. You know, a summoned beast can wear at least 5 pieces of equipment. Even the fox's only weapon cost him most of his fortune to make. And now, it seems there is a new way to make money and equipment. Yize couldn't help but think of the special training camp. That group of the country's top geniuses who were cultivated with all the efforts of major forces. Their equipment should be pretty good. Chapter 56, Silver Medal. Keep killing. Looking at this treasure hunt entry, Yize was very interested. Of course, it still requires a certain degree of discretion in use. Although you don't need too much morality, you still need some of it. After all, that is China's special training camp. But if there is a fight on an international battlefield in the future, it will be completely different. Yize thought about it and prepared to hand the entry to the squirrel. How can we let the summoner come in person to do something like treasure hunting? The entry treasure hunt was assigned successfully. Summon beast, shadow treasure sniffing rat, epic, evolves into shadow treasure snatching rat, epic. The epic level increases by 1 star, and the 4-dimensional attributes increase by 10 points. Although the squirrel is only a supporting position, its attributes at level 13 are still not low. Strength 173, Constitution 158, Agility 179, Spirit 160. It is only stronger than the ordinary assassin at level 20. Coupled with a set of shadow skills, his combat power is also top-notch among level 20 assassins. It's just that compared to the perverts like the Martial Saint Panda and the Void Hunter, it's more like a support. After all, it's an epic 3-star summoned beast. It can't be weak. For most other summoners, it is definitely an object worth fighting for. After a while, Su Feng came over again and brought an unexpected but reasonable news. Yize is going to be awarded the silver medal. It is unheard of for a high school student to be awarded a silver medal. But considering Yize's performance today, it seems reasonable to award him the silver medal. Although Yize didn't use the bronze medal very often and only took it out once during the Beast Tide, the value it represented was still very high. Now it's no harm to get the silver medal again, even more valuable than the bronze medal. With the silver medal, you can directly command a squad of demon suppression army during wartime. Moreover, they can be regarded as the nominal superiors of the guard forces of each city. There are also benefits such as 50% discount on supplies sold by the military. As far as Yize knew, he was the first person in Linyuan City to have a silver medal, except Wan Faping. Even in the entire East China, there are only 50 people. Su Feng smiled happily and said, Yize, I wonder if I will have to call you sir next time we meet? This sentence is more of a joke. As the commander of an independent scout battalion, the honor brought by the silver medal is at most equal to his. At least it should be higher than the gold medal. Yize hesitated for a moment and said, I will try my best. Su Feng. No. Are you serious? Su Feng's expression became serious. He was just a temporary scout a few days ago. Why was he now threatening his position? But he immediately felt relieved. To be awarded the gold medal, one must have participated in at least one major battle and achieved extremely high merit, which is difficult to achieve nowadays. At least you don't have to worry about it for a short time. What's more, if Yize really did it, Su Feng would truly admire him. Take the silver medal brought by Su Feng. The honorary titles have changed slightly. Silver Medal Killer Rising Star. The silver medal was shining, with an eagle with spread wings carved in the center, and Yi Zhe's name engraved in a circle of fine patterns. At the same time, the anti-reconnaissance effect has been enhanced. Thank you, Captain Su. Yi Zhe gladly put away the badge and said thank you. This badge was obviously applied for by Su Feng right after he finished, otherwise it would not have been approved so quickly. Su Feng said, "It's nothing. You helped a lot today. I should be the one thanking you." The two chatted briefly. Yi Zhe suddenly received a message, said goodbye to Su Feng, and returned directly to Linyuan City. The magic weapon he had been dreaming of was finally ready. Moreover, due to the special material of the Demon Stone, it was entrusted to the only master blacksmith in Linyuan City to forge it. Most people probably can't even get a cue now. But since this was Wan Feiping's personal instruction, the production efficiency was exceptionally fast. Came to the city lord's mansion. Yi Zhe got a gem that emitted a dazzling blue-purple light. He could vaguely see the flowing, mysterious energy, and there was a small, dark blue crystal core embedded in the center. Because your level is not high, I specially made growth weapons. If you think the special effects of this weapon are not good enough, I will ask him to recast it now. Wan Feiping looked at Yi Zhe, waiting for his feedback. Yi Zhe was a little surprised. If you are not satisfied with the equipment you have made, can you ask the blacksmith to recast it? This was the first time he had heard of it. Then, he looked at the properties of the orb expectantly. Mystic Orb. Level 13, growth possible. Quality, epic. Attributes, spirit, casting speed, restoring 1 mana upon killing an enemy. Special effect. Every time a skill is released, spell skill damage lasts for 3 minutes and can be stacked up to 10 times. This special effect is a perfect match for the fox. Each time you release a skill, the damage will increase by 50. If it were any other magician, they would only have so many skills, and they wouldn't stack up so quickly. The fox's talent, Three Tails, periodically gains 3 layers of skill charge, which is equivalent to being able to release 3 additional skills. In other words, Fox can use 3 more skills when starting a battle, stacking an additional 150 damage. Combined with the skill cooldown of Elemental Lord, it will soon reach 10 layers. And this is still a growth weapon. If in the future, the fox has the opportunity to evolve into a 6-tailed or 9-tailed beast, wouldn't it be stacked at the speed of light? Yi Zhe said with satisfaction. The weapon is already very good. Thank you, Wancheng. Brother Wan, that's good. Unexpectedly, Wan Feiping was even happier than Yi Zhe himself. It was as if what he saw was not Yi Zhe getting the weapon, but the scene of Yi Zhe helping him beat up Huazhong and Huadong. Tomorrow morning, I'll send a car to pick you up and take you to Huazhong for the special training camp. Learn. Yi Zhe nodded in response and left the city lord's mansion. I took this opportunity to visit the exchange again. He obtained 2,000 crystals from the raid, and after he used 1,000 of them to forge weapons, he still had 1,000 crystals left. After selling them all, I picked out 2 skill books for the fox. Ice Spell, Ice Prison. Both are 3-star ice element skills. The former has a faster cooldown and is suitable for stacking spell damage from arcane orbs. The Ice Prison can freeze the enemy. It not only adds a control skill, but also a way to make the enemy lose their resistance. Perfect for treasure hunting. After equipping the fox with the arcane orb, her spiritual attribute successfully broke through the 400 mark. And all evening, she had a blast demonstrating how to throw a ball with her tail. Early the next morning, a black hovercraft specially used by the city lord was suspended in front of Yi Zhe's house. This attracted countless neighbors to stop and admire. Yi Zhe jumped into the car, and Wan Feiping said casually, "There are drinks in the refrigerator. Help yourself." Compared to the floating car I rode before, this city lord special car is much smaller, but extremely luxurious. The seats were turned into 2 rows of sofas on the left and right, with a car refrigerator in the middle, which was stocked with all kinds of drinks and alcohol, as well as plenty of food. By the way, the number of instructors for this special training camp is confirmed to be 10. In the Battle Royale dungeon, 20 additional level 30 monsters will be released. As an instructor, you will be in charge of all locations and control of the dungeon mechanisms. Wan Feiping explained to Yi Zhe in detail. In fact, in the Battle Royale copy, there is not much the instructor can do. After all, he is just there to increase the difficulty for the students. The original intention of the headquarters is to make rational use of monsters and mechanisms. Yi Zhe took a sip of Coke and said thoughtfully, "Warcraft, can I kill it? That's for you to take advantage of. Do you understand?" Wan Feiping looked at Yi Zhe suspiciously and suddenly laughed. You are so confident. Tell me, how many people do you think you can defeat? Or how many people can you kill? In the Battle Royale instance, everyone will fight, but only one team will remain in the end. And because the instructors are unable to form teams, the final winners will most likely still be the students. Yi Zhe chewed the egg roll he took out of the refrigerator and raised a finger without hesitation. Kill 10? Or a team? Wan Feiping guessed with interest. It can't be just one, right? Yi Zhe, keep killing. Chapter 57, is he an instructor? On the hovercraft, Wan Feiping was silent for a while. He originally thought that he was already very arrogant, but he didn't expect that the boy in front of him was even more so. It is true that the land and water nurture the people, and Linyuan City is destined to produce people like us. Wan Feiping thought with satisfaction. This floating vehicle used exclusively by the city lord is not only luxurious, but also faster than others. Soon, they flew all the way from Linyuan City in East China and arrived at the territory of Central China. Entering Central China, there are obviously more hovercrafts than in East China, and many of them have the same destination. One of the central cities in Central China, Longdu. Not long after, they arrived at a mountain on the outskirts of Longdu. After passing through a magic barrier, they reached their destination. It's the same as the entrance to the super large group copy. This time, the Battle Royale of the special training camp is also a super large group dungeon, but it is hundreds of hovercrafts are parked around, and you can clearly feel the countless high-level professionals. In addition, there are many students who are about the same age as Yi Zhe. Many of them have already started pre-war sparring. Wan Feiping took Yi Zhe to the assembly point where the instructor was and went to a monitoring department himself. Yi Zhe got out of the car and glanced at everyone. All the students here are above level 11. The equipment and skills are even more luxurious. Obviously, they are all geniuses trained by major families and come to participate in the special training camp. Yi Zhe silently mentioned their occupations. Well, warriors, assassins, archers, mages, swordsmen, all of them are here. What a beautiful place. And suddenly, there was a bang nearby, and a vibration sound caused by a powerful impact. Yi Zhe looked around. A muscular young man with flames all over his body and exploding red hair collided with another boy wearing green armor with a calm expression. You're quite capable. Yi Zhe watched with interest. An excited young man walked over and looked a year or two older than Yi Zhe. Are you the instructor this time as well? Yi Zhe looked back and saw a boy wearing the uniform of the Demon Suppression Army. He was level 23 and a second-tier fighter. He nodded and replied, Yes. My name is Hu Ming, just like you. After getting Yi Zhe's affirmative answer, Hu Ming stood with Yi Zhe and watched the freshmen competing with each other. Soon, the red-haired muscular boy won overwhelmingly. Hu Ming couldn't help but sigh as he watched. These freshmen are really more powerful than each other. Do you know this Zhu Xiao? He is said to be invincible in the West China region and is now at level 14. What Hu Ming was talking about was the red-haired boy he had just obtained. Hearing him talking, Yi Zhe asked casually, Why is it upgrading so fast? He keeps clearing dungeons. The tickets cost 2 to 3 million for a dungeon. His family paid for it, so he must have cleared it dozens of times. It's mainly because Zhu Xiao is very strong. It is said that he is Huaxi's trump card to defeat Huazhong this year. Hu Ming was very talkative and whispered in a tone as if sharing a secret. You don't know yet, right? His family is a family of warriors, and they are very famous in Western China. Indeed, most of the students in this special training camp come from powerful families. Alternatively, professionals trained by large families are more likely to surpass ordinary people and become talents who can enter special training camps. Yes, nodded silently. I feel helpless inside. Why hasn't the battle royale started yet? Hu Ming continued. In fact, the one defeated by Zhu Xiao was not weak either. Wan's son from Central China, level 13, rare occupation nature druid. And that one, the strongest newcomer in the South China region, is called Fu Wanjun. As they were talking, Fu Wanjun, who had just arrived from the polluted area yesterday, approached the two people who were sparring. Zhu Xiao, with red hair and muscles that burst his shirt, is full of fighting spirit. Hey, Fu Wanjun, come and compete. Let me see what strength you have in South China this year. Zhu Xiao and Fu Wanjun are almost universally recognized as the strongest fighters in South China and West China respectively. But Fu Wanjun just glanced at him coldly and snorted. Who can compare with a reckless man like you? When we get to the ancient battlefield, You won't even know how you died. His profession is Thunderblade, and his professional attributes are more inclined toward assassin, while Zhu Xiao's profession is a pure strength warrior. Although he was rejected, Zhu Xiao became more and more excited. Okay, I'm waiting for you to kill me. Fu Wanjun didn't care about this at all and just waited for the battle royale to begin. At this moment, Song Xiaoqiao, who came to the special training camp with him, suddenly exclaimed and violently pulled Fu Wanjun's arm. She saw Yi Zhe in the distance. Look, it's him, the man who was in the polluted land yesterday. Fu Wanjun turned his head and looked over, his eyes widened instantly. Some horrible memories began to attack him again. The scene of Yi Zhe killing the evil general in seconds in the polluted land yesterday was so shocking that he could not forget it for a long time. He's here too. What is his identity? Fu Wanjun didn't take it too seriously at this time. Because the difference in strength was so huge, he didn't consider Yi Zhe as a member of the special training camp or an instructor at all. But those who could come to the special training camp should be people from the Chinese headquarters, senior military officials, or responsible persons. He just didn't understand Yi Zhe's identity. Zhu Xiao glanced in the direction he was looking at and said nonchalantly, "Oh, the assembly point over there is full of instructors. Don't worry, the instructors who can enter the battle royale are not too strong, so it's mainly for us students to fight against." I heard the word instructor. Fu Wanjun's brain seemed to explode with a bang and crashed, and he said dully word by word, "He is the instructor? This man who can kill the evil general in seconds is the instructor they are fighting against? I don't have to worry at all. Has headquarters gone crazy? Can we be more durable than the evil general?" Chapter 58, Ancient Heritage. The battlefield begins. 2 chapters in 1 for 1,000 words. Do you know each other? Seeing Fu Wanjun staring at Yi Zhe, Zhu Xiao, who was eager to fight, couldn't help but ask curiously. Fu Wanjun, who was always cold, couldn't help but frown at this moment. I recognized him, but he probably didn't recognize me. He and Yi Zhe had only met once, but the oppressive feeling the latter left on him was too terrifying. Fortunately, I'm still young, and I'll always have a chance to surpass him in the future. Fu Wanjun thought silently. But now, we are about to enter the special training camp. How should we face this monster? Fu Wanjun and Song Xiaoqiao exchanged glances and suddenly thought of something, and their expressions changed. By the way, a high-level professional like him will definitely suppress our students. Song Xiaoqiao nodded excitedly. In the minds of the two, Yi Zhe, who was able to kill the evil general, was undoubtedly a high-level professional in the military. If he suppresses his strength to level 1 or 2, then we won't be afraid. Thinking of this, Fu Wanjun's mood finally calmed down a lot. Of course, if he knew that Yi Zhe was only at level 0, I wonder what he would think. On the other side, it is used to monitor the monitoring point of the replica. Wan Feiping stood with 2 middle-aged men of the same age. One of them wore gold-rimmed glasses, had a well-proportioned and slender figure, and was dressed elegantly and tastefully. The other person, wearing the dark uniform of the demon-suppressing army, had deep eyes and a calm temperament. It was Wu Ming, the person in charge of East China, and Wei Zheng, the person in charge of Central China, who were among the most powerful figures in the whole of China. However, at this moment, the two of them laughed at Wan Feiping in a very ungraceful manner. It's like an annual feature. Ha ha! Our Hunter King brother really dares to come this year. We fight every year, and we lose every year. I have to prove that I have the ability to train talents. Wan Feiping glanced at the two of them and said, I want to prove that Linyuan City also has talented people. Wu Ming's mouth curled up into an unstoppable smile under his gold-rimmed glasses. His tone was obviously very normal, but when it came out of his mouth, it inexplicably sounded sarcastic. Are you talking about the guy you forced into the special training camp last year, but who was eliminated in half an hour? As soon as Wan Feiping heard Wu Ming talking, he wanted to beat him up. Wei Zheng on the other side patted him on the shoulder and advised, talent cannot be forced. Hey, you know what? He's really lucky this year. Wu Ming smiled and teased Wan Feiping. Tell me, which team did you assign Yi Zhe to? The trainees in the special training camp are divided into teams of 5, but the specific team divisions are determined by the trainees themselves. Although Wu Ming didn't know the specific situation, but he knew that with Wan Feiping's character, there was no way he would not let Yi Zhe come to the special training camp. Wan Feiping didn't say anything, but the corners of his mouth still raised. It's the kind of smile you'd show before playing a trick on your friends. The monitoring department where the 3 people are located is as big as a waiting hall. In the center is a monitoring sand table for monitoring the contents of the copy, as well as projections of each student at the entrance of the copy. But when Wu Ming looked at the projection, he didn't see Yi Zhe. Wan Feiping's mouth curled up even more. Wei Ming said faintly, I also heard that there is a master of group dungeon clearing in your Linyuan city. But don't forget, the more popular you are before the special training camp, the more you will be targeted. Hearing this, Wan Feiping's smile stopped abruptly. My heart suddenly felt like 1,000 horses galloping. Damn it, it's a bit too much to target someone. Although he has confidence in Yi Zhe, other geniuses are not made of clay. If they are targeted by many people, they might suffer serious consequences. Seeing Wan Feiping stunned, the other two immediately laughed. But in fact, from a certain perspective, Wan Feiping was really overthinking. Looking at the entire special training camp, there are very few people who know and have seen Yi Zhe. At most, there are only Fu Wanjun and Song Xiaoqiao from South China, and Bai Wei from East China. Of course, the latter is more eager to fight. Apart from these three people, there is only one person who is familiar with Yi Zhe. Yesha, why are you here? Yi Zhe was waiting for the copy to start boredly when he suddenly heard someone calling him. Turning around, I saw a short-haired girl about 1.6 meters tall, with youthful legs exposed outside her pleated skirt. She was wearing a white sports top, which made her skin look even whiter and more delicate, but a complicated look appeared on her small and delicate face. Lu Anren, seeing the pretty girl in front of him, Yi Zhe couldn't help but smile. Aren't you specially recruited and trained by the headquarters? Do you have to attend the special training camp as well? The headquarters, located in central China, is the highest level management center in China and will also focus on training some special talents across the country. The girl in front of him, who could be called Yi Zhe's childhood friend, was one of the people specially recruited this year. The short-haired girl Lu Anren casually explained. This instance may have some kind of ancient heritage reward, which is very special, so the headquarters asked me to come. No. Do I need to report to you? She suddenly remembered something and stared at Yi Zhe with an angry look. To be honest, her emotions towards Yi Zhe are quite complicated. In Yi Zhe's words, it is still angry. Just because I stole your man? Yi Zhe's face was full of teasing. It seems like he is very enthusiastic about teasing each other. Lu Anren became instantly furious, his clear eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth like a kitten that just wanted to bite someone. What do you mean by me being a man? Let me be clear, that's my dad. That's right. Lu Anren is the biological daughter of teacher Yi Zhe, Lu Boyan. Although his daughter is his biological daughter, after retiring from the army, Lu Boyan spent a lot of energy taking care of Yi Zhe, the son of his former comrade in arms. The young Lu Anren once thought that Yi Zhe had taken his father away. Although Lu Anren has grown up now and can understand her father's behavior, she always gets a little angry every time she sees Yi Zhe. In particular, Yi Zhe's previous performance in liberal arts was incredibly good. Lu Boyan had always used her as an example to educate Lu Anren, which made her unable to hold her head up. Even more angry. Forget it, there's nothing to talk to you about. Lu Anren snorted angrily and turned away, without giving Yi Zhe a chance to say another word. Yi Zhe couldn't help but chuckle again. At the same time, I couldn't help but recall Lu Anren's words. Ancient heritage in the dungeon? Not to mention that he had never heard of it. There was no record of it even in history textbooks. Seeing Lu Anren leaving, Hu Ming came over immediately. Holy crap, buddy. Do you know Lu Anren? It is said that she is the favorite to win the special training camp this year. The little goddess specially recruited by Huazhong. The specially recruited professionals will at least be 5th-rank experts in the future. Do you know what her job is? It is said that even the headquarters has kept it a secret. Of course, Yi Zhe knew Lu Anren's occupation. The reason why he was specially recruited and trained by the headquarters was because Lu Anren awakened a hidden career card that is rare in the world. Space Warlock. As a hidden profession, it is more precious and rare than rare professions, and its potential is at least ranked in the top 20 in the country. But Yi Zhe did not reveal his thoughts to others, especially Hu Ming, who was such a big mouth. Otherwise, by the time the special training camp is over, the whole country will probably know about it. At this moment, a broadcast suddenly came from the square at the entrance of the dungeon. All members of the special training camp, please form your own teams. The special training camp dungeon ancient battlefield will open in half an hour. The broadcast was repeated 3 times. In this short period of time, each 5-man team had quickly gathered at the entrance of the copy. Obviously, the teams of each student had already been decided long ago. We didn't even wait until we reached the dungeon to start forming a team. In particular, the top students in each region not only formed teams early, but the strength of their teammates was also equally impressive. Soon, the entire team was divided into 5 columns. There, East China, South China, Central China, West China, and North China. In the monitoring room, Wu Ming looked at all the students who had formed teams, and then looked at Wan Feiping with a puzzled look on his face. Where did you hide Yi Zhe? There are 4 teams of 5 people in each region, a total of 100 people. Even with Wu Ming's mental power as a 5th-level professional, he still didn't find Yi Zhe. Now, even Wei Zheng became curious. Wan Feiping smiled triumphantly, becoming happier. Is it your business? At this time, in addition to these 3 people, several responsible persons from the monitoring department, as well as personnel from the military and headquarters, came in. In addition to these senior executives, there are also dedicated data clerks to record and monitor the student situations. After all, in addition to this time's rewards, the special training camp is more about considering future training directions. 5 responsible persons gathered next to the monitoring sand table. Although Wan Feiping is not the person in charge, his status and 6th-level strength are no less than theirs. Brother Wei, don't you want to talk about this inheritance reward? Yeah, Brother Wei, what ancient heritage are you hiding from us? The 2 persons in charge of West China and South China, 1 man and 1 woman, couldn't help but ask at this time. Even those in charge only learned about the ancient heritage of this year's special training camp yesterday. Wei Zheng, who was in charge of the dungeon and the special training camp, just smiled and said, "It's just that when I was researching the ancient battlefield copy, I discovered some kind of inheritance left over from the extraordinary era thousands of years ago. Of course, it's not certain who is qualified to receive this inheritance. You never know. Even if you were the first in this instance, you won't have a chance to inherit the legacy." Hearing this, the female person in charge of South China expressed doubts. Brother Wei, hasn't the supernatural era only appeared for more than 50 years? Where does the 1,000-year inheritance come from? The extraordinary era is a new era officially marked after Blue Star entered the era of universal job transfer. It also represents that Blue Planet has entered a new era. But it has only been over 50 years. At this time, the person in charge of Huashi pondered and said, "Could it be that?" "That's right, it's not the extraordinary world of ours." Wei Yuan nodded and said, "It comes from a world that has been destroyed by the abyss. In fact, this ancient battlefield in the dungeon is likely the location where that world and the evil demon fought a decisive battle. But in the end, it still ended in failure. Even the entire world was shattered by the abyss, and the remaining fragments of the world drifted here and became the core of the copy." Upon hearing this, there was a sound of people gasping in shock throughout the monitoring department. These few sentences contain so much information. The inheritance from another world, or a supernatural world that has developed for thousands of years, is definitely much stronger than their current strength. A blue star that has only entered the extraordinary realm for 50 years has obtained thousands of years of extraordinary inheritance. If someone obtains the inheritance, who knows, his future strength may surpass that of the rest of the world. It can be said that the future is China's strategic-level weapons. But there is a terrible problem. The extraordinary world that had developed for thousands of years was shattered by the abyss. What about Blue Star? I dare not think about it. In the past 10 years or so, the demon-suppressing army has been suppressing the evil demons at the border of the abyss, which once gave everyone great confidence. But now, it seems that everything is uncertain. Looking at the expressions of the crowd, Wei Zheng couldn't help but smile and waved his hand. Don't think too much about it for now. What I said is just speculation based on some traces. Its authenticity needs to be considered. Having said that, the responsible persons were all smart people and naturally understood Wei Zheng's intention to comfort everyone. As the head of Central China and the top leader of the headquarters, since it has been said in public, you must be at least 80% sure. But at this moment, it is indeed too early to worry about such things. Wu Ming couldn't help but speak to ease the atmosphere and said, "If that's the case, then we in East China must win the championship." "You wish. We in South China are no weaker than anyone else this year. Huashi's goal this year is to surpass Huazhong." As several responsible persons were discussing. At the same time, they all looked at the teams of students from various regions on the projection. On the left side of the projection, the team information of each region is also marked, sorted from high to low by the average level of the whole team. Huashi Team 1, Captain Zhu Xiao, Occupation, Beast Blood Warrior. Central China Team 1, Captain Duan Tianchun, occupation, confidential. East China Team 1, Captain Bai Wei, occupation, magic warrior. South China Team 1, Captain Fu Wanjun, occupation, thunderblade. North China Team 1, Captain Chu He, occupation, confidential. Huazhong Team 2, Captain Liu Anren, old Wei. Aren't these professional secrets a bit too much? Wan Feiping asked bluntly. But Wei Zheng just spread his hands and responded. No way, hidden profession. A hidden profession means it is unique and cannot be detected by ordinary means. The special training camp also acquiesced to this and would not actively expose hidden professions. After all, fighting against unknown abilities is also an important part of the future battlefield. Wan Feiping quietly stepped back without saying a word and took a picture of this scene with his mobile phone, sent to Yi Zhe. However, this shameless behavior has long been discovered, but no one paid any attention to him, because collecting information about the opponent is something that must be done before the war begins. How can one sharpen his sword before a battle like this reckless man? Beep! Seeing the message from Wan Feiping on his phone, Yi Zhe was speechless. I know all this. Isn't he working in vain? Even those secretive hidden professions, Yi Zhe had already observed them clearly. There are no secrets under the eyes of insight. At this moment, the entrance to the copy began to rotate like a vortex, releasing magic power outwards. The countless ancient runes surrounding the portal began to glow. In an instant, all the students who were qualified for the special training camp, as well as the instructors including Yi Zhe, disappeared. The ancient battlefield copy has been opened. Chapter 59, You Don't Pass. 2 chapters in 1, for 1,000 words. You have entered the super large copy of the ancient battlefield. Your current identity type is Battlefield Defender. Be hostile to all trial participants. Please defend the glory of the ancient battlefield. With a flash of white light, the scene in front of Yi Zhe suddenly changed. Looking up, I saw a desolate scene with broken walls, overgrown weeds, and thick bloodstains and dust. The yellow sand covers the sky and stretches as far as the eye can see. I am the guardian of the battlefield. Then the other students in the special training camp should be trial takers. Yi Zhe said as he opened the map interface of the ancient battlefield. The map is so huge. The light spot of Yi Zhe's character on the map is like a grain of sand in the vast desert. I was the only one around me. All the guards, that is, the instructors, were randomly distributed in different areas. Moreover, one can only see the location of the monsters on the map, but not the location of the students. Damn, I didn't expect the hard part wasn't killing someone, but finding someone. But it wasn't always this way. As time goes by, or as the number of people remaining decreases, the ancient battlefield will teleport everyone to a smaller battlefield. Yi Zhe understood it very well, commonly known as shrinking the circle. This is also to prevent some teams from hiding in the corner of the map, waiting for other teams to fight, and then easily occupying a high ranking. Of course, in order to prevent this, the headquarters deliberately counted killing enemies and killing as ranking points. At this point, Yi Zhe had an idea. Instead of spending a lot of time looking for someone, it's better to just go find them first. Anyway, no one said that guardians can't be killed. There's also experience and points. Who knows? You might even run into students who come looking for you. Although there is no seat for the students, he can see the seat. After making up his mind, Yi Zhe first followed the old rules. Summon the squirrel and send out dozens of shadow clones to explore the way with the most simple and unpretentious method. Then, wait until one of the shadow clones arrives and switch positions directly. A wasteland on an ancient battlefield. The team of 4 men and 1 woman were communicating quickly to determine tactics. Where are we now? In the upper left corner of the map, according to the map data, there is a frontline fortress not far away. Do you want to go over? It is said that every building in the ancient battlefield will have reward treasure chests of varying qualities. We are not here to steal treasure chests, even though we are the 4th team in North China. With our strength, we must at least be in the top 10. Qian Feng, use your tracking ability to search for nearby magical beasts. Before we enter the melee, let's kill and grab some points first. The only girl was the one who had the final say in the team. Although she is not the captain nor the strongest member of the team, she is a special recruit majoring in tactics and a future tactician. In the top teams such as special training camps, there are often tacticians. Observe your opponent and develop tactics. The strength that can be exerted by 4 professionals and 1 tactician is often higher than that of 5 professionals. For example, Liu Bei, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei in the late Eastern Han Dynasty could achieve very limited achievements before they met Su Shu and Zhuge Liang. The principles are similar. Therefore, in such a top team, the tactician's say is often comparable to that of the captain. Therefore, after hearing her words, the four members of the team immediately took action. Go to a place where monsters are. Led by a teammate with tracking abilities, the team soon spotted a level 30 monster. It's a flame demon beast of rare quality, with physical fitness and fire-type range skills as its specialties. Quickly disperse. The female tactician spoke up to remind her. After all, it was a level 30 monster. Although the few people were the best in their respective regions, they had to deal with it carefully. The 5 or 6 meter tall, giant fire demon beast is shaped like a fire dragon, covered with fiery magma scales, and has an extraordinary aura. Captain, use instant slash to evade the first wave of the flame demon skills and avoid damage. Qian Feng, take this opportunity to sneak behind him and control his defense. And then the girl quickly developed a plan, trying to minimize the losses even if it was manageable. The team members listened quietly and nodded in agreement from time to time. However, the next second, the giant fire demon in front of him suddenly suffered a violent blow, making a ground-shaking sound. The tactician girl paused. The other 4 members of the team instantly widened their eyes and looked shocked, as if they were facing a great enemy. The mighty level 30 fire monster was smashed to pieces by a single punch from a panda that appeared out of nowhere. He was beaten into pieces and killed instantly. In the storm, a young man with a handsome face and fluttering black robes slowly walked out and waved at them. What a coincidence! It seems that your opponent will become me now. Of course, this person is Yi Zhe. At the same time, after killing a level 30 monster, his experience bar increased a lot. But opposite him, the 5 students had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. Is it the instructor? How can there be an instructor of this strength? Can you detect his attributes and skills? I can't tell. It seems the other party has some means to prevent detection. The investigation of several people ended in failure because the silver medal on Yi Zhe had an anti-detection function granted by the military. Unable to find out, the captain turned to look at the female tactician. Can you judge his approximate strength? The female tactician took a deep breath. The power fluctuations from that punch just now were enough to kill all 5 of us together. The others gasped, shit. Outside the copy monitoring department, in the lower left corner of the screen projection, it was shown that one of them had died. Correspondingly, the set of pictures of death in the copy were called out and enlarged. Huh? The first person he killed was actually an instructor? Isn't this a bit against the rules? As an instructor, he's going to kill someone? There's no rule that says you can't kill. The last rough rebuttal came from Wan Feiping. In fact, apart from him and Wu Ming, no one recognized Yi Zhe and just thought he was a soldier of the demon-suppressing army. Only Wei Zheng looked vaguely familiar. Wu Ming fiercely pulled Wan Feiping aside and said in a low voice, "Appoint Yi Zhe as an instructor? Are you crazy? You want to hit him?" There were geniuses of the same age and level as Yi Zhe, forming a team of 5 to enter the dungeon. Letting Yi Zhe be an instructor and a whetstone for others, wouldn't that be a blow to his self-confidence? This is what Wu Ming thought. But Wan Feiping seemed to know more about Yi Zhe's strength. Hey, just keep watching. It's still unclear who will be hit. Just yesterday, he received news from the front line. As the honorary commander of the demon-suppressing army, he was one of the first to know that Yi Zhe was awarded the silver medal for killing the evil demon general. Then he directly ordered the news to be blocked. As for the reason, Wan Feiping looked at Wu Ming with a sly look in his eyes. Would you like to take a gamble? I'll bet on a brain explosion. As he spoke, he twisted his muscular arms that were filled with the strength of a 6th-level hunter. Wu Ming adjusted his golden glasses and silently took a half-step back. In the copy, the tactician girl thought for a moment before making a decision. It seems to be a power-type summoned beast. If we fight it, we might have a chance. But seeing Yi Zhe standing in the front, the team leader made up his mind, took out his dagger, and flashed forward. The figure of the boy's captain suddenly disappeared from the spot. It didn't really disappear, but it just rushed in front of Yi Zhe at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Instantaneous slash. It's indeed a good decapitation skill. As the one who was beheaded, Yi Zhe commented calmly. Because at this moment, Mantis appeared out of nowhere in front of Yi Zhe and easily blocked the opponent's full-strength attack with just one arm blade. Clang! Looking at the dagger in his hand that couldn't move any further, and the relaxed and comfortable look of the horrible monster in front of him. The captain turned around and shouted decisively, "Run!" But at this moment, not only did no one run away, but they all rushed towards Ize, a wave of concentrated fire with the most powerful skill. The panda stood beside Yize and activated the martial saint energy. With the sound of skills colliding, the martial saint's energy easily intercepted all the skills, and a wave of concentrated fire was resolved in an instant. Yes, you are qualified to be the captain. Look for an opportunity to kill the enemy as soon as possible. And when you find that you are no match for the enemy, you can leave and let your teammates escape. You pass. Hearing Yize's words, the captain was confused but also a little surprised. Pass. Really? How could they defeat such a strong instructor? He must be here for the assessment. So, what's the reward for passing the level? The captain put down his dagger and asked expectantly. Yize couldn't help but smile. There is no reward for passing the test, so those who should be eliminated will still be eliminated. But if you fail to pass, there will be additional penalties. The next moment, Manus's slash cut off the captain's head, and the latter was the first to be eliminated from the copy. Advanced mission completion status: Warrior 0, Assassin 1, Mage 0, Archer 0, Swordsman 0. This captain who could perform the instant kill skill was a rare assassin. At the same time, 1,000 experience points will be credited to your account. Yize silently calculated in his mind the 400 military merits he would get. This is his reward for being an instructor. It's a pity that these people are not from East China or Central China. Otherwise, it would be 300 more. Yize said casually. But the remaining 4 members of the opposing team were horrified, because when they wanted to run, they found that they couldn't move. The squirrel's fixation had locked onto them firmly. You just wasted your captain's cover by focusing fire. Although your courage is commendable, it is irrational, especially since this is not a battlefield, but a dungeon where the team rankings are calculated. All of them failed, Yize said, and finally looked at a trembling boy. Also, why didn't you attack me when you were focusing your fire? The boy's voice trembled. Because I feel that I will be killed in seconds. In fact, it is normal for ordinary people to have this feeling when facing the Void Hunter head-on. Especially for the assassin profession, there is a natural sense of oppression. But Yize asked curiously, "Then why don't you run?" The boy answered honestly, "Because I can't escape from the battlefield." Genius! Yize couldn't help but applaud. Ha ha ha! This logic is so clear. Juan Faping was the first to laugh heartily. Following this set of logic, he neither fights nor runs away, and just stands there in a daze. Can this kind of mental quality be called talent? The other responsible persons either smiled faintly or looked helpless. Only the person in charge of North China looked particularly embarrassed. After this kid changed his job, he spent most of his time clearing dungeons and didn't encounter any strong enemies. In dungeons, he performs well, but when faced with a strong enemy, he tends to lose his composure. I will arrange targeted training in the future. The person in charge of North China conducted self-examination. In fact, it was indeed his mistake to allow such a person to enter the training camp. However, Wei Zheng did not mention this point again. Instead, he looked at Yize and praised. This instructor is pretty good. Although it is a confrontational copy, the judgment of the student's behavior is reasonable, which coincides with my judgment. If there is an opportunity in the future, you can transfer me to serve as a long-term instructor for the Demon Suppression Army. As a long-term instructor of the Demon Suppressing Army, his rank is comparable to that of a battalion commander, which is considered a high promotion for ordinary Demon Suppressing Army soldiers. But heard Wei Zheng's evaluation. The other responsible persons could not help but nod in agreement without any objection. Juan Faping smiled particularly happily. Old Wei, what do you think? This is the instructor I sent here. I have inherited my true teachings. Wu Ming glanced at him silently, without saying anything. Wei Zheng looked at Juan Faping in surprise. Senpai you? He really doesn't look like you at all. But at this moment, someone suddenly looked at the projection screen and exclaimed, "What is he doing? He's stealing the trainees' equipment." On the projection screen, the 4 team members were shocked, but unable to resist. And a squirrel next to Yize was taking equipment from them one by one. How did he do it? He was able to take the equipment without anyone's consent. What a weird skill. He's going too far, relying on his own strength to steal other people's equipment. Not only the person in charge of North China, but also several members of the headquarters began to criticize. Wu Ming raised his eyebrows and looked at Juan Faping teasingly. Now I believe that he has learned a lot from you. Everyone couldn't help but look at Juan Faping. They all nodded. You definitely instigated me. Wan Feiping's eyes immediately widened with anger. Why don't you remember me when good things happen, but always put the blame on me? But he still loudly retorted, what's wrong with grabbing some equipment? If it were me during special training, anyone who couldn't beat me would have to hand over all their resources. It's only now that I'm being so gentle to these students. Everyone stared at Wan Feiping and nodded solemnly again. It was indeed him who instigated it, that's for sure. Wan Feiping was speechless and simply stopped talking. Several responsible persons looked at Wei Zheng, waiting for his decision. However, Wei Zheng just smiled calmly. They've even found a reason. What else can we say? Reason? Asked the North China official puzzledly. Yes, it is written in the instructor's manual that instructors are qualified to formulate punishments for unqualified students during their tenure. He did not violate the regulations. This? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. They had never expected this. The main thing is that the trainees in the special training camp are either rich or noble and have good backgrounds. Which instructor dares to punish them? Someone else tried to probe. If those families come to ask, we can't just ignore it, right? Wei Zheng looked at Yi Zhe on the projection and smiled meaningfully. Then tell those families. Once this instructor is defeated and eliminated by other teams, then he will no longer be an instructor. Then we can get our equipment back naturally. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Brother Wei, that's a good idea. Chapter 60, 14 entries. Hunting vision. In the copy, Yi Zhe was ruthless and only picked up the valuable things to steal. Except for the captain, who was eliminated early, none of the remaining 4 members of the team escaped. In total, 3 epics and 1 outstanding one. Even though their family is well off, they can't help but feel a little heartbroken. After all, equipment above the excellence level is out of stock on the market, and equipment with excellent attributes is impossible to buy. Of course, Yi Zhe still has a bit of morals. If there is exclusive equipment or equipment of great significance, he will not snatch it. After getting the equipment, Mantis eliminated them with 1 sword. Kill the trialist and gain 4,000 experience points. Ding! Your level has been increased to level 14. Talent. You get 1 chance to draw unlimited gold terms. Advanced mission completion status. Warrior 0, Assassin 1, Mage 1, Archer 0, Swordsman 0. At the same time, Yi Zhe silently noted down that his military merits totaled 2,000. The experience bar, which was originally very low, was successfully upgraded after killing the fire monster and 5 students. The only pity is that among the remaining 4 people, only 1 has a rare mage profession. There was originally an archer class, but unfortunately, it was only at an advanced level. But it doesn't matter. Among the students in the special training camp, the thing that is most in demand is rare professions. Afterwards, Yi Zhe started to draw his own entries directly. The 14th Golden Legendary Entry. Ding! You have drawn the Golden Legendary Entry. Hunting Vision. Hunting Vision. Form a special vision that sees through everything, captures all the subtle movements of the prey, and can find the prey through all terrains and obstacles. I'm super thorough. If this is a perspective, then what is? Moreover, this matches the mantis's compound eyes perfectly. One is a compound eye with a 360-degree panoramic view and extremely long-range vision, and now it is equipped with a hunting vision that can see through all-terrain obstacles. No prey could escape. Before this, Yi Zhe still needed to think about how to find people in such a large map of the ancient battlefield. Now the problem is solved instantly. Very good. I'll leave it to Mantis. The entry Hunting Vision was given successfully. Summon Beast, Void Hunter, Legend, Upgrade, Legend. Yi Zhe asked curiously, can you see anyone nearby? The Mantis compound eyes emitted wisps of red light, revealing an excited look. So many people. Hearing this, Yi Zhe couldn't help but get excited. It really works. Using the hunting vision to find people on the battlefield is like cheating. Where is the nearest team? Yi Zhe asked impatiently. Mantis stretched out his arm blade and pointed to a hill. There are 6 people there. 6 people? A team is composed of a maximum of 5 people. Is the extra 6th person a member from another team or an instructor? But this is not important. After determining the direction, Yi Zhe set off immediately. Current number of remaining trial participants, 95. Seeing the number of people changing on their personal panels, the other student teams couldn't help but feel surprised. Just 10 minutes into the dungeon's opening, 5 students had already been killed, but no team received any kill points. Lu Anren, from Huazhong Team 2, is leading the search. Seeing the scores of the other teams, I couldn't help but feel confused. 5 people were killed, and they were not killed by any one team. Could it be that there are some very difficult or lethal mechanisms in the ancient battlefield? Some of the mechanisms in the previous copies would result in certain death once triggered. However, in copies where students compete against each other, such deadly mechanisms should rarely appear. Liu Aaron thought about it and reminded, "We have to be more careful too." Liu Aaron's position is very special. She is not only the captain, but also the team's tactician and a hidden professional. So even though her family background was average in the special training camp, the other 4 members of the team also listened to her. Let's continue and get the Warcraft points first. Wait until the next level of the ancient battlefield opens and the map shrinks. Then it's time to start the battle. As Liu Aaron spoke, he drew a circular magic circle under the feet of his teammates. The next moment, the 5 people were instantly teleported to another location by the magic circle. At this moment, Yizhe arrived at the target team's location in an instant. After Mantis discovered the opponent, it directly used Void Teleport to reach the target, and Yizhe then used Exchange to switch positions, while Mantis used Void Teleport for the second time to arrive together. On the plane in front of him were 5 students and the instructor, Hu Ming, that Yizhe had met before. I don't know if it was an accidental encounter. Among them, 4 students stood far aside, leaving only their captain and Hu Ming to duel. This made Yizhe somewhat interested. After all, Hu Ming is a level 23, second stage fighter, and the student captain is only level 13, but in a one-on-one situation, the latter actually has the upper hand. This is the North China second team. Unfortunately, it's from North China again. Yizhe felt a little regretful. He would rather meet the teams from Central China and East China. And right now, this North China second team is obviously much stronger than the previous North China fourth team. The captain boy who was in the lead was a rare warrior class. The stronger the better. Instructor, you don't seem to be very good as a second-level fighter. The boy with black hair and black armor laughed loudly, his fists emitting a faint red light, and each punch hit the flesh. Hu Ming was seriously injured and felt a pang in his heart. This class of freshmen is so fucking scary. He originally thought that the other side was the second team, so he dared to attack them twice. He didn't expect that the first-level professionals of Team 2 could actually fight against him, a second-level fighter. As expected, even if it was the second team, it was still the second team among geniuses. The black-haired boy threw a final punch, killing Hu Ming. Captain is awesome. The 4 team members who were watching from a distance couldn't help but praise him. Killing instructors will also give different points, which will help their team's ranking rise. At this moment, the black-haired boy who had just killed Hu Ming turned around. Seeing Yizhe on the hillside, his fighting spirit surged and he grinned. Another one? I wonder how many points you, as an instructor, are worth? Within the monitoring department, the image on the projection was no longer focused on Yizhe, and the other teams had also started their own battles. But Wan Feiping was still staring at Yizhe, and seeing this, he pulled Wu Ming over. How about it? Let's take a gamble this time. The team he's facing is North China's second team. Seeing Wan Feiping so confident, even Wei Zheng couldn't help but become curious. I say, Lao Wan, does the person you brought here meet the instructor's requirements for strength? Of course. It's definitely below the third-level professional. In the battle royale, the instructor is only used to slightly increase the difficulty. An instructor who is too strong will affect the nature of the students. Therefore, the special training camp stipulates that the instructor level can only be below level 3. Of course, Wan Feiping made the promise with confidence. After receiving this answer, Wei Jing nodded, and the person in charge of North China, who was sitting quietly nearby, stood up. Brother Hunter King, how about I bet with you? The person in charge of North China is a middle-aged man who doesn't like to talk much, but he is still very confident in the students he brought with him. Especially since this is his second team, it is several levels stronger than the first 4 teams eliminated. At the same time, he also wanted to use this opportunity to wash away the shame brought by the 4 teams just now. Wan Feiping accepted all who came and said happily, Then let me think about our bet. The words haven't finished yet. In Yizhe's projection, a loud noise suddenly came. Everyone immediately turned to look. The black-haired captain of the second team, who had just looked eager to fight, was approached by the Panda and hit by a punch. The huge impact force brought by the punch caused a loud bang. The captain of the second team was blasted away 100 meters. It crashed into a small hill in the distance. It's over in seconds? Someone exclaimed. The person in charge of North China only felt his heart stop, as if the punch hit his heart at the same time. Oh shit! Wan Feiping was so anxious that he punched his palm. This Yi. Can he do it later? He hasn't even had time to tell me his bet. Chapter 61, Decisive Tactics. The second level of the ancient battlefield opens. Inside the copy, the 4 members of North China Team 2 were horrified when they saw this. Team leader. The 4 of them looked in shock at the place where the captain was knocked flying, and then immediately looked at Yi and Panda vigilantly. This Panda is so fast. Even though there were members with strong perception abilities among the group, when the captain sensed that the Panda was about to take action, he had already been knocked away. This is the martial saint, the pinnacle of speed and strength. There is also the speed bonus of the storm robe, which is as fast as lightning. The second after the captain of the second team finished speaking harshly, he was already flying. But what Yi was more interested in was, this guy got hit head-on by the Panda, but there was no kill notification. Interesting. I saw it on the small hill, 100 meters away. The captain of the second team, who was blown away, walked out of the smoke and rubble step by step, with a surging blood energy lingering around his body. With the blessing of blood and energy, the black-haired boy was like a warrior seeking revenge, with an astonishing momentum. Seeing this, the 4 teammates gathered over. A golden light flashed in Yi pupils, and under the interface of the eye of insight, the black-haired boy's health was locked at 1 point. Not bad, a rare class called Berserker. The lower the HP, the stronger the power. With the talent Final Stand, after receiving fatal damage, the health is reduced to 1 point. As expected of you, you are the captain. Yi couldn't help but mutter to himself. This combination is indeed powerful. Perhaps it was because of the awakening of this talent that his family bought him a Berserker class card. At this moment, the black-haired boy's strength, speed, attack speed, etc. have all reached their peak. If he was in this state, I'm afraid Hu Ming wouldn't have lasted more than a minute. The black-haired boy stared at Yi with an imposing manner. It seems that there are some powerful people among the instructors. He grinned and slowly moved forward, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Around him, auxiliary professions immediately added buff effects, and everyone was on high alert. Yi stood there, looking down at him calmly. In the next moment, the black-haired boy moved. The blood surged, and the speed reached its peak. But the direction they were heading was completely opposite to the direction Yi was heading. Run! At the command, his figure turned into a red meteor and flew away without stopping. His 4 teammates turned around and ran without any hesitation, their legs almost leaving after images. Ah! The corner of Yi's mouth twitched, and he felt numb. Ah! In the monitoring department, Wan Feiping couldn't help but scratch his head, and the others also had mixed emotions. The person in charge of North China coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. Ahem, tactics. This is also a kind of tactics. Hearing this, Wei Zheng couldn't help but laugh and said, "That's true. My opponent casually punched me and exposed my biggest trump card. If you don't run now, you may never have a chance to run again." Wan Feiping was surprised. He really understands the Berserker class. It's actually quite wise to escape at the fastest speed at this time. At least it's much wiser than the previous team. Wu Ming crossed his arms and looked at him. Also, his teammates ran without hesitation. It seems that they thought about this tactic in advance. Wei Zheng joked. According to this instructor's standards, the whole team should have passed. Huh. Seeing the captain of the second team escape decisively, the person in charge of North China was relieved. At least, these 2 teams won't be eliminated for the time being. Right? The person in charge of North China was just thinking about it. But the next scene in the projection made his heart stop again. The remaining 4 members of Team 2 followed the captain's footsteps and fled from Yi. In a short period of time, he had run nearly 10 kilometers. Wow, where did this instructor come from? Why is there such a big difference from the last one? The black-haired boy was thankful as he ran. Fortunately, I ran fast, otherwise I would really die if I got hit by another punch. Although, after the Berserker has 1 drop of blood, he can beat the opponent with super fast speed and attack without any injury. But this is also based on the assumption that the gap between the enemy and us is not too big, and that Panda is obviously not within the range of not much difference. Several teammates couldn't help but feel relieved. Fortunately, we ran decisively. This time, he probably can't catch up. One teammate kept looking back, but didn't see any pursuit, so he felt relieved. However, as soon as he turned around, he saw a large dark purple mantis appearing in front of him. Before he finished speaking, a void crack appeared in the air. Everyone is taken care of equally. Kill the trialist and gain 5,000 experience points. Level 14, 5275. Advanced mission completion status. Warrior 1, Assassin 1, Mage 1, Archer 1, Swordsman 0. Although the North China second team ran decisively. But how could he escape from the Void Hunter? Another 5,000 experience points were added, and the military merit gain from defeating students reached 4,000. It's a pity that we didn't meet the team from Central China or East China. Yizhe sighed, then looked at the advanced tasks, and only one rare swordsman profession was left. The North China team, too, just now was a typical combination of shield warrior, archer, and healer. The captain is a berserker, which is equivalent to a swordsman, so naturally there won't be another swordsman. But Yizhe was not disappointed. With a mantis of hunting vision, advanced tasks are a piece of cake. At this moment, the ground suddenly trembled. Yizhe's figure was enveloped by a white teleportation beam of light that reached the sky. Immediately afterwards, all the figures in the ancient battlefield disappeared. The current death toll has reached 20. The second level of the ancient battlefield space is open. Chapter 62. You alone want to surround 10 of us? The conditions for opening each level of the battlefield are different. As for the second level, once 20 trial takers are killed, it will be immediately opened. The size of the battlefield on this level is 10 times smaller than that of the first level. The frequency of battles will obviously be higher than the previous level. South China Team 1. Song Xiaoqiao looked at the team ranking and couldn't help feeling confused. What's going on? 20 people died, but only 10 people's kill points were ranked. As long as the enemy is killed by the students, kill points will be generated. Otherwise, no kill points will be generated. Fu Wanjuan's scalp was numb at this moment. Even the North China second team died so quickly. It must be that instructor. He definitely didn't suppress his strength. A muscular shield guard boy asked curiously. Captain, we are the South China team. Which instructor is worthy of your fear? At this moment, Fu Wanjun recalled Yi Zhe's figure in his mind and said with a firm tone, that person is at least a level 3 professional. Above level 3? That's too much. The rest of the team were shocked. Is this a test arranged by the headquarters? Fu Wanjun pondered for a moment, made up his mind, and said, it's possible, but if we run into him now, we should stay away from him. Without the fighting power of 2 strong teams, we will never be able to defeat him. The other side of the second level of the ancient battlefield. The 5 members of the North China team were sitting on a giant turtle and moving forward slowly. Chu He, a hidden professional whose occupation is kept secret, has a gentle and elegant face with a hint of anger. Who is targeting our North China team? Yeah, our Team 2 and Team 4 were all eliminated in just 20 minutes. Beside him, a tall girl in a green robe also had a puzzled look on her face. Could it be someone is provoking me? No matter who it is, we in North China should fight back. Chewie looked displeased. He took out a scroll from his backpack and opened it. On the scroll was a lifelike dragon. No matter who we meet next, we will start a fight. The other teammates were also excited about fighting, and as soon as these words were spoken, everyone prepared for battle. Not just them. Although the entire ancient battlefield had not yet entered a melee state, encounters between the 2 teams continued. It can be predicted that the number of surviving trial participants will drop sharply. And Yizhe also realized this. Gotta rob and kill. A trial student can gain 1,000 experience points and military merits. If the student teams start killing each other, I would suffer a huge loss. With this thought in mind, Yizhe directly sent Mantis out alone to deal with the South China 4 team that had been detected in advance. For an ordinary team, even a full team of 5 people, Mantis has no difficulty dealing with it. And Yizhe copied the talent hunting vision. Bringing the remaining summoned beasts, they came to a military camp building with broken walls. There are 10 prey on his side. 2 fully staffed teams in a 5-on-5 match. West China Team 2 versus East China Team 3. And Yizhe saw his main goal. Captain of Huaxi Team 2, Wang Jingyu, a rare professional swordsman. Finally, I can advance. Yizhe did not conceal his arrival at all, causing the 2 teams on the battlefield to instantly discover this third party. The 2 teams instantly distanced themselves from each other and stopped fighting at the same time. Someone in the Huadong team exclaimed in surprise. Fuck, it's him. Do you know him? It's Yizhe, the one ranked first in the group. I saw him outside the crowd that day. Which team is he on? No, this is the Guardian. He's the instructor? Why would you assign a freshman to be an instructor? Isn't he just asking for death? Maybe no one wants to be an instructor. When the people from East China Team 3 saw that it was Yi Zhe, they didn't take it too seriously. They paid more attention to the West China second team in front of them. After all, in their opinion, Yi Zhe was just one person and was definitely not as threatening as the 5 members of the Huaxi second team. Wang Jingyu, captain of Huaxi's second team, frowned slightly, unable to tell Yi Zhe's depth. Yes, fortunately there were no casualties in these two teams, otherwise it would have been a loss. Yi Zhe smiled with satisfaction and said, "Go ahead, don't let them get away." Hearing this extremely arrogant speech, the 10 people on the field couldn't help but be slightly shocked. "You are alone, and you plan to surround 10 of us?" But the next moment, they realized that this didn't seem to be a joke. There was a flash of white light, and the little fox was summoned out. The magic ball beside the 3-tailed demon fox emitted an intense purple light. In an instant, thunderclouds gathered, and the thunder was deafening. Thunder from heaven strikes the world. Accompanied by deafening roars, the sky was suddenly torn apart, and huge, blazing white lightning struck the ground like a punishment from heaven. The pupils of Huaxi's second team, Captain Wang Jingyu, suddenly contracted. A sturdy boy holding a huge shield next to him shouted, "Stand next to me." The sturdy boy raised his shield, and the large and heavy shield formed a layer of protection to protect the team from the thunder. At the same time, the mage and the priest repeatedly restored his health, and he was able to hold on. On the other side, the East China Team 3, their team composition is too radical. It seems that they feel they are at a disadvantage in a head-on combat competition, so their team is full of assassins, and other types of professionals. Without a shield guard, no one could withstand the thunder, and it was too late to run away. "Squirrel, go grab the equipment." If they were any later, they would have been struck to death. Yi Zhe shouted hurriedly, "This matter cannot be rushed." The thunder from the sky spread and turned into countless lightning snakes. Wherever it passed, large pits were created on the ground, leaving it charred black. This group of assassins from East China Team 3 couldn't even withstand the second wave of thunder. Fortunately, the squirrel has shadow escape and is very fast, so it successfully stealed 5 pieces of equipment. Kill the trialist and gain experience. Monitoring Department. Several senior executives who were interested in Yi Zhe fell silent at this moment. Besides the panda with top-notch speed and strength, there's also the mantis that can teleport. He actually has another one with such high magic damage. The strength of these summoned beasts is already at the 3rd level. Everyone looked at Wan Faping again. "Hunter King, is this instructor really not a rank 3 professional?" "If I say it's not, it's definitely not." Wan Faping was already feeling quite happy, especially when he saw Yi Zhe kill the East China Team 3 in seconds. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at Wu Ming. At this time, a senior executive at the headquarters judged. A summoner who is not even at the 2nd level, but his summoned beasts are so strong. There is only one possibility. His talent, or rather, he is extremely good at training summoned beasts. For a summoner, changing a high-level skill book is much easier than training a summoned beast to a high level. Therefore, the practice of training summoned beasts is not common among summoners. The headquarter executive praised, "If this kind of talent can come to the headquarters, perhaps we can train more first-class summoners in the future." After hearing this, Wei Zheng couldn't help laughing. Wan Faping's expression froze for a moment, and then he flew into a rage. "Damn it, Wei Ping, you want to snatch my people right in front of me?" "Brother Hunter, calm down. I just think that this instructor is a bit overqualified." "Yes, Lao Wan, this instructor came to the headquarters to contribute to the future of China. At least it's better than being in the Demon Suppression Army, right?" "Bullshit." Chapter 63. Promoted to the 1st level. Exclusive skill treasure box. This time, Wu Ming, who always opposed Wan Faping, did not refute. After all, Wu Ming was one of the only 2 people present who knew Yi Zhe's identity. He is from East China. Who knows, if Wan Faping is not trained properly in the future, he might still be able to get it into his hands. If he went to the headquarters, this talent would have nothing to do with him at all. Wu Ming adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and advised calmly, all right, Lao Wan, stop scolding me. If not, let's just do it." The headquarter executive named Wei Ping decisively shut up. "No, I won't mention it." The rest of the military and the headquarters personnel also immediately shut up. This is Wan Faping, who knows if he would really dare to take action here. Seeing this, the security personnel around couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Only Wei Zheng, the person in charge of Central China, smiled, as if he was used to it, and continued to look at the copy projection calmly. And at this time, the three-tailed demon fox's spell damage was stacked by 50, and she thought she could easily kill it instantly without stacking. However, the 5 members of Huashi Team 2 survived thanks to their super shield guards. The little fox was very angry and was about to release another wave of thunder. And at this moment, a sound of breaking through the air came. It was the swordsman Wang Jingyu's breaking the air slash, like a bullet shot from the front, surrounded by a gust of wind. Yizhe hugged the fox and instantly switched positions with the panda. Bah! The swordsman who rushed over was slapped away by the panda. Swordsman Wang Jingyu was dumbfounded. This time he launched a close attack, hoping to take down at least one of the mage, fox, or summoner, Yizhe. But he didn't even blink, so how did he turn into a panda? However, without giving him a chance to react, the panda approached the seriously injured Wang Jingyu in an instant and punched him. Bite! Unexpectedly, there was a hollow sound, which was the sound of a skill being activated. Wang Jingyu blocked the panda's punch with a sword. The moment the fist hit the long sword, it emitted a white light and did not suffer any damage at all. Not bad, Yizhe praised. Even though he was seriously injured, he was still able to perform a perfect block. Perfect block. When the swordsman successfully defends the opponent's attack point, the perfect block is triggered and the swordsman is immune to the damage. Triggering a perfect block is a great test of the swordsman's attack trajectory, reaction speed, etc. It is the basic and pinnacle skill of a swordsman. It is precisely because of this skill that he was able to barely block the panda's punch. However, Wang Jingyu did not feel relieved at all, because the panda just tilted its head in confusion, and then threw a second punch. Protect the captain. Seeing this, several members of the Huashi second team rushed over at full speed. Especially the shield guard boy. It seems that he has a speed bonus when he is close to his teammates, and he flies close to the captain with his shield raised. However, after noticing the approach of the shield guard, the panda simply turned around and punched. Bang! The super strong shield guard who protected the whole team from the thunder was knocked away by a single punch along with his shield. Kill the trialist and gain experience. Swordsman Wang Jingyu's pupils shrank again. Only then did he realize that if he hadn't blocked the punch perfectly, he would have lost several lives. At this time, the only members of Huashi Team 2 left were a mage, a priest, and an assistant. No one expected the captain to lose so quickly. The only mage with output is the Thunder Mage. The skill had no effect on the panda. Of course, if she hadn't added the lightning element to the shield guard to reduce damage, the whole team might not have been able to withstand the thunder. At this time, from a very long distance, the priest added a damage-free shield to Wang Jingyu. And Lei Fa set his sights on Yizhe. But before she could release her skills, a squirrel holding a knife emerged from her shadow. Prick! The red demon knife slashed across Lei Fa's neck. With the squirrel's current attributes, even without using skills, it can still easily kill a back row profession of the same level in seconds. Seeing this, the other 2 female team members were shocked. The auxiliary profession, who was also the team's tactician, immediately clicked send on the edited message. The next moment, the shadow clone squirrel appeared behind the 2 of them and took them away with a knife. The other side of the ancient battlefield. The Huashi team just defeated a team of students. Zhu Xiao, with red hair and a muscular upper body, turned his right hand into a huge tiger claw and broke the neck of an opponent. Suddenly, a message came from the mobile phone. Zhu Xiao's right hand returned to its original state. He opened his phone as if nothing had happened and found only 2 sentences on it. There was an instructor, a summoner, who killed Wang Jingyu in seconds. Summon beasts, 1 superpower type, 1 thunder type. The following words have not been edited. But Zhu Xiao could understand the reason, because the avatar of the second team tactician who sent the message had turned gray. If it turns gray, it means you have left the instance. People outside the instance cannot send messages to people inside the instance. So, this was the last information Team 2 sent to Team 1 before dying, knowing they were no match for the enemy. Instructor? Zhu Xiao inexplicably remembered the instructor that Fu Wanjun had asked about before the dungeon began. His eyes shone with ferocity, like a tiger's. I want to see what strength you have. Kill the trialist and gain experience. Kill the trialist and gain experience. Level 14, 15275. Among the remaining 4 people, it was the seriously injured swordsman who held on the longest. While seriously injured, he performed 4 perfect blocks in a row, and then passed away. What made Yi even happier was that his supreme advancement mission was finally completed. The highest advanced mission attack of summoners completed. Professional rank upgrade. Level 0. Your summoned beast space. Current number of spaces, 4. The summoner's 4-dimensional attributes grow, and the summoned beast's 4-dimensional attributes grow. You get an exclusive skill treasure chest. You can now contract 2 more summoned beasts. Seeing the last one, Yi couldn't wait to take out the treasure chest from his backpack. The highest advanced tasks will give you exclusive skill chests, and the skills you get are all above excellent quality. Yi was particularly looking forward to it, and started it right away. Ding! You opened the exclusive skill treasure chest and obtained the exclusive skill book. Divine Protection, Epic. Holy Shelter. All summoned beasts gain a permanent shield. They are immune to control while the shield exists. The shield will recover after 1 hour after being broken. Shield value is Summoner Spirit. Seeing this skill, Yi decided to learn it. It just makes up for the lack of defense of the summoned beasts. For example, the 3-tailed demon fox, as a wizard-type summoned beast, has no means of defense, and if Yi hadn't been present, it would have easily gotten into trouble. Now that we have an extra shield, we can feel much more at ease. Moreover, it is immune to control. It's just that the shield value is a bit low, and it still depends on Yi's own mental strength. In addition, the treasure chest lights up again. The Lucky Star entry takes effect, and you will receive a second treasure chest reward. Ding! You have obtained an exclusive skill book, Skill Enhancement Super, Legendary. Skill Enhancement Super. Temporarily super enhance any one of the summoned beast's innate skills. Cooldown for 5 minutes. Only one skill can be effective at a time. Chapter 64. It's great that you think so. At the same time, in the ruins of another ancient battlefield. South China Team 4 is a team composed of the top 20 freshmen in the South China region. The 3 men and 2 women, who were praised by the outside world as South China geniuses, now looked completely lost and chilled. In the sky in front of them, a dark purple praying mantis that exuded an exotic and terrifying feeling let out a chilling laugh. From the sweaty state of the 5 men, it can be seen that they have launched several attacks, but to no avail. The captain of the South China Team 4 looked pale, and his sword-holding hand was shaking slightly. Where on earth did this monster come from? After receiving the second exclusive treasure chest reward, Yi was delighted at first, but then he couldn't help wondering. Legendary exclusive skill. It's just a temporary enhancement of a skill. Can it be called legendary quality? Among the summoner's exclusive skills, enhancement is a common one, such as enhancing the attributes of summoned beasts, enhancing damage, etc. Ordinary temporary skill enhancements can only be considered of excellent quality at best, and this skill book can actually reach the legendary level, which makes Yi curious about its effect. At this moment, a reminder sounded. The Void Hunter kills the trialist and gains experience. Level 14-20275. Before dealing with these 10 people, Yi sent Mantis alone to deal with the South China Team 4 in order to grab the kill. Facts have proved that an ordinary team, even a full team of 5 people, cannot withstand the attack of the Mantis. Even though the average here refers to a team ranked 4th among countless colleges and universities in one of the 5 major war zones in the country. After a space fluctuation, the Mantis shuttled back. As it happened, Yi was about to use a skill enhancement to try out the effect on the Mantis's Hunter characteristic. Skill Enhancement Super takes effect. Hunter. After killing a strong enemy, you can evolve any part of the Void Mantis body. Strengthen. Hunter Super. After killing a strong enemy, evolve 4 parts of the Void Mantis at the same time and obtain corresponding attribute improvements. When strengthening the next skill, the strengthening of this skill will be invalid. After killing a strong enemy, you can now evolve 4 parts at the same time instead of only being able to choose 1 part to evolve. At the same time, you can also obtain attribute improvements brought by the evolution of 4 parts. Almost quadrupled the skill effect. It's worthy of being a legendary quality. You know, being able to increase the effect of a legendary skill like Hunter by 4 times would bring unimaginable benefits. The only pity is that it can only take effect on 1 skill at a time. But fortunately, I can control it myself. When Mantis kills a strong enemy, I can strengthen the Hunter effect in time. Kill a strong enemy now, strengthen 4 parts, and increase attributes by at least 80 points. Yi couldn't wait any longer. I hope there will be strong enough opponents in this dungeon. However, the hope is slim. He killed another 15 students, including 5 from East China, and earned another 7,500 military merit points. Adding the previously accumulated 4,000 points, and Yi Zhe's own 2,150 points, he is almost able to enter the 4th level of the treasury of the Demon Suppression Army headquarters. At least a legendary treasure is about to fall into your pocket. Yi Zhe was more motivated and activated the copied hunting vision again. However, he unexpectedly discovered that 5 people were actually coming towards him to kill him. His eyes moved slightly, and he was quite surprised. This time, it seems that a powerful person has come. A space fluctuation occurred, and 5 people appeared out of thin air not far from the military camp. Is the investigation result correct? That's right. There is only one lone person around here. Either you are the last lone wolf in a team, or you are the guardian. No matter which one you are, we can get points. Lu Anren, who was asking the question, looked at the team rankings at this moment. Her Huazhong's second team ranked 5th and still has a chance to move up. Good. Since it was 5 against 1, the 5 people had no preparation for any tactical arrangements. Lu Anren was wearing a light blue robe at this time, with twinkling starry eyes, which made her look more mysterious and elegant. With a wave of her hand, the power of space carried the 5 people directly to the target location. When Lu Anren saw Yi Zhe in front of him, his calm expression suddenly changed. Why is it you? Hearing their captain's exclamation, the 4 teammates who were about to take action suddenly paused. Yi Zhe couldn't help but smile. What a coincidence. Although this is the teacher's beloved daughter, this is also Huazhong's team. Each person will get an extra 300 military merits. Being quick and swift is my last act of kindness. You are still a guardian? Lu Anren looked at him with a complicated expression, finding it very hard to understand why Yi Zhe was recruited as an instructor. Could it be that my father used his connections? This shouldn't be the case. What good would it do for him to have Yi Zhe be his instructor? Among her teammates, a thin, fair-skinned boy with long hair looked at Yi Zhe coldly. As a teammate, he had never seen Lu Anren show such complicated emotions. The long-haired boy has a stern expression. Could he be Lu Anren's ex-boyfriend? Apart from her ex-boyfriend, what other identity could make her feel so complicated? Monitoring department. Seeing his Huazhong's second team facing Yi Zhe, Wei Zheng immediately became interested and smiled at Wan Feiping. What do you think, Lao Wan? Let me make a bet with you this time. Upon hearing this, Wan Feiping, who had always had great confidence in Yi Zhe, suddenly stopped talking. Because he had seen the strength of the 5 members of Huazhong Team 2. I can only say that Central China is worthy of being the strongest among the 5 major war zones, and the strength of the second team is comparable to that of the first team in other zones. Extremely terrifying. Although Wan Feiping lost his confidence, he still refused to accept it and said angrily, "One-on-one if you can. What's the point of you 5 people fighting 5 against 1? Wei Ping from the headquarters replied, "You, the instructor, are considered an expert among the Demon Suppression Army. You are not ashamed to let a group of freshmen fight one-on-one." Wan Feiping snorted coldly, showing an air of disdain. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. The entire monitoring department was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. In the copy, Lu Anren had no intention of letting Yi Zhe go. In her opinion, if she let Yi Zhe go, other teams would just reap the points, so it would be better for her to do it. Let me make it clear in advance. This is the battlefield of the special training camp. I will not hold back, Lu Anren said indifferently. Hearing this, Yi Zhe also smiled happily. It's great that you think so. Chapter 65. Space Warlock vs. Void Hunter. The martial saint tears the mecha apart with his bare hands. As soon as Yi Zhe finished speaking, Lu Anren's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Space fluctuations. A space fluctuation that was very familiar to her appeared behind her. All the nerves in my body tensed up instantly. She didn't even turn around and immediately used space teleport to take the 5 people away more than 10 meters away. The mantis slashed through the air, creating a huge crack in the ground. How dangerous! It's a space-type summoned beast. It seems that he is very powerful. Thanks to Sister and Ran, I was almost ambushed by him. Several members of the team frowned and looked at Yi Zhe with alertness. The last person to speak was a lowly-like girl about 1.5 meters tall. She reached out and gently stroked Lu Anren's back, and actually replenished Lu Anren's consumed mana in an instant. Lu Anren frowned and stared at the void mantis. He's a space type like me, so I'm the only one left to deal with him. The long-haired boy next to her stared at Yi Zhe with fighting spirit. I will deal with that instructor. Okay, Lung Feng, be careful. I'll come help you after I finish dealing with this mantis. As soon as Lu Anren finished speaking, the battlefield was split into two sides. She waved her staff and released space collapse at the spot where the mantis was, and tremendous dimensional power surged out from the space cracks. But the mantis's body became ethereal, and it was unharmed. Lu Anren's expression became serious. Can't hit? Illusion-type skills? Is Yi Zhe's summoned beast so powerful? After the awakening ceremony, she was specially recruited into the headquarters, and she even just found out that Yi Zhe was a summoner. However, it was not until Mantis took action that she realized Yi Zhe's summoned beast had more power than just this. The mantis blade flashed, a white light streaked through the air, and landed at the location where Lu Anren was. But the latter instantly used space teleport to avoid the fatal blow. A crack appeared in the earth again. This scene happened 5 or 6 times in 2 seconds, with the two flashing frequently. No, his spatial movement is actually faster than mine. The previous few times, after being forced to teleport, Lu Anren still wanted to release skills to fight back. But Mantis' speed of traveling through the void is faster than her space teleportation. She was forced to teleport away again and again, and was completely unable to fight back. Moreover, she could feel that if she made a mistake once, she would most likely be killed instantly. Something seems to be wrong. Sister and Ran has a hidden profession in the space system. How could she be at a disadvantage against a summoned beast? Everyone became worried. The long-haired boy Lung Feng had a cold expression and spoke proudly. It doesn't matter, it's my turn now. In fact, with his strength, it would be more than enough for him to join the Central China team. But the reason for choosing Team 2 was, on the one hand, because of Lu Anren's ability as a space mage. On the other hand, he was attracted by Lu Anren. Lung Feng's eyes swept over Yi Zhe, and he said word by word, Apocalypse armor. Lung Feng waved his hands, and the core of the armor on his chest flashed with green light. The armor was condensed into various parts by core energy and assembled on Lung Feng's body. The chest armor, shoulder armor, arm armor, and leg armor were closed one by one, making a crisp sound of metal collision. In an instant, a 2 or 3 meter tall individual combat armor appeared. Lung Feng was completely covered in a dark green supernatural armor, emitting a terrifying pressure far beyond that of a first-level profession. It turns out to be a rare branch of the mechanic, the armorer. At such a young age, he has already successfully mastered an epic 2-star armor. He has a bright future ahead of him. No wonder even Brother Hunter King is unwilling to gamble. Inside the monitoring department, everyone couldn't help but praise. Mechanics and armorers are different from other professions in that their combat power mainly comes from weapons and armor. Especially the latter, it is an expensive profession. A set of armor often requires the mixing and forging of countless kinds of extraordinary metals, and the financial resources consumed are extremely exaggerated. But once successfully mastered, the effect is very significant. With this set of Apocalypse armor, Lung Feng can now fully rival the 3rd tier. Hearing Wei Zheng's words, everyone nodded in anticipation. But Wei Zheng himself did not look happy, but rather looked solemn. He looked at Lu Anren, who was constantly being forced back by the mantis, and fell silent. At the beginning, he actually thought that Lu Anren alone, with his ability as a space sorcerer, was enough to kill the opponent in seconds. But now, a summoned beast actually has stronger spatial ability than the hidden profession. What species and type of summoned beast is this? Even Wei Zheng, the person in charge of Central China, had never seen the abilities of void creatures. For a moment, Wei Zheng and Wan Feiping fell silent while looking at the projection screen. Watching the battle between the two users with spatial abilities, Yi Zhe himself was also somewhat surprised. What surprised him was that Lu Anren's equipment was so good. Although both of them have spatial abilities, her attributes and skills are far inferior to those of Mantis. Theoretically, she should be killed in seconds after 2 encounters. But she relied on 7 pieces of epic space equipment to survive until now. As expected, he is the focus of training at the headquarters. Yi Zhe couldn't help but smile. Then he glanced at Lung Feng, who was wearing armor and looking aggressive, and couldn't help but sigh. When he first learned about the armor master profession, he was also very interested. Who would turn down a suit of armor? However, a set of epic armor, not counting the rarity of the materials, costs nearly 100 million. Yi Zhe immediately said, "Sorry for disturbing you." Just as he was thinking about it, the 1.5 meter tall little lowly on the opposite side gave Lung Feng a very strong acceleration. The next moment, accompanied by the roar of the super engine. The Apocalypse armor suddenly rose into the air. An invisible energy pressure spread. The air around it sounded like an explosion, and a conical cloud spread evenly behind it. Shwa! Even Lung Feng's teammates couldn't help but feel shocked. The Apocalypse armor came to Yi Zhe accompanied by a strong storm. However, Lung Feng's first words left him speechless. What is your relationship with Lu Anren? Hearing this, Yi Zhe's originally expectant expression suddenly turned into a sigh. It's a shame to give you this armor. Your teammates are fighting for you, and you're wasting time talking about this? Lung Feng's anger suddenly ignited. It seems that you won't answer unless I beat you to death. After being armed with the Apocalypse armor, strength, speed, energy, etc. are all greatly improved, giving people a feeling of bursting combat power. This sudden surge in combat power gave Lung Feng the confidence to control everything. Boom! The roar of the Apocalypse armor's superpower engine sounded again. But the next second, he was greeted by a fist as big as a sandbag. Uppercut! Bang! Lung Feng had actually reacted, and he promptly countered with a punch with all his strength. However, this Apocalypse armor, which is comparable to the third level one, is as fragile as a piece of white paper in front of the Martial Saint Panda. A punch with the Martial Saint Chi was thrown out, crushing one of the armor's arms to pieces, and with flying sparks, it hit the Apocalypse armor's jaw hard. Lung Feng, who was inside the armor, felt his eyes go dark. The false alarms and tinnitus from the damaged armor kept interweaving in my ears. If it weren't for the fact that this epic armor cost nearly 100 million yuan and had pretty good protection, Lung Feng would have appeared outside the copy by now. But that's not all. The panda reached out and grabbed one of the legs of the armor that was knocked away and slammed it hard to the ground. Along with the sound of metal breaking, the super energy engine beam at the core of the armor suddenly went out. Just 2 punches, and the armor was shattered. At this moment, not only the external monitoring department, but also the 2 teammates of Huazhong Team 2 felt their breathing stagnate. This is comparable to the third-level Apocalypse armor. Even if he was not invincible in the ancient battlefield, he would still be one of the strongest people. How could he be destroyed with just 2 punches? Inside the monitoring department, everyone's pupils suddenly contracted, their faces horrified. This instructor, is he really below level 3? Even when the pandas killed the previous teams in seconds, they were not so shocked. Because in everyone's judgment, the panda should be the top combat force of the second level, and it is reasonable for it to kill the top students of the first level in seconds. But now, you can kill even the third level strength instantly? That's too much. Among everyone's reactions, Wei Zheng's emotions fluctuated less. Because when he saw that Mantis could deal with Lu Anren, he vaguely felt that things were a little bad. Wan Feiping immediately smiled happily, almost as if he had won the lottery. Holy crap, that's awesome. Come on, Lao Wei, let's start gambling. But obviously, no one would respond to Wan Feiping. Everyone looked at the projection intently. After a moment of hesitation, the remaining 3 members of Huazhong Team 2 had to take action to rescue. They originally thought that Lung Feng had it all figured out and were ready to help Lu Anren deal with the Mantis. Now, I can't even survive a single encounter. Fortunately, because of Lu Anren's spatial teleportation ability, her team members are all melee combat professions. Of the remaining 1 man and 2 women, except for 1 assistant, the other 2 are not as strong as Lu Anren and Lung Feng, but their combat effectiveness is not weak. But the next moment, boom! Before the 2 combat professionals could take action, a bolt of lightning struck first. The 1.5-meter tall auxiliary lowly girl turned pale, but no one was protecting her at the moment. So in a hurry, she turned her body into a ball of illusion, immune to any harm, and floated into the sky like a balloon. The other 2 did not have this life-saving skill and could only rely on their equipment to withstand the thunder. But this time, the little fox who was waving the magic ball to cast a spell learned his lesson and moved all 3 tails at the same time. Boom! The second, third, and fourth rounds. For consecutive rounds of thunder. Each shot deals more damage than the previous one. Not to mention these 2. Even if you replace them with 2 super strong shield guards, they will still be killed. Their team had the ability to avoid it, but Lu Anren was being chased by the Mantis and was unable to help. Kill the trialist and gain experience. Ding! Your level has been increased to level 15. Talent. You get 1 chance to draw unlimited gold items. The other side of the battlefield. 2 space-type ability users kept flashing in the air. Hearing the sound of thunder, Lu Anren felt something was wrong, but she was already exhausted from just dealing with the mantis. After hesitating for a moment, she gathered most of her magic power and activated her professional skills. Space blockade. In an instant, the small space where the mantis was located was imposed with a weak law force that prohibited displacement and movement to other spaces. The mantis was trapped in a space by her. But this skill was not used before because it had a great disadvantage at her current career level. She needs to expend all her energy to maintain the power of the law of space blockade. In other words, she and Mantis were forced to trade one for one. Moreover, once Lu Anren's mental strength is exhausted, she will be unable to fight back when the Mantis comes out. Given the current situation, she could only leave the chance of winning to her teammates. After controlling the Mantis, Lu Anren finally had time to catch his breath and silently looked in the direction of his teammates. The next moment, her face was rarely blank. Where are my teammates? Chapter 66, Entry 15, Equipment Crusher. As the thunder rolled down from the sky, the battlefield turned black. Lu Anren scanned it carefully again. That's right, all her teammates lost. Isn't this too fast? Although Lu Anren and Mantis exchanged many moves, the two space ability users were extremely fast, and the fight had only been going on for a minute or two. In such a short period of time, for teammates who were among the best in Central China and whom she had high hopes for all fell, especially Lung Feng. She knew the strength of the armor master. Although he was not very reliable at ordinary times, his combat power was definitely among the best. And now, he was beaten like a loser. A terrible thought emerged in Lu Anren's mind. Isn't this Mantis I'm dealing with Yi Zhe's strongest summoned beast? It makes people feel a little terrified. Originally, after she awakened the space warlock profession and was specially recruited into the headquarters, she always felt that she had surpassed Yi Zhe. The confidence that was once destroyed by Yi Zhe's liberal arts performance has gradually been restored. I will wait until the special training camp is over and then go back to Linyuan City to show off in front of my father. Results now. How come I, who has awakened a hidden profession, am not even as strong as Yi Zhe in combat? When will I be able to turn things around? Lu Anren. Thinking of this, Lu Anren couldn't help but feel a surge of fighting spirit, and his starry eyes were rejuvenated. We can't just fight head-on anymore. We have to outsmart them. She realized the gap in hard power, and then made a decisive decision. She had to run away first. She still has a little bit of mental strength left. If she doesn't run now, she will probably have no way to escape later. She took one last look at the two remaining players on the field. Lung Feng, his mecha was almost destroyed, and he fell into a coma. Saving him might mean sacrificing myself. It's not worth it. There's another one, the female assistant in the team, Luo Yao, who is floating in the sky at this time. That is her professional specific life-saving skill. The incarnation becomes a spirit that cannot be attacked and is not affected by any damage or effects. But it didn't last long. Seeing this, Lu Anren decisively teleported to her side. Woo, I'm finally saved. Luo Yao looked pitiful, with an expression as if she had survived a disaster. The reason why she flew high into the sky was because she was afraid of being caught by the bad guy, Yi Zhe, and to give her teammates a chance to rescue her. Luo Yao immediately stretched out her hand and cast a spell to replenish Lu Anren's magic power. Lu Anren had no time to rejoice. Without her mental strength to maintain it, the space blockade could only last for 1 or 2 seconds at most, and then the mantis would chase after it. She immediately consumed a large amount of mana and activated long-distance space teleportation. The two women suddenly disappeared from where they were. Run away? In fact, Yi Zhe was not surprised. Forget it. The monk may run away, but the temple cannot. With an auxiliary who restores mana and a space warlock, it is indeed difficult to chase. However, the terrain will gradually shrink with each level of the ancient battlefield, and eventually there will be no place to run, and no one will be able to escape. Then, Yi Zhe looked at Lung Feng, who was unconscious on the ground. But this one can't be let go. By the way, help teacher Lu teach a lesson to the pig that wants to eat his cabbages. We must seize the treasure. But before that, Yi Zhe raised the corner of his mouth and activated Skill Enhancement Super. Strengthen the treasure hunt. Show me the limits of robbery. Skill Enhancement Super takes effect. Treasure hunt. There is a chance to seize any treasure from the target. Strengthen. Super treasure. 100% chance of taking any 3 to 5 treasures from the target. Hiss. So this is robbery. This is the effect of being enhanced by the legendary exclusive skill. Compared with the super enhancement, The previous treasure hunt was so gentle. Yi ordered the squirrel. Grab 5. After the snatch, send him to elimination. Although most of the armor division's combat power depends on armor, it is impossible for him to be without equipment. Moreover, since he spent nearly 100 million to build the armor, the equipment on Lung Feng must be good. As expected, 5 epic items were seized, including some epic 4 and 5-star high-quality equipment. I am really kind for not stealing the armor. Yi couldn't help but sigh. Of course, the main reason is that he is not an armor master and cannot play with armor. And this set of armor has been severely damaged, and it will cost a lot to repair it. Kill the trialist and gain experience. Lung Feng, who originally had the strength to be in the top 10, was ruthlessly eliminated. At the same time, Yi began to extract entries. After killing several members of Huazhong Team 2, he had already successfully upgraded him to level 15. The 15th entry. You have drawn the golden legendary entry, Equipment Crusher. Equipment Crusher. You can destroy equipment by any means. After destroying 7 pieces of equipment, you will have a chance to obtain higher quality equipment. The higher the quality of the destroyed equipment, the greater the chance of obtaining higher quality equipment. After seeing this entry, Yi's first reaction was outrageous. Only by destroying 7 pieces of equipment can you have a chance to obtain higher quality ones. The cost is a bit too extravagant, but think about it carefully. It would be different if you could get equipment of legendary quality. There are very few ways to obtain legendary equipment, not to mention in the market. Even the major family forces across the country don't have many. Even Liu Anren, the space mage specially recruited and trained by the headquarters, only has a set of epic equipment. Besides, the entry doesn't say that the highest you can get is legendary equipment. If something beyond the legend could be revealed in the future, then the value of this entry would be enormous. With this thought in mind, Yi decided to give it a try first. In his backpack, there are now 13 pieces of epic equipment and 1 piece of outstanding equipment, all of which were stolen. I originally planned to let the panda eat the ones I didn't need, but now I can try out the new entries first. The problem is that Equipment Crusher and What You Eat replenish conflict a bit, as both consume a lot of equipment. Yi only felt that the financial pressure had increased a little. But the next moment, his movements suddenly stopped, and he looked at the explanation of the entry again, as if he had thought of something. You can destroy the equipment by any means. Then if I let the panda eat it, isn't that also a way to destroy the equipment? Yi fell into deep thought, and the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. If this is the case, it means that the panda can gain attributes from equipment while also obtaining new equipment of higher quality. Isn't this just freeloading? Try it now. Yi immediately assigned the new attribute to the panda. He was just giving it to anyone at random, so it wouldn't be a loss if the effects couldn't be stacked. The entry Equipment Crusher was given successfully. This time, the entry did not increase the panda's star level. After all, the difficulty of upgrading stars increases sharply after legendary quality, not to mention that this is not a combat-type attribute. Yi couldn't wait and took out a piece of excellent equipment to test the effect on the panda. Excellent equipment, bitten to pieces by a panda. What you eat is what you gain. Eat rose light armor, and gain Constitution Agility. Equipment Crusher. Equipment destroyed 1. Fuck. It's against the will of heaven. Chapter 67, All Students Unite. 1 piece of equipment triggers the effects of 2 items. Now, not only will it increase attributes, but if you eat more you can even get new equipment. Yi only felt that the value of these pieces of equipment in his backpack seemed to have doubled. While excited, Yi thought about the effect of the Equipment Crusher. The higher the quality of the destroyed equipment, the greater the probability of obtaining high-quality equipment. Then I'll try the lowest quality ones first. For the first test, he planned to try out the probability of getting a legendary quality item. If he fails this time, he can try again with the 7 highest quality items to determine the range of legendary equipment. Even though I took the lowest quality ones first, they were all 1 or 2-star epics. The panda ate all 6 epic items one by one. If anyone else saw this, they would be heartbroken. What you eat is what you replenish. Obtain strength control of fire element. Gain agility control of wind element. Gain spirit physique control of lightning element. For the same type of things like the current equipment, the more times you eat them, the less the attributes will increase. Just like a bottle of Coke, the first sip is always the most refreshing, but the pleasure decreases as you drink more, until the last sip. Of course, the added attributes are still considerable. Especially, After the last piece of epic equipment was eaten, Equipment Crusher, destroy 7 pieces of equipment and obtain new equipment. Raging Wave. As the prompt popped up, a burst of golden light burst out in front of the panda. A golden light flashed like a gift box being opened, and a short knife fell out and stuck into the ground. The blade of the dagger is dark blue, and a layer of mysterious light flows on the edge, like layers of surging waves. Tide. Level 15. Quality Golden Legend. Attributes: damage multiplier 210, strength, agility, ignored defense 30. Special effect: each attack has an additional arc wave slash, damage, strength, and agility. Legendary equipment has really been released. Yizhe couldn't help but get excited, but when he thought about the price he paid, it was reasonable. 6 epic items, 1 outstanding one. The market price is over 20 million, but at least it proves that about 6 epic items can produce 1 legendary item. If it was destroyed directly at this price, Yizhe would still feel a little heartbroken. But this was eaten by the panda, so its attributes increased first, so it is not an exaggeration to say that the equipment was picked up for free. That's a big profit. However, this short sword is not suitable for his combat summoned beasts to equip. Yizhe chose to give it to the squirrel. This legendary equipment replaced the rare quality red demon sword, and the combat effectiveness increased significantly. Now, the combat power of an auxiliary summoned beast is extremely terrifying. The remaining 7 pieces of equipment in the backpack are no longer low-star epics, but are all above 3 stars. I wonder what kind of equipment will be revealed this time. Yizhe also gave the remaining 7 items to Panda. What you eat is what you replenish. Gain: Constitution, Physical Damage Resistance. Equipment Crusher. Destroy 7 pieces of equipment and obtain new equipment. Immovable as a mountain. This time, the golden light burst out, which was a piece of armor. The main color is bronze, and the metallic luster has golden textures, just like mountain lines, thick and solid. Stand firm as a mountain. Level 15. Quality Legend. Attributes: defense, strength, constitution, fixed damage reduction 100. Special effect: actively deploy the Mountain Shield, which can absorb 10,000 damage and significantly reduce damage to lightning and water elements. Set 1. Legendary 4 stars. The attributes are twice as high as those of epic high-star armor of the same level. Moreover, this is actually a suit. If you can collect all 6 pieces of the legendary suit, the effect of the suit will surely be very powerful. Who owns this armor? Yizhe hesitated between the mantis and the panda, and then chose the panda that gave the warrior his location. Now, with the panda's current attributes, it is almost close to the 4th level. At this time, Yizhe was preparing to look for the next wave of prey. The 3rd level of the ancient battlefield has already been opened. Current number of people remaining: 40. The 3rd level of the ancient battlefield space is open. The Vanguard City is open. Killing enemies will double your points. The remaining number is 40. Another 40 people were eliminated so quickly. Duan Tianqian, the captain of the Huazhong team, who was dressed in a red robe, couldn't help but frown. Although their Huazhong team one's comprehensive points always firmly occupies the 1st place in the rankings. But there are still hidden dangers. On the leaderboard, there are only so many points for killing enemies. Why did so many people die? Team member Wanson asked in confusion. After all, Yizhe killed nearly 20 people in a short period of time, resulting in a serious mismatch between points and deaths. Could it be that some danger has invaded the copy? This shouldn't be the case. Duan Tianqian was thinking, and as the 3rd level of the ancient battlefield opened, everyone's position changed again. This time, the 5 members of Central China Team 1 were actually teleported in front of the 5 members of North China Team 1. 2 strong teams are facing each other. Duan Tianqian interrupted his thoughts and looked at the Captain Chu He on the opposite side. His narrow eyes were as sharp as a hawk. Is it you? How about letting me see how powerful the painter is? At this time, Chu He, in addition to the giant turtle under everyone's seat, also had a soaring blazing fire dragon beside him. Am I afraid of you? Facing Huazhong, who is recognized as the strongest, Chu He is still determined to fight, and the 10 men are ready to go. But at this moment, 2 figures suddenly teleported over. Don't fight yet, don't fight yet. The battle that was about to break out was suddenly stopped by Lu Anren and Luo Yao who arrived. Chu He was stunned, and even Duan Tianqian was confused. Liu Anran? We're your second team. As a participating team from central China, Duan Tianqian understands the strength of Team 2. With Lu Anren and Lung Feng's fighting power, they should be able to escape unscathed even if they were attacked by multiple teams. How could he be beaten like this? Listen to me first. There's an instructor in this dungeon, and his combat power is very abnormal. I suspect this is a special mission assigned by the headquarters. Lu Anren began to explain the situation in an orderly and quick manner. On her way of escape, she thought a lot, especially about Yi Zhe's strength, which was really exaggerated. The only possible explanation is that it was the work of headquarters or the military. As it happened, Lu Anren heard at the headquarters that the large-scale operations of the Abyss Demons were increasing. Who knows? Maybe the headquarters wants to test their team's ability to coordinate and fight. It must be like this. Lu Anren explained his experiences and opinions clearly and concisely. People who can be tacticians usually have good eloquence. Therefore, all of us students should unite first. Only if we cooperate first can we defeat him. After hearing her words, Duan Tianqian and Chu He both fell into deep thought. The other side of the third level of the ancient battlefield. Fu Wanjun, with blue hair, faced by Wei, the magic warrior from Huadong team, and said seriously, "So, do you understand? The reason why the students died so quickly and their kill points didn't match up must be that instructor's fault. If we don't cooperate, we will definitely be eliminated if we face that instructor again." Around the two men, the other four teammates were on high alert. If the two captains failed to reach an agreement, a war would likely break out immediately. Bai Wei was silent for a moment, then asked, "Is the instructor you mentioned very strong? Can kill a level 40 demon general instantly." "How do you know?" "I saw him twice with my own eyes in the contaminated land and outside the dungeon." "You didn't lie to me?" "I swear on the professional faith of Thunderblade." Hearing this, Bai Wei no longer hesitated. "Okay, I will cooperate with you temporarily. After you kill the instructor, I will decide the winner with you." "That's right." Fu Wanjun felt much more relaxed, and the two of them bumped fists. The South China team won, and the East China team won officially joined forces. Within the monitoring department, a group of senior executives and responsible persons looked strange. It was agreed that the students would fight against the dungeon. Why is it almost turning into a fight? Chapter 68. Did they send you here to die? Isn't this bad? Should we intervene? Seeing that a group of students began to form teams, someone couldn't help but ask. Wei Zheng didn't even turn his head. Why do you want to intervene? Faced with a strong enemy, failure to cooperate means death. This is in line with the rules of the battlefield. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but nodded slightly. Now it depends on which team can successfully defeat this instructor. Among the crowd, only Wan Faping was indignant again and said, "So many teams fighting against one. What kind of strength is that? If you have the guts, fight one-on-one." This time no one teased Wan Faping because it was a fact that the instructors he brought with him had already defeated most of the teams. It allows this team of national geniuses to work together to defeat an instructor. This is unprecedented in the genius training camp. Wu Ming laughed softly and said, "It's okay, Lao Wan. Yi Zhe has proven his strength. When he comes out, the reward he deserves will definitely be huge. Your visit this year was not in vain." The last sentence couldn't help but make a joke. Compared with the genius Wan Faping brought in the past, Yi Zhe this time simply shocked everyone. However, everyone, including Wu Ming, tacitly acknowledged one fact. Since all the teams can join forces to target Yi Zhe, he should not be far from being eliminated. And at this time, outside the dungeon inside the medical tent, Lung Feng, who was beaten into coma, was revived by the doctors in the special training camp. Although no one will actually die in the dungeon, the injuries and pain suffered will still make it difficult for people to recover for a while. After waking up, Lung Feng covered his face in pain and prayed silently in his heart. "I hope Lu Anren didn't see me being knocked unconscious." Even he himself felt a little embarrassed. I wanted to mess with Bo Shuai, but ended up pulling a big pile. With the full strength of the Apocalypse armor, if he hadn't been killed instantly by approaching him, he might have had some room to maneuver. After Lung Feng reviewed the situation painfully, his eyes fell on his arm, and he looked at his whole body in disbelief. "Where's my equipment? Where are my 5 pieces of epic equipment?" The wailing sound spread throughout the medical tent. It even attracted a number of medical professionals who thought that his injuries had flared up and rushed over to check on him. Not far away, there were several students who had been robbed by Yi Zhe before. Seeing this, I silently rejoiced. Even Lung Feng had 5 pieces of equipment stolen, but we only had one. It seems acceptable. Does this mean that we actually performed better than Lung Feng? It's possible. The third level of the ancient battlefield. After a brief thought, Duan Tianxin and Chu He's teams decided to agree to cooperate with Lu Anren. Of course, I didn't believe Lu Anren's one-sided statement. However, through the kill points on the list, the two strong teams discovered the weirdness in the ancient battlefield early on and took the opportunity to reach a short-term cooperation. Let's make it clear first. After killing that instructor, who will get the points? Chui looked at the two captains of Huazhong calmly, but Lu Anren interrupted his topic and said, "It's a bit early to think about this now. I'm afraid we'll have to get another strong team to deal with him." After these words were spoken, Duan Tianxin, Chu He, and several team members looked unhappy and indignant. Even if the two teams ranked in the top 5 joined forces, in Lu Anren's eyes, they still can't deal with an instructor? Just kidding. Lu Anren didn't quite understand and asked Luo Yao to explain the reason. Because when she fought against Mantis, only Luo Yao witnessed how her teammates lost and the strength of Yi Zhe's summoned beast. Until I heard one punch to shatter Lung Feng's epic mecha. After hesitating for a moment, Duan Tianxin and Chu He agreed to find another team to cooperate with, just to be on the safe side. Although this fact is hard to believe, Duan Tianxin knows Luo Yao. This little lowly is not good at lying and is trustworthy. Coincidentally, at this moment, another full team of 5 people came over. Those who can maintain a full team after entering the third-level battlefield have some strength. And seeing the captain's iconic red hair, the identity of the visitor was self-evident. "Zhu Xiao, you're here just in time? Why? You want to fight me? You two teams can come together." Zhu Xiao has a muscular body that shows great power, and his fiery red hair is as arrogant as his personality. He dares to approach the two strong teams with his bare hands. When Chui saw him, he silently cursed him, "Reckless man." Duan Tianxin said indifferently, "There is no rush to fight. There are special circumstances now." Huh. Zhu Xiao curled his lips in disdain, and then Lu Anren repeated the story again and invited him to cooperate. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiao burst into laughter after hearing this, showing no sign of disguising his sarcasm and ridicule. What kind of bullshit instructor is too strong? In the final analysis, you are just too useless. Can you be beaten and flee by an instructor? Huh. When these words were spoken, everyone looked unhappy. Even the little lowly Luo Yao couldn't help but get angry. He pointed at him and cursed with gnashing teeth. "What are you talking about? It's okay to scold her, but she can't tolerate scolding Lu Anren." Unfortunately, Luo Yao is just a supporting role, and with her petite and sweet image, her scolding is not very lethal. In a rage, I got angry. Zhu Xiao glared at her, and tiger-like hair and beard appeared on both sides of his face, and he snorted coldly, as imposing as a tiger's roar. An invisible martial arts pressure enveloped everyone present. Luo Yao's face turned pale. She pouted and quickly retreated behind Lu Anren. Lu Anren's expression remained unchanged, and he said calmly, "In that case, I can help you teleport to him. Do you want to try? Looking for him? The instructor?" Zhu Zhao's mouth twisted. "Hey, I'm not like you women. At least 5 or 6 instructors have died in my hands." After that, he changed the subject. "But why don't I kill you first?" Without waiting for Duan Tianxin and Chu He, who looked unhappy, to speak, Lu Anren spoke first. "If you can beat him, I can give you all the points from Huazhong Team 2. Otherwise, with me here, you won't be able to eliminate anyone." Thinking that Lu Anren was working in the space-related profession, even Zhu Xiao couldn't help but feel a little bit troubled. "If I can get all the points of Huazhong Team 2, I might as well agree to it. You're a woman. You won't lie to me, right? Believe it or not is up to you." Lu Anren responded bluntly. However, Zhu Xiao laughed and believed it a little more. With an arrogant look, he said, "Okay, teleport me over. When I eliminate that instructor, I'll come and get your points." Hearing this, Duan Tianxin and Chu He looked at Lu Anren silently with strange expressions. The latter immediately waved his staff, and a magic circle containing the power of space enveloped Zhu Zhao's Huashi team of 5, starting the teleportation. Enemies hit by her spatial skills will be marked with a spatial mark, allowing her to locate and teleport the enemy within a period of time. In a moment, Zhu Zhao's team was teleported away. The location of teleportation was exactly near where Yi Zhe was. Seeing this, Luo Yao blinked her big eyes and asked curiously, sister and ran. Will he die? Lu Anren gently turned the staff and said, don't worry. The other side of the ancient battlefield. The location where Yi Zhe was randomly teleported this time was very bad. It was extremely remote, and he couldn't even see other teams within his field of vision. You can only approach the center of the third floor, Pioneer City. Unexpectedly, the space fluctuated and a team of 5 people was teleported over from the surroundings. You are the instructor? Looking at Zhu Xiao, who suddenly appeared with imposing manner. Seeing this, Yi Zhe laughed with interest. Oh, let me guess. You have offended Lu Anren, right? Otherwise, she would never have teleported you here to die. Chapter 69. Bear Paw slaps tiger face. Aggression is like fire. To die. Zhu Xiao sneered and said sarcastically, you are quite confident. After saying this, tiger-shaped fur and beard appeared around his mouth again, and red blood burst out from his body. Yi Zhe raised the corner of his mouth. I hope your equipment is good enough. Zhu Xiao didn't understand why Yi Zhe asked this. I'm well equipped. Shouldn't he be harder to beat? However, Zhu Xiao never bothered about such issues. He laughed loudly, and an astonishing martial arts aura burst out from his body. The momentum gradually rose like a volcano about to erupt. Seeing this, everyone in the monitoring department couldn't help but concentrate. A strong confrontation, as expected of a warrior family. At such a young age, his ancient martial arts are already close to the master level. Will you win? There is a type of people in China who have been practicing ancient martial arts since before the extraordinary era. They never pass it on to outsiders, and have passed it on from generation to generation. After the advent of universal job transfer, they cooperated with warrior professions to carry forward ancient martial arts, gradually forming a warrior family with strong power. The Huaxi Zhu family, where Zhu Xiao belongs, is one of them. Combined with ancient martial arts, they are usually stronger in combat than professionals of the same level. The person in charge of West China was fully focused. After all, Zhu Xiao was his last trump card. I don't know what I saw, but someone sighed. There's actually a talent for complete transformation. At this time, there was a tiger roar. Zhu Xiao's eyes revealed a ferocious, murderous intent, and his whole body swelled rapidly. The head, arms, torso, and legs burst through the clothes one after another and turned into a giant tiger with red stripes all over its body. Transformation talent, changing a part of the body into the form of another species to enhance combat power. And the complete body transformation system. More advanced, the whole body can change shape and the combat power will increase dramatically. Although Zhu Xiao was arrogant, he did not underestimate the enemy at all and used his ultimate move right at the start. Because he had received news from Team 2, he vaguely knew that the instructor in front of him was quite capable. At the same time, the 2 teammates behind him provided him with 2 sets of assistants. Zhu Xiao's team was completely formed with him as the core, with 2 auxiliary teammates and 2 control professions. This combination allows Zhu Xiao to fully unleash his fighting power. Let's fight! Zhu Xiao's fighting spirit surged. But the next moment, a black and white figure rushed in front of him at incredible speed. Zhu Xiao's pupils suddenly contracted. Even with his warrior's perception, he didn't notice the other party's movements. Paw! The bear's paw slapped Zhu Xiao's tiger face. The martial saint's aura condensed in his palm and suddenly blasted out with a terrifying sense of oppression. A giant red-striped tiger flew out, knocked out his 2 teammates and fell to the ground, creating a big hole. He's really strong. He didn't die even after being hit by the panda. Yi Zhe couldn't help but admire. The next moment, a red-tattooed figure jumped out of the pit, streaking through the air like a rainbow and pounced directly on the martial Saint Panda. This claw was incredibly fast and had extremely strong explosive power. If it were replaced by an ordinary 3rd-level claw, it would easily cause serious injuries. But for the martial saint, these skills of ordinary warriors are just like children's play. In an instant, the martial Saint Panda calmly dodged sideways, and using the inertia of the opponent's attack, punched down from above. Bang! Like a meteorite hitting the ground, the giant red-striped tiger fell to the ground, splashing dirt and rocks, and creating another huge pit. The gap in strength is too obvious. In the monitoring department, many people sighed, shook their heads, and looked away. This instructor is at least level 3 in strength. Zhu Xiao is such a miserable child. What level of strength is this? Lying in the stone pit, Zhu Xiao was a little dazed. He himself is a warrior. His reaction speed and fighting skills are far beyond ordinary people, so he's like a fish in water in battle. Only when facing one's elders, those martial arts masters, can one vaguely feel this kind of comprehensive suppression, unable to fight back. The feeling this summoned beast gave him was even more stressful than when he faced his own elders. Above Grandmaster? But he didn't have the chance to think about it anymore. The serious injuries on his back and head made him unable to support the transformation. He returned to human form and fainted. There was only one support and one control profession left. Just surrender. Squirrel work. Yi Zhe was in a good mood. As expected, I have offended Lu Anren, and now I haven't sent you back. Then help her get revenge. The leader will take 5 items, and the others will each take 1. Kill after you've robbed them. Just over 2 minutes had passed. Duan Tianqin and Chu He were still standing there, waiting for Zhu Zhao's decision. After all, no matter how powerful instructor Yi Zhe is, it is all based on Lu Anren's one-sided statement, which is difficult to prove. Now that someone has confirmed it for them, they can also adjust their next strategy in a timely manner. Luo Yao stared at the team panel, fearing that Zhu Zhao's kill points would suddenly increase. Lu Anren sat quietly. I was also silently guessing the battle situation in my heart. Suddenly, Luo Yao said excitedly, "Sister and Ran, the names of all the members of Huashi Team 1 are grayed out." When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Duan Tianqin and Chu He in particular felt that the instructor was even more dangerous. They knew Zhu Zhao's strength, and he was killed in just over 2 minutes. No wonder even Lu Anren was so afraid. Lu Anren's expression remained calm. But in my heart I cheered. Well done, Yi Zhe. After all, she is not a living Buddha. How could she not be angry when being scolded in public? It's just the right time for Yi Zhe to help her get revenge, etc. She was suddenly stunned. Why did she feel like a traitor? It doesn't matter. She still has to deal with Yi Zhe now. After all, the camps in the dungeon are different. However, after Zhu Zhao's death, Lu Anren's cooperation with the other 2 teams became smoother. While deploying tactics, the team continues to expand. On the other hand, Yi Zhe once again harvested 9 epic items from the Huashi team, and they are all from 2 to 5 stars. As expected of a kid from an aristocratic family, his equipment is just great. Sure enough, they are the fastest to grab it. If he were left to farm on his own, who knows how long it would take him to produce so many epic pieces of equipment. Since 7 items were met, Yi Zhe fed the panda again and got the 3rd legendary item. What you eat is what you replenish. Obtain strength control of fire element. Equipment crusher. Destroy 7 pieces of equipment and obtain new equipment. Aggression like fire. Chapter 70. 1 against 35. After eating 7 pieces of equipment again, a golden light flashed in front of the panda, as if a gift box was opened. A dark red wristband with golden patterns, full of power and texture. There are 2 types of wristbands. One has a pure defensive attribute and is suitable for tanks and shield warriors. The other type will provide energy and strength boost when attacking, and is the first choice for output-type warriors. And this wristband, judging from its appearance alone, undoubtedly belongs to the latter. Invasion is like fire. Level 15. Quality legend. Attributes: strength, agility, critical damage. Critical ignores defense 50. Special effect: when attacking an enemy with health greater than 50, it has a 100% chance of being a critical hit. Set 1. Such a strong aggressiveness. The damage increase brought by this wristband is almost comparable to the bonus brought by 2 epic weapons. A critical hit means triple the damage bonus. With the panda's current attributes, every punch is a critical hit, 1 kill with every punch. Moreover, it belongs to the same set as the previous, unwavering as a mountain. If this legendary set is complete, the attributes will be amazing. However, it is too difficult to collect all 6 pieces, and they are all legendary 4-star. I don't know when we'll be able to get it together. While thinking, Yi Zhe equipped the panda with the flaming aggression and replaced it with the rare red spirit wristband he had acquired a long time ago. The second legendary set, but there is a small price to pay. Now the attribute bonus provided by epic quality equipment is only in the single digit. At the same time, Yi Zhe discovered, after the 3rd level of the ancient battlefield was opened, except for the 5 people including Zhu Xiao whom he killed, no one was eliminated. I turned on the hunting vision and scanned the area, and then I found out the remaining 35 students all gathered together. All of them gathered in the neutral building Vanguard City, on the 3rd floor of the ancient battlefield, obviously united. As he watched, Yi Zhe couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. You've united so quickly. Are you planning to launch a counterattack against me? That's great. It saves me from looking for them one by one. Yizhe used copy to replace hunting vision with martial arts ultimate in exchange for an 80% reduction in skill cooldown. Now that you know their positions, there is no need to use perspective anymore. You can use the skill more often during skill cooldown to enhance it. Bring it on. Let me meet this class of super geniuses. In the rugged wasteland, Yizhe, wearing a black robe, approached the vanguard city step by step. On the third level of the ancient battlefield, a dilapidated town stood on the wasteland. The team that originally occupied the town can continue to gain points and gain a little defense in defending the town. But now, 35 students gathered here. I never thought that there would be a day when our teams would fight side by side. The speaker was Fu Wanjun, the captain of South China Team 1. After he and Bai Wei met Lu Anren's team, they decisively chose to join. Others may not understand Yi Zhe's true strength, but he has seen it with his own eyes. In addition, how the teams cooperated with each other was also thanks to Zhu Xiao being killed instantly. In Lu Anren's opinion, it was a worthy death. I think everyone understands my tactical arrangement. In the battle with the instructor, I will be in charge of the first tactical command. If an emergency occurs and I am killed in seconds, Su Qing will take over as the second commander. Lu Anren said this with a serious look, and a sense of majesty emanated from her cold and beautiful face. She stood in front of everyone and pulled over Su Qing, the red-haired queen from Huazhong team. There were 6 tacticians present, but in order to convince the geniuses from various regions, the top-notch Lu Anren naturally became the first choice for commander. At this moment of team combat, even the teams of top masters such as Duan Tianqin and Chu, he temporarily handed over the command. In the monitoring department, several senior executives from the headquarters could not help but sigh. This batch of students has a strong sense of the overall situation. It was mainly because Zhu Xiao, who was pre-ranked first, was defeated in seconds, which put too much pressure on them. I think Lu Anren is doing very well. Considering his occupation as a spaceman and his status as a tactician, it's not too much to say that he is the top freshman. Wei Zheng on the side said, "It's hard to say. Once the instructor is killed, the teams will fight on their own again. By then, there will only be 2 people on Lu Anren's team, and it will be difficult to compete for the top 3. Having said that, Wei Zheng was still quite satisfied with Lu Anren's performance. I have even started thinking about forming a special team in the future. On the other side, Wan Feiping was already lying on the sofa. In his own words, 35-1, if there is no martial ethics, then winning is not a win. However, no one refuted him. After all, even if it was a level 1 versus a level 2, 35 against 1 was indeed a bit too much. In the Vanguard City, a student who was acting as a scout had a stern look on his face. Here it comes. He doesn't seem to be hiding himself at all. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked towards the city. Yizhe, dressed in a black robe, walked over. The Marshal St. Panda stood in front of him. The fox and the squirrel stood on each side, and the mantis was nowhere to be seen. He just walked over so calmly, attacking a city of 35 people by himself. Isn't that too arrogant? On the city wall, some people were very angry. Everyone would be able to accept your surprise attack, but you just walked in through the main entrance like that, which shows how disrespectful you are. Obviously, those who think this way have never met Yizhe head-on. For example, Fu Wanjun looked particularly resolute. It is indeed him. Song Xiao beside him also recognized him and nodded. That's the man from the polluted land. As a tactical commander, Lu Anren doesn't have so many extra emotions. Yizhe came from the front, which gave her a great opportunity. First group, give it a try. As Lu Anren spoke, a boy whose occupation was Earth Corps Guardian stepped forward. Earthquake! Skyfire? The Corps Guard took a step forward, and huge rocks and earth flew out from the ground around Yizhe, forming a rock pillar array that trapped Yizhe. Afterwards, the red-haired Queen Su Qing, with her hands, formed a bunch of flames into a flaming bird, and the bird flew towards Yizhe in the rock pillar. If it hits, the bird will transform into a pillar of fire rising into the sky, causing huge damage in the small space surrounded by the rock pillar. Lu Anren didn't think he could seriously injure Yizhe, but since the opponent has stepped into the earthquake trap from the front, he will definitely be hit by his defense or displacement skills. This is equivalent to a trump card for the summoner. However, the rock pillar trap had just been formed. There was a loud bang, and the panda was smashed to pieces by a punch. Lu Anren frowned and turned to ask, Didn't you say that the defense of this trap is twice as strong as yours? The Earth Core Guardian male student swallowed and said, yeah. This means that even if my defense power doubles, I will still be knocked out by his punch. Chapter 71, come on. Let the show begin. The sound of people gasping for air was heard among the crowd. The Earth Core guards, who were already the most defensive among them, couldn't even withstand a single punch. Zhu Zhao's death was indeed not unjust. At the same time, the flaming bird of sky fire that contained astonishing destructive power was also caught by the panda. There was no explosion as expected. The flaming bird was twisted twice in the panda's hand and turned into ashes. What's going on? Everyone exclaimed. Red-haired Queen Su Qing frowned and said, I'm afraid his control over the fire element is over 120. Elemental control attribute. When the difference is 100, the damage will be invalidated. Su Qing's control over the fire element is only 20. The panda's fire element control was 54 before entering the dungeon. After getting some equipment, his fire element control has now reached 129. Seeing his offensive was thwarted, Lu Anren spoke up in time. It's okay. It's just an attempt. The mood of the crowd eased slightly, and Yizhe couldn't help but applaud and said, come on, continue the performance. Lu Anren stared at him angrily, then turned around and said, Chu-He. Chu-He understood and threw out 3 scrolls. The picture is lifelike, and it depicts 3 giant dragons. The profession of painter can turn the object being drawn into a real object. The combat effectiveness of an object is closely related to the strength of the target, the painter's mental strength, and painting skills. For the same artist, the painting cycle, difficulty, and strength will naturally be different when painting slimes and ancient dragons. The combat method is somewhat similar to that of a summoner. However, the artist's paintings are disposable, and they can only be repainted after use. The 3 scrolls unfolded and turned into 3 giant dragons circling in the air. Each of them was epic in strength. This is already one of Chu-He's trump cards. An epic painting is not so easy to draw. But at this moment, Yizhe looked at the people and the 3 dragons on the city wall and said with interest, with so many people, it would be cool to use an area skill, right? The 3-tailed demon fox swung its tail, and dark purple thunder power flashed in the magic ball. Luo Yao's face turned pale. As someone who had experienced it personally, she was particularly afraid of the lightning. Lu Anren said calmly, don't be afraid. We have the Earth Core Guardians, which will greatly reduce the damage to lightning elements. Before he could finish his words, the fox threw out an ice spell and an ice prison. Bai Wei easily blocked it, with this much damage. The next second, a thunderbolt with a 100 damage increase descended and blasted towards the Pioneer City. The core guards protect him. All assistants heal him in the order I arranged. Lu Anren gave the order immediately. The boy who was the core guardian opened his shield to cover everyone and absorbed the damage by himself, while 6 nurses healed him in turn. However, the thunder strikes again. The damage-amplifying thunder, with an increase of 200 and 250, is more terrifying each time. The mighty thunder fell like the roar of a thunder dragon, blasting the already dilapidated Vanguard City into pieces one by one. On the city wall, several nurses looked panicked. The health points can't be restored. Lu Anren has a headache. Are you kidding me? After the lightning damage was greatly reduced by the core guardians, and with 6 nurses taking turns to restore health, how could they not be able to withstand it? Shield guard rotation. When Lu Anren said this, he realized it was too late. As the 4th thunderbolt fell, the Earth Core Guardian was electrocuted to death by the 6 nurses who were healing him. In addition, the 2nd shield guard on top and 3 dragons were also electrocuted to death. Kill the trialist and gain experience. Level 15, 8175. Yizhe's experience increased by another level. However, to his surprise, the students on the city were not discouraged by the deaths, but became even more motivated to fight. Lu Anren said almost immediately after the thunder stopped, that's a 3-tailed demon fox. It's already the limit to fire 4 thunderbolts in a row. She must have entered a skill vacuum period now. It's time for us to fight back. As soon as the word counterattack came out, Chu-He took action first and threw out another scroll. My loss this time is too great. The 3 giant dragon scrolls were destroyed, but Chu-He still took out the best thing in the box. One is a red-gold poisonous scorpion, a level 35 epic. Some people from North China recognized this beast. This was the leader of the beast tide who caused great unrest in the border cities of North China several years ago. It was depicted by Chu-He based on the pictorial records. At the same time, A dragon knight on the city wall took the orange bottle of potion handed over by Huazhong team. Shinmu, I hope what you make this time isn't too unpalatable. Don't worry, it's orange-flavored. The dragon knight drank it in one gulp, and a mysterious energy flowed through his body, greatly enhancing his combat power. Then he fed another bottle to the dragon mount under him. The overpowered dragon knight and the red-gold poisonous scorpion both attacked the panda. However, Lu Anren's order was not to injure, but to entangle. But until the moment of killing the panda. Only then did the dragon knight professional realize how magical this matter was. The epic red-gold poisonous scorpion was instantly killed by the panda's internal energy, carrying red critical damage. Damn, is this thing open? The dragon knight's eyes were about to pop out of his head. This was the leader of the beast tide who had once caused unrest on the border. Can you please give me some face? He also felt his heart bleeding. The painting that he had kept in the bottom of the box was gone. But Lu Anren was not panicked at all, and even raised the corner of his mouth. Capture the king. At the same time, two figures suddenly appeared on Yi Zhe's left and right sides. One deals double damage with magic and martial arts, and the other attacks like thunder. Bai Wei, captain of East China Team 1, and Fu Wanjun, captain of South China Team 1, both came to attack as the protagonists of the capture and decapitation tactics. The spiritual contract cloak opened a dark blue circular shield beside Yi Zhe. The shield value of the spiritual contract cloak is 10 times that of Yi Zhe's spirit and the physique of all summoned beasts. It is now more than 10,000 points. The damage from these two team captains was easily blocked, but the two's attacks became more fierce. Bai Wei said nothing, while Fu Wanjun showed his edge and said loudly, "Try your best, instructor. Don't underestimate us." As soon as the words fell, a void crack ran across his neck. Fu Wanjun's head, with his arrogant face, fell to the ground in an instant. His voice and appearance were still there. Kill the trialist and gain experience. I satisfy such a perverted request. I am really kind. Yi Zhe smiled. Beside him, there was a low roar like the sound of metallic friction. A dark purple ferocious monster, the Void Hunter, finally appeared from the void. The next moment, he traveled through the void and teleported behind the magic warrior Bai Wei. Sure enough, he came out. On the city wall, Lu Anren's pupils suddenly shrank, but he felt a little more at ease. The reason why she didn't take action was to fight against Mantis from a distance, to ensure that Mantis would not kill other people at will. And now, in order to launch a general attack, she needs to directly control Mantis, once and for all. Space blockade. She didn't use her teleportation skills to save Bai Wei, and Bai Wei didn't escape. After seeing Yi Zhe's strength, they knew that only by using enough strong lives to lure them could they guarantee to control both Yi Zhe and Mantis. That way, they can win, kill the trialist, and gain experience. As the notification that Bai Wei was killed sounded, Yi Zhe and Mantis were hit by the space blockade. This means that Yi Zhe cannot use exchange and other displacement methods, and Mantis cannot travel to the void plane. But Lu Anren was also unable to use other spatial skills. Yao Yao will restore my mana for me. Su Qing will take over the command. After doing all this, Lu Anren had to use all his mental strength to maintain it, and also rely on Luo Yao's continued recovery to ensure that Yi Zhe and Mantis would not break free from the blockade. This means that she and Luo Yao must exchange 2 for 2 with Yi Zhe Mantis. They have a chance to win. Judging from the current results, everything is going well. The red-haired queen, Su Qing, immediately gave the order. Wansun, Captain Chua has already used his trump card. We can't hide it anymore. Wan Sun, a nature druid from Huazhong Team 1, nodded. If they can't control the martial Saint Panda, then everything they do will just be a joke. At this time, the Dragon Knight who had been strengthened by potions was still eliminated by the Panda with one punch. Moreover, several more warriors and 2 more paintings by Chu He offered their bodies to the Panda Killer just to create opportunities for their teammates. Just at this moment, there was a bang sound. 4 tender buds broke out of the ground under the Vanguard city and grew rapidly, turning into huge branches over 10 meters thick. The textures on the branches were like ancient runes surrounding the panda. Spiritual plant. Legendary spiritual plant. A nature druid can manipulate spiritual plants, and these are the legendary spiritual plant seeds prepared in advance by his family. Once used properly, it can unleash abilities that transcend one's level. Although it is impossible to kill the panda, there is still hope of trapping it. Finally, Duan Tianqian, dressed in a scarlet robe, jumped directly off the city wall. It's over, instructor. No matter what, the glory of U.S. Special Training Camp students cannot be ruined here. Seeing the scene before them, the heads of the monitoring department were filled with emotion. What a brutal tactic. This special training camp may not be the strongest ever, but it is definitely the most united. No, just based on people like Lu Anren and Chu He, they're definitely the strongest freshman class in history. Even Wei Jing couldn't help but exclaim that it was wonderful. They are indeed the strongest freshmen in history. There is also Duan Tianqian. His hidden profession is Purgatory Judge. He is an extremely powerful output character. It is easy for him to deal with trapped opponents. It is indeed over. Hearing this, Wan Feiping, who was watching, decided not to hold it in anymore. Prepare to reveal Yi Zhe's identity and let this group of people see who is the strongest freshman. Don't those of you who brag so much have to team up to defeat Yi Zhe? What are you pretending for? Wan Feiping prepared to stand up and pretend to be the last one. But the scene on the projection screen in front of him made him stunned. Not only him, but the entire monitoring department, all the senior executives and responsible persons were completely shocked. Yi Zhe, who was blocked by space, finally smiled at the people who were united in purpose. Okay, I've given you a chance to perform. It's time to end it. After hearing Yi Zhe's 2 words, the whole audience fell silent. As a tactical team, Lu Anren and Su Qing fell silent. Duan Tianqian, Chu He and others were on high alert. No one laughed at Yi Zhe's foolish dream, because up to now, everyone just felt that their victory was very limited, and the most worrying thing was what kind of trump card Yi Zhe had. With such strong combat power, is there any hidden card? Lu Anren maintained his spirit while thinking quickly. Can we still solve it? Beside him, the red-haired Queen Su Qing clenched her hands. We still have the fighting power. We may not lose. As she spoke, she saw an illusory light emanating from the panda. Skill enhancement, ancient shadow. While using his skills, Yi Zhe said in a declarative tone. After all, this is a special training camp, which is related to the training resources you can obtain in the future. I have given you a chance to perform. So, I'm a kind instructor, right? As he spoke, Yi Zhe showed a wanton smile. However, in the eyes of the geniuses, this smile was no different from the smile of the devil. What do you mean? You have been giving in to us? Su Qing said in an almost unbelievable tone. Yi Zhe spoke truthfully. That's not the case. Giving in to you is not only disrespectful to people, but also disrespectful to fighting. It's just that if I use some of my skills early, you won't have the chance to show them off. Of course, if you guys use teleportation to escape, I will look stupid. So, it's just right to end the battle at this time. Yi Zhe just said it simply, but everyone understood what he meant. It was Lu Anren. While blocking the space, he couldn't do anything else easily. Duan Tianqian stared at Yi Zhe closely, full of disbelief. Are you so confident? Hearing this, Yi Zhe thought about it seriously and said, yes. Skill Enhancement Super takes effect. Enhancement obtained. Ancient Shadow Super. As a roar sounded, a layer of green shadow condensed on the panda's body. Then, the shadow expanded. This time, it became exceptionally huge, a terrifying figure that was at least 40 or 50 meters long. However, I don't know if it's because the panda changed from a Jilly War beast to a Jilly Martial Saint. Or is it because of the super-enhanced Ancient Phantom? The shadow that appeared this time was a human figure. His ears are like swords, his body is full of power, and he is wearing bronze armor, full of brutality, ferocity, and majesty. Chi-Yu's Phantom. The momentum of this phantom is completely different from the previous panda phantoms. As majestic as the mountains, just standing here can make people feel their own insignificance. Some people put down their weapons. Some people collapse to the ground. Lu Anren put down his hands dully and stopped maintaining the space blockade. It doesn't make sense anymore. Just as Yi Zhe said, if she faced this at the beginning, she still had hope of teleporting everyone away. But now she had just used the space blockade, and the power of the space law was depleted, so she couldn't build a large-scale teleportation array in a short time. As for Wanson's several legendary spiritual plants, they were instantly destroyed the moment the phantom appeared. Chui sighed. I wouldn't have needed to draw so many paintings earlier. I could have struggled less and suffered less losses. The red-haired Queen Su Qing stared blankly, her mind going blank. So big. She is a tactician, not a magician, so how should she fight this thing? Duan Tianqian put down his weapon and regretted jumping off the city wall. He is now facing the brunt of the pressure from the phantom, which is terrifying. Little Lolita Luo Yao blinked her eyes and looked at Chiyu's phantom in a trance, as if she couldn't accept the blow and was about to cry. Suddenly, he hugged Lu Anren. Wow, I want to die together with Sister Anren. Chapter 72, he is a freshman. Don't you know? The moment Chiyu's phantom appeared, it directly defeated the student team's psychological defenses. The boy with the profession of archer didn't believe it, so he took out his bow and shot 3 hurricane arrows at the shadow of Chiyu. The moment the bow and arrow hit the target, it didn't even leave a trace. It simply lost its power and scattered on the ground. Can't fight at all. The strength of the ancient phantom is multiplied by the panda's own attributes. This attack power is not even enough to tickle. Damn, the opponents in this special training camp are a bit too much. I don't know who shouted this, but all the geniuses felt the same way. It's not that they gave up resistance. It's that the opponent before them is simply unable to resist. In previous special training camps, the instructors were at most level 2, and even if they were level 3 or above, they would intentionally restrain their strength. After all, this dungeon type is called Battle Royale. It mainly tests the combat between teams, the mutual coordination of talents, and the ability to adapt in times of crisis. It is a special training for future international battlefields and abyss exploration. As a result, the instructor this time was simply a big one. What team or tasks? I didn't want them to live at all. Seeing everyone was deeply shocked. As an instructor, Yize immediately prepared to play a guiding role and encouraged. If you are not good at it, practice more. Oh no, I should say, never mind. Anyway, there's a bright future ahead. Come on, keep up the good work. On the opposite side, the 30 students had even more complicated feelings. However, Yize was in a good mood. He waved his hand and smiled at everyone. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, Chiyu's shadow took a step forward. Accompanied by a huge amount of martial Saint Chi, this kick crushed the entire Vanguard city. The violent vibrations produced were like a landslide. The wasteland covered with jagged rocks was cracked into tortoiseshell-like cracks, and the momentum was like the explosion of the sky, which overwhelmed everyone. Kill the trialist and gain experience. Ding! Your level has been increased to level 16. Talent. You get 1 chance to draw unlimited gold terms. Cool. Along with the sound of collapse, Yize received such a large amount of experience at one time for the first time. The experience bar, which was originally more than halfway to upgrading, was not only filled to the maximum, but also had half an extra bar. Level 16, 15075. Moreover, this kick from Chiyu's phantom even earned tens of thousands of military merit points. I guess when the headquarters set up the instructor position, they never thought that an instructor could earn tens of thousands of military merits in the special training camp. In fact, not only did the headquarters not think about this, I never thought that an instructor could eliminate all the students. Moreover, he actually has the ability to eliminate all the students. Wan Faping, is this when you're looking for below level 3? If this is below level 3, I will eat the projection screen right now. Several senior executives from the headquarters and even the heads of the 3 regions of West China, South China, and North China were beginning to feel overwhelmed. Judging from the projection, the final attack of the ancient phantom is even considered top-notch combat power among the 3rd level. Everyone stared at Wan Faping unkindly, only to find that the latter was still staring at the projection with a dull expression. Wan Faping was also shocked. What the hell? When did Yize become so powerful? Laowan, you've really messed up this time. The person in charge of North China's side. You should be prepared to explain to the trainees of the special training camp and the forces behind them. In the judgment of most people, everyone thought that Wan Faping had found a 3rd-level expert to pretend to be a 2nd-level instructor and cause trouble in the special training camp. Although this kind of thing is outrageous, Wan Faping has the courage to do it. But now, all the students have been eliminated, which means that the special training camp was held in vain. The total amount of losses, big and small, is more than hundreds of millions. Moreover, if the instructors eliminated all the students, the forces behind these geniuses would definitely be extremely dissatisfied. Not only does it waste time and energy, but isn't this a severe blow to our younger generations? As expected, before the instance was over, a group of family elders broke into the monitoring department, led by the Huazhong Lung family and the Huashizhu family. Wei Zheng, give me an explanation. What do you mean, instructor? Your strength is clearly a foul. You guys run a special training camp and then have your instructors eliminate everyone? What's the point? Also, it's fine if you destroyed my Lung family's mecha, but why did the instructor steal our equipment? He stole 5 pieces. And my son Zhu Xiao. The elders of various families and clans were filled with indignation and rushed in to demand an explanation. This is really tough for the guards as there are too many people and they can't stop them. But on the other hand, Wei Zheng, the person in charge of Central China, remained calm in front of everyone and seemed not worried at all. Everyone, don't worry. Wei Zheng smiled faintly and signaled everyone not to crowd. Then he gave Wan Faping a sneer. Please explain it to me. Don't let me get scolded here. Others who are not familiar with Wei Zheng may think that this is a case of every wrong has its perpetrator, and let Wan Faping take the blame. But Wu Ming doesn't think so. Wan Faping and Wei Zheng were childhood friends, good friends, brothers and comrades in arms. Wei Zheng was the oldest of the 3, so it would not be wrong to call him the big brother. Even if Wan Faping really did something wrong, Wei Zheng would definitely come forward to send everyone away and then come back to educate Wan Faping alone. But now, Wu Ming was very sure that Wei Zheng recognized Yi Zhe. He recognized Yi Zhe as a freshman of this year. Since he is a freshman, does what Yi Zhe do count as trouble? But looking at Wei Zheng's expression, Wu Ming became alert. It seems that the talents of my East China are in danger. At this time, Wan Faping stood up. He didn't look guilty at all. His face was full of smiles, and he was in high spirits. Pointing at the dozens of elders in front of him, he said, "Actually, I think our instructor said something very good. If you're not good at it, just practice more." Hearing this, dozens of genius elders were almost furious. "What do you mean, Wan Faping? Are you planning to use your 6th level strength to force us to keep silent? Although we are not at level 6, we are not easy to bully." The people who came to ask for an explanation were excited and ready to fight, but no one dared to step forward. Wan Faping waved his hand and said, "I mean, the talents you have trained are too weak. Isn't it normal to be eliminated if you lose the fight? Besides, if this wasn't a dungeon, let alone snatching a few of your equipment, even if I were to cripple you, you'd still be inferior to me in skills." After a cold snort, Zhu Zhao's father, a 5th level warrior, stood up. "Humph, of course I know what you mean. I was there back then too. I don't care how the younger generations fight each other. But the one you, the instructor, arranged is obviously above level 3. Don't you think I can't see that?" After hearing what the old warrior said, all the parents nodded and became more motivated. Wan Faping's smile gradually became more and more wanton. "Okay, then I'll show you this instructor's information. By the way, after reading this, everyone must sign a confidentiality agreement." Outside the monitoring department at the medical tent, the students who failed and were eliminated from the copy stayed here. Those who were injured treated their injuries, and those who were not injured rested. Lu Anren sat by the tent, listening to Luo Yao sobbing sadly as she threw herself on top of her. "We tried so hard, but we still didn't win." Lu Anren caressed Luo Yao's head helplessly, as if coaxing a child. During the special recruitment period of Huazhong, Luo Yao was the only one who was particularly attached to her, even after the special training camp was over. Hearing Luo Yao's words, not far away, Chui said silently with a tone of neither joy nor sadness, "Shouldn't I be the one crying? All my drawings are gone. There are only 4 days left before the college entrance exam. I have to start all over again from scratch." Chui didn't even dare to think about how many sleepless nights he would have to endure during these 4 days. Hearing this, Luo Yao turned her head to look at him and said weakly, "Then you can only cry by yourself." After saying that, she hugged Lu Anren tightly, as if declaring her sovereignty. Veins popped out of Chu He's eyes. Suddenly, Lung Feng came over and saw Lu Anren and said happily, "Anran, Captain Anran, maybe we'll have the special training camp again." My elders went to the headquarters and found out that the instructor's strength was wrong. The failure is not our fault. But I knew long ago that if I hadn't met a 3rd level instructor, I wouldn't have lost so badly. Finally, Lung Feng spoke with a smile and a confident tone, trying to save some face. Moreover, if there is another special training camp, maybe he can perform well again. He was just thinking about it when he heard Lu Anren say, with a strange expression, "Level 3? Lu Anren shook his head and laughed. "Oh, you probably don't know Yi Zhe. He is also a freshman this year, and his level is at most level 1. The only reason we can't beat him is because of our strength. How can we reopen the special training camp?" As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings fell silent, as if someone felt there was something wrong with their ears. Especially Lung Feng was stunned for a moment, then asked stiffly, "What new student?" Chapter 73, 16 entries. Extreme summoning. What? A new student. In the monitoring department, after seeing Yi Zhe's high school information, everyone who came to ask for an explanation exclaimed in unison. Is this high school student really the instructor? I just changed my job 5 days ago. This instructor is not a third-level instructor, not even a second-level instructor. He is actually a first-level instructor. One person crushed dozens of geniuses of the same level in the special training camp. In the future, China will definitely have another powerful sixth-rank king. After learning this information, everyone was convinced. How can I get an explanation for this? Others of the same level can fight against many enemies at the same time. 1 against 5, 1 against 10, even 1 against 35. What could be the problem if I can't beat him? It's my own problem. What can I do? The senior students whose equipment was robbed were speechless at this moment. The freshmen are not as skilled as others, so how can they have the nerve to speak up now? But Wei Zheng smiled and said, if you are short of equipment, the headquarters can compensate you at the original price. This statement is already very respectful to everyone. At the same time, Yi Zhe's status was raised a bit. Even the headquarters was willing to speak for Yi Zhe. The intention was self-evident. But Wu Ming knew that the old fox Wei Zheng would not pay. This was because these people who had been robbed had already suffered a great defeat, and no one would have the nerve to ask for compensation. What's more, there is no force among this group of people that is truly short of money. As expected, the fifth-rank old warrior in the lead, Zhu Zhao's father, sighed and said, never mind. Just think of it as a goal for my son to pursue on his martial arts journey. Wan Feiping smiled and patted the other person on the shoulder and said, that's right. There are a lot of dishes. Oh no, it should be keep working hard. Ha ha. Afterwards, the rest of the people also sighed silently, decisively gave up asking for compensation, and fell silent. Wei Zheng promptly asked everyone to sign a confidentiality agreement. Everything in the special training camp was not open to the public, and now there is one more person, Yi Zhe. Let everyone sign it, and it feels good. At the same time, Wei Zheng looked at Wan Feiping, who was full of joy, and said, you're really good at hiding. Wu Ming also stepped forward and joked, that's right. I wonder what good fortune has come to Linyuan City this year. Yi Zhe and Lu Anren, the space sorcerer, are both in Linyuan City. Ha 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 ha. Wan Feiping laughed exaggeratedly. This shows that I, the city lord, am awesome. All the parents who came signed a confidentiality agreement. The students were called in to sign. When he came in, Lung Feng was almost in a trance. Until now, he has not recovered from the news that Yi Zhe is a freshman. The gap between people of the same age brings more despair. How am I supposed to surpass him now? Because Lung Feng has always regarded Yi Zhe as Lu Anren's ex-boyfriend. If he can't even surpass his ex-boyfriend, how can he pursue someone else? Many others were equally shocked. For example, Fu Wanjun. He had always regarded Yi Zhe as a senior officer of the Scout Battalion. On the other hand, Lu Anren and Bai Wei were much more ordinary compared to the others. Except for Lu Anren, the latter had already seen Yi Zhe in the group version and was just shocked by his strength. The only special one is Chua. After learning that Yi Zhe was of the same age, he suddenly had some strange ideas. In the ancient battlefield, the copy seems to have not been closed yet. Yi Zhe sat on a broken wall and calculated his military achievements. Killing a student is 400 points, and killing one student in East China or Central China is 300 points more. According to the kill records, he killed 63 in total, 20 of which were in Central and Eastern China. So, there are 31,200 military merits. The 4th level treasure house is the best in the demon-suppressing army, where 16,000 soldiers can choose one treasure. Add Yi Zhe's own military merit balance, 2150. You can pick 2. The treasure house on the 4th floor of the Demon Suppression Army contains all treasures of epic 6 stars or above. It is the richest treasure house in the entire China, with various props and materials of extremely high rarity. Yi Zhe thought beautifully. At the same time, he did not forget his level 16 entry. The military merits are counted. Let's draw the entries as well. A golden sea of entries appeared, with thousands of entry frames lingering like streams of light. The 16th entry. You have won the golden legendary entry, Extreme Summoning. Extreme Summoning. Only effective for the summoner. The next time you summon, you will summon the strongest of the same level and race. It becomes invalid after one use, and the effect is refreshed after synthesis. The strongest refers to the strongest combination of current combat power and potential. The strongest person of the same level? Oh my god, this is quite interesting. It is certain that within each race, some individuals are strong and some are weak, and the stronger the individual, the harder it is to summon them. After using this, not only is the summoning fixed, it is also the strongest. Even using a low-quality summoning skill book, you can summon a high-quality strongman. Yizhe looked at the three-tailed demon fox lying at his feet. It is equivalent to if he used the limit summoning before summoning the three-tailed demon fox. Then if the three-tailed demon fox clan has a six-tailed or even a nine-tailed demon fox at the same level, they can summon the latter too. At this moment, he seemed to feel Yizhe's gaze. The little fox jumped onto Yizhe's legs, rubbing Yizhe's right hand while making a whining sound. Yizhe held the fox in his arms and stroked it while thinking about his free space for summoned beasts. If you use up the entry, the next summon can be the strongest person below level 16 in a certain race. Alternatively, you can wait until the level is higher and use it to get greater benefits. Yizhe thought about the pros and cons of both. Final decision: no need to wait. After all, terms can be synthesized. When his level reaches a higher level, maybe he can combine this into an entry with better effect. In this case, there is no need to consider the quality of the next summoning skill book, as it can summon the strongest one anyway. The only thing to consider is race. It is best to pick a rare, powerful, and high-cap race, so as not to waste the effect of this entry. Yizhe quickly went through the racial atlas in the textbook in his mind. Which race is better? Chapter 74: The Fourth Hidden Level of the Ancient Battlefield. The supernatural era has developed for decades, and the races encountered are countless. Yizhe thought of several powerful and rare races, but the summoning skill books of these races were also rare and could not be found on the market. When we get to the Demon Suppression Army's treasury, we can look for it again. The items in the Demon Suppression Army's treasury are much richer than those in the exchange, and the probability of finding rare race summoning skill books is also higher. I hope the rewards won't be in arrears after the training camp ends. Just as he was thinking, Yizhe suddenly looked around. After the destruction of Chiyu's phantom, the ancient battlefield was in ruins. The number of surviving trialists has been reduced to 0, and the copy has not ended yet. What? At this moment, something strange happened. To Yizhe's surprise, another battlefield information prompt popped up in front of him. Detected that someone has achieved the goal. The number of kills exceeds 50. The fourth level of the ancient battlefield is open. I'm the only one left. Why open the fourth floor? Yizhe's face was full of confusion. Then he suddenly woke up and thought of the rumors about the ancient heritage before the ancient battlefield opened. It is said that this ancient battlefield came from another world, an extraordinary world that has experienced thousands of years of development. Its comprehensive strength is amazing, far beyond the reach of Blue Star. Is there any more surprise? In the outside world and the monitoring department, everyone's faces changed when they saw the fourth level of the ancient battlefield opened. Old Wei, what's going on? Even the usually calm Wei Zheng was a little confused. It's not designed by me. I'm afraid it's a hidden level. I didn't expect that there is a hidden fourth level ancient battlefield. The conditions for opening this are really harsh. How can a normal person possibly kill more than half of the people in the arena? Could it be that there really is a legacy from another world? Although Wei Zheng raised the possibility of ancient heritage, even he himself was not sure whether it really existed. I didn't expect that someone would actually go this far. Before the copy was projected, all the senior executives and persons in charge at the headquarters were concentrating and staring closely at the next scene. Inside the room, the students who had just signed several confidentiality agreements had consumed a lot of their mental energy. Confidentiality agreements are a common type of contractual prop that is signed using mental power. Signing too many of them can lead to a sense of mental power deficiency, similar to kidney deficiency. And now, seeing the scene of the ancient battlefield on the fourth floor, all the colleges looked at each other in bewilderment. It seems like I have to sign one more copy. Ancient battlefield, fourth floor. To Yizhe's surprise, the scene did not change. It was still the ruins of the pioneer city, and his identity became a defender. But when he turned around, he was stunned. Evil, evil, and it's especially evil. Looking around, the sky was filled with dark clouds and thick blood fog. Abyss demons swarmed in like a tide, and their number was unknown. Yizhe sighed. How can this be called a surprise? It's more like a shock. The demons are everywhere, of all levels, including elites, special elites, generals, and even kings. Demon King. I fight the Demon King? Yi Zhe was stunned. Looking at the high-level experts in China, and even the world, the number of times they have killed the Demon King is no more than 5 times. Let him come now? Boom. The ground shook, and a small number of troops appeared under the vanguard city, barely fighting against the countless demons. These armies included humans, demons, nature spirits, dragons, and many other races, but they were defeated one after another and were completely defeated, almost being overwhelmed by endless evil demons. In the monitoring department, even Juan Faping couldn't help but ask seriously, is this the war between that world and the evil demons? This is the battle for the survival of the race. It's brutal. Who knows, maybe something like this will happen on our blue planet in the future. While the senior executives were speaking seriously, the trainees remaining in the monitoring department could not help but discuss the matter. Lu Anren looked worried and said, this 4th level is definitely a test. I wonder how Yi Zhe is going to pass it. Luo Yao also said, it would be fine if he had teammates, but he is alone. Everyone present had the same question. If you fail the test, is there still a chance to obtain the inheritance? And at the same time, as the demon army got closer, a task prompt popped up in front of Yi Zhe. Assessment. The destruction of the world of all spirits. Assessment task. Survive for 30 minutes. Explanation. You will face the phantom of evil spirits of the same level as you, and relive the battle of destruction in the world of all spirits. Survive for 30 minutes amidst an almost endless siege of demons and devils, etc. Are the demons we face all at the same level as me? Why didn't you say it earlier? What's there to be afraid of? The moment he saw the instructions, Yi Zhe instantly regained his strength. He has never been afraid of any enemy of the same level. It's just a demon king of level 10. Even if a level 16 evil demon emperor comes. Never mind, I've never seen him, so I won't brag about it. Yi Zhe thought about it and confidently brought all his summoned beasts to the front line. Just as he was about to kill everyone, a bloody human warrior, lying on the ground, grabbed his trouser leg tightly. No, don't go. Run, survive, and leave a spark for the human race. This human warrior was covered in blood and had a weak breath. It was obvious that he had just participated in a battle with evil demons. But at this moment, he murmured weakly, the all-spirit realm is gone. Yi Zhe sighed, squirrel, asked the 2 shadow clones to carry him away. Then, he looked at the evil demon in front of him and said calmly, I don't know whether the all-spirit realm has survived or not, but I will definitely not lose this battle. As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow flashed on the panda's body again, and the mountain-like shadow of Chi-Yu appeared again. In the monitoring department, the students who had just been sent away by this skill were a little shocked. How come he can use this skill again? Isn't it said that the stronger the skill, the longer the cooldown? How much cooldown reduction does he have? Shit, the 3-tailed demon fox's thunderbolt has cooled down. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, they saw thunder rolling down from the sky in the projection. Just like a lawn mowing game, harvesting one evil demon after another. Furthermore, the fox's weapon, the mystic orb, also has the effect of restore 1 mana upon killing an enemy. One skill will instantly restore your mana to full. When facing monsters of the same level, it feels great to defeat them in seconds. Before this, Yi Zhe asked Squirrel to rescue all the people from the Wanling Realm army. After all, we don't know whether the number of surviving troops will affect the assessment results. Anyway, there will be no problem if we rescue them first. This leads to a large number of human, elves, demons, and other armies from the spiritual world were all stunned, looking at the scene in front of them as if a god had descended to the earth. Chi-Yu's phantom waved his hand casually, and the martial saint's aura directly cleared out the entire evil demon phantom. Those king-level evil demons were targeted by the mantis and were killed directly by the void slash. Their deaths were extremely insignificant. The number of demons decreased rapidly. Yi Zhe sat down bored. I hope the demons can hold out for 30 minutes. Chapter 75, The Inheritance of the World Tree. Outside, everyone in the monitoring department was stunned. Yi Zhe's strength seems to be even stronger than they expected, especially the panda, which fought with the ancient phantom for more than 20 minutes. You know, this kind of skill often consumes physical strength exponentially or even several times, but the panda can still hold on. This is too long. Someone sighed, causing everyone to nod. In this refreshing visual feast of mowing the lawn, more than 20 minutes passed in a flash. The number of evil spirits is obviously decreasing. But even so, the demons continued to attack the vanguard city. The evil demons, which looked like countless dead soldiers, inexplicably made everyone present feel a little chilly. As the assessment is about to end, Yizhe suddenly heard an ethereal voice behind him. "You've passed." As the sound rang out, all the illusions around, the army, and the evil demons disappeared completely. Yizhe looked in the direction of the sound and saw a huge willow tree towering into the sky, growing in the vanguard city. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and spots of sunlight descended. The willow branches shone brightly, but it still couldn't cover up the scorched appearance of the willow trees. Yizhe opened his eyes of insight. World Tree of the 10,000 Spirits. Great? The grade and quality are both? But there is one sentence in the description that is very eye-catching. The only survivor among the 5,400 races and 700 billion creatures in the myriad spirits world. Looks a bit sad. Yizhe was watching, but found something even sadder. Current status is near death. The world tree seemed to capture the golden light in Yizhe's eyes. Is it the eye of insight? The world tree used its spiritual power to transmit its voice in the air. The voice was still calm and ethereal. In that case, I'll skip introducing myself. Yizhe was not surprised to hear the world tree reveal its abilities. After all, he did not hide his abilities, and as the other party was the world tree, it was normal for him to have some knowledge. But the other party changed the subject and said, "No, I still want to say it. After all, those who are listening outside the dungeon, the rulers of your world, do not have this ability." In the monitoring department, everyone was stunned. This was the first time that they were mentioned by name outside the copy. For a moment, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. But Wei Zheng was stunned for only a second and immediately told the technicians in a serious tone, "Take out the superconducting energy crystal immediately to adjust the copy. I need to contact Yizhe." Yizhe was alone in the copy. Originally, everyone could only hear him talking but could not contact him. But by using some rare energy stones, you can cleverly send messages to people in the copy. Wei Zheng keenly sensed that the other party seemed to have something important to say, and he also needed to contact this remnant of the Millennium Supernatural Era through Yizhe. After a brief explanation from the World Tree, he praised Yizhe. "The reason I showed up is because you have a genius who is stronger than the new generation of the Wanling realm. It gave me hope." Yizhe nodded silently, thinking secretly, "So, there should be a reward." Before leaving behind the inheritance of the 10,000 Spirits realm, World Tree continued, "Yizhe, you can ask me 3 questions, and I will tell you everything I know." Ah! Yizhe was stunned for a moment. 3 questions? What's the question? How can I reach level 100 quickly? Which species should I summon next? When will I find a girlfriend? He does have problems, but he has some ideas about them, and it always feels unnecessary to use them here. He scratched his head, unable to think of any worthwhile questions. However, among the students in the monitoring department, this question immediately sparked heated discussion. "Sister Anrin, what do you want to ask?" "Well, I want to ask how the Space Department can exert stronger combat capabilities. If it were me, I would ask how to create a legendary 6-star armor. Then it would be the first one on Blue Star." "Don't be silly, Lung Feng. Maybe the materials used to make it don't even exist on Blue Star?" "Then ask how to expel the abyss." "Well, I want to ask how the summoning profession can surpass Yizhe." On this side, the students said all kinds of things. But Wei Zheng, the person in charge, was much more serious and even prepared to pass on a message to Yizhe immediately. Ask Yizhe if he can give up the 3 chances. For individuals, the 3 questions can have limited effect. But for a country, the experience that can be brought by the last remnants of another civilization is extremely valuable, especially when invaded by the same enemy. In the copy, Yizhe received a message from Wei Zheng from the task interface. Give up 3 questions? However, the next message from Wei Zheng shocked Yizhe. "I'll be compensated with 10,000 military merits for 1 question, plus the gold medal of honor." Fuck, the boss is so generous. The honorary gold medal has the same treatment as the gold medal. For example, you can be arranged with an exclusive hovercraft for travel just like the city lord. The only difference is that there is no right to mobilize troops. The Gold Medal of Honor can only be obtained by those who have made significant contributions to China. Wei Zheng must have anticipated this. These 3 problems of the World Tree will definitely have a profound impact on the country. Thinking of the 30,000 military merits and medals, Yizhe agreed decisively and conveyed the problem to the World Tree on behalf of Wei Zheng. At the same time, Wei Zheng directly ordered, All irrelevant personnel in the monitoring department should leave. Although the talented students were very curious, they left quietly. Except for the responsible persons and several senior executives from the headquarters, all others have left the monitoring department and closed all other projections. Wei Zheng and his companions pondered for a long time and finally began to ask questions. These three issues are indeed all about national development, fighting against evil, and the improvement of sixth-level professionals. Today, the highest professional in the world is only level 6, and no one can reach level 7. If China could be the first to possess the 7th rank, that's a huge value. This question, if answered, would be worth far more than a gold medal of honor. Moreover, the threat of evil demons has always been great. For China, they have not even seen any existence above the king level. But it is difficult to fight the king level alone, and it is even more impossible to fight against stronger demons. After more than 10 minutes of answering, the answer of the world tree finally reached its climax. How to advance to the 7th level and how to defeat the evil demon is a problem. The myriad spirits realm vaguely came up with a result, but just when it was about to come true, it was conquered by the emperor himself. This is also one of the inheritances of the myriad spirits realm that I want to leave behind. As the world tree spoke these words, a seed condensed in the center, a seed filled with red glow. When you figure it out, use it. At the same time, a crown made of golden willow leaves was given to Yizhe. You might need this. The world tree said this and left Yizhe with a personal reward for this inheritance. Yizhe took a look and his expression changed greatly. Crown of the wonderful world tree. Effect: 1. Gain experience. 2. Not yet enabled. Oh shit, how could this be necessary? It's really necessary. Double the experience. This is a divine object to him. Yizhe quickly put it into his backpack. At the same time, the world tree also gave the red seed to Yizhe. This, bring your world for me. This is me, the last thing left in the world of all spirits. As he spoke, the copy slowly disintegrated. The body of the world tree gradually disintegrated. Everything before my eyes turned into a white light. Such a sudden ending made Yizhe a little confused. He subconsciously opened his eye of insight and looked at the red seed left in his hand. A message box that I had never seen before popped up. Expansion Pack. Mythology Revival. Chapter 76. Myth Resurrection. There was a flash of white light before my eyes. Yizhe returned to the entrance of the large copy from the collapsed 4th floor of the ancient battlefield. Yizhe is out. The students and other personnel waiting outside exclaimed when they noticed the movement at the entrance of the copy. Attracted everyone's attention. There was mostly shock and admiration in everyone's eyes, as well as a little anger, all from the students he had eliminated. Wan Feiping also came out from the monitoring department and laughed when he saw Yizhe. Good boy, you really didn't let me down. Not only did he not be disappointed, he was extremely surprised and gained a lot of face in the special training camp. Come on, I'll take you to talk to Wei Zheng first. As for the inheritance left by the world tree, no one knew what it was at this time, and everyone was eager to ask Yizhe for an answer. In the eyes of a group of talented students, Yizhe entered the monitoring department and, with the introduction of Wan Feiping, met several senior executives from the headquarters and heads of various regions. The world tree said that the inheritance it left to the entire world is this seed. Yizhe went straight to the point and handed the seeds to Wei Zheng. This prop, which represented a new stage in the extraordinary era, caused another wave of shock among Wei Zheng and other senior executives. Mythology Resurrection? Is this the last inheritance of the myriad spirits realm? It turns out that our blue planet's extraordinary system is still so weak. It turns out that in order to break through the 7th level and possess the power to fight against the Demon Lord level, one needs to enter the Myth Revival era. But how should this seed be used? In addition to being shocked, everyone couldn't help but feel puzzled. This seed only shows the name, but no other information. Wei Zheng looked at Yizhe. Did the world tree tell you how to use it? World tree? Nothing was said. Yizhe's face was full of confusion, but he suddenly stopped. Wait, the world tree knows that he has the eye of insight, and some information can be conveyed even without saying it. Let me take a look first. A golden light suddenly flashed in Yizhe's pupils, and the complete information of this seed was indeed revealed at a glance. Expansion Pack. Mythology Revival. Description. The system of the extraordinary era is broken. and the mythological era is gradually recreated in stages by the revival seeds. How to open. A level 6 professional can plant the seeds on any land in this world. Phase 1. After the seeds are planted, the first mythical secret realm will be generated in the world within 1 to 7 days. The second phase will begin after successful conquest. Phase 2. After Phase 1 is completed. Stage 3. Stage 4. Note: once the myth revival begins, it may attract more attention from the abyss and demons. Sure enough, it's not an operation that can start the myth revival with just one click. Otherwise, the world of all spirits would not have survived until now. But a mythical secret realm, Yizhe still looks forward to it very much. Will Blue Planet enter the mythological age after the 4 stages are completed? But since we can't see the following content, it's difficult to determine the answer. Right now, only Yizhe can see the complete information, and the other senior executives can only guess by observing Yizhe's expression. Yizhe's mind moved. The information panel that only you can see is transformed into a physical form and shared with others. What a detailed content, Wu Ming exclaimed, causing everyone to agree. Yizhe, what a strong insight. Although the content was not much, everyone read it very carefully, fearing to miss any details. A few minutes later, Wei Zheng was filled with emotion, and he first praised from the bottom of his heart. Yizhe, well done. If you hadn't passed the test of the world tree, I'm afraid we would have had a hard time finding a way to revive the myth in our lifetime. Before that, don't even think about finding. Even the term myth revival was the first time they heard it. As Wei Zheng spoke, he called over a high-ranking military officer and brought over a red box. Wei Zheng personally awarded Yizhe the Gold Medal of Honor. With this medal in hand, if Yizhe wants to take a rest in the future, the military will provide him with the highest standard of living supplies every week. There will even be a dedicated floating car to pick you up when you travel. That's great, kid. You can get the same treatment as me, Wan Feiping said with a smile. Wei Zheng said to Yizhe seriously again, from now on, you can come to me directly if you have anything. Once this statement is made, it carries too much power. Thank you, Commander Wei. Yizhe touched the medal. It was made of 100% pure gold. He then asked, Chief Wei, when will we start the myth revival? He is still very much looking forward to the revival of the myth. There are also mythical secret realms. Even if you can't enter, it's still a feast for the eyes to see mythical items come into the world. Upon hearing this question, Wei Zheng immediately said decisively, Now! When these words were spoken, the other senior executives were shocked. Shouldn't such a major matter be discussed in a meeting for several days? But Wei Zheng didn't seem to be joking. It seemed that after witnessing the death of the last living being in the world of all spirits, he felt a little more urgency about the war with the abyss. Now that he has a way to increase his strength, he must seize every opportunity. Time waits for no one. Wei Zheng sighed, then said, Wan Feiping, you plan it. Plan it here. China can still barely suppress the abyss now. If it can't be suppressed in the future, it will be too late to start the myth revival. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Wan Feiping was naturally happy about the start of a new era. After all, he was one of those stuck at level 69. If there is hope of advancing to the 7th level through the mythical secret realm, he will definitely be the first to charge. Good. Wan Feiping agreed decisively, stepped on a small hole in the open space, and threw the seeds directly into it. Why no response? Do I need to apply some fertilizer? As everyone was talking, the seeds that had been planted glowed brightly red. The seed did not grow upwards, but differentiated into several rhizome-shaped rainbow lights, extending deep into the blue planet and wandering around the world. Come and find the opening point of the first mythical secret realm. Expansion pack. Myth revival is about to start. This sentence popped up on the personal data panels of everyone present. Will the first mythical secret realm be created within 1 to 7 days? Time flies. We have to be prepared too. We don't know where they will appear. Watch the seeds being planted, and all that's left is to wait. At this point, the special training camp has come to an end. Wei Zheng and Wan Feiping also calculated the military merits that Yizhe deserved as an instructor. It was also at this time that Wei Zheng and Wu Ming realized that Wan Feiping had actually promised extra military merits just to let Yizhe beat up their people. The latter was severely despised again. At the same time, there are 30,000 military merits gained in exchange for the 3 questions of the world tree. Yizhe's current total military merit, 63,350. Even among all the members of the demon-suppressing army, he is considered extremely wealthy. Let's go. I'll take you to the demon suppression army's treasury. Wei Zheng patted Yi Zhe on the shoulder and smiled. At the same time, compensation was also given to all those who were eliminated from the special training camp. Those who are eliminated in the first 2 rounds can choose any item from the second level of the treasury, and those who are eliminated in the third round can choose any item from the third level of the treasury. After all, more than 30 people were eliminated almost at the same time, so it was difficult to calculate the ranking rewards. This way, we can give an explanation to all the trainees in the special training camp. Chapter 77: A Great Harvest of Treasures. Dozens of military hovercrafts were launched. One of them is a small luxury floating car with black and white colors, which is Yi Zhe's current private car. The hovercraft started up and flew over Longdu collectively, overlooking the most prosperous central city in the central China region and even the whole country. After a long time, they passed through another magic barrier. A collection of materials that is full of technology and looks like a library is presented to everyone. By taking the elevator, most of the special training camp students can only go to the second floor. Top students including Liu Anren, Chu He, Duan Tianxin, and others went to the third floor. Only Yi Zhe came to the fourth floor. Hello, please activate your identity. Arriving at the fourth floor, an elegant woman in black stockings and a professional suit guided Yi Zhe. The fourth floor is smaller, like a technology exhibition hall, full of luxury and high-end, with a magic circle faintly visible. Only after activating your identity can you enter the fourth level. Yi Zhe pressed his fingerprint, and his personal information was displayed. The number of his military merits on it surprised the woman in professional attire who was welcoming him. 60,000 military merits? She is a guide on the fourth level. Most of the people she has met over the years have worked hard for several years to save up 16,000 yuan before coming to exchange for an item. And this young man in front of me, at the age of 18, has 60,000 military merits? It's a bit scary. The woman in professional attire showed an elegant smile and bowed slightly to guide Yi Zhe to the location of the treasure. Please. Even though it was her first time to meet someone younger than her, she still had to show due respect. After saying that, she followed closely behind Yi Zhe, keeping a distance that was neither too close nor too far, and diligently helped Yi Zhe explain and find treasures. Which category would you like to see first? Let's first look at the summoning skill books, or the summoned beasts that can be contracted. This way, after Yi Zhe expressed his needs, the woman in professional attire immediately guided him. Soon, rows of individual containers came into view, including summoning skill books, beast eggs, summoned beast cubs, etc. Moreover, most of them are of legendary quality. There are elves, elementals, beasts, undead, even dragons, monsters, and many other types. If someone else came, they might be dazzled. But fortunately, Yi Zhe has a perceptive eye. Start by looking at the potential column one by one. Suddenly, a unique potential made his eyes light up. This is a mechanical creature brought back from the abyss. It is said to come from another technological world. But no one has been able to use it so far. After hearing the explanation from the guiding woman, Yi Zhe could understand why no one could use it. Because the mechanical creature in front of him was only the size of a thumb and had no interfaces. It looked more like a stone. Yi Zhe was a little impressed by the strong man who brought it back. How did he recognize it? Moreover, through the eye of insight, Yi Zhe understood. This mechanical creature has super computing power and super energy conversion rate, and can be said to be the top mechanical summons. But the problem is that it is like a chip and cannot be effective alone. It needs to be used with auxiliary props from its native technological world. But that world has been destroyed by the abyss. Well, there is no solution. Yi Zhe gave up decisively. It was useless to worry about something he couldn't use. Suddenly, a special skill book came into view. Ordinary summoning skill books are all for a certain race, such as pandas, squirrels, etc., which are all beastmen. And this summoning skill book is actually dual racial. Moreover, both races are rare. Dual race summoned beasts are actually not uncommon. For example, Tauren is a common race that is a combination of orcs and humans, but their combat power is not much stronger than that of a single race. For example, some subdragon species are a combination of common races and rare races, with a compromise in combat power and are slightly stronger. But having two rare races is extremely rare. The rarer and higher level the race, the harder it is to produce dual races. Although the quality of this summoning skill book is not as good as legendary, the two races are extremely rare. Devil Dragon. Demons, unlike the abyss demons, are also a type of living creatures. Common examples include devils, succubi, hellhounds, etc. The evil demons are completely created by the power of the abyss and stand in opposition to all the worlds and all living beings. The dual race combination of Demon Garen. This is quite acceptable to Yizhe. After all, both races have evil and fighting characteristics. I need to remind you to be careful. This skill book is an epic 1-star. The guide emphasized the word epic and reminded, because this is the only copy of the dual races of demon and dragon, it was specially adjusted to the 4th level. Yes, not it. Just what I want. The usher pursed his lips. 16,000 military merits could have been exchanged for a legendary 3 or 4-star skill book. But now it only exchanged for an epic 1-star? I really don't understand the ideas of these geniuses. Yizhe decisively took the skill book. Just hope that the extreme summoning will bring him a little surprise. Afterwards, he wandered around the props area and was amazed. Especially a door-shaped legendary prop. Anywhere door, imagine a place you have seen before. After opening the door, you can reach the target location with a probability. Note, the probability of reaching a place you have personally experienced is higher. The more complete the imagination, the higher the probability. Even this thing, Yizhe immediately became very interested. However, it is more reliable to go to a place you have been to before, otherwise the consequences are hard to predict. Seeing that Yizhe was interested, the guide immediately explained. This item is currently being borrowed. If you want to exchange it, it will take about a day or 2. Yizhe was surprised and asked, "Can I still borrow it?" Yes. After all, treasures are mainly for the service of people. Treasures that can be helpful in frontline operations can be temporarily deployed and borrowed. Yizhe very much agreed with such regulations. After all, the war on the front line is tense, and once the regulations allowing borrowing treasures are issued, many people will definitely be saved. Yizhe continued walking and looking. His footsteps suddenly stopped at one point. I want to change this one too. Imaginary enemy, legend. Effect. Create an enemy in the virtual space. After defeating it, you will gain 100 experience points and skill proficiency. You will gain experience points once a day. Seeing this legendary prop that looked like a silver Rubik's Cube, Yizhe's face lit up with joy. This prop has something special. That is to say, all the targets Yizhe has seen can be constructed in a virtual space and fought against. If you win, you will get full experience. This means you can get at least 1 extra experience point every day. In addition, you can also try out combat methods, gain combat experience, and more. Yizhe took it immediately. Combined with his Crown of the World tree, the upgrade speed is definitely much faster. I got 2 treasures in a row. Yizhe looked at the remaining military merit and took one more walk around. And then changed to the 3rd one. Legendary Equipment Upgrade Voucher. You can upgrade equipment below legendary level to legendary quality. He wants to upgrade this spiritual contract ring. The effect of copying skills is really useful. It would be even better if it could be enhanced after upgrading to legend. After getting the 3 treasures, Yizhe's face looked much happier. Proves that this special training camp was really worth it. What a great harvest. There are even a lot of military merits left. You exchanged 3 items consuming military merits. The current remaining military merits are 15,350. If you save up a little more, you can get another one. Under the sighing eyes of the guide girl, Yizhe left the Demon Suppression Army's treasury. But he found that most people had left, and only Yizhe was slow in picking 3 items. Only Wan Faping and Lu Anren were waiting for him. Lu Anren crossed her arms. Perhaps she had been waiting for Yizhe for a while. Hurry up, I'll go back to Linyuan City with you. Chapter 78, Safety and Danger? Upgrade of the Spiritual Contract Ring. Yizhe didn't expect that Lu Anren was actually waiting for him. It seems that after finishing the special training camp, she, as a special recruit of the headquarters, has also completed a stage of training and can go home. It's just on the way. Lu Anren pursed her lips, and Yizhe smiled faintly. Okay. Looking at the boy and girl in front of me, Wan Faping on the side touched his head blankly, always feeling that he was shining silently, even a little redundant. But I was the one who came here first. I was waiting for Yizhe here first. Damn. Looking at Wan Faping standing there in a daze, Yizhe couldn't help but call him with amusement. After all, this is the special training camp that brought me here. I can't just ruthlessly abandon me here when I leave. The 3 of them got on Yizhe's exclusive hovercraft, returned to Linyuan City. The college entrance examination and the first mythical secret realm are about to open, and Yizhe is preparing to go back to improve his strength. If you can enter a mythical secret realm, the competition will be unprecedentedly fierce, so you must naturally make sufficient improvements. Of course, if the college entrance examination candidates knew that Yizhe could greatly improve his combat power, I would probably burst into tears on the spot. Please stop. At this time, Yizhe's special car returning to Linyuan City had 2 rows of long sofa seats on the left and right. Yi Ziliu sat quietly on one side, Wan Feiping sat on the opposite side, and the 3 of them were silent. At one point, Wan Feiping felt that his brightness had increased a little. When they were almost at Linyuan City, Yizhe suddenly looked puzzled. Have the defenders of Linyuan City returned to normal now? A day ago, the chief of the investigation department disappeared in the contaminated area number 17, and Linyuan City instantly entered a state of alert. He recovered in just one day? Seeing that he finally had something to say, Wan Feiping immediately responded. Everything is fine now. The head of the investigation department and his entourage are all back safely. Back safely? All of them? Yizhe couldn't help but be surprised. There are very few cases where the entire team returns safely after being missing in a polluted area for more than a day. It would be ideal if some people could return, but it would be too ideal if all of them could return. Lu Anren didn't know about this when he was at the headquarters, so he just listened quietly. Wan Feiping immediately dispelled Yizhe's concerns after hearing this. Don't worry, the Demon Suppression Army has verified it, and it has been confirmed that it is me. According to the section chief himself, they discovered a strange crystal that caused them to lose their location and signal. Yizhe still frowned. Have all been verified, including the abilities? It's not that Yizhe is suspicious by nature. Instead, when answering questions at the ancient battlefield and the world tree, he remembered the lion fighting rabbit theory proposed by the other party. When a lion fights a rabbit, it uses all its strength. It means that when dealing with evil spirits, even if they are weak, you must go all out. After all, the methods used by evil spirits are strange, and you cannot afford to be careless. It also means that when the evil spirits deal with their enemies, they will definitely go all out. Even if the overall strength of the evil demon is stronger than that of the opponent, it will not underestimate any opponent. Often the stronger the evil demon, the more insidious it is. The already destroyed world of all spirits suffered this loss. But Wan Feiping still affirmed. The defenders have verified it, and the abilities are all their own abilities. Definitely not a substitute for the Flayer or something like that. That's good. After hearing the verification results from the demon-suppressing army garrison, Yizhe felt relieved. The hovercraft landed near the War College. As soon as we got off the car, we saw Lu Boyan, with a smile on his face, coming to greet us with several teachers, including Xia Qing, who became a formal teacher. Although the results of the special training camp were kept confidential and not announced, the fact that 2 students from the War College returned from the special training camp is also worth celebrating. Dad, after not seeing each other for a few days, even the usually indifferent Lu Anren couldn't help but feel quite excited. Seeing this, Yizhe joked, Teacher Lu, your mouth is almost stretched to your ears. Are you so happy? On the side, Xia Qing couldn't help laughing and explained. There's another reason. It's because the section chief is back. Teacher Lu finally doesn't have to work overtime and can rest. No wonder, I finally got to rest. Yizhe can understand it very well. Wan Feiping got out of the car, looked around, and asked with an unhappy look, Where is your vice president? The trainees from the special training camp came back, and he didn't even come to see them? A teacher explained. The vice president went to meet the head of the investigation department. I heard that he has some achievements to report. Wan Feiping snorted coldly. Who knows? Maybe he's just trying to get some credit. However, no one cared too much about these things at this time. After the welcome ceremony, there was supposed to be a dinner party, but Yizhe still had 3 treasures that he hadn't used, so he went home directly. At the same time, inside the War College, Zhao Xian looked depressed. Ever since I heard about Yizhe's solo raid, how he was awarded the bronze medal, expired news, and how he was even picked up by the city lord to attend a special training camp, this made him, who originally aimed to surpass Yizhe, feel a little painful for a while. How come the harder I work, the further I get from my goal? At this time, he took the transfer application and went to the vice president's office to get it stamped. When I transfer to Tobu No. 1 High School, that's where I'll be able to show my talents. Sooner or later, I will defeat Yizhe. He walked through the teaching building and came to the vice president's office on the 2nd floor. Reach out and knock on the door. Knock, knock. No one responded. No one? Didn't we just agree with Zhou Wei? When Zhao Xian was wondering, the door of the vice president's office opened automatically. Zhao Xian looked up and stared inside, his entire body frozen in place. The ground was covered in blood, and half of Vice President Zhou Wei's head fell at the door. A figure was sitting leisurely on the leather chair in the office. A pressure like a tsunami almost suffocated Zhao Xian. King. Snap! A blood-red hand stretched out from the office and slapped Zhao Xian, turning him into a pool of blood foam. Zhao Xian is dead. At this time, a female classmate happened to pass by here. The scene where Zhao Xian was beaten into blood foam happened right in front of her. However, she seemed to see nothing, looking around and muttering. Where's Zhao Xian? I just saw him. Yi Zhe copied Shadow Escape and turned into a ball of shadow and rushed back home. At the same time, let the squirrel send out 50 shadow clones to roam and investigate around Linyuan City. If you find anything unusual, report it immediately. He was still somewhat uneasy about the matter of the chief of the investigation department. If nothing happened, he could still exchange a shadow clone for use in his journey, which would not be redundant. Back home, Yi Zhe couldn't wait to take out the 3 treasures he had exchanged for to improve his strength. First, use the legendary equipment upgrade voucher directly to prepare to upgrade the spiritual contract ring. The upgraded equipment attributes are as follows. Spiritual contract ring, exclusive for summoners. Quality, golden legend. Attributes, agility, spirit mana. Special effect. When the summoned beast is near you, the movement speed increases. Additional skills, spiritual contract. Can copy 2 temporary skills from the contracted summoned beast. Disappear after 1 use. Can be stored. 100 mana consumption, 20 minutes cooldown. Confirmed upgrade? Really? Originally, you could only copy 1 skill at a time, but now you can copy 2. Did not disappoint Yi Zhe's expectations. Confirm upgrade. In this way, Yi Zhe, as a summoner, also owned his first legendary equipment. He immediately copied out the ultimate martial arts. This talent, which reduces cooldown by 80, reduces stamina, and ignores negative states, can be permanently used. Another skill he copied was Shadow Escape, so if he was in danger, he could turn into a shadow and escape. Then, he took out the dual race summoning skill book. I wonder if there are any strong ones among the Demon Dragon tribe? The extreme summoning attribute has been given to Yi Zhe. If there is no strong one below level 16 among these 2 races, it will be a huge loss. But it shouldn't be. As usual, Yi Zhe took out the squirrel and placed it in one hand, and used the skill book with the other hand. Extreme summoning has taken effect. Chapter 79, the 5th Summoned Beast. The End Dragon Simon. Somewhere outside the Blue Star, the Demon World. A world without the sun. The world's largest Demon King city is now filled with a violent and bloody atmosphere. The largest arena in the royal city was filled with corpses of demons. Blood and flesh were scattered all over the ground, and the scene was like hell. There was only one figure left standing. Wonderful, so wonderful. Above the arena, a great demon with an extremely terrifying aura sat on the throne. The big devil was very satisfied. You are worthy of being my son. This statement is absolutely correct, because whether it is the corpses scattered on the ground or the remaining demon, all of them are the sons of this demon king. Beside the throne, a demon messenger said respectfully, King, according to your rules, in the fight to the death involving 172 princes, it was His Highness Simon who survived in the end. Who? Your Highness Simon, the demon messenger reminded in a low voice. It's the dragon girl's child. It's her. The demon king suddenly realized and pretended to recall. Dragon girl tastes really good. Okay, Simon, be crowned demon. The demon king strode forward. Only the strong are worthy of being my son. The demon king set a rule that only the winner of a fight to the death among all his sons can officially become the demon king's son. He was walking towards the last figure in the arena, but he found that the only surviving winner disappeared in an instant. The demon king paused and froze in shock. However, not only him, all the demons watching were stunned. The demon king immediately emitted a wave of energy, and his vast and powerful spiritual power swept across the entire Demon King city in an instant. Then he scanned the entire demon world. Where's my son? After gaining nothing, the demon king instantly became furious and crushed the entire arena with 1 foot. The demon messengers were terrified and immediately began searching under the king's order. Yi Zhe set the summoning location in the summoned beast space. The reason is simple. Since there are dragons in the race, their size must not be too small. If you summon one at home, the house will be in danger. Facts have proved that Yi Zhe was right. A black light flashed, and in the fifth summoning space, a black dragon figure about 3 meters tall appeared. The dragon's body was covered in blood, as if it had just been through a fierce battle. It looks even more ferocious with the pitch-black dragon scales, emitting a dark red glow, with sharp horns on its head curving upward from both sides of its forehead, and its pupils flashing red like hellfire. The pair of devilish wings behind it are made of black and dark red scales interwoven together. They are extremely large, and the bone spurs on the edges of the wings are as sharp as blades. The dragon's entire body exudes a dark, demonic aura. If it appeared in the Chinese living area, it would even be enough to cause alarm. A message popped up in Yi Zhe's eyes. Simon, the End Dragon. Level, 15. Quality, Golden Legend. Attributes, Strength 370, Constitution 350, Agility 350, Spirit 280. Talents, Dragon Bloodline Legend, Dragon True Body Legend, Demon King's Coming Legend. Skills, Black Flame of Destruction, Legendary. Rage, Legendary. Demonic Flame Explosion, Legendary. Potential, Unique. Current status, Confused. Seeing this luxurious panel, Yi Zhe couldn't help but praise the entry of Extreme Summoning. Although it is a one-time thing, the effect is really worth it. His level is 16, so those he summons can only be below level 16. But the demon dragon in front of him was even more powerful than an average level 30 professional. 6 legendary skills. Each one is a combat skill, simply perfect. At the same time, the demon dragon Simon's face and voice were rarely filled with confusion. Where is this? Wasn't he still in the Demon King's castle a second ago? But at this time, the establishment of the summoning contract allowed him to understand his situation in a short period of time. A mere human summoner dares to contract me? The demon dragon Simon was instantly furious. A pair of demonic wings that covered the sky spread out, and as a roar sounded, the surging demonic energy caused the summoned beast space to vibrate, as if it was about to collapse. Once a summoner takes the risk of summoning a dangerous creature, it is likely to backfire. In the worst case, the summoner will be killed by backlash. However, Yi Zhe certainly understood and had a perfect solution. Summoned beasts are irritable and grumpy, and they are always bad. They probably deserve a beating. Just give them a beating. With Yi Zhe's mental power, the summoned beast space naturally did not collapse. As the dragon roared, 2 figures were sent here by Yi Zhe. Panda and Mantis, one on the left and one on the right. Patience education. I have to say that the magic dragon's fighting ability is indeed quite impressive, as it managed to hold out for more than 10 minutes. Etc. The fire in the dragon's pupils became extremely weak and shaky, but he didn't care. Instead, he looked at Mantis, extremely shocked. The Void, a creature from the endless void. Why can a human being subdue void creatures? Also, how can an ordinary panda fight better than a dragon? With the knowledge of the Dragon Demon clan, they naturally know the strangeness of the void creatures, and they also have a little more fear of the summoners who subdue the void creatures. What kind of world is this? The dragon fell silent. Yi Zhe was quite satisfied with the situation and sent a message with his mental power. Magic Dragon, obey the contract. You won't regret it. Without any attributes, it is difficult to make this dangerous creature surrender. Therefore, many summoners will choose summon beast contracts that are friendly to humans. Fortunately, Yi Zhe has a keen eye. You can first achieve the effect of making the summoned beast surrender by adjusting the opponent's goals and wishes. This has been experimented on mantises. I can help you. Yi Zhe opened the Eye of Insight to find the dragon's goal or wish. I can help you. Kill your father. Chapter 80. Conquer the Dragon. Imaginary enemy. Experience gains. I can help you kill your father, the Demon King. Hearing Yi Zhe's words, the demon dragon Simon was stunned, obviously not expecting him to make such a suggestion. How could someone say he wanted to kill his father in front of his son? But Yi Zhe continued. As long as the Demon King doesn't die, you can only be a demon child forever, right? And according to the data, the Demon King has been on the throne for tens of thousands of years, and he has changed nearly 100 demons. You should understand this too. To be honest, Yi Zhe was not shocked at all when he saw through the Eye of Insight that Simon's father, the Demon King, had lived for tens of thousands of years. This creature was the oldest he had ever seen. Perhaps it was because I had seen too many myths and legends in my previous life. There is a sense of ignorance as bliss. Besides, no matter how powerful the Demon King is, we have to trick the dragon into our hands first. Unexpectedly, although the dragon obviously had the same idea, he remained indifferent and laughed arrogantly instead. Just a human. With just these few words, "You want me, Simon, to be your subordinate?" Yi Zhe said calmly. "I'm just helping you settle the account. Because you are not strong enough. You can only be a demon child, not a demon king. Once you return, under your father's nose, do you think you have a chance to surpass and kill him? Think about the nearly 100 demons who came before you. Stay, you still have a chance. Go back, it's like a captive bird returning to its cage. Think about it yourself. The throne of the demon clan is equally tempting compared to the throne of the human dynasty. But unfortunately, the demon king theoretically has infinite lifespan, plus the strongest power of the demon clan. So, what can the prince of the demon clan do to make a name for himself?" Simon fell into deep thought. I have to say that Yi Zhe's words really described his situation very clearly, almost too clearly. Either fight here or go back to the demon world and wait for death. Once he finds out I'm here, he'll definitely catch me and kill you. The he in Simon's words naturally refers to the king of the demon world. It is also obvious that the demon king will not allow one of his offspring to disappear out of thin air, nor will he allow a guy who can threaten his throne to leave his sight. Yi Zhe asked, "Can you sense the demon world here?" Simon shook his head. "I don't know what remote world this is. I can't sense the aura of other realms at all." After getting this answer, Yi Zhe first took note of it secretly, then said with a smile, "That's it. Besides, there is a Chinese saying that goes, when you get to the mountain, there is always a way out. Just a demon king. Anyway, he can't find him for the time being, I think." Hearing this, the demon dragon Simon stopped resisting. The summoned beast space stabilized, and the contract for the skill book was also completed. "Ding! You have contracted the golden legendary summoned beast, Simon the End Dragon. Finally it worked. Dangerous creatures are indeed more troublesome." Yi Zhe couldn't help but sigh. The fifth summoned beast was obtained, and it was also his first summoned beast that could fly and carry people. Although mantises can fly, they cannot carry people. When Simon transformed into his true form as a dragon, his size was even big enough to carry away Yi Zhe's current house. Looking closely at Simon's skills, Yi Zhe suddenly frowned and said suspiciously, "Your innate skill demon king has arrived." "Who is this demon king?" Simon said without hesitation. "That's right, it's the power and divine consciousness of the demon king that will descend upon me. And at the same time, he can immediately find where I am. I will never use this skill again." "A wise move," Yi Zhe praised. Afterwards, after watching the magic dragon skills, Yi Zhe took out the silver-white cube in the shape of a Rubik's Cube. Imaginary enemy. Now, he could try out whether this virtually constructed enemy had the same effect as he imagined. The virtual space was activated, and the scene in front of Yi Zhe changed suddenly. The bedroom cabin was transformed into a light blue digital virtual space where scenes can be freely constructed. For the scene, let's use an ancient battlefield. The enemy, Wan Feiping. As his mental power built up, Yi Zhe seemed to have returned to the 4th level of the ancient battlefield. Opposite him was the 1.9-meter tall, curly-haired Wan Feiping, dressed as a hunter, who looked almost exactly like the real person. As for the reason for choosing him, Yi Zhe had really never seen a 6th-level warrior in action, so he could learn some experience for high-intensity matches. The 5 summoned beasts all went out at the same time. The next moment, Wan Feiping, the imaginary enemy, also moved, and the panda immediately activated the martial saint domain to restrict the opponent. But there is no doubt that the imaginary enemy is strong and realistic. Even though Wan Feiping's attributes were reduced by several hundred in the martial saint domain, he relied solely on his terrifying speed and strength to move through the battlefield like a green storm, fighting 1 against 5. Among them, only the panda fought back 2 moves. The rest either dodged or were killed instantly. In less than a minute, the entire army was wiped out, and even Yi Zhe was hit. Grass! Although there was no harm or pain in the virtual space, Yi Zhe still cursed angrily. The 6th level is indeed quite powerful. Magic Dragon, how much difference is there in strength between your father, the Demon King, and the 6th level one just now? Yi Zhe asked curiously. The dragon said without even thinking. Even if there were 100 opponents of that strength, they would not be enough for him to defeat with just one hand. Grass! As expected of an old monster who has lived for tens of thousands of years, Yize sighed silently. The Demon King is indeed quite powerful. We still have to hurry up and upgrade to become stronger. Yize sighed, and at the same time prepared to select the opponent with whom he would officially gain experience today. Since you can only gain experience by killing an enemy once a day, you naturally have to pick an enemy with the most experience. The 40-level Storm Dragon King and the 40-level Lich Lord are the two with the highest experience among all the enemies Yize has ever encountered. However, since the former is a dungeon monster, it has a difficulty bonus and no difficulty experience bonus in the virtual space, so I gave up decisively. Construct the enemy. The evil general and Lich Leader. The Lich Leader, who had been killed once, reappeared in the virtual space. This time, as if they were quite unhappy about being beaten by Wan Faping. All the summoned beasts rushed forward directly. The dragon didn't even touch it. The evil demon general died again. Kill the Lich Lord and gain experience. World Tree Crown, 100 bonus. Level 16, 31075. 16,000 experience points. Cool. Looking at the skyrocketing experience bar, Yize felt relaxed all over. The crown of the imaginary enemy world tree, the extra experience gained every day, is very gratifying. Especially the crown of the world tree, which has a terrifying 100 experience bonus. Even in the world, such a miraculous effect has never been seen before. Furthermore, the world tree crown has a second effect that has not yet been unlocked. I just don't know what the unlocking conditions are. The experience bar, although it's a little short of upgrading, but it's already 10 p.m. Click and the effect of the imaginary enemy will be refreshed. Yize lay down on the bed, ready to take a nap and wait for the cooldown to refresh. Chapter 81. Borrowing Pandas? The entries can be synthesized. At the same time, in the City Lord's office, Wan Faping yawned and was about to go out for a walk. Suddenly, a door appeared out of nowhere in front of the table in the middle of the office. The door opened, and a gun-wielding warrior walked in from another location. He had an indifferent expression and a surging aura. This door is exactly the anywhere door that Yize had seen in the Demon Suppression Army's treasury. The user at this time was actually one of the 10 6th-level kings, the Gun King. Tong Montak, what are you doing here? Wan Faping looked at the man in front of him, the Gun King Tong Mo, in confusion. Tong Mo has a well-proportioned figure and stern eyes. He is still cold in his 40s. He rarely takes the initiative to contact others, and has never taken the initiative to look for Wan Faping. Wan Faping was puzzled. Shouldn't you be guarding the abyss? Tong Mo spoke concisely and directly, and responded. 3 evil demon kings have arrived, heading for Linyuan City. We are short of manpower. You have to come over. 3 king-level demons. Wan Faping was immediately excited by this scene. Interesting. It's really rare to see so many coming at once. Moreover, the only ones who can make the Gun King take the initiative to seek help are demon kings who are at least level 70 or above. Although the highest level of professionals is currently only level 6, they can still have the upper hand against ordinary level 70 demon kings. Although it is difficult to kill, because demons that can reach the king level generally have powerful life-saving skills. But Wan Faping was still extremely excited to be able to fight. Let's go. Let's go meet them. Tong Mo nodded and took Wan Faping into the door. The two were teleported to the battlefield at the border of the abyss. In the vice president's office of the War College, several faint voices were heard. He's gone. Yes, the only high-ranking person in this city has left. Very good. The next day morning, Chu. Yize was lying on the bed, with 3 furry tails rubbing his face back and forth. I woke up immediately after a sneeze. Yize turned his head and found the culprit, the 3-tailed demon fox, and grabbed it. Disturbing someone's sweet dreams is like stealing money and killing someone. You little fox, do you want to steal my money or kill me? Of course, he did oversleep. I had originally planned to take a nap until midnight and get up to draw entries, but I didn't get up. But since he had already overslept, Yize wanted to continue sleeping, but the little fox forced him to wake up from his sleepy eyes. The little white fox caught by Yize twisted its body, showing a somewhat amused smile, and then said, Master, someone is coming outside. Is there anyone outside? Yize was stunned for a moment, put down the fox and checked the time on his phone. 6 o'clock in the morning. It doesn't look like a normal time to visit. However, after getting dressed and opening the door, the identity of the visitor surprised Yize even more. Who are you? Chu He, the painter of the North China team of the special training camp. Chu He. Outside the door, Chu He, dressed in a green robe and with a gentle face, immediately introduced himself. After hearing this, Yizhe immediately remembered that this hidden profession was very unique after all. The question is, why would he, a descendant of a noble family in North China, come to East China to find me? Chui also went straight to the point and asked, Brother Yizhe, can I draw your summoned beast? Ah! Yizhe scratched his head. Wouldn't it be stronger if you painted those high-level beast men? Isn't it a bit redundant to ask me? When drawing high-level targets, the strength you can exert is very limited. It is best to draw the same level. Chui said sincerely, To be honest, Brother Yizhe, your summoned beast is the strongest I have ever seen among its peers, and has the most cross-level combat capabilities. Chui said, fearing that Yizhe would refuse, he added. If the scroll hadn't run out, I wouldn't have come to bother Brother Yizhe. Don't worry, I'm only borrowing a panda, and I promise to return it within a day. Besides, I'll paint it in the city lord's guest house, and will never take it anywhere else. Whatever compensation you need, just ask. After learning that Yizhe was in the same grade as him, he came up with the idea of drawing a panda. After all, this is the only hope to save my college entrance examination in a short time. That's why he traveled overnight to East China and came to the door. He was not even afraid that Yizhe would ask for too much. If he could draw a few pandas, even if his drawing skills were limited, it would be an explosive boost to his strength. Looking at Chu's fiery eyes, Yizhe thought for a moment. He nodded. Sure, no problem. Great. Chu almost jumped up with excitement. Thank you, Brother Yizhe. Just ask for any compensation you want. Yizhe smiled harmlessly, patted the other person on the shoulder, and said, Harmful. It doesn't matter if we help each other, but compensation is not important. Just provide food for the pandas. Chu was overwhelmed with emotion when he heard this. Brother Yi, I didn't expect you to be so righteous. You saved my college entrance exam. You are such a nice person. No, you're the good guy. Yizhe interrupted the excited Chu and reminded him, I, the panda, can eat more. It doesn't matter. I'll take care of whatever you want to eat. Chu patted his chest, feeling that he could not lose face in front of Yizhe, his righteous brother. Yizhe nodded, summoned the panda, and asked him to follow Chu. Moreover, he was also quite curious about how powerful the panda he drew could be. Yizhe looked at Chu, who was walking away, and said silently, I hope I don't bankrupt this rich guy. Pandas are replenished by what they eat. They can digest everything and turn it into properties. So, in theory, a panda's stomach is almost a bottomless pit. If given time, he could even eat up the entire Linyuan city. Never mind. As long as you don't feed it too often, it shouldn't be a big deal. Yizhe turned to open the imaginary enemy. Summon the mantis and the dragon to kill today's Lich Commander. Another 16,000 experience points obtained. Ding! Your level has been increased to level 17. Talent. You get one chance to draw unlimited gold terms. 17th entry. Yizhe immediately drew. You have won the golden legendary entry. Death Judgment. Death Judgment. After killing the target, the enemy cannot trigger any form of resurrection, reincarnation, or splitting ability, and will definitely die. Unable to trigger resurrection? This type of effect is quite good for restraining high-level demons. It is just right for mantises, used to ensure that the effect of Reaper is triggered 100%. However, at this time, another prompt popped up. A synthesizable term has been detected. It is now possible to synthesize items above the legend. After seeing the effect of the synthetic term Martial Saint, Yizhe suddenly became particularly looking forward to it. Look at this synthesis list. Harvester, Hunting Vision, Death Judgment can be synthesized. Chapter 82. Look for Yizhe if you discover danger. Harvester, Hunting Vision, Death Judgment can be synthesized. 3 assassin-type entries. There is no doubt that something that can be synthesized with 3 terms must not be ordinary stuff. Yizhe did not hesitate and synthesized it immediately. The golden legendary higher level item has been synthesized. Terminator. Terminator. The embodiment of destruction and end, the nightmare of all enemies. As expected of a legendary entry, it feels a lot more impressive. As Yizhe sighed, the synthesized term was naturally attributed to the mantis. A dark purple strange light flashed, wrapping the mantis's body like a ball, but it reappeared after a few seconds. It's like a comprehensive evolution. Summoned Beast, Void Hunter, Golden Legend. Evolved Void Terminator, Golden Legend. The second legendary 4-star, Summoned Beast. It is said that a top-notch summoner in the 5th level of China only has one legendary 4-star summon beast. And now, he is level 17, with 2 legendary 4-stars and 1 legendary 3-star. Moreover, based on Mantis' current status, it is not far from the legendary 5-star level. At the same time, the attributes finally had a big improvement. Strength, 380. Physique, 310. Agility, 378. Spirit, 300. Skill, Void/Annihilation, Legendary Upper. Skill, Void Shuttle, Legendary Upper. Skill, Compound Eye Void Killing Pupil, Legendary Upper. For Mantis to have such attributes when he only has one piece of equipment is simply incredible. It can be regarded as a revival of the glory of the assassins. Now, ordinary 3rd-level professionals can be killed instantly with one strike. But compared to the martial Saint Panda, the attributes of the Mantis are far inferior. After all, the Panda gained a lot of attributes by eating what you need, and with 2 pieces of legendary equipment, the average attribute has long exceeded 500. But in terms of skills, both have their pros and cons. The evolved slashing skill Annihilation doubles the damage. The quality of void travel has also been improved to a superior level. Now if Lu Anren uses space blockade again, it will be difficult to seal it. What shocked Yizhe the most was the last skill. In addition to the enhanced effect of the compound eyes and the integration of hunting vision, there is also an additional special effect. Void Killing Eye. When the target enemy's health is less than 30, the Void Killing Eye triggers the power of the end and kills it directly. Enemies with low health will die with just one glare. This effect is definitely one of the most terrifying killing skills. The evolved Mantis looked even weirder and more terrifying than before. It was hovering in mid-air, feeling a stronger force. The demon dragon said strangely in the summoned beast space. How come he suddenly became so strong in such a short time? Yesterday, he still thought he could fight Mantis back and forth. But now he feels that he will definitely be crushed. Don't worry, you'll have a share in the future. Yes, I was responding. Suddenly, I felt a trance in front of my eyes, and then my pupils passively flashed golden light, as if defending against something. Yizhe frowned. What's going on? Ding! I have insight. Detects that you were disturbed by an illusion. Fantasy? Yizhe's expression was stern, because this was Linyuan City, and no one would easily release illusion skills, let alone interfere with others at will. Then the only possible explanation is, the evil spirits are at work. But what is strange is that none of the recorded evil spirits can use illusions. Is it a new type of evil demon that has not been recorded? Just as Yizhe was thinking, there was a hurried knock on the door. Soon the knocking stopped, a space fluctuation occurred, and the 3 people were teleported directly in front of Yizhe. They are Lu Anren, teacher Lu Boyan, and Huazhong's little lowly Luo Yao. Yizhe was shocked. Hey, you sent it directly to my house. Aren't you too disrespectful of men's privacy? The situation is urgent. Lu Anren did not respond, but said seriously, an evil demon has appeared in the city. Hearing this, Yizhe became serious and realized that it was exactly as he thought. I got an item at the headquarters that can offset the effects of the illusion to a certain extent, and today I saw several bodies on the street, all with signs of demonic attacks, but other people couldn't see them at all. Lu Anren said confidently, this is definitely an illusion, and now even the information can't be sent out. I think it is a huge illusionary space that covers the entire Linyuan City. As a tactician, Lu Anren immediately made an assessment of the current situation. Yizhe nodded slightly after hearing this. Lu Boyan was immediately furious. The evil demon is coming? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Lu Boyan was brought here by Lu Anren early this morning. He said the situation was critical and there was no time to explain in detail. I didn't expect that it was the evil spirit that entered the city. After all, Lu Boyan was a veteran. When he heard that the enemy was attacking, he immediately became angry. I'm at least level 3. Even though I've retired, my strength hasn't declined. Dad, I didn't tell you before, because I was afraid you would be anxious. Lu Anren sighed helplessly. Yizhe asked, have you looked for the city lord? Lu Anren, I looked for him, but city lord Wan is not here. It seems he left last night. Lure the tiger away from the mountain. Yizhe stood up and stretched, his tone very firm. Although the demons are in poor spirits and look strange, their combat thinking is not much inferior to that of humans. Lu Anren glanced at Yizhe's expression and was very curious. You don't seem panicked at all? Not to mention ordinary people. Even she, as a tactician who must remain calm, became nervous after discovering the evil demons had entered the city. Yizhe smiled faintly and explained. Since the evil demon wants to transfer the city lord away, it means that the evil demons in the city are limited in strength. It's possible to fight. Lu Boyan shook his head and rejected it. It's too dangerous. Even if the evil demon can't defeat City Lord Wan, his strength is not something you can handle. He still believed that Yizhe was just a kid who had just changed his job a few days ago. So how strong could he be? Luo Yao, who was standing by, shook Lu Anren's arm. Sister and Ran, when you talk about finding help, you're not looking for Yizhe, are you? Hearing this, Lu Anren nodded slightly. After seeing Yizhe's strength, she really felt that instead of asking for help from the 3rd and 4th level city defense troops, it would be better to come directly to Yizhe. Although I felt hopeless when we were rivals, but if we are teammates, it's a different feeling. Even though Lu Anren still had complicated emotions towards Yizhe, and the latter even joked with her from time to time, her reason told her it was the right thing to do to come over. Seeing his daughter's statement, Lu Boyan was stunned at first, and then he was shocked. He discovered the danger, but didn't tell his old father, who was at the 3rd level. The first person he looked for was Yizhe. What's going on? Chapter 83. Yizhe is a teammate, so it's okay. After getting a certain understanding of the situation in the city from Lu Anren, Yizhe immediately prepared to set off. The evil demon has entered the city. We can't delay any longer. The sooner we act, the more we can save. Wait, you're going to save someone else? Beside Lu Anren, Luo Yao was a little nervous and couldn't help asking. Evil demons have entered the city, and it would be good enough for these first-level professional newcomers to be able to protect themselves. Yizhe smiled and asked instead of answering, what is this kid doing here? Although they are the same age, given Luo Yao's body shape, it doesn't seem inappropriate for Yizhe to call her a child. Lu Anren replied helplessly, I came to play with me, but as soon as I arrived, I encountered evil spirits entering the city. Unlucky child. Yizhe found it a little funny and turned around to go out, but Luo Yao was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Seeing that Yizhe was determined to leave, Lu Anren naturally decided to follow. However, she also holds a magic wand, so she can lead people to evacuate in time if they encounter danger. Boom! As soon as he went out, Yizhe heard the sound of a building collapsing outside. In the real vision of the Eye of Insight, the situation in front of him was not optimistic. There were more than 10 corpses on the ground. All of them were city defense soldiers. Yizhe didn't want to delay, so he copied the Void Killing Eye, a pupil technique that combined the hunting vision to see through things. After scanning the area, he discovered an evil demon disguised as a member of the investigation division. At this time, Yizhe finally understood. Why were all the investigation section members who had returned previously not detected to have any abnormalities? It's precisely because of the illusion. All the testers fell into the illusion. Moreover, the evil demon who has the ability to cast illusions on all the inspection personnel of the Demon Suppression Army is probably from a very powerful background. Even so, Yizhe still chose to take the initiative. Mantis! Wait, that's the evil general. Feeling the terrifying aura of the evil demon, Lu Anren was immediately shocked. I'll help you. No need. Just take a defensive position. Yizhe waved his hand and said, Actually, I have already killed it once. He looked at the figure of the evil demon general and found that it was the Blood Sea demon he had seen in the group version. The copy was more like a video recording. The Blood Sea demon he killed in the copy was like a projection, not a real kill. And now we meet again. It was once level 35, but now it is level 40. At this time, the Blood Sea demon who looked like a blood man had already discovered Yizhe, and he grinned from ear to ear. Ha, you can actually see through it? Someone in the illusion should be unable to resist or even see it. Just like the 2 ordinary professionals it had killed before, the blood of the 2 corpses now condensed in its hands like water, and then the corpses shrank into mummies. Yizhe sighed and said without further ado, Kill. A figure flashed in the void. The Blood Sea demon was surprised for a moment, then shot out 5 blood arrows, which were easily avoided by the mantis. However, the Blood Sea demon followed the blood arrow and tried to suppress the mantis immediately. Since its attributes were higher than the mantis, it was slightly more confident. But after dodging the blood arrow, the mantis's body flashed continuously at an incredibly fast speed. Why do I feel like Mantis's space travel seems to be faster than before? Lu Anren was slightly stunned. Before this, she could barely compete with Mantis in spatial movement ability, but now she suddenly felt that the gap was getting bigger and bigger. However, it's not just the ability to travel through space. Mantis flashes continuously not to dodge, but to find a position to kill the opponent instantly. Annihilation. A low roar like the friction of metal sounded, and the upgraded legendary upper skill, Annihilation, was activated. A spatial slash contained endless destructive power. The Blood Sea Demon used blood as a shield, forming a circular shield around its body in an attempt to block damage. The next moment, the slashing became more intense, and the shaking and distortion of space became more violent. As the slashing arrived, a dark purple energy ball almost caused the space to collapse. Like a supernova exploding, the light of nothingness and end swallowed everything. The blood shield of the Blood Sea Demon was shattered in an instant, and it itself was turned into nothing under this force. A level 40 evil demon general, whose overall attributes are stronger than Mantis, can be killed instantly after being hit with Annihilation, with 4,000 damage. There is even no need to release the Void-Killing Eye. Kill the Blood Sea Demon and gain experience. Level 17, 31475. The moment the kill notification sounded, Yizhe suddenly felt that this evil demon came at the perfect time. If he continues hunting at this speed, he will probably be at the second level soon. Next to him, Lu Anren, who had watched the whole thing, felt his scalp tingling. She clearly remembered that Mantis' skills were not so terrifying before. Now this attack, in addition to the slashing blow, also has a space collapse area effect. Even stronger? How can we fight this? Oh, Yizhe is a teammate this time, so it's okay. For some reason, Lu Anren breathed a sigh of relief silently, as if he no longer had a headache because he no longer had to worry about how to deal with Yizhe. After the evil general dies, his body can be seen by everyone. For a moment, Lu Boyan and Luo Yao's eyes almost popped out of their heads. What's going on? In such a short time, you killed a level 40 evil demon general? Before the two of them could figure out the situation, countless ordinary people and professionals around them who were trapped in the illusion suddenly panicked. Squirrel, send out your shadow clones to get everyone to safety. To the best of his ability, Yizhe arranged to rescue the people in the same city. In terms of combat, Mantis continues to take the lead. As for the dragon, it is better to avoid letting him take action in the city. Given his size and the range of his skills, a random move by him could pose a greater threat to the city than a demon. The same goes for foxes. One thunderbolt from heaven can save the evil spirits from having to work. Although the purpose of the evil spirits is still unknown, the damage caused is still too great. Yizhe continued to move forward along the street, activating his void-killing eyes to scan around. However, at this moment, he saw Xiaqing preparing to go to the war college to work, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Quick, bring her here! Mantis also possesses the void-killing eyes and can understand Yizhe's meaning, and immediately shuttles to Xiaqing's side. This process was not difficult, because the moment Xiaqing saw the Mantis appear, he almost fainted from fright. Monster! Even when he was brought to Yizhe, his chest continued to rise and fall with his panting. Yizhe? Yizhe didn't reply. The reason why they were so nervous at that time was because an unprecedented evil demon was discovered in the War Academy. At this moment, Yizhe frowned. Be careful. Lu Anren felt a sense of crisis he had never felt before. The evil demon seemed to have discovered Yizhe. Suddenly, a mist appeared in front of my eyes, and the evil demon walked out of the mist almost instantly. A low-level one who can see through my illusion. And he killed one of my generals? Hearing this voice without any emotion, a golden light flashed in Yizhe's pupils. Mirage. Type: King-level demon. Chapter 84 Demon King Mirage. You don't have anti-aircraft, right? In Dongwu City, East China region, the atmosphere in the responsible person's meeting hall was solemn and tense. Wu Ming, as the highest person in charge of the East China region, is leading a group of elite backbones to discuss the strategic deployment of the future mythical secret realm. However, at this moment, a short alarm interrupted the entire meeting. Everyone's heart suddenly tightened. This kind of alarm was very rare. This means that a city in East China is facing an unprecedented huge crisis, and the situation is extremely urgent. Commander, the signal from Linyuan City has disappeared. When they heard a secretary coming to report anxiously, everyone in the meeting changed their expressions drastically. Disappeared? How is that possible? Wu Ming's face was extremely serious. He knew very well what the disappearance of the signal meant. Each city has a permanent signal to maintain a safe state so that it can call for help or support as soon as possible after an attack. This signal will only suddenly disappear if it is breached from the inside. Where is Wan Feiping? The seriousness of the matter made Wu Ming immediately abandon the meeting and prepare to gather support. The secretary replied, 3 demon kings attacked the border, and City Lord Wan went to the Abyss border battlefield to defend it. 3 demon kings as bait. Wu Ming's heart sank a little more. Should we notify City Lord Wan to come back? It's impossible to call him back. Wu Ming was very sure. The evil demon must have made preparations. The evil demons haven't sent out so many demon kings in recent years. This time, I'm afraid they're going to capture Linyuan City in one fell swoop. A key member of the meeting worriedly said, Linyuan City is an important border city. If it is captured, other neighboring cities will probably suffer as well. Yes, Wu Ming sighed. It is an important border city with many defensive equipment, so the evil demons chose to sneak into the city to attack. At this time, a newly promoted female director of the Ministry of Finance expressed her opinion. Captain Wu, why don't you send a few more strong men to guard such an important place? Wu Ming's expression was extremely solemn at first, but he burst into laughter when he heard this. The head of the East China region's tactics department snorted coldly. Send a few more strong men, but where should we send them from? There are 10 6th-rank masters in total. At least half of them should guard the Abyss, and the rest should guard the 5 major areas. Linyuan City is already a great honor to have a hunter king. Where can there be more powerful people? Tell me. Not to mention the East China region and China, even in the entire Blue Star, top powerhouses are extremely scarce. But some people live too stable a life to realize this. After being scolded several times, the female supervisor immediately lowered her head and shut up. I just hope. As Wu Ming spoke, he suddenly shook his head helplessly. He originally still had some hope, hoping that the one entering the city was not the Demon King, and perhaps he could still deal with him. But this was obviously impossible. Not only a Demon King, but also a Demon King that has never been seen before, who would have new abilities to sneak into Linyuan City. I just hope that this Demon King won't let Yi Zhe and Lu Aaron run into him. Wu Ming can accept sacrifice. But if he sacrifices the 2 freshmen with the greatest potential in this class, it will be more painful than stabbing him in the heart. The secretary spoke weakly. Commander, Chu He and Luo Yao from the special training camp are also in Linyuan City now. What? 4 genius freshmen, all trapped in Linyuan City? Wu Ming had a splitting headache. Why are you going to Linyuan City to join in the fun when you have nothing to do? He couldn't wait any longer and couldn't even wait to gather support, so he set out on his own. Go to the warehouse and bring back all the Amakusa. Save them even if you have only 1 breath left. A group of people from Dongwu City quickly headed towards Linyuan City. At this moment, looking from the outside in, Linyuan City seemed to be shrouded in a semicircular barrier of white mist. Inside the city, the mastermind behind everything has come to Yi Zhe. Feeling the terrifying aura of the devil, everyone present felt their scalps tingling. The Demon King was completely overwhelming to them. At this moment, it seemed that because the illusion barrier began to cover the entire Linyuan City, the illusion for everyone in the city disappeared. Seeing this, 3 4th-level city defense soldiers came over from the flank. You go first. We will deal with the evil demons. 3 city defense soldiers stood side by side, using a sword, a spear, and a halberd to stop the Demon King, and signaled Yi Zhe, Lu Anren, and others to evacuate. In the eyes of the city defense army, Yi Zhe and others, consisting of students, young teachers, and elderly people, are people who need the protection of the army. So without saying a word, he rushed over to provide cover, to the point that they didn't even have time to realize what kind of opponent they were facing. Don't go over there, Yi Zhe said quickly, but it was too late. In front of the 3 people, there was a human-shaped Demon King covered with dark purple scales, with strange light flashing in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, when the 3 city defense soldiers were preparing to attack, the Demon King disappeared out of thin air, leaving only a vague mist. What's going on? The swords, spears, and halberds hit nothing. The 3 city defense soldiers felt their scalps tingling. They had never encountered such a strange opponent. However, the next moment, the Demon King covered with dark purple scales appeared beside the 3 people like an illusion. Black fog surged, and 3 misty shadows exactly like the devil appeared in front of him. They struck out like sledgehammers, knocking down 3 city defense soldiers and sending them flying more than 10 meters away in an instant. The 3 people who flew out crashed into 2 walls, making a loud bang. 3 4th-level professionals were seriously injured in one strike. The 4th level is already the level of a city defense squadron captain, but he was still severely injured by one blow. Lu Anren frowned, while Luo Yao and Xia Qing widened their eyes and covered their mouths in disbelief. Yi Zhe sighed. After seeing the other party's attributes, he was not surprised at this kind of combat power. Mirage. Type: King-level demon. Attributes: Strength 750, Constitution 840, Agility 630, Spirit 1030. Features: Field Skill Mirage. Skills: Alternating between reality and illusion, Breaking Illusion, Illusionary Explosion, Mist Shadow Clone. Level Demon King. Even on the front line of the Demon Suppression Army, they still need a 6th level or 5th level team to besiege the target. Moreover, this is an illusion-type Demon King. All the illusions before, and even the Forbidden Barrier covering the entire Linyuan city, all of them come from the Demon King's domain skill Mirage. In addition to large-scale and extremely powerful illusions, the Demon Mirage can even teleport with the mist in the field, can be used to avoid damage and attacks. It is similar to Mantis's displacement skill. It's just that it's not as casual as the Mantis's void travel. In addition, the properties of the Mirage are extremely exaggerated, and any 4th-level creature will be killed instantly. But looking at this name, Yizhe suddenly thought of many things. According to legends from ancient times, the breath of clams can form mirages, creating an almost real illusion. Could it be this ability? Yizhe frowned slightly. No wonder he was able to sneak into the city without telling anyone. Beside the collapsed wall in the distance, 3 members of the city defense force crawled up with their seriously injured bodies. Damn, what level is this? Then he looked at Yizhe and the others anxiously. Hurry up! Even these 4th-level ones were killed instantly in one strike. If these people don't leave, aren't they just waiting to die? Thinking of this, the 3 city defense soldiers wanted to stand up and take them away, but their seriously injured bodies could not fight anymore. Luo Yao, who had little combat experience, panicked and quickly hid beside Lu Anren, who slowly gathered spatial power in his palm. But Yizhe shook his head. You can't run away. Not only did a forbidden barrier cover the entire Linyuan city, but now that the Demon King Mirage had arrived, how could he let them leave? As soon as the words fell, fog began to rise. The next moment, the Demon King Mirage, wearing dark purple scales, appeared out of nowhere behind them. What? Everyone was shocked. Vulnerable human. Mirage showed a grim smile on his face, and the misty shadow appeared in front of him again, and he swung his fist like a hammer. But at this moment, the skill of the Lingqi cloak is triggered. A light blue light shield unfolded in front of Yizhe, directly blocking the attack. Space teleportation. Lu Anren's pupils suddenly shrank. He finally had the opportunity to cast a spell. He quickly led everyone to a place several dozen meters away. The light shield of Yizhe's spiritual cloak was completely shattered by this attack. It was shattered in an instant. After all, it was a shield formed by the sum of his mental strength and the physical fitness of the summoned beast, but it disappeared in an instant. Seeing this, Luo Yao quickly reached out her hand to touch Yizhe's cloak. Ding! Under the effect of the skill, one more time, the skill Spirit Shield attached to the spiritual contract cloak resumes cooling. Spirit Shield cooldown reset? Oh my god, there is such a skill. Yizhe was startled and looked at Luo Yao with some surprise. I didn't expect that Luo Yao, a hidden auxiliary profession, actually has so many tricks. Luo Yao's hands were almost shaking. You have to hold on. I don't want to die yet. Given the current situation, she can only place her hopes on Yizhe. She is a supporting character, and she is more miserable than anyone else without her teammates. Yizhe asked curiously, how many times can you use this skill? Luo Yao said pitifully, it can't be used anymore. It can only be used once a day. This makes sense, as the cooldown for this skill must be quite long. Then, can you still hold on now? Hearing this, Yizhe smiled, without any fear of facing the Demon King for the first time. Don't worry, I can kill him. What? Lu Anren turned his head instantly, unable to believe his ears. The others also looked at him in disbelief, as if asking, what nonsense are you talking about? This is a level 60 Demon King. Without level 6 or level 5 teams in the city, how can we fight against the Demon King? At this time, Facing the attack of the demon mirage, they could only rely on Lu Anren to teleport and avoid it. If the demon king touches you, he will be killed in seconds. How to kill him? But even so, after just a few attacks from Mirage, Yi Zhe found the key to victory. His skills and attack range are limited. We just need to go to heaven. If they want to win, they must at least not let the Demon King pose a threat to them. Although Demon Mirage is a top-notch illusionist, none of his force skills and field skills are capable of attacking air units. Because the true form of the Mirage is just a big clam. Even though it has transformed into a human form, it still has no anti-air capability. Or in other words, how can a clam fly into the sky? He just can't face the sky. I don't have that ability. But in fact, as a tactician, Lu Anren was also vaguely aware of the opponent's flaw. But there is still a problem. I can't teleport you to the sky. If we use space teleportation to bring everyone to the sky, the plane will probably crash in the next second. The Demon King Mirage doesn't even need to do anything. They will die once they fall to the ground. However, Lu Anren had just finished speaking. Yi Zhe released a summoned beast that she had never seen before. Simon, roar! A high-pitched dragon roar came rolling in like thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth. The demon dragon Simon was not in Dragon Man form, but directly transformed into the true form of the demon dragon under Yi Zhe's command. A huge black shadow swept across the earth. A fully grown dragon, over 100 meters long, spread its wings like a curtain covering the sky and the sun. Its power was terrifying. Teleport to the dragon. It wasn't until Yi Zhe reminded her that Lu Anren finally realized the magic dragon was so shocking that no one, including Lu Anren, expected that Yi Zhe actually had a dragon-summoned beast. And it's a dragon with such a powerful aura. The aura released casually and the demonic power are so overwhelming that people would probably believe that it is the second Demon King coming to attack the city. The moment he saw the magic dragon, Demon King Mirage suddenly realized something and immediately took action urgently, ready to intercept Yi Zhe and others. But Lu Anren cast a spell in time and teleported everyone to the dragon's back. Space teleportation. The magic dragon carried Yi Zhe and others and soared high in the sky above Linyuan City. On the ground, the Demon King Mirage gnashed his teeth, extremely angry. Damn it! The cooked duck flew away. That's right, he really has no anti-air capability. Although his attributes are high enough, his agility is too low and he can't fly. Because he's just a clam. Originally, when facing the girl who could teleport, he was about to succeed. As long as he attacks 2 or 3 more times, the girl who can teleport will not be able to hold on and will not be able to teleport away in time, and he will be able to capture this group of people. But they're now in heaven. Damn it. Looking at the figure of the magic dragon floating in the air, the Demon King Mirage angrily launched several missed phantom attacks, explosive attacks, etc. But he couldn't touch the dragon at all. On the back of the magic dragon, Luo Yao watched as the Demon King Mirage was unable to pursue her, so she lay down with her arms and legs spread out and breathed a long sigh of relief. Ah, I survived! Lu Anren finally felt relieved. If it weren't for this flying summoned beast, she might not have been able to hold on. However, Yi Zhe stared at the Demon King Mirage below with a smile on his face. Not only do we need to survive. If I say kill him, then I must kill him. That's the devil. If he were to kill directly, I wonder how much experience he would have. Lu Anren was still confused. What are you going to do? Then, Yi Zhe summoned a squirrel shadow clone and exchanged the shadow clone for the borrowed panda. Change the panda back first. The city lord's guest house. He was immersed in painting and was so focused that he didn't notice any noise outside the guest house. Just as I was about to add a few more strokes, suddenly he raised his head, his eyes fell on the summoned beast in front of him, and he was stunned. How about a big panda? How did you turn into a little squirrel? Chapter 85, 3 punches shatter the Demon King's dream. 2 chapters combined into 4,000 words. Watching a panda turn into a squirrel right before your eyes. Chewie rubbed his eyes subconsciously and blankly. At this moment, he was no longer immersed in the state of painting, and then he heard bursts of loud noises coming from outside. Looking out the window, I saw thick fog rolling everywhere, as well as fire and dust thrown up by the exploding buildings. The demonic energy was overwhelming. After the entire Linyuan city was blocked by the Mirage, the Demon King Mirage no longer needed to use illusions to cover up. Is the end of the world coming? No. The evil spirits have entered the city. Chewie's scalp tingled. As a professional, he subconsciously wanted to go out and join the battlefield. But just before leaving the house, his steps suddenly stopped. He didn't paint. If the painter didn't paint, then what was it? It's even more useless than a sniper without a gun or an assassin without hands. The only thing left in his hand was the half-finished painting with the outline of the panda drawn on it. He suddenly realized that he was the one who needed to be saved the most. Chewie subconsciously looked at the little squirrel, squatted down carefully, and asked tentatively, "Brother Squirrel, you are here to protect me, right?" Shadow Squirrel tilted his head, looking confused. Above Linyuan City, on the back of the magic dragon. Seeing the martial Saint Panda suddenly appear, Luo Yao took 2 steps back, as if some bad memories were awakened. Lu Anren thought for a moment and still shook his head. "I remember the panda's ability. Even with the current combat power, it is still impossible to defeat the Demon King. Yizhe, if you are not sure, don't take risks." She wanted to remind Yizhe that as long as he was alive, there would be hope of revenge on the Demon King sooner or later. But Yizhe doesn't like revenge, he likes to settle the grudge on the spot. "Don't worry, the panda has other abilities," Yizhe explained. "When the time comes, I may need your cooperation." "Any other abilities?" Hearing this, Lu Anren and Luo Yao were stunned. Could it be that on that ancient battlefield, the panda was fighting 35 enemies alone and hadn't even used his full strength? Originally, the two of them had slowly been able to accept the difference in the battle on the ancient battlefield. Unexpectedly, the gap between me and Yizhe seemed unfathomable. The more I chase, the more terrifying it becomes. At this moment, Lu Boyan, who was still shocked by Yizhe's strength, suddenly felt a familiar breath. Not good. It's the breath of pollution from the abyss. The Demon King seems to want to invade Linyuan City and turn it into a polluted place. Hearing this news, everyone was shocked again. Even Yizhe couldn't help but look down quickly. I saw strange black spots appearing on the ground where the demon Mirage was standing, and then a foul, corrupt smell spread from the spot and continued to expand to the entire city. The Demon King Mirage felt the expansion of the pollution, and a happy expression appeared on his face. So what if there is no anti-aircraft? So what if I can't beat Yizhe? His main purpose this time is to pollute the entire Linyuan City from within and turn this important human border city into a polluted place. By then, this border city of China will become the vanguard base of evil spirits. It is of strategic significance to the evil spirits' occupation of the entire country. As for those humans in the sky, what's wrong with letting them go? He originally just wanted to see what kind of strength a human who could kill his evil general had. Now it seems that he is just a guy who uses flying to escape. He is not as worth targeting as the little girl with spatial abilities. Well, you can find an opportunity to mark her and kill her in the future. The Demon King Mirage thought so. He saw some of the remaining humans using long-range skills to attack him, but he was too lazy to pay any attention to them because they couldn't break his defense at all. In the sky, Lu Boyan and others looked solemn. Once the polluted land is formed, even if the evil demons are driven out, it will be powerless to save the situation. Once the polluted land is formed, it means that Linyuan City will fall completely. Even all the professionals who died in the city will become special demons to fight against humans. We must fight quickly and decisively. Yizhe's words once again confused everyone. Facing the devil, we need to end the battle quickly? However, in this situation, all everyone can do is trust Yizhe. Lu Anren looked at Yizhe and said decisively, "What do you want me to do?" "Use space blockade to seal it." Yizhe looked at the Demon King Mirage. The other party's ability to teleport within the field would make it difficult for the panda's field to hit him. This was his only concern. Without saying anything, Lu Anren gathered the power of space with his staff and gritted his teeth. 1 minute at most. A space sorcerer who is less than the second level wants to seal the devil and last for 1 minute. He has to use all his strength. This is still with the help of Luo Yao's magic replenishment. Yao Yao. "I'm here." Luo Yao stretched out her little hand to help Lu Anren maintain his mental strength. Space blockade. The space where the demon Mirage was located was suddenly frozen. Just like how Mantis was unable to use void teleportation, he could no longer teleport. Huh, what do you mean? The Demon King Mirage was stunned for a moment. At the same time, Yizhe took action immediately, strengthening his skills and entering the realm of Martial Saint. Skill Enhancement Super takes effect. Enhancement obtained. Martial Saint Domain Super. The attributes of a Super Demon King are ridiculously high, and he is definitely no match for him in a head-on confrontation. But after using the super enhanced field to weaken the attributes, the situation is different. Martial Saint Domain Super. After the domain is opened, the Martial Saint suppresses all enemies with his aura, reducing the opponent's four-dimensional attributes by a value equal to 75 of the Martial Saint's four-dimensional attributes. The Martial Saint leaped down and crashed into the ground like a meteorite falling from the sky. Open, the realm of Martial Saint is super. The surroundings seemed to be plunged into darkness. Only the Tai Chi pattern on the ground was shining brightly, covering the demon mirage. Field versus field. But it is said that after the super strengthening of the realm of the upper-level Martial Saint, the mirage where the Demon King mirage was located was suppressed in an instant. Oh no! How can a low-level person know domain skills? The Demon King mirage's face changed. He also possessed a domain, so he naturally knew the danger and immediately prepared to teleport away. But due to the existence of space blockade, he could only stay where he was and was forced to bear the effect of the domain. The domain takes effect. The Demon King mirage's attributes are reduced. Strength, physique, agility, spirit 309. How could it be? The Demon King mirage was really shocked. Demons are the race that values strength level the most. From the beginning to the end, Demon King Mirage never took this group of first-level professionals seriously. But now, he felt that things were beyond his expectations. Bang! At this moment, the Panda punched out with a 100% critical hit of aggression like fire. He took advantage of the Demon King Mirage's failure to react and hit him completely. The aftermath of the punch, which was wrapped in the Martial Saint's aura, was enough to make the ground shake and rocks fly. Damn it! The Demon King's aura weakened a little, and he growled angrily. Damn it! How could he, the king among evil demons, be beaten like this by a group of low-level ants? The lowly girl Luo Yao immediately perked up. Good fight. She suddenly felt that it was so great to be teammates with Yi Zhe. They can actually gain the upper hand over the king-level evil demons that even the main force of the demon-suppressing army has to avoid. She even wanted to shout 666. But Liu Amren was not optimistic and shouted anxiously. Half a minute left. His resistance is getting more and more intense. Needless to say, Yi Zhe also saw it. The Demon King Mirage used his specialty, illusion. The Panda lost its target. The attributes of the Demon Mirage are too high. Even though they have been reduced by most, its mental strength still crushes the Panda or anyone else. In the sky, golden light flickered in Yi Zhe's pupils. Panda, Mantis, attack directly where I tell you to. As a summoner, a spiritual connection will be established between you and the summoned beast. Those with strong mental power can communicate directly with the summoned beast through their minds. And Yi Zhe can just do it. It doesn't matter if the Panda Mantis can't see the mirage. It doesn't need to look at it at all. It just needs to execute the command unconditionally. Upon hearing this, the Martial Saint Panda immediately turned around and punched directly at the illusory open space in front of him. Bang! How can you see through? The Demon King Mirage was hit hard by the Panda again. Before he could catch his breath, a void rift opened up on his body, and the terrifying force of annihilation ruthlessly crushed the entire space. Hey. Mirage, as the Demon King, had never been injured so badly before, and had never even thought about it. That's right, with the defensive power of the Demon Mirage, even if its physical fitness is reduced, it can still withstand the full force of the two beasts. Don't be so arrogant. The Demon King Mirage was almost crazy, not considering consumption at all. Dozens of Misty Shadow clones appeared one after another, breaking the illusion with one strike. These clones are similar to Shadow clones. As long as the damage they cause is not much different from that of the original body, even if the Panda is hit by this wave, it will definitely die. This is the Demon Mirage, whose spiritual power is still ahead of everyone else even after being weakened. But Yi Zhe used another Squirrel Shadow clone and exchanged again when the Panda was about to be attacked. The Panda returned to the dragon. The target of the Demon King Mirage's full-force counterattack became the Squirrel Shadow that was exchanged with him. As for the Mantis, it simply disappeared into the void. The Demon King's full-strength attack hit nothing, and only the bun shop and ramen shop next to it collapsed. The cooling time of the exchange, with the bonus of martial arts ultimate, only took 12 seconds, helping the Panda avoid the fatal blow. And at the moment when the space blockade was about to end, the Panda jumped off the dragon again. A punch from the sky. It directly smashed a deep hole in the ground. Seeing this, Liu Boyan, Xiaqing, and even the surrounding city defense soldiers were all stunned. A first-level professional beat the Demon King to this extent. Unheard of. In fact, if it were someone else, they wouldn't even dare to be so bold in their dreams. Even some of the city defense troops who were far away from the battlefield, seeing such destructive power, thought that the city lord had returned. In the deep pit, the devil Mirage was in a trance. Their evil attack was well planned. According to the plan, as long as the only high-level city, Lord of Linyuan City, could be lured away, the rest would be nothing more than a group of weak, low-level humans. Even if Mirage is a spiritual demon king, it is still more than enough to deal with him. Then spread the pollution of the abyss and occupy the entire city. The plan was obviously going so smoothly. Why was he so frustrated by a first-order human? The human race is so tenacious. The Demon King Mirage emerged from the deep pit, speaking with anger. He doesn't want Linyuan City anymore. What is more important than Linyuan City now is to get rid of that first-level summoner. For the human race, whenever a great era comes, there will always be people who can turn the tide. The attacks of the Abyss were repeatedly frustrated. Compared to destroying a city, it is more urgent to eliminate this genius in advance. You will definitely die. The Demon King Mirage stared at the figure in the sky, gritting his teeth, and decided to bring this information back to the Abyss. By then, more Demon Kings will arrive in person, and there is no doubt that he will not survive. Liu Anren's face turned pale. Seeing this, he said apologetically, "The space is blocked and can't be maintained. Demon King level, it's really strong." Even though his physique was weakened, he still had a high level of defense, so he managed to hold on for a full minute. Luo Yao was also exhausted, and all her magic power was used up. The fog gradually rose, and the figure of the Demon King Mirage disappeared, leaving the range of the martial saint realm. Everyone's expressions became nervous and fearful. In the mist, the devil's arrogant voice seemed to be heard from all directions. "Low level is low level. Do you think you can kill me? The king is not called that for nothing." The Demon King Mirage, having restored all his attributes, is theoretically capable of regaining control of the situation. But he decided to leave and return to the Abyss to bring people back, to crush this human summoner. The feeling of destroying the human genius made him look forward to it even more. But at this moment, facing a scene that worried everyone, Yizhe heaved a sigh of relief, his mood calm. It's over. Because according to the Eye of Insight, the health of the Demon King Mirage, only a quarter left. That is 25 health points. Mantis. Yizhe spoke softly, and a wave of void flashed across the battlefield. The mantis's pupils suddenly glowed with dark purple light, shining like two supernovas. The Devil Mirage was escaping by teleporting continuously, feeling secretly delighted. But the next moment, darkness enveloped his vision. While the Demon King Mirage was in a daze, a pair of huge pupils appeared above him, exuding the breath of destruction and end. No, the Demon King Mirage panicked, because his body was torn apart in an instant without any resistance, and even completely annihilated, turning into nothingness. Void, killing eyes, irresistible. Linyuan City, outside a white forbidden barrier shrouded in fog. Wu Ming personally led a 5th-level team and rushed over at full speed. It is indeed a forbidden barrier, prohibiting the transmission of signals and anyone from entering or leaving. Wu Ming said anxiously, "Sushi, hurry up. Break the barrier." This barrier set up by the Demon King was impossible to break through even by a group of level 5 warriors. Only Su Shi, a spiritual mind master, can use his mental power to invade the barrier and thus achieve the effect of breaking the barrier. But this method of breaking the barrier takes a lot of time. Wu Ming became more and more worried. Please, don't let anything happen to anyone." In the team, Su Shi, the woman in white dress, quickly approached the barrier. He placed his hands on the barrier, ready to invade it. However, the next moment, a sound of shattering was heard from the barrier. The forbidden barrier was broken with a sound. "Fuck, Su Shi is awesome. When did your mental strength become so strong?" The Demon King's barrier was broken in a second. Wu Ming cheered, and several 5th-level warriors in the team were surprised and hurried forward. Su Shi blinked twice in a daze, and the whole person seemed a little sluggish. But I haven't started yet." Chapter 86, 2 levels in a row. On the battlefield at the border of the Abyss, 5 figures with extremely terrifying auras were fighting each other. 3 of them are Abyss demon lords who invaded the border, and all of them are combat-type demon lords. The other two are the Hunting King Wan Faping and the Gun King Tong Mo. 2 versus 3. This is the case in the top confrontation between humans and the evil demons of the abyss. High-level professionals usually face situations where they are outnumbered on the battlefield, because compared to the background, the abyss is really bottomless. There is no telling how many powerful evil demons there are, but there are only 10 humans at the 6th level. Furthermore, there are no advanced tasks after the 6th level, and there is no way to advance to the 7th level, which limits the strength of the strong. But even so, Wan and Tong still had the upper hand when they were outnumbered. This is the strength of humanity's top extraordinary beings. Wan Faping's figure was like a green storm, and his moves were powerful and heavy. "Oh, you dare to invade my Chinese border?" Hearing this, a demon king with a green face and fangs like a hungry ghost laughed creepily after being hit. "Eh? What if you beat us? Think about your city. It will be gone soon." As soon as these words came out, Wan Faping's face changed drastically. Damn it. Lin Yuan City. Seeing this, Tong Mo repelled the enemy in front of him and quickly turned around and said, "Don't be distracted. He wants to influence you." It is indeed true that when high-level demons are fighting, they like to use various factors to interfere with the opponent's mentality. This is the conclusion that China reached a long time ago. The Demon King on the other side said in a mocking tone, "Your city signal has disappeared? Think about it, if you were not in the city and there was a Demon King, what do you think would happen?" The 3 Demon Kings laughed together. It was obvious that this plan was within their expectations. Wan Faping was almost furious, because as the city lord he really couldn't sense Lin Yuan City. Tong Mo quickly reminded, "It's too late to go back. Protecting Lin Yuan City is important, and repelling foreign enemies is also important." Tong Mo actually felt a little guilty, but since the 3 Demon Kings had invaded the border, it was necessary to defend, and as a defender he had no choice. Wan Faping stared at the Demon King and gnashed his teeth. "You bastard. Lin Yuan City is gone, and you will all die today." The demons are still excited. In a top-level showdown, when the opponent is in an abnormal mood, it is easy to be caught in a flaw. If the opportunity is right, it is possible to seize the flaw and kill. The green-faced and fanged Demon King laughed and walked forward, engaging in a head-on confrontation. However, the next moment, a certain connection in his mind was suddenly disconnected, leaving him dumbfounded. What? Mirage is dead? How is it possible? But before he could think, Wan Faping angrily punched him in the face accurately, and the green-faced Demon King was knocked away. The force of this punch was so terrifying that the green-faced Demon King's face was distorted. Originally wanted to create a loophole for Wan Faping. As a result, I was the one who revealed my flaws first. However, it was not just him. The other 2 Demon Kings also felt the death of Mirage, and their expressions changed drastically. "That's impossible. Could it be that they have a backup plan?" "Damn it, Wan Faping. Have you figured it out?" Gun King Tong Mo was also stunned when he found out that Wan Faping won with 1 strike. He turned around and asked in surprise, "Were you pretending just now?" Wan Faping was also a little confused. Although he didn't know who solved the problem, the ending was good, because he sensed the signal from Lin Yuan City again. He looked up at the 3 Demon Kings, twisted his neck, and laughed. "Lin Yuan City is alive? I will kill you all today to help cheer you up." In Lin Yuan City, feeling the demon's aura dissipate in an instant, Lu Anren looked at Yi Zhe with a dazed look. Did he really kill him? Yi Zhe nodded. Not only that, before Mantis finally killed it with void-killing eyes. His skill enhancement super, had just finished its cooldown. The original cooldown of 5 minutes was reduced by 80 to exactly 1 minute. He used the skill enhancement in advance and enhanced Mantis's Hunter Super, because he realized that this Demon King must be a powerful enemy. At the moment of the killing, Yi Zhe, Lu Anren, and Luo Yao all flashed with upgraded light. You killed the Demon King Mirage and gained experience. Ding! Your level has been increased to level 19. Talent. You get 2 unlimited gold items draw times. Hunter Super. Void Terminator kills a strong enemy, and 4 body parts evolve at the same time. When multiple people work together to kill a demon, the experience is usually divided according to their roles. Without the cooperation of Lu Anren and Luo Yao, this Demon King could not be killed. So the 2 of them gained a lot of experience and upgraded directly. But Yi Zhe still got most of the experience of full 60,000, 2 levels in a row. Moreover, This kill of a powerful enemy directly allowed the mantis to evolve 4 parts. Hunter panel, arm blade, strength, damage coefficient, critical hit rate, ignore defense, skill annihilation level, compound eyes, spiritual, wings, agility, shell, physical constitution. A total of 80 attribute points were increased in one wave. The other effect improvements are even more powerful, especially after the skill level exceeds the maximum level. Yizhe found that each level increase will increase the damage by an additional 10. It can increase the damage limit, which is very good. Also, this time it was thanks to the mantis's sufficient damage. Otherwise, the panda alone would not be enough to beat the level 60 Demon King to low health. Of course, it was also because it was inconvenient to have the dragon and the fox take action in the city.